Hello everyone, welcome to What If Hollow Knight Explored a World Beyond the Dream Realm Part 1. Before we start, please go support Subaru9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistake in character's gender. Following the defeat of the Radiance, everything in Hallownest has begun to recover. Civilization has resurfaced, insect families have arrived, and trade has flourished. Even without a king, everything seems to be working well, but someone has failed to adapt to these changes. Throughout her life, Hornet has only known what it was like to fight, always on the alert, distrusting everyone, and killing any being that dared to get too close. She was never able to have friends and lost her family long ago. Now, completely alone, she must adapt to a world she's not prepared for, a world where she doesn't seem needed or wanted. However, one tiny creature may be able to give his life a new meaning and teach him to love others, proving that a family comprised of 10,528 failed experiments, an amnesiac explorer, a demonic bat, and a ghost can be just as functional as any other. Following the defeat of the Radiance, everything in Hallownest has begun to recover. Civilization has resurfaced, insect families have arrived, and trade has flourished. Even without a king, everything seems to be working well, but someone has failed to adapt to these changes. Throughout her life, Hornet has only known what it was like to fight, always on the alert, distrusting everyone, and killing any being that dared to get too close. She was never able to have friends and lost her family long ago. Now, completely alone, she must adapt to a world she's not prepared for, a world where she doesn't seem needed or wanted. However, one tiny creature may be able to give his life a new meaning and teach him to love others, proving that a family comprised of 10,528 failed experiments, an amnesiac explorer, a demonic bat, and a ghost can be just as functional as any other. Wrote a mask. A house without inhabitants, a book without words, a sting with nothing to bury itself in, that's how Hornet felt. Never in her life had she felt such a sense of emptiness and lack of purpose, although of course, she had a mission to fulfill before, one that perhaps wasn't entirely to her liking, but it was the engine that drove her forward every day. She often used to dream about what Hallownest would be like without the infection that turned all the insects that inhabited the place into mindless zombies. She liked to imagine what it would be like if everyone regained their sanity and that destroyed civilization re-emerged, but of course, she never thought that would happen. For her, it was just a distant dream that she used to think about before sleeping. But without planning it, that dream had come true. They had defeated the source of the infection, and thanks to this, the insects were now free and had their own will. With this, trade had slowly begun to emerge, some nearly extinct insect species were resurfacing, and even creatures were arriving from other places. That all sounded good. But why couldn't she feel happy about this? Perhaps it was because she'd lost her reason for existing. After all, she wasn't a normal insect. She was an artificial being, part flesh, part emptiness, who had been abandoned by her creators. Her father and mastermind behind her existence was the Pale King, who had disappeared long ago. Although she didn't hold much affection for him, the one she truly missed was Hera, her mother. She was her family. She was the one who wished for her existence and who asked the Pale King to make this possible. Yes, she had originally been born to be the daughter of Hera, but when Hera fell into an eternal sleep, this goal lost its importance, and needing another reason to live, she proclaimed herself the protector of Hallownest. But now, she had once again lost her reason for existing. Hallownest was safe now. Nothing threatened it. No more tyrannical goddesses, no more deadly infections, no more evil insects, only peace and tranquility. But Hornet was a warrior. She'd been raised as one. During the short time she spent with her mother, she'd taught her the art of the needle and thread, with which she was capable of murdering anyone who stood in her way, so quickly and efficiently that the victim didn't even realize what had hit them. But what good was this in a civilized society? She couldn't go through life murdering everyone who crossed her path, especially if they didn't harm her. Besides, having lived her entire life surrounded by wild beasts who only wanted to end her existence, her social skills had become somewhat impaired. Hornet had no friends, nor did she know how to integrate into society. The normal thing would have been to look for a job. But how? All she knew how to do was fight. She didn't have a family to support her, and due to certain situations that had occurred, she had earned a reputation as a violent and aggressive creature. Basically, no one wanted to go near her. In that helpless state, she had secluded herself in the darkest and most sinister corner of Hallownest, Deep Nest. That place was her element, a wild and dangerous land where everything was kill or be killed. There, her warrior skills could shine and she felt fulfilled, but when the day ended and she returned home, she was once again tormented by that feeling of emptiness and despondency. Looking for something to do with her existence, she had set herself the task of learning to weave. After all, she was the daughter of Hera, the queen of spiders, the weavers par excellence, but it wasn't so easy. I wish she had paid more attention to her mother when she was explaining to her how to intertwine the threads correctly, but of course, at that time she was a little girl who only wanted to learn how to fight and pierce heads with her needle. Maybe the other insects had reasons to be afraid of her, but she wasn't a killing machine either. She had feelings, violent feelings that made her want to kill someone. Every time her weaving got tangled and tied in a knot, she was definitely a disaster. Now Hornet was in a vicious battle to the death with a ball of thread she had become tangled in. The cloak she was weaving looked like it wanted revenge on her for the gruesome work she was doing. The creature's legs were tangled, and the more she tried to untangle herself, the more restricted she became. This was dangerous. She was in Distant Village, the farthest part of Hallownest, a ghost town that was right at the end of Deepnest. Basically, no one but her ever went there. If she got caught in the thread, it was impossible for anyone to come and rescue her. She finally decided to cut it all off. It made her feel terribly sad to waste one of the valuable spools of silk left behind by the former inhabitants of Distant Village, but she had no choice. She wasn't going to die of hunger from being tied up and unable to get out. It was ridiculous. Finally, using the needle she never parted with, she managed to free herself from the ropes and then looked sadly at the mess she complained about. The thread available for weaving was limited. The infection had practically wiped out the spiders, so there was no one left to produce thread. The thread stored in the weaver's den was all there was. It was certainly a lot, but it was still finite. She sighed in resignation. No way, tomorrow she would go look for another reel to work on. She wasn't going to give up, but for now she would rest for the rest of the day. She left her house and headed toward the platform that surrounded every dwelling in the village. This was the place she had chosen as her residence. Even though it wasn't a very pretty place, it was the place where she held memories of happy times when she still lived with her mother. Besides, since she was alone, she didn't have to worry about scaring the neighbors. She sat on the platform and observed the sight calmly. The dozens of dwellings made of thread, although gloomy, were fascinating to her. How was it possible that this ancient race had been able to build such incredible houses? She couldn't even weave a miserable cloak. What an heir to Hera she turned out to be. As a spider, she would starve to death. Although it was understandable, she wasn't a pure spider, she didn't look like one, and she lacked legs. In reality, she was more similar to a horned beetle, just like. I was thinking about him again, about the little container that had saved the world. Hornet looked to his right and found the inert mask that had once belonged to that creature, that being he didn't quite know how to define. He was another of the Pale King's creations, but his nature was far from his own. This thing had been conceived to be devoid of feelings, will, voice, and anything that defined him as a person. However, he had surpassed all expectations by deciding things for himself and desiring a future of his own. He was capable of defying an all-powerful goddess to free the kingdom from her evil influence. However, in doing so, he had ended up sacrificing his life. This night, composed of darkness and unfulfilled desires, had disintegrated after the final battle, pulverized, and was reduced to nothing more than a broken mask. It wasn't that Hornet had any feelings for that empty shell, but something inside her made her pick up that broken mask and hold on to it. Perhaps it was gratitude. After all, this being had done something great without asking for anything in return. That mask was one of the things that kept her from living in peace. She had taken great care of it, even taking it to the mask maker for repair, and he had done a magnificent job, leaving it as good as new, but now she didn't know what to do with it. She would love to return it to its owner, but he no longer existed. The most sensible thing would be to get rid of it once and for all, but for some reason she couldn't. After much thought on the matter, the idea had occurred to him to abandon the mask in the abyss. That would be the ideal resting place for it. It was the place where its owner had been born and where the last vestige that remained of him should return. Once he made this decision, he felt much happier. He now had a mission to fulfill in his life. Of course, it was something small and easy to accomplish, but at least for a while, he would have something to dedicate himself to. The journey to the abyss took a couple of days, as it was on the other side of Hallownest, and although Hornet knew quite a few shortcuts, it was still far, but at least now wandering around the kingdom was relatively easy, except for the Deepnest area, everything was peaceful and safe. Her steps finally led her to the entrance of the abyss, which, although once sealed, after the intervention of the small container, now had free passage, but there was no problem, the shadows that lived inside had no interest in leaving, somehow it seemed that they were happy living in that dark hole. Hornet delved deeper into the area until she reached the cliff that marked the beginning of the true abyss. At her feet, she saw a pair of boulders covered in shadows, surrounded by the most impenetrable darkness in existence. If it weren't for her lantern, she'd be blind. She clutched the mask she was wearing in her hands and looked at it carefully, as if searching for something special about it. Why did it hurt so much to get rid of that thing? Did she think that if she kept it, she'd see that creature again? But how stupid. That warrior was gone and wouldn't come back. She had to throw that thing away. Almost in frustration, Hornet threw the mask toward the abyss and watched it be devoured by the darkness. She stood for a few moments lost in thought before turning to walk away. But before she could get far, a thunderous roar echoed through the room, a roar so blood-curdling it reminded her of the Hollow Knight who had held back the radiance. He turned around, almost afraid of what he would find, and then he saw it. A large shadow with a pair of glowing eyes and claws as deadly as the sharpest stinger. Although its contours and shape weren't entirely clear, he could make out some kind of horned insect with long limbs, very similar to the Hollow Knight he had helped bring down next to the small container. Hornet without hesitation took out her needle ready to fight. She knew that she would be no match for that being, but she was still willing to die in order to protect the kingdom. Perhaps it would be her last mission as guardian of Hallownest. She would disappear without glory and without anyone to remember her, but it did not matter. If there was a way to end the emptiness of her existence, it was that. The shadow and the warrior stared at each other without making a sound. She waited for the beast to make its first move. At the same time she analyzed the environment. There were not many nooks in which to entangle her thread. That was a problem. Part of her fighting style was based on placing traps around her, but that was not an excuse not to fight. Even if she had to nail it to death she would do it. Suddenly the beast made a movement, although it was not what she expected. Instead of attacking her it sank into the abyss, disappearing from her sight. What the heck had that been? Did the creature just come up to take a look? Hornet felt a strange mixture of relief and disappointment, but it didn't last long, as a sudden tremor put her on alert again. In a gust of wind, the shadow rose again, but this time it wasn't alone. In its claws, it carried a small creature, one that looked very familiar to Hornet. Wasn't that the same container that had defeated the Hollow Knight? Wasn't it dead? Well, maybe he wasn't really. His mask just broke, and without anything to contain his darkness, he couldn't continue existing in a physical body and returned home. Now Hornet had done him the favor of giving him back his face. The little one was back to life or something like that. Supposedly that thing and all of its kind were devoid of feelings, but somehow in that empty stare she could guess something. It seemed happy to see her. The giant shadow gently placed the small container next to Hornet. The warrior was so stunned by the situation that she didn't dare make a move, not even when the shadow stroked her head in an almost fatherly manner. The beast couldn't produce any spoken language, but even with that gesture, it seemed to be communicating with her, and as strange as it sounded, Hornet knew exactly what it was saying. "You're a good girl, please take care of the little one." Then with a slight gesture, the shadow said goodbye to the container and buried itself again in the depths of the abyss. Hornet looked at the little boy, and he looked back at her. There was nothing in those empty eyes, but she knew he was happy. How could she understand it? Was it some kind of special ability shared by all beings with emptiness inside? No, that couldn't be. Perhaps they were made of the same material, but she was different. She wasn't conceived with the same characteristics, she wasn't devoid of mind or will, and of course, she didn't consider herself on the same level as all those failed specters. Feeling offended for no reason, she turned around and walked away, but to her chagrin, the container started following her, like a duck follows its mother. For the rest of the day, no matter how many laps he ran and how fast he ran, he couldn't get rid of that thing. The little guy was here to stay. Siblings. Hornet's light footsteps echoed off the walls of the empty cave. The warrior watched everything with a suspicious eye. It was very rare to find a nook that didn't harbor life inside. Insects often fought over the right to declare any corner their home, so the solitude of this place made her nervous. If a cave wasn't occupied, it was a very bad sign. Something dangerous lived within. At first, she was tempted to turn around and walk away, but her pride prevented her from doing so. She had once declared herself the protector of Hallownest. How could a guardian like her escape and fail in her duties? If a dangerous being lived in this cave, it was her duty to defeat it. So, despite her fear, she didn't back down, even though a tightness in her stomach wouldn't let her rest. She continued forward, increasingly nervous, searching for the owner of that place, but the deeper she went, the darker everything became, until it was almost impossible to see around her. At that moment, she judged it unwise to continue, so she turned around, looking for the exit. She walked toward the place she remembered coming from, but it seemed she would never arrive because the darkness didn't go away, but instead grew deeper and more disturbing until Hornet was completely disoriented. Scared and confused, she struggled to stay calm and think of a solution to the problem. Maybe someone. No, that would never happen. She was alone. It was impossible for anyone to rescue her, although maybe that container could save her if it found her. After all, she liked rescuing people by worm. Was she really so weak as to have to depend on the help of that damn empty shell? Hornet was still struggling between her desires and her feelings when she saw something shine in the shadows surrounding her. It was a horn mask she knew quite well. The container had come for her. She sighed in relief and approached it, but then she felt something was wrong. It didn't have the same harmless and friendly presence as always. Suddenly the glowing mask broke, releasing its owner's contents, which blended into the darkness of the place. Only the pair of glowing eyes could be seen, which shone like a pair of flares. Hornet, increasingly frightened, saw that pair of eyes approaching, while at the same time she began to feel a pressure on her waist. She couldn't see anything, but she had the impression that someone was squeezing her tighter and tighter until breathing became difficult. Soon a sharp pain settled in her body, almost as if she were going to split in two. It was a horrible sensation. It seemed she was going to die. Then, in that moment of despair and agony, she screamed. Hornet opened her eyes to realize that everything she'd experienced had been nothing more than a dream. She was back home in distant village, safe and sound, free of dangerous shadows, and in a comfortable bed. Nothing she'd experienced was real. Or was it? At that moment, she realized that something from the dream hadn't disappeared. She felt a slight pressure on her waist, as if something were holding her. Panicking again, she shook off whatever had grabbed her by throwing an elbow backward. She was immediately freed, but Hornet, cautious, didn't wait to find out what it was. She located the needle, which she never parted with and which was nearby. She ran up to it, grabbed it, and threw it at the intruder, but he jumped and dodged easily. Now the warrior had her weapon far away, but this was no problem for her, since the needle was tied with a thread that connected it to its owner. She gave it a light tug and retrieved the object. Hornet's keen senses alerted her that her attacker, who had briefly hovered in the air, was now heading towards her. She stepped aside, dodging the attack, but the attacking creature was extremely fast. As soon as it touched the ground, it ran towards her. However, rather than running, it seemed to be crawling in the air, wrapped in shadows, giving it a demonic and terrifying appearance, very similar to her nightmare. In the end, the girl couldn't dodge again. The monster caught up with her and wrapped its body around her in an affectionate way. Hornet looked down and discovered that the creature on top of her was none other than the small container that had been stalking her for almost a week. At that moment, the warrior became quite angry, although she didn't know if it was at the thing for not leaving her alone or at herself for being frightened. She pushed the small creature away and looked at it gravely. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she said, annoyed. The container tilted its head, demonstrating its confusion and that it basically didn't know what he was talking about. "Don't you know what I'm talking about? You attacked me. You dared to point your sting at me." He pointed at himself as if not believing Hornet's words, then he pointed at her, declaring her guilty. "That I was the one who attacked you first. That's true. But that was because you scared me. What the heck were you doing in my bed with me?" He hugged her and looked at her sweetly, communicating that he was only trying to comfort her while she slept. "Did you want to calm me down? Well, there was no need for that. I don't need you to sleep peacefully. In fact, I don't like having anyone around me when I sleep either. Don't do that again." The little boy just looked at her defiantly, declaring that if he considered it necessary he would do it again. Anyway, this whole misunderstanding is your fault. We would have saved ourselves the fight if you had yelled at me that it was you." This time the container crossed its arms and looked at her accusingly. Okay, you're right, it's not like you can make a sound or say anything, in fact, I still don't really know how the hell I can understand you." This was a true mystery to Hornet. The little boy couldn't utter a single word, yet he communicated with her through gestures, so clearly that he was even able to express complex thoughts. Perhaps beings made of darkness had the ability to understand each other. In any case, she didn't care. It wasn't as if she wanted to live with that thing. If it were up to her, she wished it would just leave. But it was no use, no matter how hard she tried, yelled at it or attacked the container, it wouldn't leave her alone, it followed her like her shadow. "I'm going hunting," Hornet announced before leaving the house, although she later mentally scolded herself for this, she didn't have to give explanations to that thing, they were nothing, what she did shouldn't matter to him, the same in the opposite case. She headed to her usual hunting ground in Deep Nest, a dangerous and wild place, but with a good amount of potential prey. That day, she honestly wasn't feeling very up to it. The nightmare had upset her quite a bit, leaving her somewhat sensitive about venturing into dark places. Unfortunately, the best prey hid in those kinds of places. No way, she'd do it anyway. She needed to eat. She came to a dark tunnel that made her quite nervous because it reminded her a lot of her dream, but unfortunately the track she followed led her there. She could sense the presence of a group of floor dwellers. They were good prey, and she couldn't let them escape. She walked in slowly, feeling ice on her back and a tightness in her stomach. Why did she feel so terrified? Why had she dreamed that in the first place? Honestly, this wasn't the place or time to think about that, but she couldn't help it. She delved into her thoughts, analyzing the reasons behind her dream. Her mother sometimes said that a person's deepest fears and desires were hidden in dreams. If that were true, then her dream might suggest that she was afraid of the dark. But since when? She didn't remember feeling so affected by the lack of light, though perhaps her fear didn't come from ordinary darkness, but rather from the kind of darkness that comprised her and the thing. Was she afraid of the thing? That could be it. While the little thing had never seriously harmed her and only attacked when attacked, it was still potentially dangerous. She'd never met a creature with a stinger more lethal than hers. It was something to be scared of. Perhaps that was partly why she disliked the container. If she wanted to, she could kill her without much trouble, especially given how close it stayed, even entering her house as if it were her own. And all this aside, why did it insist on following her everywhere? Why didn't it leave her alone? Why didn't it stay at the bottom of the abyss, living with all the other shadows? Yes, perhaps it was the fear of the unknown that had her like this. Having such a dangerous being and not knowing what he intended was her torment. She would never live peacefully with him. Perhaps she should consider running away from home. But where? And how could she ensure he didn't follow her? The sound of earth moving brought her out of her thoughts. With luck, she saw a lump coming to attack her, but with her highly trained reflexes, she managed to pull out her needle and impale the attacker. What luck. The earth digger she was chasing had leaped straight at her. Now she wouldn't die of hunger. However, he made a mistake. Instead of killing his prey on the spot, he should have moved it away from the cave before doing so, since the dunker is always live in packs, and unfortunately for Hornet, the creature's agonized scream alerted its companions, who emerged from the ground in large numbers. Upon seeing the corpse and its killer, they became furious and attacked it. Leaving her prey aside, Hornet threw her needle to stick it in the ceiling and, using the thread she always carried, propelled herself away from the insects. Curiously, although she was a good warrior, her best skill was fleeing. 3 throws of her needle would have been enough to abandon the cave and leave her pursuers behind, but that day she wasn't well. Her distracted mind caused her to miss the last shot, causing her to fall and giving the beasts time to catch her. She was preparing to throw her needle again when a pair of these bugs emerged from the ground in front of her and attacked her. She managed to dodge them, but one of them managed to reach one of her legs, injuring her with its jaws. Furious, she kicked the creature and began to run towards the exit, ignoring the pain she felt. Some of the ground diggers were catching up with her, but she drove them away by launching quick superficial attacks with her needle. This dissuaded them from following her, and she was able to get to safety. Panting, bruised, and empty-handed, Hornet collapsed on the floor outside the cave. That hunting trip had been a fiasco, and now she would go hungry. Something wasn't quite right with her today. She'd never been so wrong before. But things could get even worse. Outside the cave, standing with its gaze fixed on her, was the thing. It had followed her again, probably since she left home. Her stealth skills were getting better and better. Unlike previous occasions, this time she wasn't able to detect it, or perhaps she was so distracted she didn't notice. The little boy approached her and, as if mockingly, showed her the carcass of a recently hunted cavalier. Furious and indignant, Hornet started to walk away from him, but the pain in her leg made it difficult to move, and she couldn't help but let out a moan. The little boy, somewhat worried, walked over to her, but the princess put her needle first. "If you come any closer, I'll nail you." She knew the container could avoid her, but for some reason she kept her distance and let it walk away on its own. At night, the warrior tossed and turned in her bed, tormented by the emptiness in her stomach. She was so hungry she even felt cold. She had never experienced such hunger before. When she was little, her mother made sure she never lacked anything, and when she was older, alone, she was so skilled at hunting that she never returned home without a kill. This was all the thing's fault. Her head was a jumble, and because of it, she couldn't concentrate. Perhaps her only option was to fight it and pray for survival. Perhaps that was what the thing wanted. To fight it and finish it once and for all. Although she had to admit it was very noble of it to seek a fair and concerted fight instead of attacking it from behind. Suddenly, she felt a couple of thuds on the floor and sat up. A safe distance away was the container with its stinger sticking out. She had used it to deliver the thuds that alerted her to his presence. After the morning's experience, she had decided to warn the girl standing there every time she appeared. No doubt that had been a gesture of good faith, but Hornet, in her hunger-fueled delirium, saw it as a sign of aggression. If she showed up with her stinger out, he would surely intend to attack her. But how filthy of her to do so when she was hurt and tired. However, her pride prevented her from begging for mercy, even if it cost her her life. She grabbed her needle, which she always left within reach, and got into a fighting stance. When the little one saw her with such an aggressive attitude, he made a silent scandal and pointed at her in alarm. Of course, Hornet, as always, understood his signs and gestures perfectly. "Why did I take my needle? Isn't it obvious? Let's fight." He pointed at the girl's bandaged leg. "That doesn't matter, a warrior doesn't make excuses to refuse a meeting." This time the little one showed his sting and pointed at the girl in the red cloak while looking at her with a confused face. "You despised me. There's a reason you come before me with your stinger out, you come to challenge me." He waved his hands denying everything, and with a series of gestures he made it clear that he had no intention of fighting with her. "So why did you come?" At that, the little boy put away his goat and pulled some food from under his cloak. It was a finely chopped and roasted cavasuelo steak. At the sight of the food, the girl's mouth watered and her stomach growled as she demanded she go get it, but she ignored it. She stood there, watching the little boy with a serious expression. "What do you intend?" He looked at her with a confused face. "I want to know why you're here. You've been stalking me for a week. You won't leave me alone. You watch me like a ghost. You look at me in this strange way and I don't understand why. And it drives me crazy. Why are you here and not going back to the hole you came from? Do you want to have a fight with me? Do I owe you something? Do you expect something from me?" This time, the container chose to approach Hornet. She looked at it suspiciously, waiting to see what it would do. There was nothing hostile about it, but she couldn't let her guard down. She leaned forward slightly to jump in case it was planning to attack her, but the pain in her leg made it difficult, so she clenched the needle in her hand in frustration. The container continued to approach until it was finally in front of the warrior. She left the food she was carrying to one side next to it, then she placed one hand on Hornet's chest and another on her own. This action made her open her eyes in shock. "Are you staying with me because we're brothers?" He nodded effusively and opened his arms pointing at something large. "You, me, and the 10,527 containers at the bottom of the abyss are brothers according to you." He looked at her angrily and crossed his arms. "Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I understand your point. If we're made of the same material and have the same father, we could consider ourselves brothers, but the truth is, I've never seen you as a family." The little boy's sad look upon hearing these words was indescribable. "Huh? Wait, don't be like that, I didn't mean to." He lowered his head and looked to the side. "I didn't ask you to come here in the first place. If I peered into the abyss it was to give you back your mask. I didn't expect or want you to follow me." He clenched his hands and looked at Hornet with determination. "Me in trouble? But I'm perfectly fine. Before you arrived, I'd never missed a hunt. I've never lacked anything. I have my house, I have my needle, I have everything I need." He looked at her seriously and opened his arms, pointing at everything around him. "I don't mind being alone, really." This time the little one hugged her and looked at her sweetly. Hornet simply couldn't bear the gesture and ended up letting out everything she had inside. "Okay, yes, it's true that I feel alone, I can't fit in with society, they see me as a savage, but that's how I've gotten used to living, always fighting while they lived immersed in their world of fantasies imposed by the radiance. Now suddenly everyone wakes up and starts making a new society, one where I have no place. My only home is here, in these ruins of a disappeared tribe. There are no weavers left, I've searched for them, my mother is gone, nor her village. I have no one." The container tightened its embrace and smiled at the warrior, who looked at it with pity, until she finally succumbed to it. "Okay, fine, I accept it, it will be good to have some company." This time the little boy let go and looked at her happily, even jumping up and down a little in excitement. Without wasting any time, he forced his sister to sit down and practically shoved the food he had brought her in her face. Yes, yes, I'm going to eat, don't despair, geez, you can really be irritating." The little boy sat next to her and watched her eat with relish. It was obvious he was hungry. He practically devoured the cavasuelo steaks, after which he wore an expression of complete satisfaction, as if it had been the best thing he'd ever eaten. He then looked at his brother with gratitude for a few moments, before changing his expression to a more thoughtful one. You know, I was thinking it's kind of complicated to refer to you as the thing. It's true that I once called you Little Ghost, but maybe I should give you a more practical name." The boy's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought of being named, and he tugged at Hornet's cloak, letting her know he was more than happy to. "Okay, I'll give you one, but don't rush me, I have to think." Unfortunately, the container was very impatient and kept tugging at Hornet's cape, asking for her name. With this constant annoyance, she couldn't think straight, so she ended up blurting out the first thing that came to mind. "Okay, your name will be Hollow." At the mention of the name the creature dropped his sister's cloak and after a few minutes without showing any reaction, he looked at her with disappointment. "What? You don't like it? I told you I needed to think about it carefully, although I'm not good at naming things either, but ugh. I'm sorry, it's just that when I remember you were an empty vessel, I can't help but think of Hollow, but I can think of something else." Hollow quickly shook his head, implying that everything was fine, then rested his head on his sister's shoulder with a happy expression. Hornet, of course, as always, understood the little one's gestures as clearly as if they had been expressed in words. "This is the precious name my sister gave me, for that reason alone it is the most beautiful name in the world." "You really are an irritating brother," was all Hornet could answer. In the hot springs. That day Hollow and Hornet decided that they would take a short trip to the hot springs that were near Deep Nest. Hornet's leg had not managed to heal properly, mainly because of her as she refused to rest, so they opted to resort to the healing properties of those waters. Hollow managed to hunt some food along the way, and Hornet collected some edible weeds. Although the main objective was to heal the warrior's leg, they planned to take advantage of the occasion to have a picnic, something that the little one was very excited about. It was his first time in an activity like that, although for him most of the things he did with his sister were a novelty, from cleaning the house to repairing the roof. His existence as a defective container had taken away many of his everyday life experiences. The good thing is that he was very talented and learned everything quickly, so he was never a hindrance to Hornet. When they reached the pond, the first to dive into the water was Hollow, who, like an excited little boy, tossed aside the pieces of food they had collected and jumped into the water, splashing everything around him. He sank down until he was covered in the liquid and then surfaced again, enjoying the pleasant warmth that enveloped his body. Then he looked at his sister at the edge of the lake, collecting the food she had left behind and arranging it in a pile. Somewhat annoyed that Hornet was wasting her time on such things, he began to splash around to get her attention. "Ugh, don't splash me," Hornet complained, finishing ordering the food. "You have to learn that you can't just leave things lying around like that." He crossed his arms, somewhat annoyed by the sermon, and hit the water, raising a few drops in the process. "Yeah, I'm coming." "Ugh, you're seriously irritating." The warrior looked at the water and then at the red cape she was wearing. She assessed the situation for a moment and then decided to remove it. The little boy watched in alarm as his sister peeled off her clothes and nervously hit the water, wanting to know what was happening. "Stop bothering me, Hollow," she scolded him. "I'm just taking off my cloak because I don't want to ruin it." Hollow took one of the corners of his own cloak and lifted it up, showing how it was absolutely soaked and still in good condition. "You cannot compare your cloak to mine. Yours is just an ordinary cloth made for common nights. It's nothing elegant or refined. My cloak, on the other hand, is special. My mother wove it especially for me with her own thread. This garment is made with the quality that someone of royalty would wear, and since there are no more weavers in Hallownest, there will never be work like this again. Therefore, it is very valuable, and I must take great care of it." He simply shrugged and let himself float relaxed in the water. Hornet meanwhile finished carefully folding her clothes and left them next to the food, after which she walked delicately towards the water with her dark body uncovered, revealing her black skin, made of that strange material unlike that of any normal insect. As soon as her body was submerged in the warm liquid, she began to feel immediate relief in her knee. It was as if her energy and health had magically returned. She closed her eyes, entranced by the sensations coursing through her, and relaxed, enjoying the moment. But it was only for a moment because Hollow playfully began throwing water in her face. Worm, this boy seriously had too much energy. At first, she felt like scolding him, but then she dismissed the idea. They were there to have fun. And what better way to do it than with a water fight? Hollow might have beaten her in a stinger fight, but she'd win now. Both boys began throwing water at each other while laughing and playing around, like a pair of children having a fun afternoon. Engrossed in their games, neither of them noticed the presence of an unwanted visitor. In fact, they were completely off guard. That hot spring was rarely visited, both because it was so remote and because few insects knew how to reach it. But on this occasion, a creature managed to reach the place, apparently guided by the smell of the food they had been carrying, because as soon as it arrived at the hot springs, it completely ignored those who were bathing and headed directly for the snacks. The insect was apparently some kind of antlerless beetle. It didn't seem very fast or very strong, but wow, it was stealthy. No one saw or felt it. So the creature approached the pile of food, took as much as it could in its arms, and prepared to leave. But suddenly, it noticed the pretty red cloak beside it. It approached and touched the fabric. Soft, light, firm, and a very pretty color. Never in its life had it seen such a beautiful garment. It looked back where it saw the pair of brothers playing peacefully. Just in case, they hadn't seen it, so since it had had the opportunity, why not take the garment too? After a while of playing, Hollow and Hornet emerged from the water ready to eat something, but to their surprise, they found only a few scraps of food left. The younger one was furious about this and was about to take out his stinger in search of revenge, but a disturbance in the air stopped him. A shiver ran down his spine, and when he turned around, he found his sister on the verge of tears, staring at the empty space where her clothes should have been. "My cloak, my beautiful red cloak, the memory of my mother." Alarmed, Hollow ran up to her and began to remove his own cloak to offer it to her. "No, Hollow, you don't need to do that, after all yours is too small for me and it's not the same way in my cloak." He ran to hug the girl, worried, trying to comfort her and stop her from crying. "And now how am I going to get out of here? I'm naked." "Right. Hollow, I'm naked. Now you can see my body exposed. Everyone will see that I am made of shadows, I am not a normal being." "That's right, my cape wasn't just because it looked pretty, it was so they wouldn't see my body made of shadows. I can't go out in public without anything on. There are already enough weird stories about me out there without now adding the fact that I'm not a normal creature." The little boy hit his chest and looked at her determinedly. "You're going to find the thief of my cloak. How the hell are you going to do that? Bueno no cl lugares my grand no creo que. Está bien, confío en ti, entonces supongo que mi quitter qui esperandit hasta que regreses con mi capa o con cualquier cosa que encuentres por ahí para poder cubrirme en una situación desesperada, la verdad no voy a ser quisculosa. Dicho esto, Hollow con su entusiasmo habitual parcio corriendo a buscar al ladrón, mientras que Hornet se tuvo que quitar en el lugar esperandolo. A menudo la tarea más dura suele ser para cada quien le toca esperar. Hornet no era una chica muy paciente, y se había visto en su incapacidad para quedarse tranquila hasta que su pierna sonara. Si hubiera sido por ella habría salido a buscar al ladrón de su ropa ella misma, pero la vergüenza de que la vieran desnuda la mantenía en su sitio. Camino impaciente por el lugar durante un rato, luego se comió los restos de la comida que no habían sido robados y después camino por las aguas termales, patiendo el liquido tratando de deshacerse de la rabia que comenzaba a crecer en su interior. Finalmente aburrida empezó a hacer algunos inventos raros, tomó su aguja y la clavo del techo que no estaba muy alto, luego con el hilo que estaba atado a él se improvisó una especie de columpio, en el cual se montó y comenzó a balanzarse. El columpio de hilo era una de las pocas habilidades de las arañas que Hornet había aprendido correctamente, aunque no hacía mucho uso de ella, porque no tenía utilidad práctica realmente. De hecho, no recordaba cuando había sido la última vez que se había columpiado. El balancio en el aire comenzaba a calmarla y a ponerla de buen humor a pesar de su situación, incluso ya estaba pensando en invitar a Hollow a balanzarse con él próximamente. Estaba cantando mientras colgaba del techo cuando un murmullo captó su atención. "Hollow?" Preguntó esperanzada de que su hermano hubiera llegado, pero lamentablemente no era así. De pena para Hornet que las aguas termales estuvieran tan inusualmente concurridas este día, pues debajo de ella, observándola con sorpresa y quizás algo de temor había una cochinilla, una que por alguna razón le parecía familiar, juraba haber visto a una cochinilla usando un pañuelo en la cabeza antes, aunque al parecer le faltaba algo para calzar con sus recuerdos quizás una máscara. Rápidamente desclavó su aguja del techo y se dejó caer al agua para que el liquido la ocultara. The insect that had sighted her was a rather curious fellow, a lover of knowledge, and eager to discover the world's great secrets. It was precisely a mystery that had brought him to that remote corner of Hallownest. Before leaving for other kingdoms, he had heard rumors of a strange, lethal, swift, but very beautiful creature, an insect that didn't seem to belong to any known species, but that somehow resembled a spider and a wasp. It was the desire to sight this being that led him to make one last trip to the bowels of the kingdom. The being he had seen now was undoubtedly quite strange. It had an absolutely black and very thin body that seemed to lack a shell, and it hung from the ceiling by a thread, just like a spider would, that fit well with the rumors of the beast, but it also had elongated antlers that were somewhat reminiscent of some species of beetle that he hadn't heard of. Could that thing he had seen in the distance be the being he was looking for? Because at the moment the part that it looked like a wasp didn't make much sense to him. Suddenly his quick reflexes alerted him of a blunt object heading towards him. He barely managed to dodge it by moving his head slightly, and he managed to distinguish that the attacking weapon was a needle thrown from afar. Yes, that was a combat technique very typical of wasps. He had found his target, now he had to get out alive. The creature retrieved the needle from its place in the water, using the thread attached to the instrument. This time, the woodlouse was able to appreciate the mysterious creature in all its splendor, as it had decided to stop hiding underwater and was now standing ready to battle. Her body was undoubtedly slender and elegant, but for some reason her face seemed quite familiar. Hadn't she seen this insect before? Perhaps, but something was missing. A red cape, perhaps. "You," the creature said, trembling and deeply affected. "You dared to see me naked. Now I can't let you leave alive." That voice, he definitely knew it. It was the unreasonable girl who had attacked him when he'd arrived in Hallownest. From the impression he'd gotten of her when he'd first met her, he could tell she was an impatient person, the type who never listened to others. She was definitely in trouble, especially now that she'd decided to leave the warrior's path and abandon her stinger in the Blue Lake. Meanwhile, Hollow had been wandering around the hiding places of Deep Nest trying to find the thief, but his task was a bit difficult, both because the insects in the area were not very cooperative or willing to talk, and because he was unable to ask. Of course, he had no voice, and the only one who understood him was Hornet. Apparently, he couldn't find the bug using normal methods. He had no choice but to use his cunning. To do this, he relied on the assumption that the insect he was looking for was a thief, someone who was always stealing, and to catch it, he would have to lay out bait. He was a little sorry to have to use such a time-consuming method to retrieve his sister's cloak, but it was the only plan he had. So he set out to hunt some easy prey, then cooked it a little, just enough to give off some scent, then left it somewhere conspicuous and hid nearby to wait for his target. The plan itself was sound, the problem was that Hollow didn't take into account the possibility that there was more than one thief around. The little one didn't know it, but Deepnest was rife with all sorts of opportunists and profiteers, who of course wouldn't waste a chance to get a free meal without any effort. A good number of crawling insects appeared on the scene, guided by the smell of the roasting food. All of them wanted to eat, but none wanted to share, so the group got into a rather lively fight. For his part, Hollow watched the fight, quite disappointed with the poor results of his plan, although he couldn't deny that the fight was quite interesting, to the point that he ended up getting distracted and forgetting why he was there. Fortunately for Hollow, the bug he was looking for was the king of the scoundrels, the most elusive and skilled of the louts who populated that hovel. The bug, like the others, also showed up looking for free food, but he was smarter. Instead of charging into battle with the rest, he quietly slipped away unnoticed and stole the food. Hollow saw everything from his position, he almost missed the thief, but the striking color of the cape he was wearing made his attention focus on him. Taking a cautious attitude, the little boy followed him stealthily at a certain distance, waiting for him to stop somewhere quiet so he could confront him. When the murmur of insects fighting faded into the distance, the thief in red stopped and looked back to make sure no one was following him. As he saw no one, he continued on his way to the cave he called home. The beetle entered the dark corner where he lived, humming happily. He celebrated the good loot of the day. He had obtained 2 good meals and a nice cape without much effort. He couldn't feel luckier. He should have bought the lottery ticket with all the luck he had. But his good fortune was destined to end. The beetle heard a slight scraping of earth, turned to look, and found himself staring at a small creature, resembling a young horned beetle, expressionlessly staring at him. The little fellow was wearing a grayish lilac cloak, of a noticeably inferior quality to his own. What was that child doing there? Did he want him to share his food with him? Ha! Out of the question. The world belonged to the smartest and strongest. If he wanted to eat, he'd have to find it himself. Then, to his surprise, the little boy pulled a stinger out of his clothes, a rather beautiful and shiny one. Where had he gotten such a piece? The beetle didn't know much about weapons, but the thing seemed to be of good quality. The container then extended one of its hands, demanding something from him. The insect tilted its head in confusion. Did it really think the container was going to hand over something just because it asked for it and showed it its stinger? He played along anyway, pointing at the food, asking if that was what he wanted. To his surprise, the boy shook his head and took hold of the corner of his own cloak, hinting that what he was looking for was the red garment. The beetle, in truth, didn't need the cloak and it was simply a pleasure to be worn. He could have given it to him and not regretted, but his greedy and selfish heart wouldn't allow it. The beetle then opened its jaws and extended its claws. It wouldn't give him anything. It would attack that brat, kill him, and keep his sting. That way, it would have 2 nice treasures for itself. Maybe it could even pass itself off as a distinguished gentleman. Somehow Hollow assumed that things would end like this, and the truth is that he didn't like the way things were. The reality is that he wasn't a warlike insect, although sometimes he liked to fight, he didn't enjoy killing without a reason, but if someone attacked him, he had no qualms about responding, especially to a perverse and above all weak insect like the one that was targeting him. A flick of his stinger was enough to finish off his opponent, decapitating him. He was very careful not to touch the red cloak with the edge of his weapon. His sister would not forgive him if he tore the garment, especially since neither of them knew how to mend. Soon the container had the insect's corpse at its feet. It carefully undressed it, folded the clothes, and left the cave with it in its arms. However, that wasn't the end of the beetle, as its body, still decapitated, slowly rose. From the hole where its head had been, a pair of glowing eyes could be seen. Then, this living corpse let out a terrifying screech and threw itself at the little knight. Hollow didn't even flinch at this, he looked back and with all the calm in the world, took out his stinger and pierced the beast that had launched itself at him. The corpse crawler, he had a feeling he was one of those pesky creatures. After all, someone capable of stealing another's body is a thief of the soul. But he didn't have time to dwell on that now. His sister was waiting for him, so he dashed toward the hot springs. Meanwhile, returning with Hornet, she was very upset, attacking the intruding woodlouse, mortified that it had seen her naked and above all scared that it saw her as a monster, although the poor thing had not thought about the fact that attacking it like a madwoman made her more fearsome than looking a little strange. When Hollow arrived, he saw his sister attacking an intruder with all her might, but the intruder seemed to have an extraordinary ability to dodge, although because he didn't have a weapon on him, he couldn't respond. That guy moved very well, where had he seen those moves before? Could it be Quirrel? Suddenly Hornet managed to see Hollow out of the corner of her eye, and stopping her attack she faced her brother. "Hollow. Give me my clothes quickly." The little boy wanted to fulfill his sister's order as quickly as possible, so he grabbed a large stone from the ground, wrapped it in his cape and threw it to Hornet, but something didn't go well with his idea, because the warrior, instead of receiving the package with her hands, did it with her head, and from the impact she was left unconscious floating in the water. If Hollow had had a voice, he would have screamed at that moment. By the time Hornet came to, she was already home, lying in bed with a bandage on her head and in a lot of pain. "Oh my head," the girl complained. "What happened? Where am I?" She made an effort to stand up, but before she could raise her head, a hand held her in place and spoke to her calmly and kindly. "Don't get up, friend, you need to rest," said Quirrel. "You?" the warrior exclaimed, feeling her body tense. He had started to look around for his needle and thread, but the sheer effort of doing so made him dizzy. "Hey, take it easy," the woodlouse said. "You took a real hit on the head, so don't overexert yourself." "Who are you?" She looked at him suspiciously. "My name is Quirrel, a former apprentice of Master Monomon, and currently a wandering traveler and explorer." "I see," he narrowed his eyes. "And that's all? What are you talking about? You're not fooling me. Those extraordinary dodging skills of yours aren't those of a common insect. I'll bet you're a stingless warrior. So you went to the hot springs. Were you planning to reveal my identity? Show everyone my abnormality? Or was there something else you wanted? You're still as distrustful as the first time we met when you wanted to kill me and my teacher's mask stopped you. You're the masked pig. I knew it. Yes, I already fulfilled the mission that brought me to these lands, and I was planning to leave the kingdom, but the story of a mysterious creature that lived in these parts seduced me, and I ended up finding you. You saw me naked, you know I'm not a normal insect, are you going to tell my secret to the others?" she asked worriedly. "Well, if that affects you so much, I'll keep quiet. After all, you're the little one's friend. I don't think he'd be very happy that I did something that affected you." "The little one? Oh. Hollow. Where is he? He's been complaining all day about throwing that stone at you. He seems very upset and doesn't want to see you because he's so sad. Should I call him?" "Yes, please." Quirrel almost dragged Hollow to the ground. Hollow put up all the resistance he could but couldn't get out of the insect's grasp. However, as soon as he saw his sister, she opened her arms to welcome him. At this gesture, the little one ran toward her to hug her, but before he could reach Hornet, she gave him a good smack on the head. "Hollow, you idiot. Did you want to kill me?" He lowered his head in sadness. "Silly brother, I forgive you only because you managed to bring my cloak back." "Are they brothers?" Quirrel said in surprise. "Something like that, it's complicated to explain, but you don't need to know it either. So forget about it." It was obvious to Quirrel that there was a secret hidden here, something they didn't want to tell, and his curious personality and obsession with secrets kicked in. His original intentions were simply to make sure the two boys were okay and then leave the kingdom, but he considered staying a little longer, at least until he could satisfy his endless thirst for knowledge. This is how another warm and irritating insect came into Hornet's life. "I received this beautiful fan art that made me laugh out loud." "Art? I don't know if curiosity is a good or bad thing, but I do agree that it can cause some problems. It was my curiosity that led me to become Master Monomon's apprentice and eventually lose my memory and my entire past. Now I'm already wondering if my decision to stay with this strange pair of siblings to study them will have catastrophic consequences in the future. I'm already clear that they're not normal insects. They don't have shells, and their bodies seem to be made of a strange dark matter. They usually hide this by wearing a layer over them. I wanted to study and analyze their bodies, but I don't think it's possible. At first, I politely asked Hornet to let me examine her. She threatened to stick her needle in my guts if I tried with her character. I have no doubt she's capable. Hollow was more open to cooperating with my investigations and let me see what was under his cloak so I could freely observe the strange material that these black-skinned individuals are made of. I could even touch it, it was cold to the touch and softer than a shell. How do they not get damaged with such fragile bodies? I would have liked to do some tests on Hollow, but unfortunately his sister discovered us and beat me up after yelling at me as a pervert. To this day, I don't understand what's going on in his head. Hornet has been quite unfriendly with me ever since and keeps her brother close to her all the time. Does she think I'm some kind of bad influence on him? Maybe she's just very overprotective. She's not very open with other individuals outside her family. She seems to have a certain fear of being seen as a monster. Curiously, Hollow doesn't seem to care. These siblings are as different as night and day. Since it seems Hornet won't allow me to continue investigating Hollow, I have no choice but to try to get her to trust me and tell me her secrets. I hope this happens soon. Living in deepness is not easy. The only safe place is distant village, the rest are plagued by dangerous beasts, and without my own stinger to defend myself, I can't go out on my own. I think I should never have abandoned my stinger in the Blue Lagoon. In fact, now I think that if I intend to travel to other lands, I should get another weapon. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. Hornet opened her eyes that morning and stretched lazily in her bed. She was glad to be able to wake up alone that day. Hollow usually appeared early to interrupt her sleep and ask her to play something. She stood up, still a little sleepy, and started to leave the house while rubbing her eyes, but she didn't even take 3 steps when she tripped over something and fell. She got up a little annoyed, thinking that Hollow had left some toys or something lying around again, but she found a rather large, round, slightly moving bundle. The warrior took some distance and watched enraptured as the ball unrolled, revealing its true insect identity. It was Quirrel who was asleep. One of the things that most caught Hornet's attention about the woodlouse was the way it slept. He found it quite funny that it curled up for this. As he explained, all the woodlouses in the world slept like this. This caused him some tenderness, but of course he would never admit that out loud. When she saw that Quirrel had fully sat up, she crossed her arms, assumed the cold, distant attitude she always had with him, and asked. "Good morning. Are you leaving now?" "What kind of greeting is that?" the insect asked indignantly. "It's the way you greet a home invader who stays overnight even when you don't invite him." "I was invited. Hollow pulled me by the hand and brought me here. You can't forbid your brother from inviting a friend, can you?" Obviously, this response angered Hornet. Hollow is just a kid who doesn't understand a lot of things. Obviously he doesn't find anything strange in inviting a stranger with an unhealthy interest in his body. "Hey. I've already told you that my intentions are merely investigative. In fact, if you told me what you are and what you're made of, I'd leave you alone and go away immediately. I'm not a threat, please. It's not like I'm going to suddenly pull a needle out of nowhere and attack you without any explanation." This random comment hurt Hornet deeply, as she had done exactly that to Hollow a long time ago. She was carefully choosing her words to reply when the sound of knocking behind her interrupted her. Hollow was behind her, and as was his custom, he announced his presence by tapping his stinger on the ground. Immediately, his face softened, and he greeted the little boy cheerfully. "Good morning, Hollow. How did you sleep?" "I see. Do you miss them? Maybe we can visit them one of these days." There it was again, that strange silent communication the boys could maintain. It was one of the mysteries that most intrigued Quirrel. When he first met Hollow, he assumed he was simply a very quiet boy who liked listening to people talk. It had never occurred to him that he was capable of expressing an idea in some kind of language he couldn't understand, but now that he saw him talking to Hornet, he wondered how this curious system of communication based on gestures worked. Unfortunately, when he asked Hornet how she managed to talk to her brother, she wasn't very kind in her answer. "Do I really have to explain to you how to talk to a Hollow? But it's something as obvious as talking to any insect, you just have to look at it carefully, and you'll immediately know what it means." Perhaps it was obvious to her, she knew him well and they had grown up together, he assumed, because until now he didn't know the story of the 2 brothers, it was obvious that she would understand. Suddenly he felt his hand being taken and gently tugged. He looked down and found the small container trying to get his attention, as if inviting him to go somewhere while waving its stinger next to it. "Huh? What's up, buddy? Do you need anything?" Quirrel asked, not understanding the little boy's behavior. "You really still can't understand this?" Hornet said. "Hollow is inviting you to hunt, that's abundantly clear." "Ah, I see. I'm sorry, my friend, but unfortunately I don't possess a stinger, therefore I can't hunt. I'm not even capable of defending myself at this moment. I would be nothing more than a hindrance in your path. You truly don't know how much I regret having gotten rid of my needle. Now I see that it was not the appropriate time to leave it. Someone who wishes to travel must always be able to defend themselves. So from what I understand, if you haven't left this town, is it because you don't have a stinger?" "That's just one of the reasons. I also told you that I'm not leaving because I want to satisfy my curiosity about you. And I've already told you I'm not going to reveal anything." Hornet narrowed her eyes and then abruptly turned her back on him. "Anyway, I think it would be good if you got a stinger of your own so you could hunt. I don't like the idea of keeping slackers. I know Hollow has made sure to bring you food, but I don't want to go through with it. We need to get you a weapon. I would really be delighted to have one, although it might cost a bit to obtain it. After the fall of the king, the Knights Guild no longer exists, and not many people are interested in carrying goads, so goad forgers are not very necessary. You would have to buy an imported weapon, and I don't think it would be cheap." At that moment Hollow began to jump excitedly, drawing the attention of the elders. Of course, the only one who understood it was Hornet. "Do you know a stinger? How so? I see that guy must be quite the master. I've never asked you where you got that pretty weapon before, but I see it's quite a story. Okay, we'll go with him. You guide us, Hollow." He raised his head and immediately hardened his expression as he looked at Quirrel. "Move it, lazy." "Whatever you say, miss," the insect replied resignedly. The Stingersmith Hollow spoke of lived in a deep corner located in the Queen's Gardens. Normally that would have been an all-day trip, but thanks to the old dear, always willing to explore the tunnels of the kingdom, they shortened the distance a lot. When they climbed off the old insect's back, the only one who stayed to thank him was Quirrel, who also offered him a small snack. Of course, he couldn't stay long because the warrior yelled at him to hurry. The insect ran to catch up with the two brothers before they got too far away, then scolded the girl. "You know, since that old bug is doing us the favor of taking us wherever we ask for free, it wouldn't hurt if you thanked him. He does it because he likes it, besides, why are you scolding me?" Hollow didn't say anything either. It's not like he can do it anyway, but he still gave the deer a grateful look, so that counts as a thank you. "And then you say you can't understand Hollow?" "Yes, but that is touché." From this brief exchange of words, it can be said that both remained meditating for a while. The place where the Stinger Forge was living was quite different from anything they could have imagined. The place was more of an art studio rather than a forge. It was filled with paint, canvases, sculptures and all sorts of art materials. "Hollow, are you sure the Stingersmith lives here?" The little boy nodded fervently and then went deeper into the room, searching for its occupant. He finally found him at the back, working with some clay on a sculpture that, for the moment, looked quite misshapen. The enormous robust insect, sensing the visitor's presence, interrupted his task and fixed his eyes on him. A sweet smile immediately appeared on his face. "Well, if it isn't my little friend, it's been a while since you've been here. Have you come to immerse yourself in the exciting world of art? Those who want to share this passion are always welcome." Hello?" Hornet interrupted, approaching her brother, Quirrel following close behind her. "Wow, I see you've brought some friends. Are they interested in art too?" "Not much, really," Hornet quickly replied. "We came here because we need your services as a blacksmith. My friend here needs a new stinger, and according to Hollow, you're one of the best blacksmiths around." "Hollow?" The enormous insect looked at the aforementioned with interest. "So that's your name? I hadn't realized, but until now you'd never told me, Jojo, how absent-minded I am. Although now that I think about it, in the past I was never really interested in those who required my services. They were just empty entities in charge of bringing me materials to work with. I never cared about their names or their destinations, but that has changed. Now I've started a new life, far from the heat of the forge, but surrounded by the warmth of life. Now I'm a different kind of creator, one dedicated to beauty and charm. I've abandoned the solitary life of the blacksmith and I don't intend to return to it, so I'm afraid I won't be able to take your commission, miss." "What? But you're a blacksmith. Can't you do us the favor of making one last stinger? We really need it, we'll pay you well." "No, I'm no longer interested in something as trivial as money. What nature gives is enough to live on. As long as I have food for my body and soul, I don't need anything else. Is there nothing I can do to change your mind? Is there anything you want?" "I already have everything I want, sorry young lady, but you'll have to find another insect for the job." The old blacksmith's refusal greatly annoyed the warrior, but she couldn't force him to work. She had no choice but to leave empty-handed. She turned around without saying anything, and when she was nearing the exit, another burly insect with large eyes entered the room. This one was carrying some plants with colorful flowers, which it threw to the ground as soon as it saw Hornet. Then, raising its arms as if celebrating the chance encounter, it shouted. "The muse. The muse has appeared." "What?" To say the girl was bewildered was an understatement. "You're the muse I've been looking for," Shio said, grabbing Hornet by the shoulders. "Dude. The muse I needed has finally appeared." "Was that young lady what you needed to overcome your artistic block?" the blacksmith asked. "Of course, it's what I needed and more. Look at her. She's beautiful. Those slender legs, those antlers, those elongated eyes, everything about her is perfect." All these comments from the artist made Hornet feel increasingly embarrassed. No one had ever referred to her with adjectives like beautiful. They usually described her as fierce, terrifying, or terrible. "Please, my muse, allow me to contemplate your beauty and paint a picture of you." "What this do you want to paint me?" "Of course, a graceful creature like you must be captured on canvas." Hornet's face was as red as the cape she was wearing. At that moment she just wanted to be swallowed by the earth and finally burst when she saw a kind of mocking smile on Quirrel's face. "No. I don't want to be painted, this is embarrassing." Shio's face turned disappointed as soon as he heard Hornet's statement, but of course he wasn't going to give up that easily. "Please be my model. It won't be difficult. I need you. These past few weeks, I've had a lot of trouble finding inspiration. No drawing ever convinces me, no matter what I do, nothing looks right and I feel unmotivated. But just seeing you makes me want to paint again. I'll reward you for that." I said no. And I don't want anything. I just want to get out of here. Wait, young lady. The stinger suddenly said. You said before that you needed a stinger for your friend, right? Honestly, even though I'm retired, I could make an exception for you if you cooperate with Shio. He's really been very depressed lately about not being able to make art the way he wants, and nothing would make me happier than being able to help him. Pose for him, be his model, it won't cost you anything. I said no. The determined warrior shouted. After saying those words, she took out her needle and stuck it into the ceiling, then using her thread, she propelled herself out of the studio. Even her movements are graceful and beautiful, Shio said, his eyes shining with excitement, which suddenly subsided when he remembered he wouldn't be able to use her as a model. It's a shame my mind can't retain that beauty long enough to capture it in a painting. Quirrel suddenly intervened. I think I'll go talk to her. Wait a minute. The woodlouse hurried out of the room to catch up with Hornet. Hollow tried to follow, but Quirrel stopped him, telling him he'd take care of everything and to wait for him there. The little one calmly obeyed and returned to the two burly insects who owned the place. Well, you wait for your friend, Shio said, how about some painting lessons? Quirrel walked around the area, guided more by his intuition than anything else, although he also took the trouble to look for clues, such as needle holes, although it was difficult to find them in the vegetation of that area. However, after a lot of searching, he managed to find the girl, who was sitting next to a pool of water, hugging her legs with a dejected face. Finally, I found you, Quirrel said, sitting down next to her. Don't you think that way of leaving was a little rude? You're acting like a wild child who can't even say thank you or goodbye. Shut up, you don't understand anything, she said, burying her head between her legs. I was so embarrassed. And why are you so embarrassed? Does it bother you when people tell you you're pretty? That's not true. I'm not pretty. I'm a monster, an artificial being made of darkness trying to hide its abnormality with this cloak. Would you want to paint this strange body without a shell? Wow, it seems to really bother you that you're a little different from everyone else, but nobody said you had to take off your cape to be portrayed. In fact, that garment is almost a part of you. Honestly, I don't understand much about these artistic things, but that painter liked the way you looked, just the way you are now. And I don't know if this will make you feel any better, but when I saw you the other day hanging naked from your string swing over the hot springs, I also thought you were very pretty. At that moment, Quirrel received a blow to the head from Hornet, who looked at him with a red face. Pervert, the girl said. What? Why? Just because. That's not a decent answer. You don't deserve decent answers. Quirrel sighed, unable to understand the girl. From experience, he knew that women were somewhat complicated, but Hornet seemed to be even more so than the average woman. They both headed to Master Shio's studio where Hornet would finally submit to being portrayed. Although the warrior was somewhat nervous at first, she calmed down greatly when she saw that no one made her remove her cloak. They simply placed a chair in the center of the room and asked her to sit there quietly. Shio would be the one to photograph her, while the stinger forger would retreat from the studio to his former home, where he kept his forge and some materials to create the promised stinger. Hornet sat for about half an hour staring into space, lost in her thoughts, trying to make the time pass quickly. Occasionally, she watched Shio brush his way across the canvas like a stab, but the insect didn't seem very convinced by her work. There's something missing here, the man said, grimacing. There's definitely something missing here, what could it be? Wait a minute. I've got it. Shio put aside his brushes and ran to get a couple of extra chairs which he put on either side of Hornet. After that he took Hollow and sat him on one of them, then he asked Quirrel to take the other seat. After that he returned to his post behind the canvas. So do we all have to pose now? Quirrel asked. Feel honored, you are now part of the beautiful scene I am creating. No one said anything else, and so the afternoon passed. Hornet and Quirrel exchanged a few words from time to time, trying not to move too much so as not to spoil Shio's scene. After a few hours, the painter finally finished his work. Coincidentally, he did so at the same time the stingersmith returned from work with a new weapon in his hands. The old insect offered the artifact to its new owner, who gladly accepted. Wow, that's really good work, the woodlouse exclaimed, brandishing his new stinger. I'd even say it's better than my old one, thank you very much, sir. He's not young at all. I'll do anything to see my teacher create his wonderful works of art. By the way, how's the painting coming along? I just finished it, my friend, Shio replied proudly. Let me see. The prominent insect approached the canvas and took a good look at it. Wow, this really is the best work you've done in a long time. Congratulations, and you were right about that girl being the perfect model. With years of experience, my artistic senses have sharpened, anyway. Now this little piece belongs to you, he said, taking the painting and handing it to Hornet. Is that mine? She seemed quite confused. But you painted it. I painted it, but I don't need to keep the painting. The great experience was painting it. The duty of admiring it belongs to the world, and for that, the work must leave here for distant lands where more people can't see it. That's why I give it to you and thank you for your help. Now ideas for paintings are flowing through my mind. I can't wait to start the next one. Wow, I don't know what to say. A thank you would be nice, Quirrel whispered in her ear. I will thank you. Blushing a little, the young woman gave a slight bow and left the place, closely followed by her little brother. Well, I think I'll retire too, Quirrel said. We have no more unfinished business here. It's truly been a pleasant experience sharing with you, and I hope our paths cross again sometime soon. You're always welcome here, Shio said with a smile. Take care of yourselves and try to tame that girl a little. She's not a bad girl, but she lacks some social skills. Yes, don't worry, I'll take care of her, goodbye and thanks for everything. The painting Hornet received soon became one of her favorite treasures. Until that day, she had never been interested in artwork of any kind, but that image made her smile. The three of them were portrayed with such grace and energy that they seemed alive. The painting also conveyed sweetness and joy, as if they were a happy family. From then on, that painting always hung on the wall in Hornet's house. City of Tears. Quirrel walked happily along the winding roads of Deepnest as he headed toward distant village. He'd gone for a stroll around the place. Now that he had a stinger of his own, he could afford to do just that. It wasn't exactly the best prospect either, but it was better than staying alone in the depressing abandoned village while Hollow and Hornet went out hunting or doing whatever. Soon he reached the lagoon at the foot of the hanging village. At first, when he first arrived, reaching the houses high above was an odyssey, but Hornet had recently built a rope ladder, which he always left hanging so he could climb. The girl's attitude had improved a lot over the days, to the point that she had even made some considerate gestures toward him, and their conversations no longer seemed like hidden arguments. He climbed the ladder to the heights where the sinister houses where the ancient spiders of Hallownest used to live were located. The climb was quite exhausting, so when he reached his destination, he had to rest for a while to catch his breath. Perhaps his age was catching up with him. It was hard to tell. He didn't even know when he was born. Suddenly a scream coming from a house higher up brought him out of his thoughts. No, Hollow. I told you to go left. No. Ugh. It's even more tangled now. Wondering what trouble the brothers had gotten themselves into now, the woodlouse hurried up to the house. The sight he found upon entering was magnificent. Hornet and Hollow were on the floor, tangled in some kind of poorly made fabric full of knots and loose stitches. The tangle of thread was such a mess that the youngsters were unable to move. What are you supposed to be playing at? Quirrel, help us. We're trapped in the tangle of thread and it's almost time for dinner. If we don't escape from here, we'll soon die of hunger. Such a statement made the warrior laugh. He had to admit, the situation was funny, and it wasn't like Hornet had gone so long without eating, but now that he knew her better, he knew that she didn't tolerate hunger well. Finally, he decided to help them, and with some patience and great care, he managed to untangle all the knots and free the boys. The truth was, the tangle of thread wasn't that tangled, but the captive's lack of patience and observation made it impossible to undo. Once they were free, they set about preparing something quick to eat before Hornet fainted. I see your attempts at knitting something decent haven't gone so well, Quirrel said as he scooped some stew out of the pot and gave it to Hornet. Ag, shut up, it's not easy, especially if you don't remember exactly how to do it. I'd love to see you knitting. Hollow patted her sister on the back encouragingly. I appreciate the support, but I'd rather you avoided helping me in the future. I think things were worse than usual today thanks to you. The little one lowered his gaze, giving an impression of dejection. Hey. Don't be discouraged by that, it's not that bad, not everyone can knit. I think that advice applies to you too, Hornet, the woodlouse said, wanting to annoy the girl. Don't interfere. This is a sibling conversation. Anyway, let's change the subject. This stew is delicious. Did you put anything special in it? Poison? The Hornet spat out what was in her mouth, although it was also the last bite. I was joking, the insect responded, receiving a blow to the head from Hornet's empty plate. What kind of joke is that? The girl shouted indignantly. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I wanted to know if insects of your species are immune to poisons. Judging by your reaction, I don't think so. Don't mess with my food, Hornet said, her eyes watering. Seeing his sister so upset angered Hollow, who glared accusingly at Quirrel. Seeing that he had made a mistake, he quickly apologized. Okay, I'm sorry, I won't do anything like that again, dry those tears, what I actually put in the food were spices. Spices? Yes, while I was out walking I met a lost traveler and helped him. In gratitude, he gave me some spices that I used in today's meal. I see what I usually eat is much more simple. Do you think we could obtain spices somehow in the future? They sell those things at the City of Tears market. If you want, we can go shopping tomorrow. Hornet made a face of disgust at the idea of going to that place. She had her reasons for avoiding it, but she didn't want to talk about them with Quirrel. Oh well, it's not that big of a deal either, said the warrior resignedly. Are you sure? Without the spices, the food will taste boring again, and I'm unlikely to meet another traveler anytime soon. You'll never eat another tasty stew like this again. It would be a shame to miss out on something like this. Okay, tomorrow we'll go buy spices. Quirrel smiled surreptitiously at the girl's statement. He had taken very seriously the mission of making Hornet socialize more. Taking her to the market seemed like a good idea to achieve this. It was a good thing that her love for food was greater than her dislike for people. The next day, they took a deer on the way to the station in the City of Tears. As soon as the old bug stopped, Quirrel and Hornet jumped off, but for some reason, Hollow chose to stay on top. What's wrong, Hollow? Why aren't you coming down? The girl asked, puzzled. Are you going to visit our brothers? Okay, try not to get home too late, okay? The little one nodded in response, and the old, scurrying insect set off again. The two older ones watched him walk away in silence until Quirrel interrupted him with a question. Do you have more siblings? Yes, 10,527 brothers to be exact. So many? What, is it an ant colony? No, we have nothing to do with ants. His parents must have loved each other very much to leave so many offspring. I don't know what the relationship between Hollow's parents was like, but at least my mother hated her father. Are they only siblings on their father's side? And are there other siblings too? Are they like Hollows and don't speak? Well, it turns out why do I have to give you so many explanations? Without another word, Hornet walked away from her companion, heading deeper into the ever-humid City of Tears. The woodlouse had no choice but to follow her. Some time had passed since the infestation, and several changes had taken place in the city. For starters, many dilapidated structures had been restored, and all sorts of businesses had moved into the galleries of the larger buildings. But without a doubt, the biggest change of all was the enormous number of insects roaming the area. There were no longer wandering zombies attacking any healthy individual who approached. Now there were peaceful, friendly insects roaming the area about their business, whether cleaning, doing business, or just strolling around. It must be said that the place now had a fair amount of tourists, and with good reason. A city where it's always raining isn't common. Quirrel had recently been in the city, so he had a pretty good idea of where they should go. So he led Hornet to a low-rise building lined with food stores. There, after a quick look, he spotted a stand near the entrance, staffed by a friendly-looking ladybug. Here's Hornet, look at this. This herb here is like the one I used in yesterday's stew, and it gives the food a spicy flavor. This other root here is also very good if you like sweet things. Hornet looked excitedly at the ingredients, wondering how the meals would turn out with them, eager to try everything. She was tempted to buy a little of everything, but she hadn't brought that much geo with her, so she had to choose the spices carefully. What's that over there? I asked, pointing to some kind of green rock hanging from the stand. That's a very hot spice, dear, said the saleswoman. I would recommend only giving it to someone you want to murder. Hornet looked at the green rock and then glanced at Quirrel. I think I should take one of those. Hey. Quirrel said, guessing Hornet's intentions. I was joking, I wasn't going to do it. Next time I'll poison your food for real. Haha, you guys are so funny, said the ladybug, watching her customers with amusement. Hornet was quite shy, and at the saleswoman's comment, she blushed. She hurriedly picked out some random items to get out of the way quickly, but for some reason the ladybug liked her, and she gave her a couple of things she seemed interested in, but didn't have enough money for. As they were leaving the building, a loud noise startled them and made them alert. Curious and perhaps a little scared, they hurried to the town square where the sound was coming from. Once there, they encountered a large number of insects gathered around two enormous individuals standing next to two smaller ones. What's going on here? Quirrel asked a cricket who, like the others, was observing the place. Nothing important, just the usual, power struggles. Power struggles? Hornet looked a little puzzled. Yeah, you know, some bugs want to claim dominion over this place and crown themselves kings. There are still a few lingering bugs from the old nobility here, but no one pays attention to them anymore. Their old outdated titles are worthless to us, especially considering most of the population is foreign. Besides, they don't look much like kings themselves. If you ask me, we're not going to obey them and be their faithful servants just because they say so. That makes sense, Quirrel said, looking at the small, finely dressed insects who were surely the nobles the cricket was referring to. The woodlouse agreed that the power-seeking individuals were not people he would be happy to serve. They were a small, round, hornless beetle and a bedbug. Both had looks of contempt for each other and an arrogant attitude. They seemed lazy and ambitious. Neither of those individuals would ever produce a good king. But one thing these insects seemed to have was money, for he doubted there was any other reason why anyone would obey them, and each of them had some sort of bodyguard with them. The beetle had a huge ferocious-looking lobster with him, carrying a sharp stinger. Meanwhile, the bedbug had a hideous tarantula with enormous fangs, staring voraciously at its opponent. The thing truly looked terrifying. It seemed a miracle it didn't eat its master. "Surrender to me," the bug said confidently. "I will be the new ruler of Hallownest, and all insects will bow before me. If you surrender now, perhaps I will be considerate and give you a position somewhere." "Ha! Do you think I'm going to accept you as my king? Please, you make me laugh. It's best if you give in and accept my terms." "Don't count on it. I'll be king and I'll wipe out all who oppose me. That's why I have my dear Tetra," he said, pointing at the tarantula, who smiled sinisterly. "If you want to rule, you'll have to defeat her." "Ha! And you think you're scaring me with that little spider? Behind me, I have Sting, the best lobster warrior you could ever find. Your tarantula will be crushed by him." As if emphasizing his employer's words, Sting unsheathed his stinger and glared murderously at Tetra, seeming eager to demonstrate his power against such an opponent. Both the bug and the beetle continued threatening each other for a few more minutes until they finally lost patience and sent their bodyguards to attack. However, no one noticed that in the middle of the battlefield, a little ladybug was playing, oblivious to the bored adults bickering. She was simply bouncing her favorite ball, which escaped until it landed right between the two warriors who were about to launch their attacks. The girl, thinking that she only wanted to get her toy back, got dangerously close to the center of the square and picked up the ball. It was only then that she looked around and noticed the presence of the tarantula and the lobster, who looked at her mockingly. They didn't care if the ladybug got hurt from the encounter, they didn't even care if she died. It was her fault for sticking her nose into something that didn't belong to her. "Stop the fight. There's a girl in the middle." The spectators shouted, but both the warriors and the fallen nobles ignored them. Suddenly, someone started pushing through the crowd, rudely shoving everyone, trying to get to the front and see what was happening. When he finally arrived and saw the scene, he screamed in horror. "Iris. Get out of there. Come here." The person calling the girl was none other than the clerk at the store where Hornet had bought her spices, and it seems that the little ladybug was her daughter. "Hornet, we have to do something," Quirrel said, heading towards his companion, but soon realized that she was no longer there. The lobster opened its wings and threw itself at the tarantula, while the tarantula extended its legs and ran towards its opponent. Iris, terrified, cowered in place, not knowing what to do. The audience screamed in horror, and the mother covered her eyes, not wanting to see anything else. She waited, trembling in her place, for it all to end. She assumed that at any moment she would hear an agonizing scream from her daughter, but it never came. Instead, there were only exclamations of surprise. The lady opened her eyes and found an extraordinary scene. Both the lobster and the tarantula were trapped in a net of thread that prevented them from moving even a leg. Between them was the embarrassed girl who had attended to her a little while before and was holding her daughter in her arms, who looked safe and sound, just a little scared. Everyone looked at the situation in disbelief. That little girl had two enormous lethal insects immobilized and didn't seem to be putting much effort into it. Hornet placed the little ladybug on the ground and walked towards the warriors. "What the hell is wrong with you guys? Didn't you see the girl was playing? You could have hurt her." Both Tetra and Sting gave him a look of deep hatred. "Don't look at me like that, you won't get anything out of it." "Ah, but this isn't just the fault of these idiots. Hey, you idiots over there." This time Hornet addressed the two supposed nobles who, scared to death, hugged each other while trembling. "Stop having your stupid pointless fights in the middle of the city. No one cares if any of you are king. If you want to fight, do it outside the city where you won't bother anyone. If I ever find out you've been causing trouble around here again, I'll fill your brains with holes with this needle I have here." The beetle and the bug, terrified as they were, ran away at Hornet's threat, leaving their bodyguards at the warriors' mercy. "Yeah, I should have known they'd do something like that, anyway. As for you, brat," this time she addressed the girl, who looked at her, trembling with fear. "How could you get into the middle of a fight? It's all well and good that you wanted your ball back, but your life is worth more than this toy. Don't ever do anything like that again. And don't leave your mother's side until you've grown up a little. Now go." The ladybug, holding back tears, ran to where her mother was in the crowd. Once Hornet saw that the girl was safe with her mother, she loosened her grip on her threat and freed her captives. As soon as Tetra and Sting were free, they both attacked Hornet, but she easily dodged them with a jump, and using her needle, she took a safe distance. "Come here, trash," the tarantula yelled. "Come here and show your strength." "I don't feel like it, thanks, I just want to go home." "That's a shame, because the affront you've done to us can't go unpunished," Sting said, waving his stinger. "We obeyed those weaklings for the money they paid us and the promise of a good fight, but you've put an end to both. Now you'll take responsibility." "Look, you guys don't really want to fight me, I mean it," Hornet replied. "Look, girl, if you don't fight us, we'll attack all the insects who are here watching and destroy the shops in the place." At the lobster's words, many of the citizens retreated in fear, others even ran to hide, but a few remained in place and looked at Hornet pleadingly, as if seeing in her the heroine who would save them. "What's wrong? Don't you know how to fight? All you know how to do is tie people up with threads like a pathetic spider. The tarantula mocked, angering Hornet. Spiders aren't pathetic, he shouted, trying to contain his rage. Wow, a fan of that silly tribe, they were so pathetic they even went extinct. Tarantulas are better, bigger, stronger, more lethal, and we don't rely on those silly web-weaving tricks. You'll regret what you said, Hornet hissed, burning with rage as he took a fighting stance. The ensuing battle was a massacre, or so some spectators described it, perhaps exaggerating a bit. Both Tetra and Sting weren't exactly great warriors and relied heavily on their size and power. Add to that the fact that Hornet was furious at the insult to her tribe and the battle was quite uneven. It ultimately ended with the two big men lying on the ground begging for mercy. The truth is that Hornet could have killed them, but she didn't want to put on such a bloody spectacle. There were children present. On the other hand, although they had offended her greatly, she didn't consider it worthy of such a great punishment, so she decided to forgive them. Both insects got up with difficulty and dragging their legs, without saying anything else they left the place. As soon as Tetra and Sting left, the town erupted in cheers. Everyone began to shout jubilantly and thank Hornet for her heroic work. The girl, for her part, simply blushed, unused to receiving so much attention. In reality, at that moment, she just wanted to be swallowed up by the earth. Some insects approached her to thank her for what she'd done, and some even asked her name, and that's when the trouble started. Hornet, nervous as she was, let her guard down and ended up revealing her identity without much caution. At that moment, she didn't remember her bad reputation in the city and the main reason why she didn't want to go there in the first place. "You're your name is Hornet?" an earwig asked. "Yes, what's up with that?" the girl asked nervously. "It's Hornet. The beast." A terrified flea screamed. "A relentless soul-devouring monster." A cricket shouted from beside him. "Run for your lives." A small beetle finally exclaimed. All the insects fled the place with such terror and such speed that soon everything was empty, except for the presence of the warrior and her companion. The two stared at each other in silence for a few moments, she with pain and annoyance, he with confusion and concern. Finally, it was the woodlouse who spoke first. "That's quite something, isn't it?" Hornet didn't seem to react to these words. Your battle was great, you did very well, you almost seemed." The beast Hornet suddenly whispered. "Huh? My mother was nicknamed the Beast, but that name was given to her by her people as an honorific. Now they call me the same, but that name sounds more like a mockery and a source of shame." "Why do you say that? Why did they give you that name?" "For a situation quite similar to this one. I helped a small insect that was being mistreated by a stronger and more important one." At that moment, he let out a bitter laugh. In the end, instead of gratitude, there was only fear in the small insect's eyes. "The bully started a rumor that I was a lethal beast that stole the souls of the unwary, hahaha, what a stupid thing to do, and the dwarf I saved also did nothing to clear up the misunderstanding." "Well, there are ungrateful insects everywhere." "It wasn't ingratitude, Quirrel, it was fear, the most powerful force in the world. Fear can drive you to do things you'd never believe you were capable of, no wonder the weakling insects of the past gave up their minds so easily in exchange for power." "Excuse me." A small childish voice interrupted the serious conversation the warriors were having, and they turned around to find the little ladybug Hornet had saved a little while ago. "Hey, what are you doing here, kid? Didn't I tell you not to leave your mother's side?" "She's over there," he said, pointing to the insect a few steps away and greeting them in a friendly manner. "Well, I wanted to thank you for saving me and for treating those stupid nobles just the way they deserved. They're the worst, always bothering us. But you scared them with a few words and then you beat the hell out of the others and boom, boom, and." Thanks," Hornet answered somewhat embarrassed, "but aren't you afraid of me?" "Me? Of course not. You're a good person, I have no reason to be afraid of you. Besides, if I want to be an explorer when I grow up, I shouldn't be scared of small things, right?" "Of course, and you'll surely be a great explorer. Just be careful and don't be reckless. Being brave is one thing, but being stupid is quite another." "Okay, I'll keep that in mind. When I write my biography, you'll be included in the acknowledgements as a source of inspiration. I want to learn how to use a needle like you." "There's still time for that, little one." Never mind, I'll practice with a stick in the meantime." "Iris, we have to go." The older ladybug suddenly shouted. "I'm coming, Mom." "Well, it was nice talking to you. Come visit us again soon. Bye." Hornet watched the little girl walk away through the endless rain, reuniting with her mother, before disappearing into the city's buildings. Quirrel slowly approached her and commented. "That girl has big dreams, although they say the art of wielding a stinger isn't very easy for ladybugs." "Ah, they say the same thing about woodlice, and look at you." "Touché." I look at my companion carefully before speaking again. "Perhaps fear is the most powerful force in the world, but there will always be those who are able to oppose it and see beyond it. Like that little girl, there will be others who don't fear you and whose curiosity drives them to seek the truth about you. Hornet didn't respond to his companion's words and simply stared at the space where the ladybugs had fled. The silence between them lasted for quite a while, although it was softened by the cooing of falling water droplets. Quirrel, the warrior suddenly spoke. Are you and I friends? Friends? He seemed somewhat surprised by the question. Well, I think so. I mean, we live together, we hunt together, you helped me get a new stinger, and with everything we've been through, even though you're an irritating and insufferable girl sometimes, I think I have a certain fondness for you. Hornet frowned at his comment but then softened her expression with a sigh. Well, I also think that after everything we've been through, I've started to consider you a friend because I would only talk about my identity and my past with one. To the bottom of the abyss. During his journey through Hallownest, Quirrel had been able to explore almost the entire kingdom, but very few corners escaped his insatiable curiosity, and among these was the ancient basin, an inhospitable place where only death and doom lurked. Partly because of this, and because he didn't particularly care to visit the place, he never set foot there. Now that the infection was gone, the area was much safer, but it was still not a very crowded place. You could hardly find an archaeologist or two excavating the ruins of the place, trying to uncover the mysteries of the past and verify the thousands of legends told about the Pale King. In another situation, chatting with the archaeologists and learning a little about the past would have seemed like a great prospect, but he refrained from asking any questions, as what mattered to him now was unraveling a mystery even bigger than the Pale King. He was going to discover the secret of the Shadow Brothers, and he could hardly contain his excitement about it. Although he also couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The place was quite sinister, and they were descending deeper and deeper into the kingdom's endless underground galleries. When it seemed like they would reach hell if they went any deeper, Hornet finally said they had arrived. A huge door carved into the rock rose before the three visitors. It looked firm and thick, but it opened easily as soon as Hollow approached it, revealing endless darkness. A shiver ran down the woodlouse's spine when he knew they would have to enter that place. Suddenly, the idea of talking to the archaeologists above seemed much more pleasant. Was his curiosity going to get him into trouble again? Why did he never learn? Wasn't it enough to lose his entire past? But there was no turning back now, he had bothered Hornet so much to reveal his secrets, now that he had the truth in front of him he couldn't regret it. The place they descended to was completely dark, impossible to see an inch away without a light source, but they were already prepared with a pair of firefly lamps, which allowed them to see at least part of the desolate landscape. There were only sharp rocks and boulders where nothing grew. It was a desolate place where no one could live. Hollow and Hornet had said they were going to visit their 10,527 siblings. Could any kind of creature really live in such conditions? Especially in such a large number? Suddenly something caught Quirrel's attention. There in the middle of the darkness were a pair of wide and shining eyes, looking at him attentively, they looked somewhat aggressive. Could it be some beast from the depths? Hey guys, Quirrel called his companion's attention. I don't want to scare you, but there's something stalking us over there. The brothers turned to look and found themselves staring into those luminous eyes, but to the insect's surprise, far from being alarmed, they seemed calm, perhaps even a little happy. Well, Quirrel, Hornet said, pointing at the creature, allow me to introduce you to one of our brothers. The creature made some signs communicating with the girl in a very similar way to the Hollow. Sister? Hornet looked at her doubtfully. But weren't you conceived without a gender? Ah, I see, you identify with a girl and decided to be one, that's fine with me. The glowing-eyed creature floated closer to the group and then in the light of the lamps, Quirrel could see it better. It was a shadow, but it didn't look deformed. It was well defined. A horned head and a pair of glowing eyes were visible. Beneath it was a sort of shadowy robe that blended into the surroundings. That thing I mean that bee girl, is she your sister? What the heck are you two? Quirrel looked a little scared. Why do you have to get so worked up? She and we aren't that different. We also told her you weren't a threat, so she won't attack you. She may not be an insect like you or other normal people, but she's not bad. Quirrel noticed that Hornet was very upset by his reaction. She looked hurt. After some thought, he was able to understand the situation. Hornet seemed very worried about being seen as a monster or an abnormal being. If she saw her siblings, who were just like her, in that light, she would become the same kind of monster. I am sorry, it's just that I was a little surprised, I've never seen anyone like them, but don't mind me, I'm fine, I mean, everything is fine. His response seemed to reassure the girl, and although Quirrel was still nervous about the shadows stalking them, he feigned courage and calm, all for the sake of his friend. At least, after a while, it wasn't necessary to pretend anymore, because once he saw that these beings were harmless, he calmed down and was able to pay attention to his surroundings. The place looked like some kind of seedbed, littered with empty masks and sharp rocks. Not a single plant grew. Yet these shadows seemed happy to live there, for they could be seen wandering around the place and playing with each other, whether it was tag, mock combat, or ball. It seemed like a world inhabited by children, somewhat sinister children, but children nonetheless. There was no malice in their sparkling eyes. At this point the only thing that was beginning to bother Quirrel was his inability to communicate with the shadows. They were all as mute as hollow and maintained among themselves these curious conversations based on gestures that only Hornet seemed to understand. In fact right now, she seemed to be talking about something very serious with one that was floating next to her. "Are you talking about something important?" Quirrel asked, trying to integrate into Hornet's conversation. "Nothing serious, he was just telling me a little about the changes that have occurred in the place recently." "Changes?" "Yes, this place may seem desolate to you, but it was worse before. If you look closely, you can see some structures," he said, pointing to some mounds of earth with holes through which glowing eyes were peering at them from within. "Yes, I see them. Those are houses." "Houses?" Quirrel seemed somewhat puzzled that these sorts of artificial caves were dwellings. Before, those weren't there. Everything was flat and there were just a few holes in the ground where everyone hid. Recently, with the arrival of Big, our older brother, they've implemented some changes. Big is trying to civilize this place a little, imitating what he remembers from Hallownest. He started by ordering everyone to build houses. They're actually kind of ugly and small, but hey. The people here don't know anything about architecture. They just make things however they see fit. Maybe, with time, their houses will turn out better. And I see. He was silent for a few moments and then looked at Hornet questioningly, not knowing what to ask first. "Okay, I understand, you need a good explanation for all this, let me tell you the story of all my brothers." Suddenly Hornet realized that some shadows had approached them and were hovering around them trying to get their attention. "Oh, do you want to be part of this story? Okay, go ahead." The shadows jumped happily in the air and stood to one side, waiting for Hornet to begin her story. Another kind pair of shadows brought Quirrel and Hollow a pair of smooth rocks to sit on. This goes back to the time of the Pale King, when the infection was beginning to attack the kingdom. Some shadows in the air began to simulate that they were infected and aggressive insects that attacked other shadows that represented healthy insects. The Pale King, wanting to stop the spread of the infection, devised a rather sinister and cruel plan. His idea was to conceive a vessel, a being absolutely empty and devoid of desires or feelings. Within this being, he would trap the infection forever, and thus everyone would be free again. One of the shadows grew horns on its head, mimicking the Pale King, ordering one of his companions to stand in the center, where another shadow entered it, representing the absorption of the infection. The big problem with the plan was creating the perfect container. How do you make a being absolutely empty? How can a creature exist without desires or longings? To be able to live, you must at least have the desire to do so, but this foolish king didn't understand this. He just wanted to preserve his kingdom at all costs. I don't know if he did what he did out of love for his people or love of power, but either way, the price he decided to pay to contain the infection was very high. At that moment, next to the shadow representing the king, another shadow representing the White Queen appeared. Both moved toward the center of the scene where a group of shadows were placed at the bottom and simulated a kind of dark sea. Everyone obeyed and trusted the Pale King. No one even thought that what he was doing was wrong or that it couldn't work. Not even his queen objected to the plan. They both began to conceive children imbued with the power of the void, a special type of energy found down here in this abyss. From the sea that the shadows were representing, some beings emerged and stood next to the king, who after giving them a brief glance, despised them, after which the shadows left the scene. Creating the right container turned out to be a harder task than they expected. It took 10,530 attempts to achieve the perfect one. "But aren't there 10,527 siblings plus you and Hollow?" Quirrel asked, interrupting the story. "Ugh, I'm not included in those accounts, and besides, there are 2 dead brothers. And don't interrupt me. I'm sorry. As I was saying, it took 10,530 attempts to create the perfect container. 10,529 children were discarded like useless garbage, unable to fulfill the purpose for which they had been created. They could not be allowed to live as normal insects, for they were not. Without a voice to speak and of a strange and dark nature, they were locked in this abyss, separated and hidden from the world forever." At that moment, Quirrel looked around. A group of shadows had gathered around them, listening attentively to the story. Observing their behavior, they didn't seem very different from other young insects, curious, playful, and restless. It was horrible what had been done to them, condemned from the moment of their birth for the simple fact of existing, and they weren't 1 or 2 children, they were thousands. Was the great Pale King he had heard so much about really capable of such cruelty? Weren't they his own offspring? It's true that many species of insects left their young to face the adversities of the world alone, with no help other than the desire for them to survive, but at least they tried to give them the weapons to have some chance of success in their lives. These shadows were denied even that. Once the Pale King had his perfect container, he separated it from his other brothers and sealed the entrance to this place forever. The shadows depicting the scene showed the king walking away from a cliff and through a door, followed by a little boy. But suddenly behind them, hanging over the edge of the abyss, one of his brothers struggled to catch up. The two exchanged a sad glance, until with a sign he indicated to the chosen vessel that they should leave. Then, turning his back on his brother, he went through the door, which was now sealed. The Pale King next to the perfect container what? One of the small shadows had approached Hornet and seemed to be communicating a couple of things to her. Oh, I didn't know that. What's up, Hornet? The insect looked at her curiously. According to what I'm told here, even though the perfect vessel was only supposed to be a mere receptacle and had no right to be treated as a living being, but rather as a tool, the Pale King spent some time with him. According to our older brother, he was so happy to have the solution to his problems with him that he inadvertently began to treat him affectionately, sharing ideas and intimate moments with him, and eventually, this ended up generating feelings in the vessel. It basically stopped being empty. It lost what made it special. So it was no longer suitable to be a receptacle for infection, said the woodlice. Well no, he inadvertently ruined his own plan. Suddenly Hollow, who was sitting next to Quirrel, began to wave his little paws in displeasure. What's wrong with Hollow? Quirrel asked, looking at the little boy somewhat puzzled. Ah, Hollow hates our father, Hornet explained casually. He hates what he made Big do, especially because he loved father, and despite everything he went through because of him, he still defends him. Sometimes they argue about it. I see that even you don't escape family conflicts. I'm partly a bit removed from that problem. I grew up apart from all of them, that's what I'm going to explain now. Don't interrupt me. Hornet made a face of disgust. But I don't alright, I won't interrupt anymore. Quirrel knew it wasn't his fault, but he had already learned that arguing with Hornet over silly things was a waste of time. Eventually, the ritual that caused the infection to be trapped inside the container was performed, but wanting to prevent it from escaping at all costs, he decided to put additional protections on it, so using his knowledge of magic and the occult, he sealed the infection inside a sealed egg. The shadows once again accurately depicted the scene, showing the small container enclosed in an egg made up of several shadows holding hands and floating around it. Quirrel nearly jumped out of his seat when he realized he knew the egg he was talking about. It was almost the first place he visited when he arrived in Hallownest, as well as the place where he met Hollow, but he held back his excitement, having already promised not to interrupt the story again. Unfortunately, summoning the seal required more sacrifices. At that moment, three small shadows emerged, imitating the appearances of Hera, Lurian, and Manamon. A small tightness appeared in Quirrel's chest when he saw the silhouette of his former master, while something in his deep memories stirred and surfaced. Originally, he couldn't remember why his master had been sealed or why she had to die, although that made him curious. His loyalty to fulfilling her wishes led him to let Hollow do her bidding without question, but now everything would make sense and he would finally receive the explanations that no one had given him. 3 insects had to become dreamers and remain in a state of eternal sleep to maintain the seal. The 3 chosen were Lurian, the watchman, Master Manamon, and Hera, the queen of the spiders. The king appeared at the shadow play, and 2 of the dreamers bowed to him, but the other did not. Lurian and Manamon had no problem accepting the role assigned to them by the king, however Hera did not agree, and in order to agree to be a dreamer, she asked him for a son. Hornet's face saddened as she recounted this part, even though all the time that had passed it still hurt to talk about it. My mother couldn't conceive children, and she asked the Pale King to help her with that, with all his knowledge he would surely have a solution. I don't know exactly what method they used, how they did it, I know that there is some void energy running through my veins, but I am not exactly the same as my brothers, I can speak, my body is somewhat firmer than theirs, and I have a defined gender, in part I myself am a mystery to myself. Before I used to hate being what I am and I didn't want to have anything to do with these creatures, I hated the idea of considering myself similar to them, but it doesn't affect me as much anymore, I mean, it's not their fault, and beyond what I am, the important thing is what I do, that is what defines my identity. I like the way you think, Quirrel declared with a nod of approval, wanting to encourage her. No me interrumpus. I'm sorry. The shadow representing the container carrying the infection rose to the top, along with a ring of shadows representing its egg. In turn the 3 dreamers lay down on the floor pretending to sleep, while the Pale King left the scene, then, another shadow imitating Hollow entered. When he saw the actor who played him appear, he stood up in his seat and applauded effusively showing his approval. The shadow that was on stage felt somewhat embarrassed by his brother's reaction and covered his face in embarrassment. They had to scold Hollow to stop so they could continue with the story. Some time passed, years, actually. The infection was held back, but only temporarily. Eventually, it broke free and began infecting every insect in the place. Hallownest fell into ruin, and the Pale King vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the abyss, the shadows here never forgot the brother they took and tried to rescue him. At least 2 tried and were never able to return. They are known to have died. One fell to the infection, and the other suffered an accident. Hornet would never admit that she had killed him, at least not in front of the rest of the shadows. Hollow knew the truth and had forgiven her, but they promised each other that they would never speak of it to the others. Finally, one of them was strong enough to escape this abyss, survive outside, and find his lost brother, and that's Hollow. Hollow stood up again and extended his arms, displaying his grandeur. One of the shadows next to him knocked him down with a blow and, after scolding him, made him sit down again. Hollow finally killed the dreamers, released the seal, entered the egg, fought the infection, somehow won and eliminated it completely, and thanks to that, today we all enjoy the peaceful life we have, the end. The shadows quickly finished reenacting Hornet's words with a rather interesting little impromptu fight. Once they finished, everyone bowed and dispersed. For his part, Quirrel sat mute, not knowing what to say. A slight nervousness invaded Hornet, fearing her friend's reaction. Would he reject her now that he knew the whole truth? But to her surprise, that didn't happen. Quirrel got up from his seat, walked over to her, and looked at her as if he'd never seen her before. "So all this time I've been living with a national hero and a princess," the piglet said in a rather nonchalant tone. "Great. I worm, you really are amazing," the girl said, letting out a sigh of relief. Then Hornet felt a small tug on her cloak and saw that Hollow was trying to get her attention. He made some signs telling her some things, after which the warrior nodded and headed towards her friend. "I think it's time we introduced ourselves to Big. Your older brother." "Yes, but nowadays it's more than just that. Everyone has elected him king of this place, and the right thing to do is to go and greet him." "The King of Shadows," Quirrel whispered somewhat nervously. The 3 companions began to advance through the arid terrain of the site, moving between the fledgling houses and a few playful siblings who came their way, until they finally reached a structure much more sophisticated than any of the constructions they had seen so far. It was clear that it hadn't been made by small shadows. It was too tall and beautiful for that. It was a lighthouse, which, at least at that moment, didn't emit any glow. At its feet was a vast sea of darkness. Quirrel approached the black waters. His curiosity drove him to investigate every strange thing he came across, sometimes without considering the consequences, so he carelessly reached out to touch the mysterious liquid. Fortunately, at that moment, Hornet grabbed him and pulled him away from the waters as strange claws emerged from them, trying to hurt him. "Don't do that," Hornet chided him. "The void energy doesn't accept creatures of another nature. Only the inhabitants here can dive into those waters without harm." "I see I was very reckless, I'm sorry." He sat up and looked at the Black Sea from a distance. "So this is the energy of the void." "Yes, it's thanks to this that our brothers can live without needing to eat. They get what they need from here. Of course, when they move away from this energy source, they need to feed like any normal insect." Suddenly, a small shadow emerged from the sea and approached Hornet to tell her a few things. The warrior nodded, attentively receiving the information, which she then repeated to Quirrel. "I just got word that Big is coming, get ready and try not to get too scared when you see him." Quirrel couldn't imagine why Hornet was telling him those things, because he imagined that Big would be another small shadow like all the ones he had seen until now, so when he saw the monstrous and enormous creature come out of the sea, he was speechless with shock. Big was big, quadrupling Quirrel's height, and that didn't even take into account his horns, so similar in shape to Hornet's, which made him look even more imposing. He also had a pair of sharp, intimidating eyes, plus a pair of dangerous-looking claws. All in all, it was impossible for the woodlouse not to be scared. Holding his breath, he submitted to the Shadow King's sharp scrutiny. The Shadow King observed him in silence for a few moments, then floated over and turned him over, taking in every angle. Once he finished his inspection, he plastered on a sinister-looking grin and thrust one of his claws toward Quirrel and the other toward Hornet. The woodlouse felt threatened at that moment and made a move to grab its stinger to defend itself. However, when it saw that Hornet was calm and showed no signs of hostility, it waited. The claws were getting closer and closer to them, and soon the thought of being crushed appeared in its head, but it all ended when it felt the touch of something cold on its head that caressed it in a way affectionately. Just as it seemed, Big was stroking them in a fatherly manner, especially Quirrel, whom he was trying to calm down, sensing his nervousness. He then withdrew his claws from them and began talking to Hornet using the same system of gestures everyone else used, but unlike the others, Big punctuated his message with guttural grunts. In addition to his larger size, he was also able to make sounds, but not articulate words. At that moment Hollow appeared behind Big and hugged him affectionately. The Dark King, sensing the presence of his little brother, greeted him happily and they both began to play. With the giant's attention focused on Hollow, Quirrel was finally able to relax. He let out all the air he had inside and sat down on the floor, exhausted from the stress. Hornet, seeing him so emotional, approached him. "Big really liked you." "Really?" the woodlouse replied, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. "Seriously, Big always pats the heads of everyone he really likes. Although he's good-natured, he's not hard to get along with. Anyway, he's said to be the kindest of us all, despite his somewhat terrifying appearance. The only way he'll hate you and want to kill you is if you harm a member of his family." "I'll keep that in mind, thank you." Quirrel stood up, calmer, and watched the brothers playing. "I guess that satisfies your curiosity," Hornet commented. "I still have a few questions, but I already know almost everything I wanted to know. Then I assume nothing is holding you back here anymore and you will leave the kingdom." Quirrel looked at the girl in surprise. For several weeks, he had done nothing but complain about her presence and ask her to leave, but the way he had pronounced the last words was painful. It seemed that Hornet was very amused by the idea of her leaving. "But what's this? Don't you want me to leave?" "I didn't say that," she exclaimed, turning away in embarrassment. "You can do whatever you want and it shouldn't matter to me. But if I leave, will you miss me?" Hornet's silence spoke volumes about what she was proud of, refusing to admit. Quirrel gave a light laugh and put his arm around the warrior's shoulders, pulling her close. "Don't be so sad, goodbyes are a part of life. It's true that now that my business here is over, I intend to leave for other realms in search of mysteries and experiences, but one day I will return." "Really?" Hornet seemed surprised by his statement. "Yes, perhaps one motivation for keeping me moving is my lack of ties. I have no past or home to return to, but now I have a couple of good friends and a house where I'll be welcomed and will be waiting for me. I still have the desire to travel, and until that desire fades, I'll continue wandering the world, but I assure you I'll come back to you all at some point." "Promise?" Hornet said, almost sounding like a little girl. "I promise." At that moment, Hornet hugged Quirrel, showing all the affection she had stored away. It was her way of saying goodbye, wishing him a safe journey, and asking him to come back soon. Droptophobia. There are people who change lives, people who, whether through their example or their message, can change a person's destiny. For Hornet, Quirrel had been that kind of person. It had been a couple of weeks since the woodlouse had left, and his absence was noticeable. Hornet no longer had her bedtime chats with him, nor could she listen to his stories of his travels, or try his novel cooking, nor did she have anyone to scold her when she behaved rudely. Until now, she hadn't realized how important that boy had become in her life, but she couldn't hold him back. He was a traveler and an explorer. He needed to investigate and discover things. He'd return sometime soon, he'd promised. But for Hornet, life went on. If she could overcome the loss of her mother, she could handle this. Besides, she also had a promise to keep. He had asked her to make an effort to meet people and make friends, so when he returned he could introduce them to her. Quirrel would never admit it, but this was part of his plan to get Hornet to socialize more. She had already grown accustomed to his company, but upon losing him, at least temporarily, she would seek to fill the void she felt with someone else, and would make an effort to meet people. With just that small motivation, Hornet's social skills would improve and she could become a normal insect, leading a peaceful and happy life. Of course, the idea wasn't for her to be completely alone, but that's what she had Hollow for. The little one, despite his inability to speak, was much more inclined to make friends with others. He would be a good support for his sister. Quirrel had explained his plan to Hollow and Hollow was more than happy to cooperate. The little boy had quite a talent for understanding people and their needs. From what he knew of Hornet, he knew she wouldn't get along with just any kind of insect. She wouldn't put up with anyone who was too arrogant, talkative, superficial, or gossipy, so making friends in the city wasn't a very good plan. However, he assumed he could establish good relationships with the inhabitants of Dirtmouth. They were calm, humble, simple, and very kind people. He would surely fit in well there. Now the problem was convincing Hornet to come out. "I don't want to go out." I tilted my head questioningly. "There are bats and mice outside." Hornet hugged herself as she shuddered in fear. "Ah, you don't know. When I was little, my mother used to tell me that the surface was a very dangerous place, inhabited by horrible hairy demons with soft bodies and ears instead of antennae. Large, terrifying beings that fed on insects and swallowed them whole without leaving any trace of their bodies. Sometimes when I misbehaved, she threatened to leave me above ground. Just because you've never seen one of those demons doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm not acting like a child. I have fears too. I know I usually seem like I can handle anything, but I definitely wouldn't face a bat, no. And I'm telling you, they do exist. My mom said so. I'm not going to the surface, and you can't make me. And don't bother me about this anymore." Idiot. The way Hornet yelled at him really bothered Hollow. Normally, he would have respected his sister's wishes to remain safe underground, but seeing her treat him like that infuriated him so much that he decided to exact his revenge. Taking advantage of a moment when her sister was sleeping, she tied her up with her own thread as gently as she could and managed to carry her out of her house, where some shadow brothers she'd asked for help were waiting. They carefully carried the sleeping young woman to the Deer Road station in distant village, then loaded her into the carriage and set off for Dirtmouth. When Hornet woke up, she noticed that she wasn't in her usual comfortable bed, the ceiling of the place wasn't at all familiar to her, and Hollow was next to her untying the knots of the rope that had tied her up. "Oh Hollow, what the hell is going on here? Where are we?" This time, the little boy didn't answer, remaining impassive, untying the knots. Hornet was somewhat restless and uncomfortable. It was strange that Hollow didn't want to explain what was going on. Normally, he was very talkative. Finally, the little boy finished his task, and the warrior was free. She stood up and stretched her numb limbs. She then questioned her brother again about what was happening, but he didn't say anything. He stood still, silently observing her, expressionless, much like he had acted when she had first met him. Not wanting to insist further, Hornet simply walked away from him and set out to explore. The station she was at was somewhat more sophisticated than the one she'd seen, quite elegantly constructed, and even had an elevator. She boarded the device and went up to the top floor, where she could see a door. Without hesitation, she went through it and arrived at Dirtmouth. Until that moment, despite the situation, Hornet had remained calm, but when she saw the piles of abandoned houses, felt the breeze on her face and contemplated the magnitude of the sky, she let out a scream of horror and ran back into the station, got out and hurried to ring the bell to call the deer back, but she couldn't do this because Hollow got in the way. "Come out of there, Hollow. Let me call the deer path." The little one shook his head and pointed his stinger at her. "Are you trying to attack me? What the hell is wrong with you? Are you trying to kill me? You can't force me to go above ground. Besides, it's dangerous. A mouse or a bat could attack me at any moment." Hollow tried to explain to him for the 10th time that there were no bats or mice in Dirtmouth, but he also made it clear that he wouldn't let him use the deer station to get home. If he wanted to go back, he would have to go out to the town and find an old well that was used as an entrance to the underground kingdom. At that moment, Hornet felt so desperate that she was about to throw a tantrum right there, only her pride keeping her going. She tried every way she could to beg Hollow to let her go home, but he refused, even challenging him to a fight, which he sadly lost. She started pacing around the place and lasted almost an hour, until she finally gave up and prepared to leave the station. At least Hollow had brought her there with her needle. She had something to defend herself with. Hornet poked his head out of the building and looked carefully around, straining his ears as much as possible. He tried to look for any sign of danger, but everything looked empty, even the town itself looked desolate, there was not a soul in the streets, perhaps the bats had eaten them all. Most of the houses in the area looked abandoned. Some had locked doors, and others didn't even have them. Taking into account his surroundings, he began to draw up a plan of movement, identifying some houses with outdoors as safe zones. When he left the station, he would run to a safe zone, then check the surroundings and move on to the next zone. He would try to complete his route to the outskirts of town in the shortest time possible. Once he reached the last house, he would try to locate the famous well Hollow had mentioned and figure out how to get there. While Hornet was plotting thousands of strategies to walk down the street, her brother had followed her wondering what she was doing so much. After watching her stay still in her place for almost 15 minutes, he got bored of all her preambles and pushed her out. Finding herself under the open sky, the warrior panicked and, forgetting all her plans, ran aimlessly. Frightened as she was, she didn't think anything of it at first. However, when she regained some sanity, the first thing she thought of was finding a place to hide. It was then that she saw an open house. She didn't even bother to think if anyone lived there. She simply ran inside and locked the doors. Breathing heavily, the girl lay on the floor trying to recover until she was interrupted by a female voice behind her. "What's up, girl? Is someone chasing you? Are you okay?" asked a bug behind her. Hornet stared at her for a few moments, admiring the height and elegance of the mosquito in front of her. She had long, very firm limbs, which made her think she had once wielded a weapon. Perhaps she had been a warrior in her past, which could be the reason she had lost her wings. But despite that small defect, she looked fine, maintaining her femininity and grace. Hornet blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed by her sorry state, but after a deep breath, she stood up and raised her voice. "I apologize for entering your house without permission." "Oh, well, it's not really that big of a deal that you came in without permission," the insect replied. "After all, this is a store. Strangers come in without asking all the time. The problem is that you lock the doors, and that's bad for business." Hornet looked around and realized she was indeed in a shop, a map shop to be specific. But who would set up shop in such a dangerous place? However, the owner of the place didn't seem too concerned about the dangers of the surroundings because she walked over to the door and opened it wide. Then, bending down with some effort, since she was too tall to fit through it comfortably, she poked her head out and looked outside. Whatever was chasing you is gone, darling. Are you feeling okay? You don't need to tell me what happened if you don't want to, but if you still feel in danger, you can stay until this is all over. Bats. As? I was hiding from the bats. Bats. But there aren't any bats in Dirtmouth. But my mother told me that on the surface there were dangerous beasts that. Oh, by worm, are you serious? Iselda burst into laughter at Hornet's words. Are you still telling those old tales of monstrous mice and demonic bats? Those are tales of insects who live underground to keep their offspring from wandering too far or misbehaving. It's true that furry insect-eating beasts live in some faraway realms, but at least they don't reach this place. Only children still believe those stories. Hornet's face was as red as her cape. She felt extremely embarrassed by the embarrassment she had made and didn't know where to turn. Seeing her guest's discomfort, the mosquito tried to calm her down and change the subject. So, what's your name? I'm Iselda, the owner of this map shop. Are you new here? I am Hornet and I'm just passing through. Well, are you one of the traveling insects who have come to do business in Hallownest? Since the infestation that flooded that place left, things have become very lively. Travelers are constantly coming and going. While that has greatly benefited business, the underground tunnels are quite intricate and it's easy to get lost, which is why every traveler needs a map to navigate the kingdom. Are you interested in one? No, don't worry, my brother has a very complete map. On the other hand, I grew up underground, I know that place like the back of my hand. And speaking of Hollow, the little one just happened to walk through the door of the store at that moment. Hollow? Her sister exclaimed. Hollow? Iselda asked back. Is that your name? Yes, he is my brother. Wow, in all the time we've known each other, you've never mentioned that you have a sister, although you haven't told me your name either. In fact, you've never told me anything at all. The little boy looked at her somewhat tiredly, he knew that trying to apologize was useless, she, like Quirrel, couldn't understand him. My brother can't really talk, Hornet clarified, at least not in the usual way. Oh. Really? I'm so sorry. At least he knows how to communicate well. He never had any trouble expressing what he wanted when he came to my store to shop. He's also a very good listener. Hornet and Hollow looked at each other for a moment in silence, then the little one made some signs asking him some things. No, I didn't see any bats, the girl replied, somewhat annoyed. In fact, Iselda says they're a children's story. He crossed his arms with a gesture of superiority. Okay. You were right. But Iselda also said that these beasts exist in other kingdoms, perhaps one day one of them will come to this place. I don't think that's the case, Iselda chimed in. From what I know, Dirtmouth has always been very peaceful and no beast has ever set foot here. If you want more details, you should ask Elderbug. He's the old man who's always standing outside by the bench in the middle of the road. He stands there to greet travelers and chat with them if the opportunity arises. He's the oldest inhabitant of the village and knows all its history. The two siblings thanked Iselda for her information and headed off to speak with the aforementioned old man. Just as they had been told, they found him at the appointed place. When Elderbug saw them arrive, a slight smile appeared on his face. He liked receiving new visitors, especially if they seemed willing to talk to him. Wow, a new face, Elderbug exclaimed. I've been seeing a lot of them around here lately, though they usually never stay here. They all continue straight to the well that leads into the kingdom. He pointed to the aforementioned well. They say that place has become safer lately and is slowly regaining some of its former prosperity, which is why everyone wants to get there and seek their fortune, though city life is very hectic. I don't see the wonders of struggling to survive in that place. Here in Dirtmouth, things are quieter and there's plenty of space. Almost all the former inhabitants have left, so we have plenty of houses available that could be used, but no one wants to stay in this small place. Hornet had already noticed that Elderbug was the type of person who liked to talk too much, she hadn't said anything, and the old man had already given a rather long speech. Hollow explained that most of the people she had encountered on her travels were like Elderbug, too busy talking and so needing to be heard that their lack of a voice seemed more of a blessing than a handicap. But Hornet did have a voice and she was going to use it. She needed to know the truth about bats. Excuse me for interrupting you. Oh? I apologize, maybe I talk too much sometimes. My name is Elderbug and I'm the oldest inhabitant of Dirtmouth. I've lived here for as long as I can remember and I've seen both the glory and the decline of this place, and I just want to ask a question. If Hornet remained silent, she would have to endure another speech. Sure, ask whatever you want. Have there ever been bats in this place? Bats? Wow, that's a rather curious question. I haven't heard anyone speak of those beasts in years. It's been so long since these beings left these lands that most people believe they're just legends. But they aren't. Right? Hornet asked, proud of being right and scared of the same thing. Not quite. A few years ago, one of these beasts inhabited this area. They say it had demonic magical powers, that it could breathe fire, disappear into thin air, and make enormous thorns appear from the ground. They also say its claws were sharper than the finest stingers and that it ravaged these lands, sowing terror and devouring people in droves. These stories are worse than the ones my mother told me. Hornet shrank in place and a chill ran down her spine. Her little brother took her hand to try to calm her down. Well, I'm not really sure how much of that is true. Graham, which was the name of this beast, lived a bit far from the town and was a nuisance to travelers, but he never set foot here, and since I never left this place, I never had to face any monsters or any similar danger. So this town is safe. It was probably safe more because of the circumstances than the location of the place itself. Graham never had to come here looking for prey. He was content to attack travelers who passed near his lair or warriors who came to confront him. There were really people willing to take on a bat. The girl was genuinely surprised by this. More than you'd think. In those days, there were many warriors eager to prove their worth who didn't fight for a particular cause, they did it just for the fun of it. I'll never understand such foolishness. Me neither, Hornet said, remembering a story his brother had told him about a warrior named Taizo who died precisely because of his love of fighting. But there were also honorable warriors who sought to fight for justice and who wished to rid us of that beast. It was precisely two of these who ultimately put an end to his life. They must have been very strong. Hornet and her brother began to get excited by the story. Of course they were, I did know them. One was an extremely tall and very powerful mosquito, agile and skilled, wielding her stinger with force and without hesitation. No rival could stand against her. The other warrior was a short but powerful fly. The stinger he used was enormous, even bigger than his own body, and he lifted it as if it were easy. He was a master of the arts of battle. He even had 3 apprentices. Hollow laughed to himself, for he knew more than he let on. These 2 warriors set out to confront Graham. Elderbug continued. Many sought to stop them, for no one wished to lose such valuable individuals, but ignoring the pleas of their people, they set out into battle. Tales tell of a vicious fight. The beast attacked with all its power, fire and shadows, danced in a nightmarish spectacle, but both warriors did not back down, wielding their stingers with such skill that they even surpassed a bat's speed, slowly damaging its stamina and sapping its strength, until they finally managed to shred its wings and plunge a needle into its heart. Hollow and Hornet were already looking at the old man with shining eyes, delighted with the story and encouraging him to continue. Of course he was more than pleased with such good listeners. Both warriors returned victorious and joy filled the inhabitants of Dirtmouth and its surrounding areas. However, not everything ended happily. It is known that Graham had a son, Grim. But they were still able to defeat him, right? Not really. Grim was young at the time. He never participated in any of his father's battles, but he was present at his father's death. The hate-filled creature said they wouldn't get rid of him and that one day he would return. After uttering that sentence, he fled far away where no one could reach him and he hasn't returned since. So bats might come back someday. Fear surged through Hornet again. I see that is unlikely. Too much time has passed and I'm sure that little bat has already found something more interesting to do. Why would he want to return to a dead kingdom that no longer has even half the population it once had? I say we're safe. Nothing's going to happen. At that moment Hollow waved his little arms, asking a silent question that his sister did him the favor of translating. What happened to the warriors? The warriors? Well, they left, having already fulfilled their mission and retreated to distant kingdoms to continue living adventures and helping those in need, or at least that's what they say. The 2 brothers pondered Elderbug's story for a moment. According to the story, there had once been bats, but no longer, so Dirtmouth could be considered a safe place. They both thanked the old man for his story and walked away towards the Deer Road station. They didn't talk much, they seemed quite thoughtful, however Hornet broke the silence to share an idea that had occurred to him. Hey Hollow, I was thinking about something. He turned his gaze towards his sister. Considering there are no more bats here, this place isn't so bad, really. There's plenty of space, the people are friendly, and the wind on your face is nice. Since there are so many empty houses around here, well I guess it wouldn't be a problem if we kept one. No, I'm not going to completely abandon my home in distant village. I was thinking that there's nothing wrong with having 2 houses, one up here and one down there, and it's very convenient because both places have deer seasons. The little one showed his approval with a cheerful nod. Yes, I like this place too, even though there are few insects it is very lively, it will help me miss Quirrel less. He said this last, while lowering his gaze. He warmly hugged his sister, showing his support and encouragement. You're right. This isn't the time to be sad. We have a house to prepare. With Elderbug's help, they selected a spacious house near the deer station and spent the rest of the day cleaning it. As night fell, the two boys retired to rest in their home deep within the kingdom. That was a happy day for the old insect. He was able to have a pleasant chat with a couple of enthusiastic young people, and he would soon have new neighbors, so he retired to his home with a satisfied face. At night, after a long day at work, Iselda decided to go for a night walk. Her husband was off on another trip to map some area he had missed, and of course, she had to stay alone. With some effort, she left her tiny house and, stretching out to her full potential, began her walk. She walked distractedly, enjoying the breeze on her long body, and her steps led her to the famous bench by the road where Elderbug always used to be. Of course, at that time, the place would be empty, however, to her surprise there was someone sitting there. It was Sly, her neighbor and competitor in business. "Good evening," Iselda greeted. "Good evening," Sly replied. "Taking a night stroll?" "Yes, I always do." He sat down next to the fly and looked up at the sky. "And what are you doing here? As far as I remember, you've never been much for walks." "I was just reminiscing. That damn old codger started telling an old story right in front of my shop today, and since there was nothing else to do, I just listened and damn, I didn't think anyone would still remember Graham." "Graham, so you got homesick?" Iselda gave a light laugh. "Don't laugh, I'm sure remembering that monster makes you feel something too," Sly complained angrily. "Yes, they were good times, but I don't miss them. I'm happy living a simple life with my beloved cornifer in this small town. I don't need anything else." "I'm the same, I wouldn't trade my Geo for anything in the world." "With you, everything is Geo," the mosquito complained, somewhat annoyed. "Anyway, do you know what the funniest thing about Elderbug's story was?" "What thing?" "The way he ended it. He mumbled something about how the great heroes who defeated Graham went off to distant kingdoms to have adventures and save people or something." "Ha ha ha ha, what a distracted old man. He has the great heroes of the past living right under his nose and he doesn't even realize it. We don't really pretend to be what we are either. To everyone, we're just a couple of shopkeepers who spend all day working in our shops. No one would imagine we'd ever wield a weapon or defeat a demonic bat. If they knew, they'd probably start asking us to teach them our techniques or even join the army." Iselda seemed annoyed by this thought. "But we're not up to that kind of thing anymore. Even if the bats returned, I wouldn't take up arms again." "Me neither. Let the younger generations take care of the problems now. It's their duty." "The little mute boy who sometimes comes around here and always seems to carry mountains of Geo with him is a good swordsman. He could certainly handle anything." "I had the chance to meet his sister today," Iselda commented. "She's a bit timid, but she seems pretty skilled. I think those two could defend the place in case of trouble." "Well, I hope they do. If the place becomes dangerous, the business will be ruined." "Ugh, I should have known, everything with you is about Geo. Anyway, it was nice talking to you, Sly," she said, standing up to start walking. "Good night." "Good evening, Iselda." "A job for a gentleman." Living on the surface had become something normal for Hornet, although at first she still felt some fear of bats. As the days passed, this gradually faded and she slowly integrated into the people of Dirtmouth. She maintained good relationships with everyone, although she got along best with Iselda. She admired the concrete and it allowed her to see a more feminine point of view. It was good to have another girl to talk to. Up until now, her greatest interactions had been with Quirrel and Hollow. Well, Hollow didn't have a gender, but he identified with a boy and thought like one, so he could consider himself one. In turn, the person she got along with the worst was Zote, whom she had labeled the town madman. In her opinion, he must definitely be crazy. According to him, he was the greatest warrior in the world, had ended the lives of thousands of opponents, had triumphed in the Colosseum of the Insane, and had performed countless other feats, which, he said, he had accomplished with his life-ending stinger. After taking a look at the weapon, it became clear to Hornet that everything he said couldn't be true. That stinger was made of wood and very light. With luck, if he hit her with it really hard, it might hurt a little. To his surprise, Hollow knew more about Zote's story. He told him about all the times he saved the old insect's life and how he beat him up in the Colosseum of Fools. That version of the story definitely seemed much more believable than the lies he told. But the strangest thing about Zote was that he seemed to believe his lies. He told them with such conviction that it almost made one doubt that things hadn't happened the way he said they had happened. He even denied ever knowing Hollow before. But it didn't take long for Zote to realize how bad things were going. After a long period of not setting foot in Dirtmouth, the creature forgot about them and they had to reappear. Apparently, this guy had a tendency to forget things and then rewrite his memories at his convenience. What a nuisance. But Zote aside, the rest of Dirtmouth was nice. She had already made the house habitable and they would occasionally spend the night there, while little by little they decorated it and turned it more into a home. Hornet had discovered that Sly's store was the best place to buy furniture and other things. What he sold was beautiful and had great quality. The problem? The prices. How can this table cost 1800 geo? Hornet complained to the fly. Take it or leave it, I'm not going to lower my prices. I'll give you 1200. 1800. 1300. 1800. 1400. 1800. Are you not planning to change the price even a little? 1900. But that's even more expensive. I already told you, I'm not going to lower my prices, either you buy it at 1800 or nothing. Damn loan shark, the girl grumbled as she left the store indignantly. Outside, Hollow was waiting for her next to Elderbug, who for a change was giving her one of his long speeches about the old days and the foolishness of insects nowadays. The little one, of course, just looked at him silently without moving a muscle. Come on Hollow, we have to go. There was no deal, that damn cheapskate wouldn't lower the price, I guess the table will have to wait until I save enough. The two brothers set off for home. They passed a huge notice board that had recently been installed, where they saw an insect posting a sign. Hornet's eyes widened in surprise when she realized it was a woodlouse, and she ran to hug it, overjoyed. Quirrel, you're back. The girl exclaimed. I'll excuse you, but my name isn't Quirrel, I am Dan, the insect explained timidly. Hearing this, the warrior stepped away from him and looked at him closely. The boy was a woodlouse, but he wasn't exactly Quirrel's equal, although he bore a certain resemblance. His shell was slightly grayer, his stature a little shorter, and his demeanor more timid. I'm sorry, Hornet apologized. I mistook you for a friend, but of course, he's not the only pill bug in the world. No, don't worry, hugs are good for your health anyway, she replied with some nervousness. Who said that? My mother. Slowly trailing off, he prepared to continue with his task to hide his nervousness about the girl. Seeing the insect place its hands on the poster, Hornet couldn't help but notice it and began to read it, finding some very interesting information. A reward of 1500 geo. The warrior shouted. Yes. Dan squealed in fear. Sorry I scared you. Don't worry, anyone would be surprised with that reward. They must be desperate to destroy all those things to offer that much money. Yeah, well, the boss will get me in trouble if he doesn't clean the Shrine of Souls of the Plague before the end of the week. I was hoping some noble K-Knight like the ones from back in the day would show up who want to clean the place up without expecting anything in return. Well, the boss is very fond of knight stories, in fact he's a fan of the Big Five. But no one is so noble these days, nor is there a king to whom one can pledge loyalty, Hornet commented. It's true, the days of knights are gone. Dan looked at Hornet with a little more confidence, feeling his nerves calming. Anyway, the chief sent us to fight the monsters that live there. But we're not that strong. The insect showed a winded and bandaged hand. So the chief had no choice but to offer a reward to whoever cleans the sanctuary of the vermin that inhabit it. 1500 geo for killing a bunch of monsters, sounds good. With that money plus what I have saved, we could buy the table and a few other things. What do you say, Hollow? The little boy nodded, raising a hand to show his support and enthusiasm. Great, then we'll act as knights and complete the mission of killing all the beasts that inhabit the soul sanctuary. Hornet imitated the knights' attitude and their solemn speeches a little. We'll cover ourselves in glory and in geo, of course. The only one who deserves to be covered in glory is me, a male voice shouted. That declaration came from none other than Zote the Almighty, or Zote the Madman, as Hornet had dubbed him. He'd probably shown up to boast about his greatness as a knight and recount some of his imaginary exploits. It never occurred to him that he, too, would be interested in the cartel work. If what you need is a true knight, then the one you should turn to is me, Zote the Almighty. I, along with my Stinger Life Ender, have extinguished the light in the eyes of hundreds. Did I say hundreds? I mean thousands. My deeds are countless, and my power is relentless. Any threat will perish before my might. Ooh, you must be amazing. Dan exclaimed, stars shining in his eyes. Hornet would have liked to explain to the woodlouse that Zote was a charlatan and that everything he babbled was a lie, but the last time she dared to say something like that to the old insect, he challenged her to a fight for the insult. Of course, she'd beaten him without a scratch, and the next day Zote was recounting the fierce battle he'd had with her and the spectacular victory he'd achieved. Getting angry at him was pointless. The poor insect was delirious. Since then, she simply tried not to mess with him. But now a huge amount of geo was at stake and she couldn't let that go. Your interest is appreciated, Mr. Zote, but we will take on that job. We can surely manage without your invaluable help. Hornet said, trying to hold her tongue so as not to sound rude. Ha! What can you brats do? What's needed here is a real knight, not some children carrying a stinger. He said this last while looking contemptuously at Hollow, although he was used to his slights, but remained impassive. Don't underestimate our abilities, we're more than up to the job. Of course, putting on airs when they can barely hold a weapon. We know much more than that. Hornet's patience was running out, the poor girl had her fist trembling with rage, and she was holding back the urge to hit that charlatan. Fortunately for her, at that moment the innocent Dan intervened. If you all want, you can join the mission. Believe me, these things are complicated. When we went to confront them, we were a squad of 9 cockroaches and me, and we couldn't beat them. In the end, they all agreed to go on that mission. Of course, Zote warned the brothers not to get in his way. For their part, they just sighed and shook their heads in annoyance. The next day Zote, Hornet and Hollow were in the City of Tears in front of the elevator that would take them to the Sanctuary of Souls. In front of them was a cockroach, giving them some information about what they had to do. The Alma Sanctuary used to be a place where the brightest and stupidest scientists in the kingdom gathered. The 3 of them looked at him somewhat strangely. How could the words brilliant and stupid be applied to the same person? Don't look at me like that, I'm serious. These guys were very smart, but the things they used their intelligence for were stupid. Look at this whole thing about trying to live forever. Who would come up with such nonsense? Anyway, according to what I've researched, these idiots conducted experiments with an energy called soul, supposedly possessed by all living beings, and they assumed that injecting themselves with extra soul would prolong their lives indefinitely. The experiments failed miserably. The test subjects' bodies couldn't hold so much soul, and they broke. They were reduced to formless gelatinous masses that crawled around the place attacking whoever got in front of them. This made sense to Hollow. He took out the hunter's journal that he still carried with him and reviewed the notes. Surely the creatures the cockroach was referring to were those known as bugs. These gelatinous things have the ability to hide in any crevice, vessel, crack, you name it, which is why they're so difficult to eliminate. Plus, they seem to have acquired the ability to split and reproduce. They're disgusting. Up until now, we've left this place alone, but the governor wants to reopen this lab and needs the facility to be secure. Do we have a governor? Hornet asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, he was recently elected by popular vote. So he's sort of the new king. No, of course not. He's far from even being anything close to a king. For starters, his jurisdiction is limited to the City of Tears. What happens beyond that place isn't his problem. He was actually elected to organize the Merchants Guild and take care of the city's upkeep. Of course, no one bows to him when he passes by, nor does anyone call him Your Majesty. And yet, many took his rise to power very seriously and are trying to assassinate him to take the crown that doesn't exist. Seriously, these people. The cockroach crossed his arms and began to mutter something to himself, as if he were complaining. Suddenly he seemed to wake up from his thoughts, return his attention to his listeners, clear his throat, and continue. Anyway. Those poor disembodied things are still crawling around, attacking anyone who comes near. They're not that strong themselves, but there are a lot of them, and in a space as narrow as the lab's hallways, fighting them is a pain. If you have any techniques for fighting in those kinds of places or for facing groups, I recommend you use them. Finish off all those things and give them a rest. I'm sure it must be hell for those beings to exist. When you've finished them all off, come back. There'll be a bag full of geo waiting for you. Without further explanation, the 3 warriors boarded the elevator until they reached the tower known as the Sanctuary of Souls. The place had a somewhat desolate appearance. There were long, gloomy corridors where the light was scarce. On the floor there were some broken tools and glass jars, overturned chairs, scattered papers and reports, even scratches on the walls. This place looks terrible, Hornet commented. I bet the beasts here are pretty wild, look at the mess they've left. Hollow didn't want to tell him that most of that damage was actually his fault. When he'd first explored the Soul Sanctuary, the place hadn't looked so bad, but his constant fights with everything that lived there had left it that way. Ha! No matter how savage the enemy is, they will succumb to me. Zote declared, taking out his wooden goat and then running away. You idiot. Wait, don't be so reckless. Hornet shouted, but the insect ignored him. In the end, both warriors had no choice but to follow him so he wouldn't get into trouble. Surely because of how noisy the little bug was, it disturbed the bugs who were napping at that hour. Of course, they became furious and came out in droves to confront it. Thus, Zote, swollen with courage and with iron confidence, stopped and observed the pack of monsters. They shrieked, communicating their annoyance, but the fierce warrior didn't back down. He closed his eyes and ran toward them, waving his stinger like crazy. At first, the bugs were cautious and moved out of the way, although one of them, the most clueless, moved too late, so it had to take Zote's ferocious blows to its body. The creature screamed and writhed in fright. Because when it realized the wooden goat was absolutely harmless, it stopped its screams and glared at him angrily. The rest of the bugs began to approach the insect, screeching and wanting to devour it, but Zote didn't notice anything because he was hitting with his eyes closed and thinking he was in control of the situation. Soon the pack of monsters was only steps away from him, then they launched a united attack that could have ended the creature's life. However, at that moment, a blast of concentrated power slammed into the group, pulverizing their bodies into nothingness. The bug next to Zote stared at the scene in stupefaction, unable to comprehend what had happened, but before he could move even a step, a needle pierced his head, killing him instantly. The needle was then retrieved by the thread tied to it and returned to its owner. "We got there just in time," Hornet gasped. "It almost killed him." At that moment, Zote, noticing the absence of the bug's squeals, opened his eyes to see what was happening and found the remains of the creatures scattered everywhere. "Ha! They've succumbed to my power, for I'm Zote the Almighty. Their fates were sealed the moment I set foot here." Hollow shook his head in exasperation, and Hornet clutched his forehead, praying to the heavens for patience to endure that madman. But that would not be Zote's only great feat. He decided to continue his extermination of the fauna in the area, so he ran off again in search of more enemies. Of course the brothers followed him again. So for the next couple of hours, they spent saving Zote from all sorts of dangers. The insect seemed to have a special talent for attracting these vermin. Even when a room looked completely empty, all Zote needed to set foot in it was for all the hidden bugs to emerge and attack him. Then, Hollow would appear to protect him, brandishing her stinger and slashing at him, or Hornet would extend her thread and capture the beasts, then finish them off with her needle. Eventually they began to take advantage of Zote to lure bugs, which allowed them to cover a large number of enemies in a short amount of time. Hornet was even able to set some very efficient thread and thorn traps that eliminated a large number of targets. Although the task entrusted to them was easy, the efforts to protect Zote plus the long hours of work took their toll, and they eventually ended up exhausted, although the first to succumb to fatigue was Hornet, who when the time came, when it seemed that there were no more enemies in the place, sat down in a huge chair and leaned back on the table in front of her. "I'm dead, I don't want any more war," the girl complained. "Ah, I knew this would be too much for rookies like you," Zote mocked. Hornet gave him a murderous look that Zote seemed to ignore without a problem as he walked away from her toward an elevator at the back of the room. "It seems we've finished off the beasts in this area, but we still need to check the top floor, the watchtower. Since the young lady is exhausted, she can stay here and rest." "I'll go finish the job," said the insect, getting into the elevator. Hollow looked at her sister questioningly as she pointed at the elevator. "I'm giving up now. If you want, follow him. I'll stay here for a while. I don't mind if that guy dies. I can't stand him anymore." It's not that Hollow liked Zote too much, but her conscience prevented her from abandoning him, although it didn't make much sense. She felt somewhat responsible for his existence. After all, he had saved her life too many times. The little boy had to wait for the elevator to descend before getting on and reaching the designated spot. Once up there, he found Zote looking at the place with disdain. There were no bugs to be seen anywhere. Apparently, those creatures only inhabited the lower floors. There was no need to worry so much about the supposed knight's well-being. Zote seemed somewhat disappointed at not finding an opponent to demonstrate his strength against, and with nothing else of interest there, he proceeded to withdraw. He walked past Hollow without speaking, his attitude haughty and full of confidence, while Hollow watched him calmly head for the elevator. Hollow had no reason to stay there either, but a bout of nostalgia made him stay put. He began walking through what had once been Lurian's residence. Things were just as he had left them. The telescope he loved so much was still there. Of course, he didn't pass up the opportunity to take a look at the city. He walked a little further around the room, lay down on a somewhat rickety sofa and looked at the ceiling. In its heyday, that room must have been very luxurious. It had very beautiful furniture, enormous chandeliers full of details, and some quite fine ornaments. It was a beautiful place. He sat up from the couch, remembering the first time he'd been there. At the time, he'd been so busy trying to kill the dreamers that he didn't even take the time to contemplate those wonders. All he did during that time was head over to the bed at the far end of the room and murder its occupant. Although murder wasn't exactly what he'd done, the kind of existence the vigilante led couldn't really be called a life. Now Hollow found himself contemplating the bed where Lurian had once slept. He placed a hand on it, as if he wanted to feel some of the warmth lost so long ago. Poor Lurian, poor Monomon, poor Hera, they had to sacrifice so much for the kingdom, only for it all to be in vain. What had the king been thinking when he asked them for such a task? Had he felt sorry for what he had made those poor insects suffer? Had some remorse darkened his nights? Was he remembering his servants when he locked himself in the White Palace protecting himself from the infection? There was no way of knowing. The king had died, not even in his empty shell. Were there any memories left that he could read with his dream sting? That mystery would remain open forever. Suddenly, the little boy felt a presence in the room. He turned to see if anyone had gotten on the elevator, but he didn't see anyone. He quickly scanned the entire room. Perhaps a bug was hiding somewhere while stalking him, but there was nothing there either. He continued to look around until a dim light caught his attention. That light wasn't coming from any source. It was as if it were shining out of nowhere, with an ethereal quality. Based on his previous experiences, Hollow knew it was a ghost, and likely no one but him could see it, since the ability to see ghosts was granted by the dream sting. He found it a little strange that there was a ghost there. It didn't seem like the kind of place where people usually died, and he didn't think it was likely that anything of the old Lurian remained there. He approached the light. When he was close enough, the ghost would reveal its identity and likely speak to him. From what he'd noticed, while everyone in the world always needs to be heard, the ones who most yearned to communicate were the ghosts. What kind of stories would this old spirit tell him? But when Hollow stood face to face with the ghost and saw who it was, his body tensed and rage filled him. Before him stood a colorless, almost white worm, dressed in robes of the finest silk and with a head very similar to a crown. A being that, despite its small size, commanded respect. A creature that was the cause of all his sorrows and the one he hated most in the world. It was the ghost of the Pale King. Pale King. Hollow's gaze betrayed the great hatred he felt for the presence before him, but it didn't seem too concerned. The Pale King remained calm in his place, floating in midair, looking down on his offspring with superiority. It seemed that even after death, he wouldn't see the shadows as his own flesh and blood. This attitude, of course, only irritated the child, who, letting his hatred overwhelm him, took out his dream stinger and launched himself at his father, hoping to absorb his essence. The king easily rose, dodging the attack and distancing himself. Hollow frowned. Apparently, the old king was one of those superior ghosts, those who don't let themselves be killed easily and are even capable of attacking. He had already faced some of these spirits, and he remembered them with chills, not because they were difficult to defeat, but because they were simply terrifying. Sometimes he still had nightmares about Eyeless. But he didn't let the king intimidate him and raised his stinger at him, waiting for his counterattack. However, the king tilted his head as if confused by the little boy's actions, then spoke in a soft but firm voice. Were you expecting a confrontation? I don't intend to start a conflict with my offspring. These words outraged Hollow, who couldn't believe that this guy had the nerve to declare himself his father. Fathers don't conceive children to use as tools, nor do they lock them in an abyss. The worst part was that he didn't seem remorseful for his actions. When he had met the White Queen, she had at least seemed to regret her part in the creation of the vessels and had punished herself. But this guy, on the other hand, didn't regret anything and looked down on him with such superiority that it sickened him. He truly couldn't believe Big was defending him. He waved his stinger at the monarch in defiance, but the monarch simply shook his head. I already said I won't fight you, that's not the reason I'm on this existential plane delaying my next incarnation. He tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. It's funny how expressive you can be even without your own voice, the worm said, lowering himself a little to his son's level. But for a ruler, his voice is indispensable. It holds the power he will instill in his people, the respect he will receive, and the compliance with his orders. Between tantrums and signs, Hollow explained that he didn't need a voice and that he managed just fine without it. Then he remembered that he wasn't supposed to talk to the king, so he once again took out his dream stinger and launched himself at him, wanting to pulverize his spirit. Of course his father didn't let himself be hit, he began to float at a certain height out of the little boy's reach, but using the monarch's wings, he managed to make jumps that seemed impossible for someone like him, which brought him very close to his target, but he still couldn't hit him. I think you should consider stopping this wild goose chase, the king said, somewhat tired of the situation. You'll end up destroying the fine furniture in the room. Hollow ignored his request and continued attacking, implying that he didn't care about the furniture store. In fact, although it was unintentional, he ended up breaking a chair that was next to a desk and didn't regret it at all. Meanwhile, Hornet was riding the elevator to the watchtower. Her brother had already taken too long and she was somewhat worried about him. This anxiety increased as the elevator took her higher and higher because she was beginning to hear murmurs of what sounded like a fight. When the warrior finally reached the top, she almost ran to the room taking out her needle ready to help Hollow with whatever he was fighting, but what was her surprise when she found the little one struggling with the air. Hollow? What are you doing? Did Zote give you his madness? The little boy stopped his attack and ran up to his sister, very agitated, then quickly began to explain what was happening with a few signs. The Pale King approached, quite interested in the silent language she used. In his case, he could read hollow minds thanks to his ability and his status as a ghost, so he didn't need that, but he was quite interested in seeing how two shadow beings interacted, even though one of them wasn't a vessel. Meanwhile, Hollow had already finished telling his sister the story of what was happening, but she looked at him unconvinced. She had never heard of anyone who could see and talk to ghosts, so in her eyes, this must be some crazy fantasy of his, perhaps brought on by hunger. Yes, that must surely be it. She was hungry too, and it was best to leave quickly. She urged her brother to leave that place quickly, but he was hurt that they didn't believe him, so he took the girl's hand and placed a dream sting in it. As soon as the mystical object touched her hand, the figure of the Pale King became visible to her eyes. This, of course, made a great impression on her. Aya. It's the damn worm. The girl screamed, almost falling over in fright. For his part, the king grimaced at being called that. What insolence. The only beast who ever called him that and lived to tell the tale was, well, this girl's mother. Look, you damn worm, I hope this plan of yours works, and you better give me a pretty girl, or else I'll go to that filthy palace of yours and rip your head off. Yes, those had been Hera's words more or less. In truth, if it hadn't been for the fact that he needed her, he would never have agreed to make any deal with her. That woman was so insufferable, aggressive, brutal, and rude, so unlike his sweet white lady. He shook his head, returning to reality. This wasn't the time to lose himself in daydreams. That was over. Now he had his daughter in front of him, and it was necessary to teach her a little respect for her elders. First worm doesn't seem like a very appropriate term to refer to someone, the king said, maintaining his composure. I understand that due to the circumstances in which we have lived together, it may be impossible for you to refer to me as father, however, King Pale, Worm, or simply Pale are valid names that I would be willing to accept. Hey, Hollow, I'm not imagining that thing I'm seeing, right? The girl asked her brother. Am I really seeing the ghost of the damn worm? But what did I tell you? Don't call me a damn worm, said the worm, now quite annoyed. Don't yell at me. I'll call you whatever I want. After all, you're not a king anymore, nor a worm, you're just a wandering ghost who's bothering people around here. Hollow took his sister's hand so he could make contact with the stinger and also see the king. He was delighted with the way Hornet was teasing him. I truly can't believe such an insolent brat belongs to my offspring, the ghost complained. Well, I'm not very happy that my father is a crazy old man who doesn't appreciate life and who abused his power to lock his children in a dark hole forever. Those creatures were not fit to be considered living beings, much less my children. At that moment, the king saw his body pierced by Hornet's hand. Of course, due to his ghostly condition, he wasn't harmed. Only the dream sting could hurt him. Still, as he looked up and met the girl's eyes, he felt a tightness in his stomach. Not even his worst enemies had ever looked at him with such hatred. Don't ever say something so horrible again. The warrior screamed, holding back tears of rage. Hollow, Big, and all the rest of my 10,526 siblings are living beings. Over time, they developed personalities and desires. Their supposedly empty souls began to fill, and although the nature of their bodies isn't normal, inside, they're just like any insect that inhabits this kingdom. The king stared at Hornet in silence for a moment. He really didn't know what to say, and he felt very uncomfortable about this. He was never very good at dealing with other people's emotions and had some trouble expressing himself. Normally, it was his sweet Queen Blanca who helped him with these matters, but now she wasn't there, so he had to deal with his daughter alone, and he was doing a terrible job at it. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down and gather his thoughts. He couldn't show weakness. A king never hesitated, and he never did. That was something that went beyond our plans, the old monarch replied with a proud attitude. When those beings were conceived, they weren't supposed to have personalities or even feelings. They were incapable of suffering. They were merely empty entities created to fulfill a purpose. And you weren't sorry to conceive children with such an existence. If the Pale King had been completely honest, he would have told her that he suffered greatly from his actions, that there were days when he simply did not want to get out of bed, when he thought about the horrors he had committed and had yet to commit, but that he was forced to stand firm and swallow all his feelings. It was all for the good of the kingdom. No cost is too great. He repeated the words he had said to himself so many times to draw strength in moments of weakness. That damned phrase ignited Hollow's anger again. Those were ideas he simply couldn't accept. That kind of thinking only served to bring misery and sadness to people. No cost is too great. That is only if one is willing to pay a price, and if it is a decision made of one's own free will, not if it is something someone else imposed on you, and of course, no one asked him or his brothers anything. Once again the little one launched himself at the king, trying to finish him off with a dream sting, but the worm was very skilled at dodging, so the futile chase from a while ago was repeated. When Hornet lost contact with the dream stinger, she stopped seeing her father, and all she could make out was her brother jumping around the room, chasing air. The situation was quite confusing for her. First, she learned that when people die, they become ghosts. Second, she had encountered the ghost of the old king. Third, her father turned out to be an even bigger jerk than her mother had told her. He sighed heavily, wondering what he should do, and at that moment, all he could think of was an old piece of advice he had once received. Don't bother dealing with idiots, they're a lost cause. The best thing to do was ignore the ghost and get out of there as quickly as possible. She threw a strand of thread that caught Hollow and then pulled him toward her. The little boy writhed angrily, wanting to free himself so he could fight the spirit again, but his sister wouldn't let him. In fact, she wrapped him even tighter around her and tied him to her body so he couldn't escape. Come on Hollow, leave that ghost alone, he's not worth wasting your time on, let him continue wandering and grieving for his crimes, he doesn't deserve anything better. The little boy answered with an irritated but resigned look. Perhaps Hornet was right, it was best to ignore him. Both siblings walked away toward the elevator, but when they tried to activate it, it simply wouldn't work. Then Hollow began to thrash around, angrily, saying that the ghost was preventing the device from working. The girl, now even angrier, took her brother's dream sting so she could see her father and rebuke him. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to lock up the last two remaining members of your family? It is not my intention to deprive you of your freedom, the worm replied seriously. Nor do I intend to maintain hostile relations with you, but I need to be heard, and that is why I cannot allow you to leave yet. Do you want us to listen to you? Are you going to apologize to us? Hollow wasn't interested in receiving an apology of any kind, but his sister was more willing, so she stayed attentive and listened. However, the monarch wasn't going to apologize in any way. Please. When he was alive, he never did, and he wouldn't do it now after his death. Besides, why would he apologize? He did what he thought was right. He wouldn't show such weakness. It had to be said, the Pale King was extremely proud, even more so than Hornet. The reason I'm keeping you here is because I want you to fulfill your duty as heirs. I need you to take the throne, Hornet. After such a declaration, a long silence followed while the brothers processed the words. That wasn't an apology, right? I understand this may be a bit sudden, but you're definitely the most suitable for the position. You have a voice, which distinguishes you from your siblings. You'll be able to make your orders heard. I know everyone will obey you and so. What kind of madness is this? The girl cried. Do you want me to become queen? Is that why you're wandering around here and not going to the other side? I must ensure the continuation of Hallownest. I am no longer among the living to rule. There is no longer a king. So who will lead the kingdom to prosperity? That's why the solution I came up with is for one of my descendants to take power. Perhaps the suddenness of this will overwhelm you a little. Perhaps you feel you don't have what it takes to be queen, but under my guidance, you can become a fine ruler, just as I was. This is unheard of. The girl screamed again, this time clutching her head. Once again, all your offspring are as a tool. Since you can't rule, you pretend to do it through me. You're a damn ghost. Stop being selfish and allow the living to follow their paths as they please. I don't plan on becoming a queen. If I were to rule over someone, I would prefer it to be my people, the Weavers, but they no longer exist, so I'll settle for being an ordinary civilian. But Hornet. It's the throne of Hallownest. The most prosperous kingdom the world has ever known. Think of the people. The people are fine, don't worry about them. Without the infection, the population is reproducing peacefully, guilds and trade have sprung up, there are plenty of jobs. Perhaps there are no more knights, but now there are municipal workers. There is no more castle, but there are shops. There is no more king, but there is a governor, and no one seems unhappy with that. Except that you are not necessary. A king is not necessary for the living to prosper, and not everything has to work your way. So many truths spoken to his face irritated the worm greatly, and he couldn't believe his daughter would yell at him like that. He was preparing to answer when Hornet threw her needle at one of the windows, breaking it. Then, skillfully and delicately, she emerged through the hole formed alongside her brother, leaving the king speechless. After coming out of his stupefaction, he shouted angrily. You rude brat, you didn't even have the decency to say goodbye. Meanwhile, Hornet jumped across the tower's rooftops, supporting herself with her string to avoid getting hurt by the numerous ornamental spikes scattered throughout the place. Honestly, the only reason she'd want to be queen of Hallownest would be to have all those spikes removed. Who thought of putting them there? When they finally landed on solid ground, they met Zote, who was talking animatedly with the cockroach who had hired them. Of course, he was recounting the battle against the bugs in his own way, highlighting their courage in combat and how easily he had dispatched all the beasts. Your exploits are certainly incredible. The cockroach exclaimed, enchanted by the story. He was a fan of tales of knights for good reason. Your story should be written in a book. It's nothing, Zote replied pleased. There's a reason I'm the greatest knight to ever walk the earth. Nothing escapes the power of my sting. Although the key to my victory lies in my personal philosophy, my 57 personal precepts. Hollow and Hornet grabbed their heads in exasperation. He was about to start the story of the 57 precepts again. They had heard them so many times that they already knew at least half of them by heart. Luckily for them, the same cockroach put a stop to the pseudo-knight speech. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I really have some matters to attend to. Another day I could continue listening to your stories. But before I forget, he took out a small bag full of money. Here's your reward for the work you've done. Ha! No need, the glory and adrenaline of battle are priceless, I don't need a reward, take it, a true knight does good without expecting anything in return. Oh. I didn't think there were any real knights left. The insect was beside himself with excitement. On the other hand, Hornet and Hollow were beside themselves with frustration. All our work wasted. Hornet complained. Ag, we won't be able to buy the table anymore. The cockroach, which had heard the girl's cries, came closer to take a look. And for a table you needed 1500 geo. 1800, I'll cover the rest with my savings, he answered dryly. 1800 for a table, let me tell you, they've seen your face. Hornet looked at him depressed. Well, cheer up. Even though you couldn't do much fighting the beasts there, I think you could still get a reward for your effort and for taking the time to come here. There are plenty of tables in the tower where they were. Take any you want. You can even take a shelf and some chairs if you want. Really? Yes, we're going to renew all the furniture in the building, we have to get rid of things. In this unexpected way, Hornet got the furniture she needed to finish her house in Bakasusha. Perhaps it was a bit old, but it was in excellent condition and of very good quality. It had some scratches, but nothing that a little sanding and a coat of varnish couldn't fix. The only expense the brothers had to incur was paying the freight to take them and their belongings to the village. The trip was long, taking all day, but by nightfall, they had everything ready and arranged. That night, too exhausted to return to distant village, they slept in their new home, where they fell into a deep, shared sleep. Hornet ran through a beautiful garden full of flowers and all kinds of plants. Behind her went her little brother chasing her. She seemed very happy with the game, but the speed of his little legs was not enough to catch her, so he jumped and crawled in the air, using the ability of the shadow cloak, thus flying to Hornet, knocking her to the ground. They both fell between laughter and gasps on the flowers. Some petals flew out, creating a very beautiful spectacle. Suddenly a figure appeared before them. It was a very tall and robust creature, with 8 limbs and 6 eyes. Mom! Hornet shouted happily, running to hug the newcomer. Mother and daughter hugged each other warmly, while Hollow watched them from a distance, but Hornet of course didn't forget her little brother. Hollow, he said, holding out his hand. The little boy timidly walked up to them and watched them silently. Hera bent over him and gently picked him up, then smiled kindly, showing her acceptance. This pleased the little boy, who gave his sister a look of gratitude. Hera placed Hollow on the ground, then Hornet took one of her hands and tugged on it. Come on, Mom, I want you to teach me how to knit. I've been practicing, but I'm not doing well. Can you help me? The Spider Queen nodded and prepared to follow her daughter when a figure appeared in front of the group, a white worm with a spiny crown-like head. It extended its hand toward Hornet and spoke in a deep, solemn voice. Come, my daughter, take my hand and accept your destiny as queen. Aye, old man, the girl replied. But will you never learn to have manners? The king complained. Get out of here, old man, nobody wants you, Hollow said, looking at him with hatred. The worm, Hera and his daughter all stared at him in surprise. What? He asked, confused. Hollow, you're talking. Hornet exclaimed. Well, this is a dream, he replied simply. Anything can happen in dreams. If I want, I can talk. Is this a dream? The girl said, confused, then looked at her mother, her face saddened. It's true, this is a dream. My mother will never be with me again. After saying those words, Hera's image vanished into thin air along with a beautiful garden, giving way to a more ethereal atmosphere. Basically everything became a sea of clouds, wide and fluffy. Look what you did, old man, you ruined a very nice dream. Hollow crossed her arms and looked at him with annoyance. If it weren't for my influence, they wouldn't even be able to share a dream, the worm excused himself. Yes, we could, his son replied. I have the dream sting. I can enter anyone's dreams. I've been doing it for a while. So the stinger isn't just for seeing ghosts? Hornet asked. No, it also allows you to enter people's dreams and read their thoughts. DHTH thoughts. Hollow, by any chance you? Yes, I've seen them, I know you find it cute. Hornet couldn't help but blush and put her hands to her face in embarrassment, while the king frowned. Is there someone who has caught my daughter's interest? Who is it? Confidential, the little boy replied, which bothered his father quite a bit. Anyone who aspires to be my heir's mate must pass through my approval. She as the future ruler of Hallownest cannot associate with just any lout. These words outraged Hornet, so with a furious look he faced his parent. Look, if I decide to pair up with a merchant, an artist, a gentleman, a bum, or if I decide to stay alone, that's my decision. You have no right to give your opinion or interfere in my life. And I've already made it clear to you that I don't want to be queen. But Hornet, you're highborn, it's in your blood. I don't care. And get out of my dream. If you want it gone, you just have to wish it away, Hollow said. This is your mind. Here, reality is whatever you want it to be. Oh, great, that's very convenient, the girl replied with a mischievous smile. The king began to feel a pressure on his body that was pushing him away, a force so strong that he could not resist it. At that moment, he knew he would soon be expelled from the dream, but before leaving, he said a few last words. This won't be the last you hear from me. I'll stay by your side. I'll make sure you become the Hornet Queen. My legacy must prevail, and you're key to that. Just die, the girl yelled at him. Then the king vanished into nothingness, leaving both brothers happy in their vivid dream. The following days were quite stormy for the princes. The Pale King no longer appeared in their dreams, but he appeared to them constantly during the day to speak with them and try to convince them that Hornet should take power. The one most affected by this turned out to be Hollow, for he was the bearer of the dream stinger, and therefore he was the one who had to listen to the ghost's murmurs and be frightened whenever he appeared unexpectedly. Sometimes Hornet took over and looked after the weapon for a while so that his brother could rest. They finally decided to lock the dream sting in a locked cupboard so no one would have to deal with that pesky ghost. That seemed like a good plan, but it wasn't. The king, finding himself ignored and unable to express his words and deal with his offspring, opted to do what many ghosts do to get attention. Make noise. The nights became a torment for the siblings. The worm used every resource he had to get their attention, from knocking over anything on the table to making the paintings fall over. Hornet was desperate because she was almost out of space. But the final straw came when she got some chains and started rattling them while howling. The truth is, Hornet and Hollow weren't scared, just annoyed because they were having so much trouble sleeping at night. Seriously, they hated their father more and more. Hollow, do you think there's any way to get rid of the old man? He shook his head. Am I really going to have to become a queen so I can get a good night's sleep again? The girl's expression was so sad that her brother felt terrible. The problem with their father wasn't something they could talk about with just anyone. How could they explain that they could see a ghost? What insect they knew was so connected to the spirit world that they would ask for its help? Suddenly, a memory surfaced in the little boy's mind. Perhaps there was someone who could help them, or at least give them some guidance on what they could do. Excited, he started jumping around, moving to explain to his sister what he had remembered. So that old moth could help us? Well, even if it's not certain, it's a possibility, which is better than nothing. Let's see. The seer. During his life, there were very few moments in which Hornet could enjoy true peace. He had moments of joy, sadness, fear, anger, but almost never peace, and that was what he was experiencing now in Hope Glade. When I die, I'd like to rest in a place like this, Hornet commented, admiring the scenery. Hollow pulled at the cloak, looking at her scared. I'm not going to die anytime soon, Hollow, or so I hope. I honestly don't know what my life expectancy is, she answered thoughtfully. You have a high chance of living a long life, said the Pale King floating next to the brothers. At that moment only Hornet could see it because she was carrying the dream stinger. It was better that way because the mere sight of the ghost greatly upset the little one and made him aggressive. Though your brothers will likely outlive you, the ghost continued. As long as they can feed on the void's energy, they won't die. In fact, even you could prolong your existence if you consumed that energy, but you would be condemned to live in the abyss forever. That or not, I couldn't bear to live without being able to eat a good stew again. A glutton just like your mother, the ghost said. Any problem with that? The girl said in a threatening tone. I don't think it's appropriate for a princess. Look, man, Hornet couldn't finish her sentence because a slight tug on her clothes distracted her. Her little brother was trying to get her attention, obviously uncomfortable with not being able to participate in the conversation with the ghost. Sorry, Hollow, I didn't mean to leave you out. Anyway, we'd better get moving and head over to that acquaintance of yours. When we're done there, we can stop by and say hello to the spirits resting in the clearing. Hollow nodded in agreement and set out to guide his companions to the seer's house. To get there, they had to climb a fairly shallow cliff until they reached a cozy cave. Hornet found it hard to believe that someone would have chosen to live in that place all alone, but as her brother had explained, the seer had a duty to take care of Hope Glade. She couldn't leave, and she was also too old to change her life. The moth's home turned out to be more welcoming than she expected. It was decorated with fabrics and soft cushions, the perfect place to escape the cold. The lady of the house seemed happy to have visitors as she greeted them with a friendly smile. Well, I see you're back, and this time you're in company, very good company I must say. Yes, I know that girl, I know her story, a princess without a kingdom, a loyal guardian and a seasoned hunter. I never expected to have Princess Hornet in my humble home. The title of princess is no longer something I feel worthy of bearing, the aforementioned said with some regret. After all, what is a princess without a people? Just a soul without a purpose. But if you wanted, you could have a people to rule, the king tempted her once more. Of course, but that's something she should decide, said the moth, butting into the conversation. Can you see the ghost? The moth cackled in amusement at the surprised reaction of her guests. We, the moth tribe, have always danced with death and guarded its secrets. Our sharp eyes are always alert to all that is not obvious to the eye. Then maybe you're the one who can help us, Hornet exclaimed hopefully. We're desperate. Oh? And what could be the problem that plagues the young princess? "This damn worm won't leave us alone," the girl shouted, pointing at her father. "I've told you over and over again not to call me a damn worm. Besides, if you accepted your destiny as ruler of Hallownest, we wouldn't have so many problems. And if you accepted that I'm not interested in governing, we'd also save ourselves trouble. But the kingdom cannot be without a leader. Yes, it can, and it works well. But it doesn't have the glory it once had. And what does that matter? People are fine, that's enough. That's mediocre thinking. Admit this is all because of your stupid pride. You just want things to work out your way. And what's wrong with that? I'm the most brilliant mind ever to walk this kingdom, under my hand everything prospers and shines. Brilliant mind with a child's heart. Damn irritating worm. What did you say? How dare you? I'm right. You're like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum because you don't get your way. And if we ignore you, you start being a nuisance, waving chains and howling. How mature our king is. Do you know how long I haven't slept well? At this point, the argument began to lose its meaning and become more personal. In reality, both Hornet and the king seemed like two children fighting. Hollow and the moth looked at each other. It was truly an awkward situation, even for the little one. Perhaps he couldn't see the king at that moment because he didn't have the dream stinger on him, but he could more or less guess what he was saying from his sister's replies. Finally, the lady of the house decided to put an end to the commotion. "Enough, both of you," he shouted. Father and daughter remained silent and fixed their eyes on the moth, which seemed somewhat uncomfortable at suddenly becoming the center of attention. The gray creature shook itself and cleared its throat. "It doesn't matter. Please stop fighting." He or she started it. They both shouted in unison. "It's obvious these two are related. They're equally stubborn," the moth said to himself. "Anyway, I think I understand your problem now." He sighed deeply. "I need to be left alone with the king. I'll take care of everything." The brothers looked at each other and nodded, complying with the seer's request and leaving the king inside. He could have followed them, but he was curious to know what this old insect would say to him. The worm took on the most distant and proud attitude he could. He wanted to make it clear to the seer his position as an old king, and he also didn't intend to be kind and approachable to a moth. After all the hardships the Radiant had put him through, he didn't have much regard for the species. "This has certainly been the most interesting day I've had in a long time," the winged creature commented. "Never in my dreams did I think I'd be standing before the Pale King, a legendary insect, the creator of the greatest miracles and wonders." "Your flattery won't win you my favor, moth," the king said coldly. "And I never thought the king would be so inept when it came to dealing with his daughter." The pale creature narrowed its eyes and looked at the seer with hatred. It bothered it that she spoke to it so insolently, but it couldn't reply because she was still right. "Although perhaps it's not such a rare thing," the moth continued. "There's always been talk of his great intelligence, of the devices he built, of his knowledge of magic and other sciences, but it's often said that those with great rational intelligence aren't as skilled emotionally." "You're talking nonsense, get to the point," the king said, fed up and wanting to end this annoying conversation quickly. Of course, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, nor do I want to butt in where I'm not called, but I simply can't remain silent in this situation. I understand your wishes for the kingdom, and I'm not going to question you for it, but I must tell you that the attitude you're taking toward your descendants and the way you're handling things is very wrong. He's not going to tell me how to raise my children. You haven't raised your children yet, it's too late for that, there's little or nothing you can do for them." The ghost wanted to say so many things, to defend himself from the insect's verbal attacks, but he had no way to refute its sound arguments. "Look, there's something I want you to understand. Perhaps before, everyone obeyed your orders without question. Your word was law and your wishes were obligations, but now that's no longer the case. You're dead. You have no authority. You may still be able to impress and command respect from some lesser insects, but not from your children. They're your equal. At my height. They're your descendants, aren't they? Something of your higher essence resides within them, so they won't bow to you. They also have a dark nature. Darkness never bows to light, but rather confronts it. Add to that the fact that you were an absent father, and they won't listen to you even in their dreams. Are you telling me I should give up on making Hornet a queen? I'm not going to ask that of you. I'm not the one to do it. However, I am going to suggest you change your strategies. Imposing your will without taking the girl's wishes into account will only lead to pointless fights and stressful situations. Even if, at best, she accepts being queen out of exhaustion, she may end up ruling unwillingly and making the kingdom a ruin." The king pondered the seer's words, which were certainly right. It had never occurred to him to consider the possibility that Hornet might be a bad queen, even worse than leaving the village leaderless. But since reasoning with the girl was useless and trying to force her was also useless, what other option did he have? At the moment, he couldn't think of any, but judging by the way the moth was looking at him, she did seem to have a plan for what to do. However, he wasn't going to ask her. Of course not. He couldn't lower himself to ask for help, much less from a being of his kind. He'd never asked anyone for help and he'd managed to get very far on his own. I wonder what I should try next, the worm said, speaking to himself as if thinking aloud. Those insolent boys aren't easy to deal with. I'll have to plan my strategy carefully. The moth sighed wearily. Seriously, this guy was impossible. He was so proud that she didn't dare ask him a simple question directly. If she'd been a crueler person, she might have ignored his hints and let him figure it out on his own, but she felt sorry for the boys, at the mercy of an annoying, overly proud ghost. At least they deserved a good night's sleep. On the other hand, it saddened her greatly to see families fighting. What she wouldn't give to have even a nephew to tell some stories and tales of her tribe, but instead she had to be alone. Well, these children could count on their father, even if he was a spirit, but he was with them. The truth is, perhaps what this spirit was seeking to be at peace with himself was to reconcile with his offspring, and making his daughter queen was just an excuse to get closer. Once again, his pride was interfering. It's well known that it's easier to catch a bee with honey than with gall, the seer mentioned distractedly. A deep emotional bond is capable of forging miracles and stretching someone's will beyond what they imagine. A bond of love is what would make Hornet raise his fist and take the kingdom. The bond of love, the king repeated thoughtfully. But our relationship is at such a level of deterioration that all affection would wither before it even began. That's not entirely true. It may take time, but with effort and dedication, affection can emerge even in the worst of scenarios. But if you've already decided to give up, the outcome is inevitable. I haven't given up yet, the king declared. I didn't do it against the infection, and I won't do it now. I like the determination I see in your eyes, But it's going to be a little difficult to get close to them if they keep ignoring each other, he said thoughtfully. I can help you, your majesty, but in return, you must promise that you will not harass or bully the children, that you will not impose your will on them, that you will not seek conflict with them, and above all, that you will let them sleep. Done, the worm replied without hesitation. Fabulous, said the moth pleased, then went to the door of his house and called the princes. Hornet and Hollow entered, eager for a solution to their ghost problem, and watched the psychic expectantly. She cleared her throat before speaking. She was a little nervous. She knew the solution she'd come up with was the best, but it wouldn't be to everyone's liking. Okay, guys, I need you to lend me the dream stinger for a moment. Hornet extended the stinger to the old insect, who took it carefully and held it with both hands, then closed his eyes and began to concentrate. The brothers were hoping to see some kind of miracle, that the moth would suddenly start to glow, and there would be an explosion of energy or something like that would make the ghost disappear forever, so when the only change they noticed was that the worm began to become visible to them without being in contact with the mystical instrument, they began to worry. There you go, the seer said, opening her eyes and handing the stinger to Hollow, its rightful wielder. He looked at her confused, wondering what had happened. Wasn't the idea supposed to be for you to make it disappear? Hornet asked bluntly. Why can I see it now without having to touch the gun? Do you see me? The king seemed pleased with the news. How convenient. I increased the power of the stinger, the seer explained. Now everyone within a 10-centimeter radius of the stinger can see and hear the ghosts within that area. You made things worse. Now the damn worm won't leave us alone. The king was about to reprimand the moth for calling him a damned worm when he felt something touching him. Turning around, he realized the moth was indeed touching him with an old stick. Don't worry, your majesty, nothing good comes from anger. Patience will be your ally in this crusade, and you must use it to emerge victorious, the moth said calmly, before the old monarch's surprised gaze. Then, with a mischievous smile, he added, yes, I can touch you. By increasing the power of the sting, you have also become denser. Now objects and people can make contact with you instead of just passing through you. Be careful. This can be good or bad depending on the situation. A slight shudder ran down the worm's spine, and he turned nervously to his children. They stared at him so intently, so seriously that it was impossible to guess their thoughts, much less for someone like him who had so much trouble interpreting the emotions of others. Now that he had a physical body, would they think of attacking him? Would their hatred and resentment be so great that they would do something like that? Well, Hollow had already raised its stinger against him. She knew what he was capable of. Suddenly, Hornet began to walk toward him. The king narrowed his eyes, waiting for an aggressive reaction from the girl. He was ready to defend himself and fly away, although if the girl became violent like her brother had, the seer's house would be destroyed. The warrior was already in front of the ghost and slowly extended her hand toward him until she touched the exquisite fabric of the clothing he wore. It's so soft. Hornet exclaimed, delighted. I've always wanted to touch your cape. It's even better than mine. It looks so light and durable. I love it. She definitely didn't expect that, though it was to be expected. she had been raised by weavers, and her love for fabrics was in her blood, to the point of putting her curiosity for touching a good garment above her dislike for the wearer. The king, somewhat relieved, turned his gaze toward Hollow, and what he saw didn't please him at all. There was so much hatred in his gaze, so much resentment that it hurt. The little one undoubtedly had a much darker nature than his sister, although she also had many more reasons to hate him. In a certain sense, Hornet had been much more favored than him. She was much closer to a normal insect, she could speak, she had a defined gender, even reproductive organs, although she did not know if they were functional. She had also been raised in freedom, she had had a family that loved her very much and a good education. In reality she had no reason to hate him, which could not be said of Hollow. Although the king's main priority was to get along with his daughter so he could convince her to take back the throne, it wasn't as if the container didn't matter to him. In the end, he had accepted that these creatures could have personalities and desires like a normal being. He still didn't recognize them as his own children, but he did recognize them as living beings who deserved respect, and he didn't like to see one of these beings with so much resentment. That wasn't good for anyone. But something that bothered him deep down, something he refused to acknowledge, was that it hurt to see that hatred in those black eyes, because they were so similar to those of the pure vessel, Big, as they had called him. He never confessed it to anyone, not even his queen, but he came to love that vessel, even when he tried to convince himself that it was meaningless, that the thing couldn't love him. But in the end, he was wrong. His emptiness was filled, his purity was lost, and his sacrifice was in vain. Looking into Hollow's accusing eyes, he sometimes felt a tightness in his chest, as if Big were calling him out for his betrayal. It was like remembering the day he had to say goodbye and subject him to his torment. That time, he swallowed his pain once more and repeated to himself the same words that always got him through. No cost is too great. Lately, he was beginning to question that thought. Suddenly, the king woke from his reverie and realized everyone was staring at him curiously. He shouldn't have been embarrassed, but he simply couldn't bear to show his inner self or his weakness. He regained his haughty, distant demeanor before speaking again. Well, we should go. Hornet's probably hungry by now. Thanks for everything, see you later. And so in a hurry the king vanished into thin air to disappear from the sight of those present. What's wrong? Hornet asked, confused by her father's attitude. Haha, it's okay, something's just stirred inside him and he's having a hard time dealing with it, the moth replied wisely. Although that ghost will continue to haunt you, I promise it won't bother you as much as it used to. Just give it a chance. Everyone deserves one. Hollow looked at her somewhat resentfully, implying that he would never trust the king. The damage was too great and he doubted he'd be capable of doing anything without expecting anything in return. In Hollow's eyes, if that worm changed his attitude, it would only be to convince Hornet to become queen, but he wouldn't allow it. His sister would retain her freedom. That night, the small family decided to spend it in distant village. Perhaps the house they had in Dirty Mouth was prettier and the town more lively, but for Hornet, her corner at the bottom of Deep Nest would always be her home and the place she would return to when she needed to feel comforted and calm. Both brothers slept soundly, unlike anything they had in a long time. This time, instead of disturbing them with the sounds of chains and blood-curdling howls, the king simply watched them calmly. For some reason, seeing them sleep like this calmed him. It was like having the feeling that everything was fine. The worm, being a ghost, didn't really need to sleep or eat, so he had plenty of free time to think or do anything else. Right now, he was busy analyzing his children. He'd been living with them for several days now, and it was surprising how little he knew them, but of course, until now he'd only been fighting with them. That was no way to deal with them. Besides, thinking about how little he knew about interacting with other living beings. He had always dedicated himself more to research and the construction of wonders. It used to be the queen who was in charge of those things, but perhaps it wasn't too late to learn. He laid eyes on Hornet, who was currently sleeping sprawled across the bed she shared with her brother. When she was awake, despite her rudeness and harsh demeanor, she was a rather pretty insect, not quite feminine, but strong and above all very elegant, with a regal bearing and imposing presence. But all that went to hell when she was asleep. With her paws and arms spread wide as she was, no one would have thought she was a princess. The truth is, she reminded him a bit of Hera. In the negotiations he'd had with her to conceive Hornet, he'd had the opportunity to watch her sleep a couple of times. It was a rather peculiar sight, to be honest, just like the one he was seeing now. There was no doubt that Hornet was his daughter. Hollow, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He had curled up on himself and slept peacefully and serenely without moving a muscle. He was the living expression of peace and perhaps also of adorableness. He reminded him quite a bit of his sweet Lady Blanca. When she rested, she would wake up in exactly the same position she had fallen asleep in, although sometimes she would gently shake one of her roots to caress him in his dreams when he used to rest on top of her. The worm shook his head, blushing. They were very pleasant memories, but he was a little embarrassed to think about them, although who would have known? He sighed tiredly. Perhaps his obsession with appearing strong and worthy was a little exaggerated. No one there could see or judge him, and those who could were asleep. He looked at Hollow once more and felt sad. Just as Hornet resembled Hera, Hollow had quite a few similarities to Blanca. Would it be the same with her siblings? At least Big was pretty calm. Guilt hit him once again, apparently not tormenting the brothers meant torment for him, he hoped that night would end soon. Suddenly, Hornet kicked the air. It seemed she couldn't stay calm even in her sleep and was fighting with someone. The bad thing was that her kick ended up uncovering her and Hollow. The king could see how the little one, still awake, began to shiver from the cold but didn't move from his spot. A slight smile appeared on the worm's face, remembering certain words Blanca had once said to him. Even adults need to be taken care of from time to time. Take care of me and I'll take care of you. The king walked over to where his children were resting, then very carefully took the blanket and spread it over them, keeping them warm, then he stood watching them before whispering a good night and vanishing into the air. There was no ulterior motive in that act. The king didn't expect to earn anyone's respect or affection. It was something he did because it simply came to him, which didn't fit with Hollow's preconceived ideas about his father, which is why that attitude shocked him. Yes, the cold ended up waking him up, and when he was about to move to get the blanket, he was surprised by being wrapped in it in an almost affectionate way. He half opened his eyes and could see the ghost finishing settling his sister in, which left him extremely disturbed. What did he gain from this? When the worm vanished from the room, Hollow lay on his back and stared at the ceiling with a single question running through his mind. Hidden dreams. They were in a very beautiful and elegant room, decorated with fine purple silk fabrics and scented candles. The dim lighting gave it a rather romantic and intimate feel, the perfect love nest for two lovers to meet. There, in the middle of it all, was a four-poster bed, as luxurious as everything around it. It was occupied by a somewhat plump insect with large jaws and bright eyes. The girl was lying at full length, enjoying her moment of glory, while being fanned and pampered by a huge group of small, decrepit-looking but energetic insects. What the heck is all this? Hornet wondered, puzzled by the place and the situation. That's funny, Hollow said. This used to be Bretta's dream. It seems she somehow managed to pass it on to Zote. Have you ever entered other people's dreams before? It's funny, the little boy replied with a smile. People often imagine themselves stronger than they really are, so when you enter their dreams, you meet versions of them more powerful than you could ever imagine, and you can have the most incredible fights. You like to fight for sport, I see. Yes, in Bretta's dream I had one of the coolest fights I've ever had. Really? Hornet looked around, finding nothing to suggest a fight was possible there. And what did you fight here? The girl up there doesn't seem to be an enemy, nor do those dwarf things, and I don't see anyone else. And suddenly, as if answering her question, a loud bang was heard behind her, and when she turned around to see, Hornet found Zote, but not the old and battered insect she knew. This was a super powerful version of him, bigger, more robust and apparently much stronger. Well, what the heck is that? Hornet shouted in alarm. That is the invincible, bold, sensual, mysterious, charming, vigorous, diligent, overwhelming, splendid, passionate, terrifying, beautiful and powerful Prince Zote. He's the fool of Bretta's fantasies. She was in love with him, and that's how she portrayed him in her dreams. Of course, after defeating him, I left her disenchanted. She wasn't happy about the defeat of her perfect prince, and she was so disappointed that she left Dirtmouth and never returned. Poor girl, in love with that monstrosity, Hornet said, disgusted by the situation. Zote was definitely not someone she would choose as a partner, and she couldn't believe anyone would. At that, the massive muscles that represented Zote gave a powerful jump, releasing a burst of energy that headed toward the boys. Both of them jumped in time and dodged, remaining unharmed. Well, Hollow, help me, I'm sure the two of us can take down this charlatan, Hornet exclaimed confidently. No thanks, do it yourself. I already beat him once, fighting him again is no fun, and it would be too easy between the two of us, good luck. Hey, wait. Hornet shouted, following him. Because she was distracted trying to get her brother's attention, the warrior couldn't avoid another blast of energy hitting her. She was thrown to the side, quite sore. According to Hollow, all damage within the dream world was erased upon returning to the real world, so at least she wouldn't have to worry about dying, although he had warned her that she might be somewhat exhausted. She staggered to her feet and ran towards Zote, who began waving his stinger wildly as he ran. Using her spire, which she stuck into the ceiling, Hornet propelled herself upward, and from there landed a couple of well-aimed blows on her enemy, but it wasn't enough to bring him down. With a flip in the air, the young woman landed a safe distance away, where she could see the warrior charging at her again, this time making a colossal leap that she easily dodged with her speed. Hornet's battle continued for a few more moments, with dodges and skillful twists and turns, landing some accurate blows, all while her brother and someone else watched closely. Come on, you can do it, Hornet. Daddy's got your back. shouted the Pale King, who was also present in the dream. "What are you doing here, old man?" Hollow asked, surprised to see him there. "How did you get in?" "My spirit body allows me to access other realities without the need for external devices like the dream sting. I can basically enter any dream with complete freedom." "Great, even here we can't get rid of you," the little boy complained, but then a malicious smile appeared on his face. "But maybe it's not so bad that you're here. A good fight is always welcome." "Hollow, stop," said the king with authority, but his son ignored him. "Do you really intend to raise your sting against me?" The contender's murderous glare made further words unnecessary. Hollow brandished his stinger at his father, but he quickly dodged it by floating away. "Hey. How did you do that? Aren't worms supposed to be slow?" the little boy asked. "In a dream, I'm not limited by the barriers of physical and biological laws. I can basically do whatever I want. My only limit is my imagination." "Oh well, that will make it more fun," he said, running towards the king, jumping to hit him, but again he dodged it. "This isn't the idea I had of a father-son moment," the king commented, flying away. Hollow continued chasing the spirit without being able to catch it, much like he had on previous occasions, acting desperately without thinking much. His father truly drove him crazy, and the rage he felt toward him clouded his judgment. For his part, the king was a good strategist and was quite good at predicting the trajectory of the stinger that attacked him, so he dodged accurately. The king flew towards where Hornet's fight was taking place. The little one, attentive as he was to the king's movements, didn't even worry about what was around him, so he couldn't notice when his sister went towards him, dodging Zote's blows, and ended up colliding with her. Upon impact, they both ended up falling to the ground, at which point Zote took advantage to make a huge leap and land on top of them, defeating them. Hollow and Hornet opened their eyes and found themselves in Filthmouth, both lying on the floor as if they'd been sleeping, apparently unharmed but looking somewhat exhausted. Near them was Zote, who looked at them with the usual disdainful look he gave them. "Ah, you pair of bums, sleeping on the streets, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Get out of here and do something useful with your lives." Both of them, somewhat embarrassed, stood up silently and walked away without saying a word to him. What an embarrassing situation. "Let's go into Zote's dream, you said, it'll be fun, you said," Hornet demanded. "Is it the old man's fault? Can he get into our dreams too? Ugh, are we never going to get rid of him?" "I didn't do anything wrong this time," the old king said, suddenly appearing. "I was just watching from a distance." Hollow started the conflict. "I've been behaving politely and kindly with you, now you can't complain about me causing you trouble." "I'm sorry, Hollow," Hornet said. "But this time you'll have to admit the old man is right." Her little brother gave her a heartfelt look. "Hey, I'm not on his side. It's just a completely objective assessment." The king rejoiced at his daughter's words. His efforts to improve his relationship with her were bearing fruit. They didn't get along too well either, but the fact that she no longer called him a damn worm was an improvement. He also didn't much like being referred to as old man. It was too informal for his taste, but it was better than his previous name. The bad thing was that Hollow simply refused to accept it. Winning over that wounded heart would be much more difficult than he thought. Suddenly he glimpsed a figure approaching along the street limping. He knew he should hide. The dream sting revealed the presence of ghosts within a 10-centimeter radius. If any stranger entered that area they would be able to see him, which was not at all convenient, so he vanished discreetly, just before the walker greeted Hornet. Hello Hornet." "Hey, Dan," the woman in question replied politely. "What happened to you just now? You're limping and you stink." "Ah, sorry," the piglet replied, embarrassed. "I had an accident on the Royal Canals, and well, it's a bit of a story. Hey, what are you doing?" Hornet had taken Dan by the hand and was leading him somewhere. "Well, I'll take you to my house so you can take a bath. You can't walk around leaving this stench." But Miss Hornet. This isn't necessary." "Yes, it is, believe me, it is very necessary." Red with embarrassment, Dan let the girl guide him to her house, where she led him to the bathroom, then gave him some soap so he could wash himself calmly. The cochineal was overwhelmed by embarrassment, so with a red face and unable to speak, she tried to finish her task as quickly as possible, all under the watchful eye of the warrior. She sensed her guest's discomfort but didn't fully understand it, so without much hesitation she asked. "What's wrong? You look a little uncomfortable." I'm sorry for causing so much trouble." The poor thing was almost crying from embarrassment. "Walking around leaving such a stench to the point where you feel compelled to bring me to your house to bathe me, I'm so sorry." "It wasn't exactly the plague," Hornet said calmly. At that moment, the girl blushed a little. "I've already told you that you remind me of a very dear friend, right? Seeing you is like seeing him, and I can't help but want to help you. I don't know, it's like you inspire the desire to protect you." "My mom says the same thing," the insect said, somewhat sadly. "The truth is, I'm always having all kinds of accidents, and everyone in my family is always looking out for me. I appreciate your concern, but it's kind of annoying. Are you the weakest of the pack of wood lice? More like from the cockroach litter. I'm adopted. My dad, my mom, my siblings, my cousins, they're all cockroaches, and well, cockroaches they have those tough, strong bodies. It's hard to keep up with them, being what I am. And in your effort to match them you end up hurt. Yeah, that's basically it, he said as he walked out of the bathroom and dried himself off with a towel Hornet had provided. So what happened to you now that you hurt your leg? The girl asked, observing his limp. I was patrolling the Royal Canals with my colleagues, all of whom were cockroaches, by the way. The squad leader sent me and another teammate to a somewhat remote area to inspect. I know she sent my teammate to look after me. The leader is always considerate when it comes to me. Dan sighed sadly. I was a little upset this time, so I told him he could go alone and I left before he could reply. I got into pretty big trouble for disobeying my superior officer. And they punished you by hurting your paw? Hornet asked indignantly. Huh? No, of course not. They'd never hurt me. I'm family. I got hurt going alone to the end of the canals. It turns out the area they sent me to was classified as dangerous because there were many reports of dung beetle attacks. It wasn't because I was the one he sent me with. He would have done the same to any of his subordinates. Hollow jumped in place, signaling Dan to ask him something. Huh? What's up, kid? Dan said, somewhat puzzled by this behavior. Hollow can't talk, Hornet explained. But he makes himself understood quite well in his own way. Right now, he's asking you what the canal dung beetle looked like. Oh? Really? Well, Dan put his hand to his chin as he recalled the incident. It was a very large beetle, in fact, even larger than the average for its species. It was also very robust, and it had some fur on its underside and wore red armor. Hollow shouted. Agram? Her sister asked. Do you know the beetle Dan mentioned? He's your friend, even though you haven't seen him in a while, and according to you he's a good person. So why would he attack an innocent insect like Dan? Hollow looked somewhat worried. The little boy knew Agram, he knew he was an honorable beetle, the kind that would never attack someone weaker, and it had to be said, Dan looked weak all around, even his shy personality made one immediately dismiss him as a threat. His friend would definitely never attack someone like him, something must be happening to him. He tugged at his sister's cloak, indicating that they should leave. Do you want to go find Agram? Don't go. Dan said, frightened. He's very strong. He's a professional dung ball thrower. He's also very fast, and his attacks are overwhelming. I could barely escape with my broken leg. He's also merciless when attacking. When he looks at you, it's like as if he wasn't looking at you. It's like he moves automatically, not paying attention to what he's doing. It's weird. The brothers looked at each other and nodded, knowing exactly what they were thinking. Don't worry, Dan, Hornet said, placing his hand on the woodlouse's shoulder. We'll be fine. We're strong. But that beetle is one too, if you at least took Mr. Zote with you I'd feel more at ease. No. Hornet said sharply. Now get out of my house. We have to go. It's okay. The three insects left Hornet's house and went their separate ways to attend to their own business, but before the brothers got too far away, Dan dared to raise his voice and say. Thanks for the bath. No problem, Hornet said, turning to him and giving him a friendly smile. I want to repay you for this favor somehow. It's not necessary, though the warrior thought about it for a moment. If you bring me something good to eat, I'll consider it even. Do you think so? Dan nodded silently and watched as the brothers walked away toward the deer station, but then something strange appeared before his eyes. A curious, ethereal figure of a worm dressed in silk robes floated behind the two insects. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was having visions, and when he looked again, the strange figure had disappeared. He must have been very stressed. For a moment, he swore he'd seen the legendary Pale King. The Royal Canals were a somewhat dangerous area, not as dangerous as Deepnest, but still home to a high population of wild, uncivilized insects that attacked anything that moved. On their way to Agram's home, they'd already left a trail of creep carcasses. I wonder what Tremodora meat tastes like, Hornet commented. I've never tried it before. Maybe we could take some home to cook later. Is all you can think about is eating? The Pale King scolded her. You'll turn into a ball if you keep this up. Shut up, man, I'm fine the way I am, and with all the exercise I do, I need to eat well. Hollow signaled them that they had reached their destination. Although, in truth, it wasn't so necessary, as this was immediately noticeable. The stone floor that was characteristic of the canals ended abruptly, giving way to a path paved with poop. Ugh, I know why Dan ended up with that smell, Hornet said in disgust. Hollow, do we really have to go into that area? It's disgusting. In response, the little one without hesitation placed a foot in the manure and entered its depths. Ag, I hate this. It's not that bad, don't complain so much, Hornet, said the king imperturbably. You say that because you don't have a physical body, you don't have to touch all this. It gets cold, she sobbed when her feet came into contact with the excrement. The deeper they went into the beetle's territory, the more the smell and discomfort of the princess increased, who looked at her brother with envy, since he did not seem at all bothered by the situation. Hallow, do you really not mind this stench? I suppose this is your first time in the dung beetle territory, said the king. The first time is very annoying, but after half an hour, your sense of smell becomes saturated and you lose the ability to smell anything. As queen, you must be able to adapt to all kinds of situations. To gain the dung beetle's trust, I had to have a meeting and dinner with them in this place. I'm not going to lie, it wasn't pleasant at all. It's a good thing I'm not going to be queen. We'll see. Hallow suddenly stopped and looked at his relatives with a worried face. Agrim isn't here? His sister asked. Are you sure this is the place? The little boy nodded. He's probably in his secret hiding place, the king said casually. Secret hiding place? And how do you know that? Agrim was one of the Big Five, the most powerful group of warriors under my direct command. We became quite close, so I knew them well. Agrim was very demanding of himself and often subjected himself to harsh and unnecessary training to increase his strength. Isma always scolded him for this behavior, as he tended to push himself to the point of putting his health at risk. I remember that because of his training, he once ended up collapsing in a battle against a tarantula that was wreaking havoc on the city. That sounds very pathetic, Hornet said. It was. After that, some people lost confidence in him, which made him push himself even harder. In the end, I banned his solo training and left Isma in charge of him. But this stubborn little thing started training in secret. I eventually managed to figure out where and how he did it. The king floated to a rock next to the wall, looked closely at the spot, and signaled to his sons. Here's the entrance. If you hit this part hard, the excrement should collapse and reveal a secret entrance. Hornet's face was indescribable, unlike his brothers, who with determination and a stoic attitude, threw himself into the poop, surrounded by a mass of energy. The little boy began to descend at a dizzying speed, going deeper and deeper into the depths of that hidden cave, until he landed with a loud crash. His sister soon followed, moving between the cave walls with the help of her thread and her acrobatic skills. There's poop down here too, Hornet complained. This is all crap. Watch your language, miss, said the Pale King, suddenly appearing behind her. Be quiet. Suddenly the group heard a growl, and upon observing the place where the sound was coming from, they could see a ball of poop heading towards them. Fortunately they managed to dodge in time. After that sudden attack they were on guard, but no one came out to attack them, so they headed towards the place of the sound, moving very cautiously, until they reached a kind of room where there was a bed, of course, made of poop too, on which rested a huge red-armored dung beetle. The insect, despite resting, did not look very calm and tossed about in its sleep, groaning and shaking its limbs, until, without waking up, it took a portion of excrement from the place, made it into a ball and threw it, although the ball did not hit anyone, because it was not actually pointing anywhere. Is that Agrim? Agrim, my faithful friend, the Pale King said wistfully, flying over to the sleeping man and examining him. It seems you're having nightmares and troublesome dreams again. What is it that's tormenting you that makes you toss and turn in your bed and attack everyone around you, unaware of anything? Are you telling me he's sleepwalking? Hornet said, approaching cautiously. Indeed, Agrim was a warrior so devoted to his duty and his oaths, to the point that he never abandoned them even in his sleep. This isn't the first time this has happened. He once got into a fight with Isma and also began attacking people in their sleep, but the problem wasn't resolved until they reconciled. So until this monster solves his emotional problems, he'll continue to be a public danger, Hornet said, annoyed. So now we're going to have to play therapist. How are we supposed to know what his problem is? The solution was extremely simple, but Hornet didn't even want to suggest it after her unpleasant experience with Zote. But Hallow was more determined than she was and wanted to help her friend, so without hesitation, she approached the beetle and buried the dream stinger in it. Hornet tried to stop him, but only managed to touch her brother, and they both ended up transported into the dream. The group arrived at a large room completely covered in excrement, a situation that put Hornet's nerves on edge. Even his dreams are covered in shit. Say no more, said the Pale King, suddenly appearing and covering his daughter's mouth. Where did you come from? Hornet exclaimed when she managed to shake off her father. Did you enter Agrim's dreams? What the hell did you come here for? Agrim was my loyal servant for a long time, I can't help but feel indebted to him, and that's why the desire is born in me to help him if I can in any way. You feeling affection for someone? Asked Skeptic Hallow. I may not be very expressive, but believe it or not, I have a heart, the king replied indignantly. Oh. Watch out, boys. The brothers had to step aside to avoid a pair of dung balls hurtling toward them. Once they recovered from their shock, they could see the Ogrim from the dream world, as grand and imposing as the real one, but instead of wearing red, he wore pristine white armor. The dung beetle then pounded its chest with a battle cry and dove into the dung to attack from below. Dodging the warrior was difficult for the children, as he moved very quickly and occasionally threw balls of dung that bounced off the walls, forcing them to be on their toes at all times. However, the enormous insect occasionally came out to breathe, a moment they took advantage of to hit and weaken it. The worst part was that every time it came out, it expelled balls of feces, a magnificent and disgusting spectacle. But the more they damaged Ogrim, the more determined he seemed to be in the battle. It was as if he were desperate to win, but it seemed like something beyond fighting for his life. The expression on his face and his attitude showed that there was something tormenting him, something he was trying to overcome at all costs. Hallow, however, showed no mercy to his friend. He fought with all his might, crushed his efforts, subdued his will, and ended the battle by launching a massive blast of energy that left the insect upside down. It was at that moment that the beetle's feelings surfaced. Even on the ground, defeated, the very image of a fallen warrior, Ogrim didn't stop fighting. He crawled toward Hallow, murmuring unintelligible words, some snatches of which could be distinguished at times. "Honor, friends, my king, I'm sorry." Then the defeated warrior raised his eyes to the sky and suspended in the air appeared 5 glowing figures, seemingly the silhouettes of insects. Ogrim raised his claw to them pleadingly, while thick tears flowed from his eyes. It was a cruel and sad scene, and in that moment everything became clear. The sadness that Ogrim felt at losing his friends, the guilt that ate away at him at believing himself responsible, and the idea that it was his weakness that caused everything, was what prevented him from sleeping peacefully. That's why the warrior now lamented and cried. Hallow at that moment, feeling terrible, wanted to go comfort his friend, because he didn't think about his feelings when he fought with him, he only fought for the simple pleasure of doing so. The little boy began to walk towards the beetle when his father's figure stood in his way. He growled irritably at the beetle, but the beetle answered with authority. "I'll take care of this." Then the king turned to Ogrim and looked at him with compassion. As soon as the warrior saw his master standing before him, he began to cry even louder, begging for forgiveness. "You don't have to apologize, old friend," the king said gently. "Everything is fine, and you've done all you could. You don't need to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders alone. We've told you that many times before." But the beetle replied, whimpering. "As king, I recognize your courage and your dedication. You need do no more. Live with a clear conscience, Ogrim. Leave the past behind. Guilt is no longer necessary. Embrace the future and protect the people of today. Fulfill that mission, and I will always be proud of you." "Yes, my king, I will obey your orders," he finished, bowing his head. And at that moment the dream ended. Hornet and Hallow woke up lying on the floor covered in poop. The little one seemed to be doing quite well after the fight, he didn't even look very tired, which couldn't be said of the girl, who had a lost look and a languid body. He touched his sister, wanting to make her react and know if she was okay. "Poop floods my being, poop penetrates my soul, poop is life and death." The little boy tilted his head in confusion at Hornet's words, then the pale king approached him and spoke. "I think this experience has been too much for her, and she's a little upset. The best thing would be to take her home, give her a good bath, and let her rest. Maybe a snack will cheer her up." Suddenly, she noticed that Hallow's dream stinger was glowing. "Hey, what's wrong with the dream stinger?" Hallow pulled out the artifact and watched as its glow slowly faded and the object returned to its normal state. Apparently, they had managed to obtain some essence from Ogrim's sleep and the stinger had absorbed it. Then he remembered that he had promised the seer that when he had gathered enough essence, he would visit her. Perhaps it was time to do so. Suddenly, a growl caught his attention. The dung beetle was stirring in his bed and beginning to wake up. He sat up in his bed and looked around sleepily. The pale king vanished discreetly before he could notice, so that when Ogrim fully awoke, he saw only the small contender. "Hi, I haven't seen you in a while. How's everything going? You know, it's funny, I think I dreamed about you, but what a coincidence that when I wake up I find you right here in front of me. Hahaha, although I also dreamed about our king, there's actually something about you that reminds me a lot of him. Well, when I get back I'll ask him if you can become a knight. We're sure we'd have many adventures together." Hallow looked down sadly. He could never tell him that the king would never return and Ogrim would continue to live with the fantasy that he would one day return. The poor creature was trapped in the past. In his eyes, he was yet another victim of his father's selfishness. However, what he said next surprised him greatly. "Although I can't just sit back and wait for him to return. That would be a waste. I must live in the present and do everything I can with the power I wield. I will take care of all the travelers who travel these canals. That will be my mission now. I'm sure the king will be very pleased with that, don't you think?" Hallow gave a small smile and nodded enthusiastically. Suddenly, Hornet, who had been sitting silently in her seat, suddenly stood up and began to stagger toward the exit, muttering, "Poop, poop, poop." Hollow, worried about his sister, decided to follow her. She was definitely not well at all. He bowed to his friend in farewell and walked away. Agrim just watched, somewhat confused, wondering who that girl was. He couldn't expect an answer from the little knight, though. After all, he never spoke. However, as he watched the boy run after the girl, for just a moment he thought he saw an ethereal figure floating beside him, one that reminded him strongly of the Pale King. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was having visions, and sure enough, when he looked again, the king was gone. Quirrel's return. A person may have traveled to the most beautiful place in the world, but they will always long to return home, to sleep in their own bed and be with their loved ones. For a long time, these kinds of feelings were foreign to Quirrel. Without memories, past, or ties, he simply moved on to the next destination, but now, for the first time, he felt the joy of returning home. He had been exploring some wonderful places, teeming with life, vegetation, and many interesting insects, but despite this, he felt happy to return to his ruined Hallownest, especially because his two best friends, who had recently become his new family, were in this ruined kingdom. So now, despite his tiredness, he hurried through the tunnels and caves to reach distant village. The truth is he would have liked to take a deer path to get there faster, but unfortunately the old insect only obeyed Hollow. A kind of bond of gratitude united him to the little one and made him fulfill all his requests without complaint, something he did not do with anyone else. While it was understandable, the poor creature was old. Its legs wouldn't be able to keep up with all the transport demands of Hallownest's growing population. If there were more of these creatures and they were fed and cared for as they were in the past, perhaps things would work out, but no way. For now, it was just a matter of walking. It was almost there. He was crossing the last tunnel that separated him from the underground lake that was beneath distant village. He was almost running with excitement of arriving soon. He could already glimpse the outside of the tunnel when something extraordinary appeared in his path, making him stop suddenly. A piece of Cavasuelo's steak floated towards him at high speed. The woodlouse, frightened by the eerie situation, curled up into a ball, fearing harm from the steak. Of course, it didn't hurt him at all. It simply passed over him without touching him and continued straight to the end of the tunnel. When Quirrel felt safe, he uncurled and watched the piece of meat walk away, his heart pounding from the scare he got. That would certainly be a good story to tell, although the kids probably wouldn't believe him. Suddenly he began to hear footsteps. He turned his gaze towards the place where the flying steak had come from and saw Hornet running towards him with great speed and a furious face while shouting. "Get back here, you damn worm. I won't forgive you for this. Anyone who messes with my food will pay for it." Quirrel honestly didn't understand the situation. Guided more by his emotions than anything else, he opened his arms to welcome the girl, but he was completely ignored as she ran past him, as if she didn't exist. The woodlouse, feeling hurt, turned to watch her walk away. Why did he do that? Was she no longer his friend who ignored him? But as if her thoughts had caught up with her, Hornet stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at him. A bright smile appeared on her face as she began to run toward him. Since Quirrel wasn't ready to receive her this time, the hug took him a bit by surprise, especially since he was already charged with energy from running, so he ended up falling to the ground with the girl on top of him. "Quirrel, you're back," Hornet said, her voice cracking with emotion. "Yes, I'm back," the explorer replied warmly. They both sat up and looked at each other from head to toe, as if recognizing each other after so long without seeing each other. Hornet touched Quirrel's head, making sure it wasn't a dream, which amused the insect quite a bit. "What's wrong? Is it so hard for you to believe I'm back?" "Yes, it's just that lately my life has become a bit chaotic, sometimes it's difficult to distinguish reality from dreams, incredible things have happened to me." "I understand you, in fact something very strange happened to me just now, before you appeared a steak flew by here." "What? Where did he go?" Hornet's calmness vanished as soon as she mentioned the piece of food. "Were you chasing that thing? What the heck was it?" "It was the damn worm." "Damn worm? It looked like a steak of Cavasuelos, not a worm, I'm not understanding anything." "Oh, right, you can't see him, we're too far from the dream sting. Don't worry when hollow. I didn't even care about him. Come on Quirrel. What's going on here?" "I'll explain later, run." They both ran to the end of the cave where distant village was located. Things were exactly as Quirrel remembered them. The same sinister houses patched with spider thread, the characteristic platforms attached to old roots, and of course the rope ladder they'd put up to facilitate access to the dwellings. However, there was something off about it all. On the tallest house, which was precisely the one Hornet occupied, there was a tangle of thread hanging from its end, with a knot in which Hollow was trapped. The poor thing was suspended in the air, waving its little legs, crying for help. "Hollow. Hang in there, your sister is going to save you." "What's going on here?" Quirrel asked again, looking around in confusion. Suddenly, he noticed the flying stake had appeared again and was floating next to him. Hornet. The flying stake is back. What? There you are. She stopped hesitantly and looked at her brother hanging from the thread he was trapped in, then turned her gaze to the piece of food and sighed in annoyance. Between the stake and her brother, it was obvious who had priority. I'll let you pass for now, but we'll deal with it later. Hornet, explain to me what's going on. Why is there steak floating next to me? It's my breakfast. And why is your breakfast flying? He doesn't want me to eat it. What? There's no time. And without saying anything else, the girl used her needle and thread to propel herself up to the houses, then with the same skill and speed of a spider, she climbed to the tallest house, where she took the tangle of thread and began to gather it up, lifting her little brother up. Quirrel sighed, mentally exhausted. Apparently, he didn't need to travel to experience all sorts of strange adventures. He looked at the stake and decided to ignore it. He went into the water and began swimming toward the rope ladder. Perhaps Hornet had those extraordinary climbing and hanging skills, but he didn't, so it would take him a while to get to the house. By the time the woodlouse finally made it to the top, Hollow was safely resting in his sister's arms, exhausted by the situation, but calmer. With the siblings now at peace, Quirrel decided it was time for them to finally give him a proper explanation. Well, this is like the fourth time I've asked. Can you tell me what the heck is going on here? The woodlouse said, exasperated. Hearing the voice of his friend Hollow, he stood up and ran to him, hugging him effusively. Hey Hollow, I missed you too, she said, hugging him back. But please, tell me. Yes, we already explained, Hornet interrupted. Now that you have Hollow on top of you, everything will be clear. Please look to your right. The woodlouse obeyed his instructions somewhat skeptically, and it was then that he found the stake again, but this time it wasn't just a piece of meat, it was held by a pale, ethereal-looking worm that floated in the air. At first, he felt surprise, then confusion, and finally fear. Something stirred in the depths of Quirrel's mind, parts of his faulty memories surfaced, and he saw the image of a towering worm. He remembered 5 knights bowing before him, his master praising him, and himself feeling subjugated by that overwhelming presence, the presence of a superior being. The insect retreated in alarm and immediately bowed before the ghost, not daring to look him in the eye. Your Majesty, your humble servant bows before you, honored by your presence. Well, it seems that finally someone here shows some respect, said the king pleased. Quirrel, you can't bow down to this guy. Hornet complained, pushing his friend, causing him to fall to the floor. Boo-boo. But he's the king. Quirrel shouted, upset, sitting up. He's not the king. Hallownest no longer has a king. He's just a ghost, a shadow of the leader who once existed. He has no authority or power, in fact, no one can even see him. He's less than a person. Besides, if you start paying him homage, he'll be too arrogant. Just because you're a rude brute doesn't mean everyone else should be, the king said scathingly. Who are you calling stupid? You damn worm. After that, one of the arguments the worm and his daughter used to have ensued, a discussion that was beginning to become a habit between them. Quirrel raised his undignified head and looked at the two brawlers. This was quite anticlimactic. He knew he'd been in the presence of the Pale King once in his past, though he couldn't remember it, but the impression it had made was etched in his subconscious. Respect and adoration for that creature was ingrained in his mind, and watching him fight like a child with Hornet shattered that illusion and made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He stood up even though he had not received the monarch's authorization and stood watching the scene. It was then that he felt Hollow's presence at his side and asked him. Are they always fighting like this? Hollow nodded silently and began to explain a few things with elaborate miming, but Quirrel had never been very good at interpreting the little one's signals, so he didn't understand much. By this point, the woodlouse was already quite annoyed. He didn't understand anything, and no one bothered to explain it to him either, so he overcame a little of his fear and respect for the king and raised his voice. Would someone please explain to me exactly what's going on here? His words sounded strong and confident, but as soon as the ghost laid eyes on him, he shrank back, intimidated, and added in a whisper, if it's not too much trouble. Father and daughter looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to comply with the explorer's request. For the next half hour, they recounted all the details of their first encounter at the Soul Sanctuary and then their particular visit to the seer. Of course, the king omitted all the details of the personal conversation he had with the moth. Finally, they concluded the story by explaining all the characteristics of the dream's sting. After all the information they had spilled out, Quirrel was at a loss for words. It's gosh. I thought I'd surprise you with the story about the giant floor dweller I built, but you've outdone me and you haven't even left the house. A giant Duncan. Great. Hornet's eyes shone with excitement, though his friend knew it wasn't from the experience of riding such a strange animal, but from the idea of their existence. Duncan meat was Hornet's favorite food. Well, now I'm not so confused about what's going on here, although I can't say I'm completely calm. He gave the king a fearful look. Don't worry, Hornet said, noticing the woodlouse's discomfort. This squalid ghost is harmless, just ignore it. And by the way, the girl stood up excitedly. Now that you're back, we have to celebrate. We're going to catch something really good. All you ever think about is eating. The worm complained. I've already told you to watch your food or you'll get too fat. And I already told you I'm fine because I exercise a lot. Leave me alone and don't mess with my food. Those words reminded Quirrel of the incident with the Cavasuelo steak and he decided to ask about it. Oh, you're asking why I was taking the steak. The king said in a superior tone. Well, it turns out this young lady had the brilliant idea of eating while practicing her knitting. Before you came I used to do that and there were never any problems, the girl defended herself. Well, that's wrong. You either eat or knit, but you can't do both at the same time. Where did you learn such bad habits? He turned back to Quirrel. Of course, I had to discipline her. She's a princess and should live up to the hype. So I took away her fillet so she could knit in peace, but she didn't take it well. It was my food. So why did Hollow end up hanging from the house? Quirrel asked. Well, I don't know. Why were you hanging, Hollow? I see. When I was trying to weave, Hollow was helping me. So when I ran after the old man, he tried to follow me, but tripped and got tangled in the thread. He then crawled out and leaned over the platform of the house to find me, but lost his balance and fell. Fortunately, the tangled thread he was caught in got tangled in the platform's timbers and he didn't fall into the water. Hollow swims very well, but with his movements restricted, he would have drowned indeed, that was very dangerous, Hollow. You should have waited for him to come back. He gave his sister a sad look, apologizing. Okay, I forgive you, but be more careful next time, okay? The little boy nodded, recovering his usual enthusiasm. Okay, so we're going hunting. Her brother nodded again, showing his pleasure at the idea. Great. Are you coming, Quirrel? Hornet, I just got back from an extremely tiring trip. I honestly don't feel like moving. Oh, right, sorry, how inconsiderate. Then you'd better stay here, get some sleep if you want, we'll be back soon. Are you going to let him sleep here? The Pale King asked. Yes. Is there a problem with that? It seemed that the girl felt irritated just by hearing her father's voice. Oh no, none really, I just wanted to know if you could leave the dream stinger so I could talk to Quirrel calmly. And what do you want to talk to him about? Look dude, if you say anything weird to him, I swear. I won't say anything bad to him, it will just be a cordial conversation between gentlemen, I promise. Hornet narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but still agreed to his father's request. Then, with a sign, he indicated to his brother that he should put down the stinger. He obeyed and placed the artifact on the main table in the house. After bidding a fond farewell to his friend and ignoring his father, both brothers left and what followed in the house was a long awkward silence. I think I'll make some tea, Quirrel said, getting up and heading to the kitchen, trying to calm down. Being alone with the king had him a nervous wreck. The ghost watched the woodlouse closely, clearly noticing that she moved around the house with great confidence and ease. She knew exactly where everything was. The cups, the herbs, where to boil the water. It was as if it were her own home. She had heard Hornet speak nostalgically of a dear friend who had gone on a trip, but she had never mentioned that the friend lived with her. Were they really just friends? After a few minutes, Quirrel finished preparing the tea, then walked over to the table with 2 cups of the steaming beverage, one of which he offered to the old monarch. No, don't worry, with my deceased status, I don't really need to eat or drink anything. Oh, sorry, Quirrel apologized, fearing he had offended the king. The Cochineal began to drink from his cup nervously, he couldn't help but feel intimidated by the monarch, he was a humble explorer and scholar. How could he be worthy of standing in front of such an authority figure? Where do you live, Quirrel? The worm asked casually. Huh? Ah. Nowhere, my lord. He replied nervously. How's that? I'm just a traveler wandering the kingdom and beyond, seeking to satisfy his curiosity. I don't have a house or anything to really call home. But Miss Hornet has been very kind to me by offering me shelter. He made sure to emphasize the word miss, not wanting the king to get the wrong impression of him by speaking too confidently of his daughter. But there are many empty houses here, you could keep whichever one you want. Why do you live with Hornet? Why do I live with her? Well, I don't really know what to say. The truth is, one day Hollow invited me to sleep here and then, well, I never left. At first, Hornet complained about my presence, but then it stopped bothering her. In fact, recently, she even waited for me to sleep and Quirrel finished, his face reddening at the memory. Perhaps what the king would think of him, that he was a bastard who took advantage of his daughter's good feelings to get a roof and free food. I see, the king said, unperturbed. I understand that you don't have a home because you chose the life of a wanderer, but what about your family? Family? Well, I don't remember. Don't you remember her? I don't have too many memories of my past. I know I was born in Hallownest, but beyond that, I have no information. I'm lucky to vaguely remember Master Monomon, who taught me about the world. Are you Monomon's apprentice? The king looked surprised. No wonder you looked familiar to me, so you're that Quirrel. It wasn't just a name calling. Did we know each other? We met a couple of times but never spoke directly, although your teacher used to tell me about you, and thanks to that, I got to know you a little. Tell me, do you really not remember anything about your family? Nothing at all. Nothing, I don't know about my parents, I don't know if I have siblings or other relatives. I wasn't talking about your parents or your siblings exactly. Do you really not remember? Well, never mind. That's a buried past. It must be hard enough for you to have no history and know nothing about yourself without a stranger coming to you and demanding lost knowledge that will never return. It's not really that bad. I've learned to live with my situation and see the bright side. I know I've had to face great misfortunes, but they've simply been erased from my mind. I no longer have bad memories. I only see the wonders of the present. It's a very positive way to face your situation. It wouldn't make sense to be bitter about something that has no solution. I'll never remember anything. I have no past, but from my present, I can build my story. That's why I want to live as much as I can, travel and see the world, and now, thanks to Miss Hornet and Hollow, I have something I can more or less call family and a place to return to. I prefer to maintain a positive attitude and be patient. Someday, when a few years have passed, I'll have a past built and many anecdotes to tell. Quirrel seemed to have become excited about talking, as all traces of shyness had disappeared. He had even raised his voice a little. The Pale King watched him silently, quite interested. As soon as the woodlouse noticed this, his fear returned and he fell silent, sipping some tea. You have piqued my interest and my admiration, the worm finally said. Now it's clear to me why Monomon chose you as his apprentice. He paused briefly. Tell me, would you marry Hornet? The Quirrel ended up spitting out the tea he had in his mouth in surprise. What? Yes, it's true, woodlice aren't the most respected or admired species, the worm said more to himself than to the insect. Well, many said a small worm couldn't rule either, and look where I got. It's true that my apparent weakness got me into trouble with some tribes like the mantis, but I still managed to prevail. What are you talking about? He said nervously. What do you mean by govern? Oh, that's right, you're not aware. My stay in this world has one purpose. To rebuild Hallownest and return it to its former glory. But to do so, a worthy ruler is needed, someone who can inherit my legacy, and Hornet, being my only descendant fit to take power, must be the future queen. However, she is so impetuous, impatient, wild, and brutal that I fear she may not be up to the task. But with a calm, sensible, patient, and intelligent companion like you, she could become a good leader. What a king, not that. Judging by the affectionate way Hornet speaks of you, I don't think she'd mind the idea of making you her mate. You two could make a good couple. This comment made Quirrel blush. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Now all that's left is for Hornet to accept her destiny as queen. Wait a minute, right? The seer said a bond of love could motivate her to accept power. I'm sure if you ask her, she'll say yes. Could you ask her? What? Just at that moment, very opportunely, or perhaps inopportunely, the two brothers entered the house after a fruitful hunt. We're back. Look at all the food we brought. We're having a feast tonight. Hornet seemed happy showing off her newly caught prey, but suddenly noticed her friend acting a little strange. Is something wrong with Quirrel? You look nervous. Indeed, the cochineal was on edge. He could feel the king's gaze on his back, urging him to ask the girl to be queen. However, common sense and the respect he felt for his friend prevented him from making that request, but on the other hand, his devotion to the king compelled him to obey her wishes. The poor man, unable to decide between one or the other, curled up in a ball and said nothing. Quirrel. The girl approached the ball and moved it without any reaction. Quirrel. I guess I went a bit overboard with him. I shouldn't have pushed him so hard so suddenly, said the Pale King. What did you say, old man? Hornet asked accusingly. Nothing too serious. Old. In response, the ghost vanished into thin air with a mocking smile. Neighbors. Wow, your house is very nice, Hornet. Congratulations, Quirrel said to his friend, looking at their home in Dirtmouth. Though this furniture looks familiar. Yes, I received them as payment for a job I did in the City of Tears. Do you like them? Yes, it really is. The woodlouse ran his hand over the center table in the house. You've managed to set up quite a home in this town. How is your relationship with the neighbors? I'd say pretty good, although I like some more than others. Iselda is the one I get along with the best. She's very kind and has quite a few interesting stories. It seems like she traveled a lot when she was younger, although after getting married she opted for a more homey life. Her husband Cornifer is also a very good person, but he doesn't spend much time at home, so I don't often see him. Elderbug is also nice. The only bad thing is that when he starts talking, there's no one who can shut him up. And who don't you like very much? Sly, the owner of the store across from the bench on the road. That fly seems to have geo instead of a brain, he can't think about anything but money, he sets exorbitant prices for everything, and he's so mean. The other one I don't like, I rather detest him, is Zote. That damned airhead who thinks he's a great gentleman when he's less than a worm. Hey. Said the Pale King, appearing out of nowhere and looking at her reproachfully. Hornet looked at her father for a few moments, then crossed her arms and turned her face away. I don't take back my words. Insolent brat. Quirrel watched the scene with that mixture of discomfort and amusement that always filled him whenever one of their family fights started. The woodlouse was proud of Hornet. The young woman had improved a lot in her socialization skills. There was little left of the aggressive, lonely, and distrustful girl she had met a while back. Now she was calmer and seemed happier. It seemed that going on a trip and leaving her in Hollow's care had been a good idea. Now, perhaps a good goal would be to try to get Hornet and Hollow to reconcile with their father, although this goal would be considerably more complicated. Hornet, I mean Miss Hornet. When the Pale King was present, Quirrel couldn't help but treat the girl with more formality than usual. Will you stop calling me miss? We've never had that treatment before. Or are you going to tell me my old man forced you to distance yourself from me? It was actually the opposite, but Quirrel couldn't tell her that her father wanted them together, mainly because his motives were quite selfish and had nothing to do with wanting her happiness. That's why he preferred to subtly divert the subject. How about we go out and you show me around town? Maybe you can help me pick out a house for myself. And why do you want a house? I thought you'd live with me. I have plenty of space. Don't worry, you won't be in the way. Those comments sent shivers down the spine of the woodlouse. Really? How kind of you. He looked around for an excuse to decline the offer. But you only have one bed. Oh, right. Although that was never a problem for you. You just curled up anywhere and fell asleep, whether it was the floor or rock. But if you want to use a bed, mine's big, so you can share it with Hollow and me. No need, I'll be fine. Quirrel was getting more and more nervous, while the king tried to contain his laughter at the situation. Finally, the woodlouse sighed in defeat. Let's go outside for a while. I need some air. Outside the house they found Hollow intently observing another house that was next to the deer station. The little boy was so focused that he didn't even notice when they called him, he only reacted when his sister touched his shoulder. Hollow was surprised by her sister's touch. Sorry to scare you, but you weren't responding. What's wrong? He pointed at the house he was looking at. We have a new neighbor. That's great. I wonder what kind of person she is. From what I can see, she's pretty clean. Indeed, the house Hollow showed was formerly dirty and neglected, though not dilapidated like the rest. It looked like it had been recently used and then abandoned. Hornet had dared to think that its owner had simply gone on a trip and would return at some point. Apparently she was right. Suddenly, the door of the house opened, and a plump beetle with large jaws and a timid gaze emerged from inside. The young woman raised her head when she realized there were three beings standing in front of her home. Her eyes scanned each of their faces until they stopped on one of them. She gave him a radiant look of joy and walked solemnly toward him, ignoring the other two individuals. Quirrel, Blue Knight. Hello Brea. The insect seemed somewhat nervous in the presence of the newcomer, then looked at Hornet pleadingly, but she was lost in her thoughts. Where have I seen her before? I can't remember, the girl was saying to herself, then her brother approached her and pointed out a few things. Yeah, that's it. And Zote's dream. So this girl is Brea. Wow, she's quite cute and chubby. Did she really go on a trip alone? How come she didn't get eaten? The warrior walked up to them and approached to greet them in a friendly manner. Hornet. This is Brea. Brea, this is Hornet, the friend I told you about. Hornet's open and warm attitude contrasted greatly with the icy stare the beetle gave her. It almost seemed as if the ambient temperature had dropped a couple of degrees. So that friendship you were telling me so much about was a girl. This girl. Brea's eyes were so aggressive that Hornet was tempted to unleash her stinger to defend herself, but she couldn't. Her opponent was unarmed. Unfortunately, the warrior still had a lot to learn about people's emotions and attitudes. For someone accustomed to settling everything with fights, a battle of wills and subtleties was a very complex task. Yes, this girl. She's helped me a lot, I'm even staying at her house. This statement was like a bucket of cold water for the insect. Oh, wow, that's it. Suddenly recovering from her shock, she assumed a more confident demeanor. You really do seem like good friends, very good friends. You've certainly shared some good times, although Quirrel and I have also been through quite a bit. That's true, the woodlouse said. Halfway through my journey, I found her about to be eaten by a centipede. I managed to save her, and after that, she accompanied me for the rest of the trip. It wasn't easy, but traveling with a companion has its charm. It was quite fun, and Brea is very nice. If I told you. Brea looked gratefully at the woodlice, and together they began to superficially recount some of the experiences and adventures they'd had together while traveling. Hornet listened to the stories with great interest, though Hollow, less so. In fact, the little one was so unenthusiastic about the conversation that he left and headed to the woodlice's house. If he needed to learn something, he'd rather do it in other ways. He entered without asking permission and walked to the insect's bedroom. Then, without shame or guilt, he took out her diary and looked through it carefully. Just as he suspected, there were some new entries, quite a few in fact. Apparently, the girl had been writing all night. She wouldn't be able to read it all in a few minutes, so he decided to take the entire notebook. It must be said that for Hollow, the term privacy was something completely foreign. He had already read Brea's diary, but since no one had ever told him it was a bad thing, he continued to do so without shame. He had learned most of the values and morals he knew thanks to Hornet. In the end, he returned to his sister's side without anyone noticing his momentary absence or the notebook he had hidden under his cloak. That afternoon, Hollow spent it at home reading while her sister went out. Hornet wasn't very homey and preferred to do anything outside rather than stay at home. That day, she had promised Dan that she would accompany him on patrol, thus earning some extra coins doing guard work. When he returned home around dusk, he found the little boy lying in bed, his head buried in his book, fast asleep. That was quite odd. It was true that his brother liked to read a little from time to time, but he wasn't the kind of person who would do it for so many hours at a time. Was that book really that interesting? Finally, without waking her brother, she carefully slid the notebook out and began to read it herself. She was quite surprised to realize it was handwritten. It didn't look like a book she'd borrowed from the library. Where else would she have found such a notebook? But, unconcerned about that detail and wanting to satisfy her curiosity, she began to read. The story turned out to be a gripping adventure tale, interspersed with glimpses of an unfulfilled romance. Hornet felt transported to another world. Every detail was narrated with such care that with enough imagination, one could feel immersed in the place. The beasts the protagonists faced were terrifying, the places they visited fantastic, and above all, the love story told was told with such care that Hornet's heart shuddered, and she longed with all her might for the main couple to end up together. In the end, like Hollow, she ended up falling asleep with the book on her head until the next day. She was woken up very early by her bored brother. It was so early in the morning that the sun was barely rising over the horizon. The girl woke up sleepily and looked around. Quirrel was sleeping in a corner, curled up as usual, and the ghost of the damn worm was nowhere to be seen. That was a good thing. He stretched a little to revive himself, then noticed the notebook he'd been reading the day before lying on the bed. He picked it up and gave it a cheerful look. What a good story. Its writer was definitely talented. In fact, he had to ask Hollow where he got that and if he could contact the author. He definitely had to publish that story. Hey Hollow, where did you get this notebook? The person who wrote this novel is a genius. Is the author Brea? Wow. That girl is so talented, she should become a professional writer. What do you mean, it's your diary? You stole his diary. But Hollow, you don't do that. Diaries are something personal, they are the place where people place their deepest thoughts and emotions, everything that for one reason or another they dare not tell anyone and should not be revealed without the consent of its owner. You did something very bad, Hollow. The little boy lowered his head in sadness. And now you've made me a part of this crime too, damn, I didn't want to intrude on Brea's privacy, although the way this is written, I would never really think it was a diary, it seems more like an adventure novel although of course, what Brea and Quirrel experienced during their trip felt like an adventure. Some of the stories here were already somewhat familiar to me, but Brea tells them in more detail and in a more exciting way, especially because wait a minute. The Maiden. The Blue Knight. By Worm. Brea likes Quirrel. And Quirrel does he like Brea too? She glanced at the ball that was her roommate and couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was that why he'd been trying to put distance between them ever since she'd returned? Was that why he was now calling her Miss Hornet instead of just Hornet and suddenly had the idea of living in another house? Would her dear friend just walk away and abandon her completely? She shook her head, pushing away the negative thoughts. Quirrel was free. If he wanted to leave, he could. She had no right to stop him. For now, her priorities had to be elsewhere. Hollow, we have to return this diary, it's not right for us to have it with us. Well, give it back the same way you got it. You were sneaky enough to break into Brea's house and steal this. I'm sure you can return it without her noticing, she said as she left her house followed by her little brother. Well then wait for him to leave the house just like you did when you took the diary, at some point he'll go out to buy something or whatever he said, stopping in front of Brea's house. Suddenly a scream cut through the air. My diary. It's gone. I must find it. The scream came from Brea's house, from where the sound of things being moved and thrown around began to be heard. This frightened the siblings a little, and they looked at each other worriedly. The beetle sounded very worried. Perhaps the diary was more important than they thought. Okay, Hollow, go and return the journal, knock on the door, give her the notebook, and apologize. The little one shook his head effusively, looking very scared. You want me to give it back? You got it. Don't tell me you're scared. Please, Hollow. You've fought all kinds of creatures. You've killed Nosk, defeated Mantis Lords, fought an all-powerful goddess, and you're afraid to talk to your neighbor. He looked at her accusingly. I'm not afraid, it's just that you caused this problem, and that's why you have to fix it. He crossed his arms and continued looking at her. DGG, okay, maybe it makes me a little uncomfortable talking to her, but the truth is, Hollow, we are a mess. What do we do now? A distraction. It's a good plan, so we could return the journal when she wasn't paying attention, but what could we use to distract Brea? A few moments later, Quirrel, still curled up, was standing in front of the beetle's door while the kids watched from a safe distance. Hollow then picked up a rock and threw it at Brea's door. The sound of it hitting her made the beetle rush to open it. It was quite surprising for the girl to stumble upon that ball outside her house and at the same time wonderful. As gently as she could, she hit the ball, causing it to shudder and then uncoil. Quirrel, somewhat annoyed at being woken up, looked around, hoping to find one of the two brothers or even the Pale King, but instead, he was met with the innocent gaze of the beetle. Brea? What are you doing here? Then he looked around. Or rather, what am I doing here? I don't know how to answer that, the beetle said simply. I was looking for something in my house when I heard a knock on my door and came out to see you, and that's when I found you here. That's strange. The explorer seemed very upset. Maybe you weren't used to sleeping at your friend's house and without realizing it you rolled over to me, here. I've never had a problem with sleepwalking. Quirrel stood up and scratched the back of his head. I think I should go back to my place, Hornets. Don't do it. Brea suddenly shouted, grabbing the woodlouse by the arm. Since you're here, why don't you stay for breakfast? Just like old times, come in. There was no way Quirrel could refuse the invitation, as the insect practically dragged him into her house. However, before disappearing inside the house, he managed to glimpse two pairs of horns peeking out from around the corner of a house. At this sight, the woodlouse narrowed his eyes, knowing who to blame for this strange awakening and his forced breakfast with the neighbor. Inside her house, Brea tried her best to attend to her neighbor, who, extremely uncomfortable, looked around for any excuse to leave quickly. At one point, while the beetle was looking for some special herbs to make tea, Quirrel saw out of the corner of his eye how Hornet and Hollow sneaked into the house and headed for the bedroom. He desperately wanted to chase after the pair and confront them, but he didn't want that to get him in trouble with Brea. He tried to hide his annoyance as much as he could. Meanwhile, a cup of tea and some snacks were placed in front of him. I hope you like it, the insect said, giving him that puppy dog look that made Quirrel so uncomfortable. Thank you, you shouldn't have bothered. It's no problem. After that, the cochineal remained silent, sipping his drink and eating timidly. For her part, Brea watched him, enraptured, creating 1,000 fantasies in her amorous mind. Quirrel was definitely everything she had ever wanted in a partner. He was warm and communicative, unlike her white savior, as well as humble and very smart, unlike her grey prince. The Blue Knight, as she had nicknamed him, was the type of person who could bring out the best in her. Thanks to him, she had regained a lot of self-confidence. She was able to raise her voice and express her thoughts. She no longer sat back in silence listening to what others said. Now she was able to take action and fight for what she wanted. Partly thanks to this confidence and fighting spirit instilled by Quirrel, Brea had taken a more aggressive attitude when it came to winning her beloved's heart. She had already seen Hornet as a possible competitor and was not willing to let her partner escape. This time, he was the real one, her destined being. Did you like the herbs I chose? I remembered they were your favorites and made sure to get them. I wanted you to try them next time we had breakfast together. Oh, well, thank you very much, you're quite considerate. And I made the crispy buns myself. I've always wanted you to try them. They're delicious, you cook very well. Thank you. The truth is, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't rescued me that time in that cave, I wouldn't even be alive now. It was nothing seriously, I'd do the same for anyone. Maybe, but you didn't just save me, you also took me with you, you made me your friend, we shared many things together, so many you know. During our trip I felt a special connection with you, it was something magical. Really? How curious. Hey, these rolls are really good, you should give me the recipe, said the woodlouse, trying to change the subject. No need, I can make them for you whenever you want, Brea replied sweetly. Meanwhile, Hornet and Hollow had already returned the notebook and left the bedroom, but for some reason the girl felt somewhat distressed upon hearing the beetles flirting, so she stayed hidden behind a piece of furniture listening, despite her brother's silent pleas for them to leave quickly. I'd really like to learn how to make these buns myself, Quirrel said, taking one of the sandwiches. I like cooking, and I could make them for Hornet and Hollow. I'm sure they'll love them. A certain flash of annoyance appeared in Bretta's eyes at the mention of the warrior, but she quickly resumed a warm and friendly attitude. You know, Quirrel, I was wondering why you live with Hornet. There was the same question again. Was it so strange that he lived with her? Many insect species lived in large family groups. In fact, this was a habit of woodlice, a habit they also shared with cockroaches. It was even rarer for Hornet to want to live with others. Spiders lived in small families or opted for solitary lives altogether. I don't like living alone, the woodlouse replied simply, not intending to give his neighbor any further explanations. I see, so it's just that. Brea seemed somewhat excited by his answer. Yes, I think. It's just I was saying that maybe it's not necessary for you to live with Hornet because if what you're looking for is company, well. I also see Hollow and her sister as family, Quirrel quickly replied before Brea could complete her thought. But you don't have to stay with them. The beetle exclaimed, raising her voice. After realizing this, she lowered it and continued, somewhat embarrassed. It's just that we have this special connection and we get along well. We lived through many experiences together on our journey and we could also start a family. Bretta's face was completely red as she said this, but she wasn't going to back down now that she'd started. Quirrel, for her part, was panicking. It wouldn't be difficult. The doors of my house would be open to you, you and me. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard nearby. Both insects turned to look and found Hornet with her arms outstretched in a failed attempt to grab a vase she had dropped. Next to her was her brother, who had his head in his hands and watched the scene in horror. A deep silence fell over the house as everyone stared at each other, not knowing what to do. But finally, Brea was the first to react. Well, what are you doing here? Were you spying on me? Did you see everything? I am sorry, I know. Hornet was too nervous to put together a thought. Did you see everything? Our intimate moment. How embarrassing. Brea covered her face in embarrassment. Wait. That's not what you think. Now you're going to make fun of me like everyone else. The beetle looked at her with her eyes soaked in tears. And just at that moment, breaking the awkward situation, the ghost of the White King appeared in the room right in front of Brea, looked at her menacingly and then, standing up to his full height and using his imposing presence of a superior being, he shouted. Boo. Perhaps it was due to the stress of the situation or the fright the ghost gave her, but Brea fainted. Quirrel managed to catch her before she fell to the floor and hit herself, then gently laid her down. Then, confused and annoyed, he walked over to the siblings, who had fallen to their knees in relief. From which we were saved. Hollow. He threw himself on the floor with an exhausted face. Don't exaggerate either. The pale king caught the boys' attention with a light cough, and they looked at him in annoyance. Okay. Thanks for getting us out of this mess, the girl said reluctantly, turning her gaze away. Well, now tell me who's going to get me out of the mess I'm in, Quirrel said, very angry but remaining calm. I demand an explanation. The boys cowered in their seats, afraid of their friend's reaction. They had never seen him so angry. Brea didn't wake up from her faint until a while later. When she opened her eyes, she was in her bed and didn't remember much of what had happened. She had vague memories of having breakfast with Quirrel and the two of them declaring their love for each other and planning to start a family. Some of her memories were true, but others were fantasies she dreamed that she'd mixed with reality. She looked both ways and on one side of her bed, she found her blue knight sitting next to her and looking at her with concern. You're awake. Are you feeling okay? The woodlouse asked. Yes, what happened? Quirrel tried to remember the story they'd decided to tell him. You were cleaning your house while looking for your journal that had gone missing when you stepped on a vase and fell, hitting your head. I heard the commotion outside and came in to check on you. Fortunately, nothing happened to you and you're fine. Oh wow, thanks, I think you saved me again. Brea looked at her beloved with those puppy eyes that made him so nervous, he swallowed trying to calm down. Well, besides that, there was something else I wanted to tell you. Not me, actually other people. Come in. Quirrel signaled to the siblings waiting outside the dormitory. They entered with guilty expressions as soon as they saw Brea, lowering their heads as Hornet apologized. We're sorry. Hollow took your journal without permission, which is why you couldn't find it. I already scolded him for that, but I apologize for the inconvenience and for not returning it sooner. Oh, I see. Brea shyly covered half of her face, meditating on her neighbor's words. She looked at her nightstand and found the notebook there, in the same place where it should always have been. Then she looked at the brothers and her face flushed. Did you read it? No. Hornet shouted while Hollow shook her head. We didn't read past the first entry, where there weren't any important things. As soon as I saw Hollow reading, I scolded him, and we didn't see any more. Hornet felt a little guilty about lying, but she didn't want to admit what she knew. I see. Well, thanks for returning the diary. Hornet looked at Brea in surprise. She thought she'd get even angrier with her, but the beetle was so sweet and calm that was unthinkable. Although Quirrel's presence by her side also helped a lot to maintain the girl's good mood, since she was basically ignoring them to dedicate all her attention to her beloved. Hornet sighed wearily and decided to say goodbye and give her good wishes to her neighbor before leaving. The warrior walked through the streets, followed by her brother, until she reached the famous bench in the middle of the road. She walked up to it and sat down to rest. But what a stressful day that had been, and it wasn't even noon. Hollow stood beside her and looked at her pitifully, as if apologizing. "Okay, I forgive you. I can't stay mad at you for too long. I don't know how you manage to be so frustrating and adorable at the same time." This comment brought a slight smile to the little boy's face, but it vanished as soon as he saw the explorer appear, facing them with a sour face. Without saying a word, he sat down next to Hornet and took a few minutes to collect his thoughts before speaking. "I'm so angry with you. I can't believe you would make such a fuss over something as simple as apologizing to the neighbor, and especially that you would involve me, who had nothing to do with this matter. That was very inconsiderate of you." Hollow and Hornet were staring down, listening to the sermon. "Oh, and of course you guys weren't the only ones to blame for all this. If a certain ghost had put a stop to this whole thing, we would have saved ourselves a lot of trouble. You can pretend you're not here, but I know you can hear me." The Pale King did hear Quirrel's accusation, but he simply chose not to speak out. "And just so you know, I don't believe that you didn't read Bretta's diary. I bet you read the whole thing. That's a violation of privacy, and it's a very bad thing. If I find out you're doing something like that again, I won't cook you any more special stew." Hornet looked at him so sadly that the woodlouse's heart softened. "Well, I hope you understood." After that sermon, no one spoke for a while, each one absorbed in their own thoughts, especially Hornet, who analyzed the situation with some sadness. She had never seen Quirrel so angry. Would this fight be the final reason for Quirrel to leave her and leave his home? He had already been trying to distance himself. Perhaps he did want to go with Brea, but he couldn't decide because he was somewhat unsure about the beetle's feelings. At least she had described their love story as an unconsummated romance, where they both seemed to show feelings for each other but never followed through. She felt a tightness in her chest thinking about it. She didn't want Quirrel to leave. He was her family. However, if he didn't want to be with her anymore, she couldn't hold him back. She hadn't held him back when he went on his trip and she wouldn't do it now. So she decided to be frank and direct, as always. "Quirrel." "Yeah?" He felt a little worried when he heard Hornet's tone of voice. "Brea is in love with you and wants to be by your side." "I know." "Do you know?" This was a surprise. "I'd have to be a fool not to notice the way she looks at me, the gestures she makes towards me, but I don't want to be with her, really with anyone. I don't want to have a relationship, a romance or whatever. Because? You know, accepting that I lost my memory and my past wasn't easy. It took me a long time, and even so sometimes I wonder if did I have someone in my past? A lover? A wife? Something? What if she came back? At least I haven't overcome that insecurity yet, and that's why I don't want to commit to anyone, nor do I feel like I need to. Besides, being with someone isn't obligatory, nor is it necessary to be happy. I've told Brea this tons of times, but she doesn't seem to understand." "I see." Hornet seemed thoughtful. "And you're never going to have a partner?" "I don't know, I just know that I don't want one right now. I'm fine on my own. I don't feel ready to start a relationship yet." Hornet looked at him and then smiled. "Sounds good to me, I'm not ready to let you go yet either." "What do you suppose that means?" In response, the girl simply laughed mischievously and rested her head on her friend's shoulder. "Brim. Diarg, gyrarg." Strange growls echoed in the distance, but they were unusual noises, very different from anything Hornet had heard before. "Diarg, gyrarg." The growls grew closer and closer, almost as if the creature responsible was on top of her. She tossed and turned in her bed, unwilling to get up, still believing it was all a dream. "Diarg, gyrarg." This time the creature's roars were louder and more insistent than ever, so the girl dared to open her eyes, only to wish she hadn't. In front of her was a horrible monster. It had a black body, covered in short hair. It didn't seem to have a shell like a normal insect. It also had a pair of membranous wings attached to clawed limbs. On its head, instead of a pair of antennae, there were strange triangular cartilaginous formations. But the most terrifying thing about that creature were its menacing red eyes, so intense and so voracious that it seemed to devour her with its gaze. Hornet had before her the worst of her nightmares. "Bat!" was the girl's scream. Hornet, still screaming, ran to where her needle was and barricaded herself in a corner of her house as she began to cry in fear. The flying creature tilted its head in confusion at the girl's behavior and approached her, but the warrior, in her state of terror, simply reacted instinctively and threw her weapon at it. The object would have pierced the little bat's heart if Hollow hadn't appeared at just the right moment and thrown himself at the mammal, saving it from the projectile. Quirrel then entered the house, alerted by the commotion, and found Hornet crying in a corner, frightened, and Hollow hugging some strange thing. What's going on here? As a result of his question, Hornet began to babble a bunch of incomprehensible things, while his little brother performed a complicated mime that was impossible for the woodlouse to decipher. Finally, exasperated, he decided to go and comfort the girl. After all, the strange thing seemed harmless, especially given the way it was hugging Hollow. The little boy, worried about his relative, tried to approach her, but when he did, the little bat that never left his side did too. Of course, the closer the beast was, the more terrified Hornet became. Finally, the ghost of the Pale King appeared out of nowhere, stood between the siblings, and looked at his son reproachfully. "Hollow, move away now." He pointed to his sister who was scared in a corner. "I said stay away." He pointed at Hornet with more force and almost with rage. "Don't you realize that it's that vermin you're carrying with you that has her like this?" He looked at his sister, who was clinging to Quirrel's arms, crying as he tried to calm her. The poor girl was trembling in place as if she were freezing to death, but it was terror that had every fiber of her being tense. He sighed sadly and got as far away from Hornet as he could without leaving the house. The Pale King followed closely behind, and when they were a safe distance away, he began to question the little boy. "That vermin you're carrying with you, where did you get it from? What do you mean you're his mother?" Jyerg, mommy, Jyerg." The little creature growled, confirming the little boy's words. But the Pale King looked annoyed. "I know you're genderless. Except for Hornet, none of you are, but as far as I knew, you identified with the male gender." He nodded, confirming his father's words. "Then you can't be his mother. If you're a male, you have to be a father. If you're a female, you're a mother." "Mommy?" The bat purred, rubbing itself against Hollow. "So you can't be its father because it already has one. But that doesn't make you its mother. You're still a father because you're male, that would be two parents raising an offspring. Wait a minute. That's not the point of this discussion. Why are you raising an offspring? And a bat too. Of course, his father asked you to take care of him. And you just accepted like it's nothing. Where's your common sense? Bound by a contract? A sacred ritual? My son has paired up with a circus-performing bat, a single father, and a homosexual, but what did I do to deserve this?" "More like, what didn't you do to deserve this?" Hornet yelled from his corner. "Weren't you very scared?" the king hissed resentfully. I feel a little better," he replied, a little nervously. "I'll be fine as long as that thing doesn't come near me." The truth is that Hornet was still trembling in her place, and Quirrel did his best not to complain about the pain caused by the girl's hands buried in his arms. He took a look at the creature flying in front of Hollow. He really couldn't understand how she could be so afraid of him. Throughout his travels, he'd heard some chilling stories about bats, but now that he was faced with one, they seemed like exaggerations. How could such an adorable little thing be dangerous? It was true that it was a baby, but its adult version couldn't be that different. Or could it? He tried to get up from where he was and approach the mammal to get a better look, but Hornet wouldn't let go of his grip and looked at him pleadingly. "DP please Quirrel D don't go." "Calm down Hornet, I won't go far, I'll be here in the house with you, I'm just going to see the creature that." "Don't go." Hornet pulled Quirrel closer to him and hugged him tightly. At that moment, the pill bug realized the girl's tremendous physical strength. Until that moment, he had never realized that Hornet was stronger than him, although perhaps it was to be expected. Pill bugs can be very skilled, but they don't possess as much physical strength as many other insect species. Now, this characteristic was causing him some complications, as he couldn't get out of his friend's arms. The best thing would be to try to calm her down. "Hey Hornet, calm down, I'm going to be okay, nothing's going to happen to me." "But bats are dangerous." "Oh, Hornet," she sighed tiredly and looked around. "Look, I'm going to carry my stinger with me. If it attacks me, I'll be able to defend myself. So, don't worry. I'll be fine. Could you let me go now?" Hornet didn't seem very convinced or willing to release him, although she was considering it, but the explorer was actually getting a little impatient and decided it was best to hurry things up. "I want to go to the bathroom." With just those words Hornet released him and also pushed him away. Apparently after a certain encounter with a dung beetle, he had a strong aversion to anything related to bodily secretions. Now that he was free, Quirrel headed towards Hollow and his son, but not before taking his stinger, both for his friend's peace of mind and for his own protection. One could never be too cautious. The little bat looked at the stranger with interest, giving a small glance to Hollow who didn't seem worried by the latter's approach. Taking that as a sign, he assumed Quirrel was a friend and flew up to him wanting to play. The woodlouse tried to follow the flying creature with its gaze, but it seemed to find it very entertaining to flutter around it, trying to make it dizzy. It sighed regretfully and walked over to its little friend, who was standing next to the Pale King. "Well, Hollow, I would appreciate it if you would now calmly explain to us where you got that offspring from." Hollow already explained it, the Pale King replied. Of course, you can't understand it, anyway. Outside Dirtmouth, a traveling circus has been set up where numerous artists perform, but the leader of that troupe isn't an insect, it's a bat. A bat and insects working together? That doesn't sound much like the stories I've heard about those creatures. Me neither, to be honest, but in my years of experience I've learned that anything is possible. Getting back to the story, Hollow went to see this bat's show and was so enchanted by his performance that he sneaked into his dressing room to watch. The beast, instead of getting angry at the invasion of his privacy, welcomed him with open arms and entrusted him with the care of his son. He told him that they were now bound by a contract and that they had to perform a sacred ritual or something like that. I don't think even Hollow himself understands the mess he's gotten himself into. Quirrel looked at the little boy, who was absent-mindedly playing with the baby, as if it were a friend. He definitely didn't understand the concept of a mother or a father, probably couldn't even imagine the magnitude and responsibility those words encompassed, although how could you blame him? He never had a mother or a father who took proper care of him. In his eyes, parents were simply those who brought you into life. His siblings were much more important than his parents. Taking all that into account, it was obvious that the little one was not capable of taking responsibility for a baby. It would be best to return it to its father, who was probably quite crazy, or was very irresponsible to entrust its care to a complete stranger. Poor little bat, having such a parent must have been hell, but it was no longer his problem, let his relatives take care of him. Hollow, we're going to that circus, you're going to give that kid back, you can't take care of him, Quirrel said firmly. The little boy narrowed his eyes in annoyance, but then turned his gaze to his sister, who was hiding under the covers of her bed, staring at them in fear. He felt a little guilty. He knew Hornet was terrified of bats, yet he had still brought that little one home. He had truly been very inconsiderate. He would miss his son, but he would do the right thing and bring him back. He turned his gaze to the woodlouse and nodded in resignation. Well, you guide us, Hollow said the insect. Wait. Don't leave me alone. Hornet squealed, poking her head out from under the covers of her bed. But Hornet, we have to go to the circus to return the baby, Quirrel replied calmly. That way you won't have to see him anymore. But I don't want to be alone. You won't be alone, Quirrel tried to reassure her. You'll be with us. She looked around, trying to think of something, until she found the ghost. His Majesty will take care of you. What? Father and daughter shouted at the same time. Yes, the Pale King will be with you and defend you in case any bat tries to harm you, the insect continued more confidently. Since he's a ghost, he can fight without fear of dying. You'll be fine with him. But why do I have to stay and take care of Hornet? She's already an adult, the king complained through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, you had her, take care of her. You didn't take care of her when she was little, at least do something for her now. The worm had nothing more to complain about and remained silent, while Hornet, oblivious to her father's annoyance, pondered her friend's words and after a moment, nodded showing her agreement with the decision, but then put on a worried face. But Quirrel, you and Hollow will go see the father of that offspring, that is very dangerous. We'll be fine. The woodlouse replied, trying to sound as confident as possible. I've fought more battles than you might think, and Hollow is also very strong. If that bat gets tough, we'll take him on. Just stay calm and rest. We'll see each other in a bit when everything's sorted out. They both left the house followed by the little bat, leaving the girl alone with her father. They both looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. Usually, their conversations only ended in arguments. Quirrel usually acted as a mediator, fostering a more cordial and pleasant atmosphere. But now they were alone. Neither of them felt like fighting, so they preferred to say nothing. Suddenly, a noise was heard outside, a sort of thud. It could have been anything. An insect tripping, someone dropping something, or a box being forcefully placed on the floor. Normally, Hornet wouldn't have even paid attention to this, but in her hyper-alert state of fear, at the sound, she hurried to hide under her blankets, even though she knew it was ridiculous to pretend those pieces of fabric would protect her from anything. After a couple of minutes, where obviously nothing untoward had happened, she dared to peek her head out from under her covers and was surprised to find the Pale King sitting next to her, distractedly surveying the room. As soon as he noticed she had emerged from her hiding place, he laid eyes on her, staring sternly at her. Hornet felt annoyed. She expected him to start berating her for her behavior at any moment, saying things like, that attitude isn't worthy of a princess, or perhaps, a monarch can't show fear. So she looked away in disdain, without speaking to him. But contrary to all expectations, the girl suddenly felt a warm touch on her head, and before she knew it, her father was stroking her comfortingly. If she had put her pride first, she would have yelled at him to leave her alone, as she didn't need his sympathy, but she chose to remain silent and let herself be comforted, because for some reason, that simple caress made her feel better. On the outskirts of Dirtmouth, Quirrel and Hollow had reached the entrance to the circus, but they hadn't dared to enter yet, mainly because Quirrel seemed too impressed by the circus tents. Each of these had a portal made of solid material, which had a door and 2 windows, which were positioned so that they resembled terrified faces. A shiver ran down the insect's spine. Elderbug wasn't exaggerating when he said that the circus had a sinister appearance. Finally, it was Hollow who took the initiative and entered the store first. His friend had no choice but to follow him. Inside the place, he could see numerous insects, almost all of them wearing curious white masks with a pair of lines protruding from their eyes, which in part reminded him of the features of the small bat that flew with them. Was this some way of demonstrating their belonging to the troupe's master? This was more than a circus, it was beginning to resemble a cult. Suddenly an insect caught Quirrel's attention. She, unlike the others, wore only half a mask covering her face. It was a huge creature, especially her abdomen, which was long and occupied most of her body, a termite queen. No, it's not a termite, it's a strange creature. Maybe a crossbreed, thought the woodlouse, trying to figure out what species the being she saw belonged to. Moved by his innate curiosity, he approached to speak to it. His little companion followed him closely and was the first to be noticed by the creature. Well, the little one's back. Have you fulfilled the teacher's request yet? Or perhaps you've come to visit me and brought me a gift? Perhaps the cute little sandwich that walks beside you? Quirrel immediately went on the defensive and placed his hands on his stinger, ready for any possible attack. He was aware that for many insect species, woodlice were a very appetizing snack, which was partly why he worked so hard to learn the art of stinging. Relax, I was just joking, the insect said with a mocking laugh. My name is Divine, nice to meet you, and welcome to the Grim Troop. Do you like the circus? If you'd like to join, you're welcome. We're always looking for new recruits willing to sell their souls. Quirrel didn't answer and just frowned, a reaction that made Divine laugh even more. I was joking, hahaha. You must be this little one's friend, she said, looking at Hollow. If you're allied with the Master's Chosen, then you're more than welcome. She glanced at the small bat that was happily fluttering around. It doesn't seem to have absorbed the flame yet. Or are you here for something else? If you want to talk to the Master, come behind that curtain. She pointed to a fabric-covered door behind her. And if you ever want to stop by and leave me a gift, I'll be happy to take it. I can smell something very tasty on you. I don't know what it is, but I love it. After that disturbing conversation, the two crossed the door into a large room that was none other than the circus's main hall. In the center of it was a robust insect wearing the same mask that all the insects working there seemed to wear, as well as some rather outlandish clothing, very different from the cult robes of the others. This insect was playing a sad melody on the accordion. He seemed very absorbed in his task. He didn't even deign to look at them when they approached him. He simply said in a muffled voice. Look at the teacher, he's in the back. It seemed like they wouldn't get any other reaction from him, so they just followed his instructions and walked to the back, where they came across another door that undoubtedly led to the dressing rooms. The last room, the one furthest back, turned out to be Grimm's private office. Quirrel knocked politely, but Hollow didn't care about the politeness and opened it without asking permission, entering. Well, maybe these two are already close and don't need formalities, Quirrel thought, somewhat alarmed by the little boy's manners. When the woodlouse entered, he was shocked, a chill running down his spine as he felt his limbs freeze. Standing before him was Grimm, the company's master, father of the offspring, and a legendary creature known as the Bat. Quirrel stared mutely at the being in front of him. Now he understood why Hornet feared these beasts so much. This being was terrifying. It was extremely tall. Its membranous wings hung from its body, resembling a cape that kept its body and its claws hidden. The features of its face were extremely similar to the offspring they carried with them, so it was not difficult to assume that it was its father. However, there was a fundamental difference between them: their eyes. The little one's gaze was full of innocence and fun. He was just a child who knew nothing about the world and let himself be carried away by the decisions of adults. On the other hand, Grimm's gaze was full of evil, strength and veracity. Quirrel shuddered as he felt those red eyes fixed on him. They were the eyes of someone accustomed to commanding and being obeyed, someone who was never deprived of any desire and could do whatever he pleased. The beast smiled maliciously, and the woodlouse began to wonder if, like Divine, it might not think he was very tasty. Suddenly, with a burst of fire, Grimm vanished from his eyes and reappeared behind him. The terrified woodlouse watched as the creature bowed towards him quite gracefully and elegantly, still smiling, then spoke in a deep voice. How nice of you, you've gotten our little one a nice toy. Dire daddy. The little one squealed, flying up to his father. You look brimming with life and energy, yet lacking the scarlet flame. The ritual must still be performed, and for that, the fire of nightmares is necessary. He examined the boy, then turned to Hollow. Well then, my friend, great is my joy to have your presence among mine. However, I will once again make my request. Seek out the flames and return to dance with me. Our deadly dance will set the world ablaze, and 1,000 wonders will touch this withered land. He emphasized his words by spreading his arms and displaying his impressive wings. Quirrel hadn't understood even half of the bat's words. He didn't know what he meant by looking for the flames or what he wanted to achieve with it. They were probably topics he had discussed privately with Hollow, but that wasn't important. If he was there, it was to return the baby bat. The problem was that he could barely speak because of the fear he felt. He really didn't understand how Hollow could be so calm. He wasn't sure if it was bravery or a complete lack of awareness of the danger. For his part, Grim was very curious about the insect's presence, so, striking a dramatic pose, he disappeared from the cochineal's side again, only to reappear elsewhere and perform an elegant bow, looking at it maliciously. My curiosity is great for the mysteries that have brought you before my presence. I am Grim, the master of this company, and it is my wish to know the identity of the stranger who treads my domain. Quirrel took a while to respond. That pompous and convoluted way of speaking about the bat confused him a little. I am Quirrel, Hollow's FR friend, and… Oh, will you also take a role in performing the ritual? Ritual? What ritual? What is that you've been talking about with a flame? It is a very ancient ritual, cultivated since the year of Graham, my father. The offspring must devour the flame that rose from the ashes of a fallen kingdom and become one with its power, but to do so, a knight must guide their journeys. The power granted in return will be their payment. Let's see. Quirrel was racking his brain to understand the mammal's complicated language. So if I understand correctly, this offspring must consume fire or something like that, and then it will gain its power. I suppose with it will be able to perform tricks similar to those you use. Grim nodded like a professor approving of his student's words. But since the creature cannot fend for itself, someone must protect it while it searches for these flames. Only the truth dwells in your words, the teacher replied calmly. I hope my words don't bother you, but the woodlouse seemed somewhat hesitant to continue with her idea. Don't you think it's a little irresponsible to entrust your offspring to a complete stranger? Because anyone could harm it and… Quirrel could not continue because a sudden gesture from the bat silenced him. The bat approached him and, giving an elegant turn, showing all its splendor, said. Consider well what is before you. I am Grim, the master of this company. Fire is my ally, my servant, my being. My fire can consume, burn, and smolder all things. I long for the same power for my offspring, and if it is my wish, it shall be granted. My offspring shall emerge as a fire demon, beautiful, radiant, powerful, unbeatable. He narrowed his eyes. This fate will be inevitable, and those who renounce it will meet a dire fate. At that moment, a huge fire ignited in front of the woodlouse, who backed away, fearing he'd get burned. However, the curtain of flames soon faded, revealing that Grim was no longer in front of him. He was now lying on a couch that, until that moment, they hadn't noticed was in the room. The bat rested, displaying confidence, arrogance, but above all, elegance. While waving a glass of some suspicious liquid in his hand, he spoke his final words. You have free will to choose to contribute to my cause or remain idle, but do not let rebellious thoughts cross your mind, for these will only lead you to your end. Simply put, the bat had warned Quirrel that if anything bad happened to his offspring, heads would fly in Hallownest, so now, like Hollow, he was obligated to protect the hatchling. He was seriously scared. He already knew how horrible a bat could be, especially this one in particular, which could use fire magic. He couldn't ask for many details, but he wanted to hope that once they had collected these famous flames and the ritual was complete, Grim and his entire company would be gone from Dirtmouth for good. In the meantime, they would have to find a way to deal with Hornet's chiroptophobia. Dangerous tea. Hollow and Quirrel left the company of Grim, one of them overflowing with joy and the other with worry, while behind them, the small bat offspring flew carefree. Quirrel couldn't believe the mess Hollow had gotten them into. Now they were forced to take care of the little beast, which unfortunately belonged to a species that naturally predators insects, so it was unknown how it would behave with them when it grew up. It was also a tremendous problem for his best friend because of her phobia of bats. And yet, that wasn't what worried Quirrel the most. What made his stomach clench and cause a lot of anguish was the famous ritual that Grim had spoken of. What would this be about? From what he understood, it was a procedure that would grant the little one the ability to use fire magic, but he couldn't really be sure it was only good for that. He wasn't an expert on the subject, but from what little he knew, rituals were used to obtain something, but for that something, you always had to pay a price or make a sacrifice. They weren't aware of the conditions to be met, which made all this very dangerous, but they didn't have a choice either. Grim had been very clear, well, not so clear. It was always hard to understand that bat, but at least from the way he looked at him, it was clear he would destroy anyone who opposed him. He sighed sadly and decided to erase that problem for now. It was best to focus on the more immediate issue. Hornet's chiroptophobia. Now that the bug was in Hollow's care, it was impossible to avoid its presence. Hornet would have to somehow learn to tolerate the offspring, either that or separate herself from her brother until the ritual was over, which wasn't fair to anyone. He remained locked in his thoughts until he was interrupted by a light touch on his hand. Hollow was calling his attention and pointing toward his home, where he could see a certain individual who seemed to be waiting for the door to be opened. Knowing that Hornet's fear would prevent him from opening it, he opted to go himself to assist the stranger. "Good morning," Quirrel greeted kindly. "Can I help you with anything?" The stranger turned around, revealing himself to be a woodlouse, who seemed very surprised to see the explorer. In fact, he stared at him for a few moments, perplexed, as if he couldn't believe what he had before his eyes, until he seemed to realize that staring at someone so fixedly could be uncomfortable and perhaps even rude, so he quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't that I came to suddenly." He noticed Hollow greeting him silently in a friendly manner. "Hollow? Do you know Hollow?" Quirrel asked. "Huh? Yes, I know him. I mean, he's a friend of mine, I think. He and his sister Hornet have helped me a lot and I'm always in their debt, so I came to drop off a rotten egg cake my mom made." "I see, nice to meet you, my name is Quirrel." "I'm Dan." "Wait a minute, Quirrel. Oh. You're that dear friend Hornet keeps talking about. Is she talking about me?" "Yes, she says I'm a lot like you and that's partly why she always feels the desire to protect me." He blushed slightly as he thought more deeply about what she was saying and changed the subject. I'm a little surprised to find someone else of my kind around here. The truth is, there are very few of us woodlice in Hallownest. It's true, during the time of the infestation, almost all members of our race chose to escape the kingdom. Although those times are over, almost no woodlice have dared to return. Yes. My biological mother also escaped the kingdom with me. Of course, at that time I was just an egg, so I don't really remember anything. I didn't even get to meet my father. He had to stay in the kingdom out of a sort of sacred duty. Mom never really told me many details about that." "I see. And did you feel the call of your roots and return to your homeland?" "No, not really. My mother ended up dying in an accident, so a cockroach friend of hers took me in and raised me until I'm almost an adult. My family recently heard there was work and prosperity in the resurgent kingdom of Hallownest, and we all decided to come here." "Interesting. So how's it been around here?" Quirrel suddenly noticed that Hollow had opened the door to the house on her own and was entering. "Hey. Wait, Hollow. The sprout is following you? You might scare Hornet." The eldest woodlouse had to interrupt her conversation and rush inside to prevent her friend from having a nervous breakdown, but to her relief, when she entered, she noticed the girl fast asleep in her bed, perhaps exhausted from all the stress she had endured. Beside her, the Pale King watched her attentively. He shifted his gaze to Quirrel when he saw him peeking around the door and could see the sign the woodlouse was giving him, telling him to disappear, as someone outside the family was about to enter. Dan entered the house asking permission and went to the kitchen where he left the cake he had brought with him, then following the older woodlouse he went to the bedroom where he saw his friend sleeping peacefully. "Oh, I guess I shouldn't have come now, I didn't expect to find her sleeping, I'm sorry." "Don't worry," Quirrel reassured him. "It's not normal for her to be sleeping at this hour." "Are you sick?" "Not exactly, he basically had a nervous breakdown. I don't think it'd be a problem for me to tell you, but please don't ask for details. It turns out that due to some rather unusual circumstances, we'll have to take care of that little one for the next few months." He pointed to the son of Grim who was now lying on Hollow's lap, who was calmly petting him while sitting in an armchair. What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it. Is it some kind of foreign insect?" No, it's not even an insect, it's a bat." Quirrel waited for some reaction from Dan, perhaps a show of fear or horror at learning the creature's identity, but nothing. The lesser woodlouse barely flinched, just looked at the being with curiosity and approached to pet it as if it were a pet. "So a bat, it's quite cute. I've never heard of these creatures before. This one looks like a baby. How big do they get? Do they make good pets?" The explorer looked at him in surprise. Apparently Dan knew absolutely nothing about these beasts, to the point of believing they were pets, although perhaps it was better that way. Bats were something so rare in Hallownest that probably the majority of the population knew little to nothing about them, so their ignorance would prevent them from fearing them, and they could walk around everywhere without causing panic in the population. "Tired mommy," the little one growled as if asking if the woodlouse that was petting him was good. Somehow Hollow seemed to understand him and nodded. "He talks?" Dan said, surprised. "Wow, I thought he was a lesser creature. And he just called a Hollow mommy? But weren't Hollows supposed to be male?" "It is," Quirrel said, somewhat exasperated. "But if Hollow is male, he should be a father, not a mother, and—" "Look, forget that point for now. Hollow is male and she's a mother, at least in that creature's mind, and that's why we're caring for her for now. But we have the problem that Hornet has a phobia of bats and freaks out whenever she's around one." "Hornet, afraid of this cute little thing?" As if reaffirming his innate tenderness, the little bat rubbed his head against Dan's hand. I don't understand how he could, since he looks absolutely harmless. If you only knew what they look like when they grow up, Quirrel thought to himself. Dan turned his attention away from the little one and said. If Hornet's nerves fray every time this little one is around, perhaps a Silva pleno or Trigapana's tea will help. They are very potent calming herbs. Right. I didn't think of that before. Quirrel exclaimed excitedly. I don't have any of those herbs here now, but Brea might. She has a good collection of plants. Wait a moment here, Dan. Quirrel almost ran out of the house and quickly went to the beetle's home, knocked impatiently on the door and waited for it to be opened. The girl felt somewhat annoyed at the loud knocking, but all her anger dissipated as soon as she realized who her visitor was. Blue Knight, I mean Quirrel, it's a pleasure to see you. What brings you here? Brea, I don't want to bother you, but I'd like to know if you have some Silva pleno or Trigapanas. I need to make a strong tranquilizing infusion for Hornet. All Brea's excitement vanished as soon as she heard her neighbor's name. Of course, it had to be because of Hornet. Her beloved knight never visited her because he wanted to see her. That cuckold was always stealing all her attention. Perhaps she had known him before, but in that month they spent together, they had had much more intense experiences. That couldn't be erased. They were souls united by destiny. They were meant to be together. She groaned inwardly and decided to hide her anger. She didn't want to upset her knight, so she put on her best smile and answered. I have both herbs. Great. Could you give me some? I'll do better than that, I'll make you the calming infusion myself, wait a bit, I won't be long. Brea was a good girl, but now she was angry, so much so that she was about to do something she shouldn't have. Make an infusion with both herbs together. Silvaplana and Trigapanas were both quite powerful tranquilizers on their own, but it was well known that they should never be taken together, or instead of being tranquilizers, they would produce a confusing and disorienting effect. The good thing was that this passed within a few hours. The insect quickly prepared the dreadful drink and gave it to Quirrel, who after thanking her quickly left. When she saw the woodlouse walk away, regret began to rise in Brea, which then turned into worry and finally into a guilty conscience. But what had she done? Hornet wasn't to blame for Quirrel's actions. It wasn't fair to take it out on her, and what she had done could have dangerous consequences. Perhaps she should go to her house and stop them, but it would be shameful to admit that she had committed such a childish act as giving her that tea. She spent so much time racking her brain that by the time she realized it, it was too late. Quirrel had probably given the tea to Hornet and there was nothing left to do. The die was cast. So, scared and worried, Brea locked herself in her house, praying that nothing bad would happen. Hornet was gently shaken, and since she wasn't sleeping that soundly, she woke up easily. She felt somewhat groggy and sluggish, but she sat up in bed and rubbed her eyes, looking around. For the moment, she still didn't remember the bat, so she remained calm. How are you, Hornet? Quirrel asked. Hey Quirrel. What are you doing here? And what time is it? It seems a bit late, I shouldn't be sleeping at this hour. I fell asleep after the old man was calming me down about the incident with the bat. Is that vermin still here? Don't worry about that for now, here, he offered her the calming tea. This will make you feel better, drink some. But. No buts, the vermin isn't here, now it's just you and me and nothing will happen to you, just drink this tea and let your worries go away. Oh okay. Blindly trusting her friend, Hornet drank the infusion. It was quite sweet and had a very pleasant aroma and she felt like it warmed her body. Until now, she had never taken that type of herbs and she liked them a lot. She drank her tea calmly, without rushing while she chatted about trivial things with the woodlouse. However, she was able to notice that he seemed to be trying to distract her by talking to her about pleasant things. Was he planning something with her? Perhaps, or it could be that he was simply trying to take her mind off the bats. She felt somewhat touched by this. It was good to have a friend like him. Suddenly, she felt a little sleepy, which was strange because she had just woken up. She began to lose track of Quirrel's words and found it difficult to understand what he was saying. Although she was listening perfectly, it was as if her brain couldn't process the messages. The insect began to look worried. She didn't want him to worry, but he simply couldn't react. She tried to say something, but only incomprehensible babble came out. And suddenly a calamity occurred. Hunger. A high-pitched squeak was heard. The little bat suddenly appeared in the bedroom, flying frantically while crying and growling. Hollow and Dan appeared behind him, trying to calm him down and get him out of the room. Quirrel, alarmed by Hornet's reaction to the sight of the little beast, turned to her and was quite surprised to see her so calm. In fact, she looked as if she didn't care about anything. The girl watched the beast cry and scream, thoughts crossed her mind that she should be scared, but she simply wasn't afraid. In fact, her thoughts were starting to get a bit confusing. She knew she should be afraid of those creatures, but she couldn't remember why. Apparently it had something to do with her mother. In fact, everything in her head was starting to get confusing. Everyone in the room, she knew them, but she didn't remember them. Were they good or bad? Meanwhile, Quirrel had managed to catch the offspring, who was screaming as if it was being murdered, while it continued to thrash about. "Hello, control your son. Don't give me excuses. You brought him here, so you're responsible." "Quirrel, can you understand Hollow too?" Dan asked in surprise. "Not at all, but I have a rough idea of what he might be telling me." Hollow crossed her arms and looked away. "You don't come talking to me like that. Watch your language." In response, Hollow just looked at him in astonishment while the little boy continued to cry. "Jayarg. Hungry. Mommy's hungry." "Well, it's obvious what's wrong with him," said Quirrel. "He's hungry. Why haven't you fed him? If I'm not mistaken, there's some rotten egg cake in the kitchen." "We offered it to him, but he wouldn't eat it," Dan replied sadly. "What do bats eat?" "Don't tell me that, Og. We're going to have to go hunt something to feed him. Bats are hunters." Quirrel looked at Hornet for a moment. She looked calm, as if the presence of the small beast didn't matter to her at all. That was a very good thing. However, there was something in her attitude that was worrying him quite a bit. Something wasn't right with her. It was as if her head was in another world. As far as he remembered, neither the Sylvaplana nor the Trigapanas had that effect. Had Brea put something strange in the infusion? It would be best to go ask her. However, that would have to wait, since the bat's screeches and cries were already wearing on his patience. It was best to resolve this issue as soon as possible. The problem was that he didn't want to leave Hornet alone in that state. "Anne, do you have any free time now?" Yes. Why do you ask?" "I need you to stay and watch Hornet for a while Hollow and I go hunting. Do you think you can?" "Yes, no problem. I don't think it'll be that difficult," he said, looking at the girl, who looked very lethargic. He then frowned in surprise. "What was that tea they gave her?" "My grandmother drank tea made from worms, and she never got like that." "I don't know, that's exactly what worries me, that's why I don't want to leave her alone." "Well, don't worry, I'll take care of her. Hornet has always taken care of me, it's time I returned the favor." "Thank you very much. Come on, Hollow, let's find something to feed your vermin." The vermin seemed to have the ability to understand other people's words, because as soon as he heard they were going to get something to eat, he fell silent and grunted happily. Quirrel looked at him sternly and then sighed in defeat. Apparently, even at his young age, this creature knew how to manipulate people, although this time he was going to forgive him, since food is a basic need and children shouldn't go hungry. After saying goodbye to Dan and promising to return soon, Quirrel and Hollow left. During this time, the young woodlouse tried to engage Hornet in conversation, but she had such a blank stare that she didn't seem to understand a word anyone was saying. He tried to get her to react in various ways, even offering her a piece of cake, but when he realized she wasn't even looking at him, he began to get alarmed. Time began to seem endless as she waited for the owners of the house to return. She paced impatiently, 1,000 fatalistic thoughts crossing her mind. What if the concoction had burned her brain? What if she would never be the same again? What if she got worse and died? Because he was so focused on his crazy ideas, he didn't notice the moment Hornet got up from her spot and approached him, he only noticed her when it was too late. Quirrel and Hollow returned home in record time. Never had it taken them so little time to catch prey, although in part it was due to the tremendous enthusiasm Hollow had put into the task. Motivated by his status as a mother who had to feed her little one, he put all his effort into catching prey. In fact, Quirrel thought he had overdone it at times. There was no need to use a soul spell to kill a tiny tic-tac that dies on the first hit, but he had to admit that it saved them quite a bit of time. As soon as the tiny insect died, the baby bat pounced on it and immediately began eating it. It's worth noting that the adults were perplexed by this. It was at that moment that, for the first time, the flying beast showed its voracious and terrifying nature, abandoning its tenderness and innocence. Quirrel couldn't hardly imagine the slightly older creature devouring him, and a shiver ran down his spine, making him wonder if he wasn't digging his own grave. But as soon as the tic-tac was consumed, the spell was broken. The bat licked its lips and stretched its wings in satisfaction. It looked gratefully at its fake mother and flew to her, where it was welcomed with open arms. Then, with a satisfied grunt, it fell asleep. The little one in Hollow's arms looked so sweet and harmless that the vicious scene they had just witnessed almost seemed like a dream. But they knew better. This baby was a future predator, and a very powerful one at that. They should be careful. They finally returned home somewhat tired, hoping to find everything in order as they left it and be able to take care of Hornet properly. However, when they opened the door and entered, they saw with horror that everything was destroyed. There were scratch marks on the walls, broken tiles and overturned chairs. It seemed as if a fight had broken out in there. Quirrel felt his body go cold as terror flooded him, for his part Hollow was so shocked that his son fell from his arms. The little creature had a rather rude awakening, so he got up grumbling to complain to his mother, but before he did, he noticed the mess in the house and seemed to be as surprised as everyone else. Hornet, Quirrel said worriedly, running through the house looking for his friend Hornet. Hornet. Where are you? Hornet. Why? Quirrel's soft shriek was heard coming from the bedroom. The woodlouse, followed by the container, ran into the bedroom. It looked a little better than the living room. It was also messed up, but at least there were no scratches. Then, upon closer inspection, they noticed Dan crawling out from under the bed. The insect seemed to be moving with difficulty and pain. Dan. What happened? Are you okay? And Hornet. Quirrel said, helping the younger boy out from under the bed. Now careful, I have a hurt paw. I'm sorry. Trying to be as gentle as possible, he sat Dan down on the bed. What happened, Dan? Did someone attack you? Where's Hornet? Hornet, she was the one who attacked me, hurt my paw, and left this whole place in a mess. Hornet did all this? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But she would never do something like that. I know there was something wrong with that tea you gave her. Dan's voice sounded very affected, almost on the verge of breaking. I was so scared. It's horrible to see a friend attack you. I yelled at her to stop, that I wasn't an enemy, but it was as if she didn't see me, as if she was fighting internal ghosts at that moment. Some tears began to well up in her eyes. Hornet only screamed to leave her alone, that she didn't want to hurt them, that I was her friend. I don't know what she saw in her mind, but with each scream of terror she hit me, until when she broke my leg, I crawled under the bed and hid. At that point, Dan couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. Quirrel looked at him with compassion. It was understandable that the poor thing was so upset. He was still a very young insect, and from what he sensed, he'd been raised very sheltered. He wasn't used to suffering or danger. The eldest woodlouse was about to try to comfort him when another whimper surprised him. The little bat, seeing the insect crying, had begun to feel sorry for him and had also started to cry. Then, seeing them all crying, Hollow had joined in the drama. Of course, his crying was silent. Quirrel clutched his head in exasperation at the situation. He couldn't believe the turn things had taken. How had everything gotten so complicated? And it was all the fault of that little flying creature. He couldn't even lay his hands on it without fearing his father would devour it. He sighed sadly and counted to 10 to calm himself down. Things were a bit complicated, but he could still handle the situation. Dan? He tried to get the wounded man's attention. Dan, calm down, listen to me. I. Don't apologize, just try to calm down. I'll get help, we'll treat your leg, everything will be fine, you just have to stay calm, okay? There was such reassurance and kindness in Quirrel's voice that Dan calmed down instantly, and when Dan's crying stopped, the bat went quiet too, and Hollow, he was quiet from the start. Quirrel, satisfied, headed to the door to leave, and as soon as he opened it, the first thing he saw was Brea, who was standing with her hand raised, about to knock. Then she looked at him timidly and waved. The woodlouse let out a low growl, annoyed by the situation. Now he had no time for his neighbor's flirting. He was in a delicate situation and had no time to waste. I'm so glad to see you, Brea, but I don't have much time right now. I'm having a little problem at home and I need to solve it as soon as possible. So, if you could please leave. What kind of problem? The beetle asked quickly, worried. It's nothing you can help me with, so don't worry about it. I've got everything under control anyway, so if you'll excuse me. Quirrel walked past Brea and closed the door to the house as he started walking away, but before he could take 2 steps the beetle screamed. This is because of Hornet, right? She's acting weird, right? Quirrel stopped dead in his tracks at that and turned to look at her. How do you know? Well, finally the girl lowered her head in sadness. This is my fault. I'm sorry. The tea I gave you was a mixture of silvaplana and trigapinas. Those 2 herbs are 2 powerful tranquilizers that work very well each on their own, but never. You should never take them together because instead of calming them down, they cause confusion and disorientation. Some insects can even become violent when they find themselves in that state, Quirrel added. What have you done, Brea? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause so much trouble. I regret what I did. The girl was on the verge of tears. I just wanted well. Look, it doesn't matter now. It was clear that the woodlouse was extremely angry and was struggling to control itself. Now the important thing is to find Hornet, but okay, look, if you want to repair some of the damage done, I need you to help me with this. Inside the house, I have an injured woodlouse. I need you to take care of it while I go look for Hornet. Do you think you can do that? Why yes. Yes. The beetle finally shouted with determination. I'll take care of it, you go get her. This last sentence, in truth, she said with some sadness. As soon as the insect said those words, Quirrel ran off. Brea looked at him sadly, wondering if her knight would be this worried if she was the problem instead of Hornet. The situation made her feel depressed. She sighed, trying to contain her tears, and started to enter the house. The first flame. Quirrel asked everyone he met on the streets if they had seen the girl in the red cloak. No one in the shops was helpful. Some passers-by said they had seen her, but they ignored her and paid no attention to where she went. They said there was something about the insect that made her look dangerous, and they didn't want to risk it. It was finally Elderbug who contributed some useful information. As always, the old bug was attentive to everything that happened near the bench in the middle of the road. It really seemed like he had nothing better to do all day. As he explained, Hornet walked by him, ignoring him, and he didn't want to talk to her either because she had a strange murderous aura that intimidated him quite a bit. Although he later regretted not having done so. Perhaps the poor thing was having some personal problems and needed to vent to someone. The woodlouse reassured him by explaining that it was better not to have spoken to him, as Hornet wasn't in a stable state of mind and could have been dangerous. This obviously piqued the old man's curiosity, and he wanted to know more, but Quirrel quickly said goodbye, having no time to chat, especially with Elderbug, who talked like crazy. He hadn't gone far when a familiar growl caught his attention. He turned to see Hollow running toward him, followed, of course, by the little critter who wouldn't leave his side for any reason. The woodlouse stared at them for a moment before speaking. "What are you doing here, Hollow? How's Dan?" Hollow began to do his typical mime that of course his friend couldn't understand. Hollow, you know I can't understand your strange gestures, although it's also my fault for asking you a nag, this is wrong, I'm not thinking clearly. He covered his face with his hands, feeling frustrated. "Maybe I can help," said the Pale King, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. "Dan's fine. Brea splinted his leg and took him to a doctor. We locked the front door before leaving, and we took out the trash. Any questions?" No, none, so you came to help find Hornet because you were worried." Hollow nodded effusively, while his father looked away with his typical arrogant attitude. "Yeah, well, Hornet is the future ruler of Hallownest, it would be a real problem if something happened to her." Quirrel just laughed inwardly at the old monarch's attitude. Seriously, why was it so hard for him to admit that he loved his daughter and cared about her well-being? This worm was quite a case. He had the intelligence of a great sage and the heart of a child, but now was no time to question that. He urged his companions to follow him. According to what Elderbug had told him, Hornet had left the village in the direction of the Howling Cliffs. If they hurried, they might be able to catch up with her soon. However, before reaching their destination, they had to pass through the outskirts of Grimm's company. The Major didn't like this at all, but it was the shortest route to their goal. They almost ran through the place, but before they could completely leave, a deep eerie voice stopped them. "You're in such a hurry that you wouldn't even want to say hello to your servant," said Grimm. They hadn't really noticed it because they were going so fast, but the bat was outside their tent, comfortably sitting in a chair in front of a charming tea table, where there were all kinds of snacks. The mammal looked very relaxed, sipping a herbal infusion as red as his eyes, while being attended to by some headed insects, dressed in their characteristic blue robes. "Daddy!" cried the small flying creature, heading towards its parent. "Ah. My dear offspring. I don't know how it's possible that a few hours can seem like endless years when your presence is gone." In response, the little boy rubbed himself against his father, letting out sweet grunts of satisfaction. It was undoubtedly a very sweet scene, but it wasn't the right time for it, something Quirrel was quick to point out. "I find this father-son moment very touching, but we don't have time for that now. We must go. Although if you'd like, you can stay with the child. He's your offspring, after all. We must go." The murderous glare Grimm gave him left the woodlouse frozen with fear. Had he offended him in some way? For his part, the bat, as if wanting to delay the agony, took the time to take a sip of his tea before placing the cup back on the table and speaking again. "First of all, it is necessary to clarify that what lies before your eyes is not a worthy knight, but a sweet maiden." "Are you telling me that your offspring is a girl?" "Exactly." Jairg the girl confirmed with a grunt. "And secondly, what is so urgent that it creates such a rush as to deny the meeting of a father with his daughter?" We have a friend in trouble, and we need to find her before she gets hurt and well." "Ah. That must be the crimson-clad creature that wandered here a while ago. It was a glorious mass of terror, seeming like good fuel for the flame, so I didn't want to hold it back. However, if its existence is invaluable to you, I urge you to hasten your steps, but not to act recklessly. You'll have to be careful. A flame bearer is wandering nearby." After that, Grimm remained silent and with a sign indicated to his daughter to return with her guardians. The little girl of course obeyed and flew, letting out happy grunts on her way. The group resumed their journey, heading toward the Howling Cliffs. It was a tortuous climb to the top, especially for Quirrel, since Hollow, thanks to his mantis claws, could climb with relative ease. Because of this, the pillbug was the last to arrive, and what he saw once he was at the top, he didn't like at all. Hornet lay on the floor in a state of lethargy, with a lost gaze and babbling unintelligible things. She also looked very hurt, with some burn marks on the visible parts of her body, although curiously, the cape was intact. What kind of magic had they put on that garment? He looked around for the hollow and found it with its stinger raised, ready to strike at its opponent, which was none other than one of the grim cult's insects. It was small and wore the characteristic mask and robe worn by all its members, but it also carried a torch in its hands, in which a stunning red fire burned. He also managed to glimpse Grimm's daughter nearby, who was looking at the bug in a strange, almost malevolent way. It sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, the torch-bearer swung it, throwing fireballs. Hollow easily dodged them and launched himself at the bug, but the latter moved at an impressive speed, dodging him while laughing mockingly. Then with another equally fast movement, he threw himself at the little one, hitting him. The container looked at it in frustration and ran towards it, but the insect took advantage of its flying ability by climbing higher and higher, while throwing more fireballs at it, all the while laughing maniacally. It even burst into laughter when one of its flames managed to hit the little one, but its fun was short-lived, as Hollow counterattacked with a precise soul spell. This left the bug on the verge of collapse. However, it got back up and launched itself once more at Hollow, but this time the little one managed to dodge it and took the opportunity to bury its stinger in it as it passed by. This final act of damage caused the torchbearer to finally fall unconscious. Then Hollow approached him, fury crackling in his eyes. Anyone who touched his family would pay dearly, and just looking at Hornet's condition was enough to tell the bug was in for a very bad time. Quirrel thought Hollow would kill the insect, but something struck before he could even lay a hand on it. The flame from the torch began to rise up the torch until it reached the bear, and the creature's body burst into flames, to the horror of those present. However, one of them wasn't frightened by the sight, and before anyone could try to extinguish the flames, he threw himself at the insect, ready to fulfill the duty entrusted to him. The little bat flew toward the pile of fire and, without hesitation or regret, began to devour its still burning victim. The creature's face showed a certain amount of suffering, as it too was burning as it consumed the flesh, but it didn't stop because of this, and continued swallowing its prey until nothing remained. Exhausted, her skin and throat burned, she let out an agonized scream, and out of nowhere the fire began to emerge from her. A crimson curtain enveloped her, while her eerie sounds echoed off the rock walls, and when the flames had died down, they could see the creature intact, as if nothing had harmed it. Then it coughed lightly, releasing some small balls of fire in the process. Once it had cleared its throat, it let out a flirtatious growl and flew to Hollow, who received it somewhat stunned by the impression that the scene had caused him. So Quirrel said suddenly, also quite impressed. That's what the ritual is all about. This is disturbing that Grimm is sacrificing his own deer to feed his offspring. He's a demon bat. You can't expect anything else from someone like him. He's just a heartless beast willing to use everyone to achieve his goals, said the Pale King, appearing next to Quirrel. Well, I can't deny that this worries me. If these kinds of beasts with such power spread, this could not only be the ruin of Hallownest, but for any kingdom far or near that is invaded. And what do you suggest we do? For now, let's do some research. Perhaps there's some information out there somewhere about these beasts and these blasphemous rituals that will allow us to find a way to get rid of them. For now, we'll have to continue our work as guardians of this little girl. Well, we'll have to hurry up and find out more. If we get too attached to that creature, eliminating it will be very painful, Quirrel said regretfully. Well, maybe we can keep her. She could fit in well with the family, considering it's made up of a failed experiment, a princess without a kingdom, an explorer with permanent amnesia, and the ghost of an old ruler. Honestly, I think a demonic bat wouldn't be a bad fit for the group. You must be joking, Quirrel said, looking as if he didn't find the joke funny at all. Of course, my dear friend, I just wanted to defuse the situation a little. Jai-irg. The mammal suddenly growled, pointing at the edge of the cliff. Everyone turned their gaze to where the little girl was pointing and saw in horror how Hornet, still confused and staring blankly, staggered toward the cliff. She didn't seem to realize what she was doing. If Hornet were okay, she'd be able to save herself from a fall like that. All she could do was wrap her line around a rock to stop her descent. But now she wasn't in her right mind and didn't even seem to understand where she was. She just looked around in terror, as if she were fighting invisible ghosts. Suddenly, she made a wrong move and lost her balance, plummeting downward. Quirrel, Hollow, and the Pale King ran, trying in vain to reach her, but it was impossible to save her from that situation. However, faster than everyone else, the bat flew to the precipice and managed to catch the girl mid-fall by grabbing her by her clothes. However, the little girl's strength wasn't enough to lift the older girl, so she did what she could, flapping her wings as fast as she could and limiting herself to slowing the long fall until she managed to safely deposit the princess on the ground. After that, she collapsed on top of her, unable to move from exhaustion. Vermin. Quirrel shouted, having no other way to refer to the creature. Hollow was the first to descend, and worried sick, he rushed to check on the two girls. Fortunately, both looked fine. Hornet had apparently gone back to sleep while her daughter lay next to her, panting from exhaustion. He hugged the little girl, wanting to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, his friend and his father arrived below and joined them. "I can't believe what happened," Quirrel said, impressed. "The vermin had saved Hornet, that little seed of evil, daughter of that monster, it saved my best friend now, how could I eliminate it if necessary?" The Pale King also looked upset, despite everything that could be said about him, he was a very grateful and honorable individual, he owed his daughter's life to that offspring, and could no longer pretend to harm him, now they were in serious trouble. Hornet walked through the caves toward her home and distant village, accompanied by a pair of spiders, her best friends. They chatted happily about trivial matters as they accompanied her home. It was a little annoying that she couldn't go anywhere alone, since as a princess she had to be protected until she reached an appropriate age, but she didn't deny that she liked these fun girls. They always made her laugh with their crazy ideas. Finally they left that tunnel that they had traveled through so many times and arrived at the underground lake, then the spiders respectfully addressed the young noblewoman. "Princess, can I help you up?" "No, this time I want to try it alone." "Oh, well be careful, it's not easy." "Don't worry, I've practiced a lot, I'm sure I can do it right this time." Using all her skill, Hornet threw her needle and stuck it into the root trunk above a house with such precision that her friends were impressed. Then, using the thread tied to it, she propelled herself toward her weapon. She gave the spiders a triumphant look and they applauded enthusiastically. It had gone perfectly, she managed to get home without help, being able to climb up to the village was one of the minimum requirements that had been imposed on her to be allowed to wander around Deepnest alone, and finally she was able to do it, she was delirious about this, but that joy vanished as soon as she tried to unearth her needle from the root. He began to pull on his weapon with all his might, but it was impossible, it was stuck too deep into the wood. What had he done? He kept trying to withdraw the needle for a while, until a huge figure appeared behind him and spoke to him. "Hornet, what are you doing?" The young girl turned around and found her mother looking at her curiously. "Mama. Mother. I think my needle is stuck." "Oh my girl, only you get these things." At that, the enormous spider bent down, grabbed the needle firmly, and yanked it out by the roots with a single pull. "Make sure this doesn't happen to you again. If you lose your weapon in enemy territory, you'll be in serious trouble." "And how did this happen?" "I threw her with a lot of force, but I did it so she could reach this place. I managed to climb to the village on my own. You see? I got here on my own. I'm older now, I can get out on my own." "I'm sorry to say I don't quite agree with that statement," Hare replied seriously. "You're still dependent on others if getting here requires leaving your needle so deeply buried that you can't pull it out. Sorry, Hornet, you're not ready yet." "But Mom. I want to go out. I want to explore the world and see the surface." "The surface? Of course not. That place is very dangerous. No member of our people ever goes to the surface. The deeper you go, the safer it is. Why do you think we have our territory here?" "But Mom, many insects live on the surface." "Many? Well, not that many. But if some live up there, that means it's not that dangerous. Those who live above are either fools or lovers of danger. Above live terrible beings like mice and bats that feed on insects." "Mice? Bats? And they're very dangerous." Well, at that moment, Hera changed her threatening attitude to a calmer one. "Quite a bit, but calm. It's nothing an experienced insect can't handle." At that response, Hornet looked at her strangely, as if something about the whole situation didn't add up. "Is something wrong, Hornet?" No, I don't know, something here seems strange to me. If you're talking to me about bats, shouldn't you be trying to terrify me with them? Tell me they're horrible, ruthless creatures. That they devour insects little by little, dismembering them. Shouldn't you be telling me about their voracious appetite and their lack of mercy? About the murders they commit just for pleasure? Where do you get such chilling ideas, my girl?" I don't know, it's weird, it's like something I heard a long time ago about yourself. Are you sure you're not changing my story?" "How can I change it if this is the first time I've talked to you about bats?" "Well, obviously you can't, but it's weird, it's like I remember this scene differently, but that can't be because it's the first time I've experienced this. Perhaps you need to rest a little. Come, let's go inside. The cook will prepare a very tasty stew. Another day we'll resume the conversation about allowing you to go out alone." "Okay, Mom." Hornet opened her eyes and saw her whole world spin, she laid on her side trying to sit up slowly, but the dizziness she felt made her lose her balance, she could have fallen out of bed, but Quirrel caught her in time. "Hornet, are you okay?" He looked at his friend, a sharp pain piercing his temples. "My head hurts and everything's spinning." "What's wrong with me? I don't remember anything. Everything's so confusing." "You took some herbs that made you sick and you fainted," the woodlouse explained without going into details. But the effects have worn off and you should be fine. Anyway, rest for a while. The headache and dizziness will gradually subside. Okay, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Well, if you're already hungry you're definitely better, we have some rotten egg pie, Dan came to drop it off a while ago. Dan? Oh, I see you've already met him. Yes, he's a very nice guy, although he gives me some strange feelings, it's as if I've known him before, but hey, that doesn't matter, you just rest. Suddenly Hornet glimpsed a pair of little heads peeking through the doorframe, one was her brother's, and the other belonged to a curious creature. Quirrel, that over there is a bat, he said, pointing at the baby. Why yes, it's a bat, he replied somewhat nervously. Are you okay? Do you want me to take it? Why are you asking me that? Is there something wrong with that thing? And why is there a bat in the house? Hollow made some strange deals, and now we're forced to take care of that vermin for a while. Are you sure you're okay? Aren't you feeling scared? Should I? Hornet replied, frowning. Quirrel, you're acting very strange. It's nothing, don't worry, he said, standing up. Now you just stay here and rest. I'll get you some cake. Wait for me. The insect left the room and signaled to Hollow, indicating that he could enter. The little boy ran to hug his sister, followed by the little flyer, who, imitating her mother, also hugged the girl. Quirrel stood for a few moments in the doorway, watching the scene in disbelief. At that moment, the Pale King appeared at his side. It's incredible, isn't it? The monarch said. A few hours ago, I couldn't stop trembling at the sight of that creature, and now I'm receiving its embraces. Yes, it's really incredible, Quirrel answered. How did you do it? I only modified the memory that caused her phobia, she frowned. I can't believe Hera was so stupid as to instill so much fear in her that it caused her trauma. I heard Hornet was very mischievous and stubborn as a child, but I don't think it's right that they would commit such cruel acts against her. If I had been there. But it wasn't, Quirrel interrupted. Well, whatever, the king continued, somewhat uncomfortably. Altering someone's memories isn't something I like or think is right, but in this case, it's necessary. So Hornet is cured of her chiroptophobia for good? Not really. The altered memories eventually return to how they were originally, but until that happens, living with the vermin will at least make her lose her fear of it. Of course, if she happens to run into another bat, she'll most likely faint, but since she won't have to deal with other bats, she'll be fine. Just keep her away from Grim. I can handle that. Quirrel finally made his way to the kitchen, where he cut a piece of cake and placed it on a plate. He also made some tea, this time, a normal tea without any strange herbs. As he poured the tea, a certain thought struck his mind, so he turned to the worm floating nearby and asked. My king, pardon the question, but why did you go to the trouble of altering Hornet's memories? As I recall, you said it was quite complicated and even dangerous. The king thought for a few moments before answering. Well, I know it was risky to change memories. If it's not done right, it can cause trauma or other additional problems. However, I fully trusted my abilities to do this right. Besides, I didn't want to see Hornet terrified again. It's strange. When I saw her scared in your arms, I felt really bad. I just wanted her to stop crying. I wanted to protect her and see her calm again. It hurt my heart to have her in that state. Your Majesty, Quirrel said, smiling. It's called paternal instinct. Yes, the son of Grim is actually a daughter. If anyone complains that the creature in the game is a boy, I'd tell them that's because of the Spanish translation. In English, they referred to the creature as child, and that's a word used for both boys and girls. It's neuter. However, in Spanish, we don't have a neuter term like that, and since it's usually generalized in the masculine, it automatically becomes a boy. I think the term retung should be more popular. It's like the equivalent of child, and it's used to refer to both little boys and girls. You'll have noticed that I use that word a lot in this fic. Now, if you're asking me why I decided to make the little girl a girl, well, it's because of the name I gave her. You'll notice that from the start they called the little one Vermin. They eventually shortened this name to Ali, and that's how the word became established as her name. But Ali sounds more like a girl's name than a boy's, and that's why I decided that Grim's offspring would be a girl. Wanted? Brea wandered the deserted streets of Dirtmouth, searching for a certain red-cloaked girl she hadn't been able to find yet. Following the directions Elderbug had given her, early that morning, the girl had left her house, followed by her little brother and the strange flying pet that had been with them. Then, a scissor wig had been intercepted and they had all headed toward the old part of Dirtmouth. The reality was that although Dirtmouth had only a few inhabitants, the number of houses there was enormous. The large unused residential area was called the Old Town because with no inhabitants, there was no one to maintain the houses or the streets. This area was precisely the furthest from the path leading to the underground kingdom, and since there was nothing of interest there, no one ever visited it. What was Hornet doing there? It didn't take long to find out. A series of banging noises and angry shouts echoed nearby. The girl, somewhat frightened by these, wanted to follow her first instinct, which urged her to get away from the place, but she was sure that among the voices she was hearing was Hornet's, and it was really important that she talk to her. So he timidly approached the spot, where the growing sounds made him increasingly convinced that a battle was taking place there. He soon confirmed his suspicions. Turning a corner, he found a large piece of land where everything indicated that a park had once stood, although now nothing remained. On a bench that had survived the passage of time only because it was made of stone, Hollow and the small flying critter who always accompanied him sat. Both looked very agitated, intently watching the battle unfolding before their eyes. Hornet was in the middle of the park, fighting a skilled earwig, who was clearly giving him quite a fight. The warrior in red tried to maintain a long-distance combat, throwing her needle and using her thread whip, while the other had a fairly complete hand-to-hand combat style, as she could attack with both the stinger she carried and the natural pincers she had on her tail, which made an attack from behind difficult. Brea watched the scene worriedly. The earwig seemed to have murderous intentions against Hornet, then she glanced at the little ones on the bench, and the truth is they didn't look worried at all, they even seemed to enjoy the fight. Hollow waved her arms throwing silent cheers, while the bat growled with all her lungs. Suddenly, she noticed that Hornet had managed to wrap her thread around one of the earwig's legs, causing it to fall. Taking advantage of the fact that it was on the ground, she threw her needle at it. However, showing impressive skill, the earwig grabbed the weapon with its tail claw, stopping the collision. The girl in red pulled on the thread tied to the needle to retrieve it. However, her opponent's tail was so strong that she couldn't wrest the weapon away from her. Now she was forced to move closer. Undeterred by the loss of her fighting tool, Hornet grabbed her thread tightly and ran towards the insect that was waiting for her with her stinger, ready to stab her at the slightest carelessness. However, the princess, instead of trying to reach her needle, jumped over the earwig's body and landed on the other side of it, then began to run around it. The earwig watched Hornet run around her, not understanding the senseless action, but everything became clear to her when she began to feel a certain pressure on her body. It was her opponent's thread, which as she ran around holding it, had begun to wrap around her. The creature panicked at being trapped and tried to get up, but it was too late. The thread had her trapped. The earwig in its thread prison tried to roll and somehow move to escape Hornet, who approached it with such a cold and terrifying gaze that the poor creature was close to tears. Finally, the girl in red stood before her enemy and with a superior attitude said, "Let her go." It didn't need to be repeated twice. The earwig opened its claws and dropped the needle, which was quickly snatched up by its owner. The captive had hoped that after this act of cooperation, she would be freed, but a kick to her side made it clear that this wouldn't happen. Suddenly, she felt pressure on her body. Hornet had one of his paws on top of her, slightly crushing her. The warrior pointed her needle at the defeated animal and pressed it against its throat. "Give me one good reason not to kill you. You know. You wanted to kill me, you wanted to see my blood spilling onto the floor. Why shouldn't I kill you?" It was for the Recom. Hornet pressed her foot harder against the earwig's body, causing it quite a bit of pain. "Speak clearly." "I know that." "Hey Hornet." A voice suddenly spoke from behind the warrior. Hornet turned around and found Brea's sturdy figure trembling in place, staring at her fearfully. She frowned, her nerves attacking her. But what a bad time for her neighbor to appear, just as she was punishing a crazy woman who had appeared out of nowhere to try to kill her. Explaining the situation would be complicated, especially since she herself didn't know why it all happened, but she had to do something. She didn't want them to start seeing her as a monster like they had in the City of Tears. She had enough of that going on without them and Dirtmouth starting to fear her too. So she put on her friendliest face and with a smile that looked surprisingly natural, she greeted the newcomer. "Hi Brea. What brings you here?" Nothing important." She was undoubtedly surprised by the girl's radical change of attitude and still somewhat terrified by what she had seen. It's nothing important. I don't want to interrupt you. I can come back later." "Don't go. Don't leave me with this psychopath." The earwig shouted from her spot but was silenced by a kick from Hornet. Don't worry, I have time, I had already finished my business." "Exiliuo." No, it doesn't matter, really," Brea was getting more and more nervous. "I just wanted to talk with you or something, but it can wait." Help, the earwig continued screaming. "I insist, you can tell me whatever you want now," Hornet said, taking her needle in a rather disturbing manner. In reality, Hornet had taken her gun to intimidate the captive into silence, however, Brea had interpreted it as her threatening her and saying that if she didn't speak, she would attack her. The poor beetle was scared to death. In reality, she had come to apologize for drugging her the other day. She didn't know Hornet well, but according to Quirrel, she was a good girl. She trusted her words and wanted to think she would be forgiven, but with the scene she had seen now, she feared for her life. If her neighbor found out what she had done to her, she might end up with that needle stuck in her gut. However, it was already too late, she was forced to speak. Hornet was threatening her with his needle. If she spoke she was dead, if she didn't she was dead too. Oh cruel fate of the poor maiden, she would succumb to the cruel beast without ever having drunk the honey of love. I wish the gods would take pity on her and grant her a second chance, but nevertheless she accepted her fate. If it was the end she would face it, and she would dedicate her last thoughts to her beloved Blue Knight. Issei just came to apologize for the other day. Hornet looked at her, somewhat confused. Sorry for drugging you and all that you know with the Sylvaplana tea and Trigapanas. Ah, that's why, the warrior replied calmly. Don't worry, I can clearly see that you're sorry, and I forgive you for that. I'm sorry too. Forgive me too. The noisy earwig cried again. Shut up, Hornet replied. The captive was about to reply, but a hand on her mouth prevented her. She turned her eyes towards the owner of the limb and found herself facing a small horned insect that signaled her to remain silent. The creature remained silent as instructed, but not because the little boy told it to, but because of the icy fear caused by the being behind it, that strange flying thing covered in black fur, without antennae and with membranous wings. The flying beast stared at her uneasily, licking its lips. Was that thing planning to eat her? She knew that under normal circumstances, she could easily kill the creature, but now she was tied up and unable to defend herself. For her part, Hornet ignored all the drama happening behind her back and simply spoke to Brea in a friendly manner. As I was saying, you're forgiven. I see your regret and I know you won't do it again. You're a good girl. No, I'm not. Brea suddenly cried. I was angry and wanted to hurt you, that's why I sent you that tea. I'm not a good person. I'm terrible. Well, we all get carried away by passions from time to time, it's normal that vermin, stop right now. He suddenly shouted, scaring Brea and the bat that was on top of the earwig with its jaws open. Diarg. Yes, I'm talking to you. What did I tell you about trying to eat people? Diarg. Don't give me a tantrum. I've already told you that if we don't tell you you can eat it, you won't eat it. Right, Hollow. The little one just pointed his thumb down. What do you mean you told him he could eat it? Yes, I know she tried to kill me, but that doesn't mean I want her dead. The earwig sighed in relief upon hearing these words. Also, remember that we're training Ali so that she doesn't become a people-eating monster. If she doesn't learn the difference between people and lesser creatures, one day she'll try to eat Elderbug, or Dan, or Sly. If she eats Sly, where would we buy things? Although it wouldn't be a bad idea to let her try Zode. The look Brea and the earwig gave him was indescribable. Could that strange creature really be that dangerous? And how could he possibly treat it with such confidence? Finally, Hornet decided it was best to release the earwig. The scare she'd already caused would surely be enough to keep it from coming back. It was clear she was a skilled warrior, but a bit of a coward. So, with a gentle tug, she loosened the string holding the creature. As soon as it was free, it fled as fast as it could. When the bat saw what she considered food moving away, she felt angry and growled, trying to look fierce. Then she spat out a tiny ball of fire that went out before reaching the ground. She flew behind Hornet, where she spread her wings, trying to imitate her father's elegant and sophisticated poses. Of course, none of this impressed the warrior. What the hell are you supposed to be doing? Diarg. Hollow raised his hands imitating the jaws of a monster. Is she trying to look scary? But she looks adorable. These words offended the little creature who flew away absolutely indignant. Of course her mother ran after her. Oh, those kids, Hornet said, shaking his head. What were we doing, Brea? Brea flinched at the mention of her name, then seemed to remember her situation, and fear surged back in her. Not even the fact that Hornet had already told her he forgave her calmed her down. I'm sorry for drugging you, I was angry and I feel really bad about it, but everything is settled now so I'm leaving, she said hastily before turning around to leave as quickly as possible. Wait. Hornet shouted, freezing the girl in place immediately. I want you to know that I understand what you're going through, and I partially understand what led you to do what you did. Brea looked down in embarrassment and answered. No, you would never understand what I feel. Of course. I know jealousy can lead us to do terrible things. My mother used to tell me those kinds of stories. Hornet looked down, talking about this also hurt. Your jealousy over Quirrel made you act that way. I feel something similar. The idea of him leaving me hurts, and I suppose I would also be tempted by the idea of doing some unpleasant things to avoid it. Hornet looked up again and met Brea's eyes, looking at her in terror, she had even turned pale. The Issei? Brea? Is something wrong? Coco, how do you know I have feelings for Quirrel? Now it was Hornet's turn to blanch, having just realized she'd said too much. Everyone knew Brea was in love with Quirrel, but she didn't know they knew. Well he finally gave in and decided to tell the truth. I read your diary, sorry Brea. TTTU lolo, you read my diary. I swear it wasn't with any bad intentions. It was an accident. At that Brea shrank back in her seat and covered her face as she struggled to hold back the few tears that were forming on her face. Well, I guess I deserve it, laugh. Make fun of me. I'm sure you think I'm ridiculous for writing all that nonsense, but it's always been like this, when we all lived in Dirtmouth I was always teased, I'm used to it now. Brea, I've never thought you were ridiculous. Don't try to make me feel better, I know you're laughing at me inside. I'm sure you thought when you read my diary, look how silly. She has wind in her head. No Brea, when I read your diary, all I thought was how beautifully you write. What? The surprised beetle raised her head to look at her neighbor. I'm serious. At first, I didn't think it was a diary. It seemed more like an adventure novel, and I really enjoyed reading it. You're a wonderful writer. You should consider going professional. Your storytelling style and the feeling you put into every word are marvelous, and I swear, if you publish a novel, I'll be the first to buy it. Wow, Brea blushed slightly. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me, a writer. Do you really think that's possible? Of course. You're very talented. You can do it. The beetle was about to say something else, but at that moment they were interrupted by a gasp and hurried footsteps. Quirrel came running to the scene, followed by Hollow and the little bat. Hornet. That's urgent. You oh no Brea. And as if by magic, all of the beetle's doubts and guilt suddenly vanished, and she only had eyes for Quirrel, whom she began to gaze at with adoration, in that way that made the woodlouse so uncomfortable. The situation also made Hornet feel somewhat uncomfortable, so she decided to intervene. Hey Quirrel, what's up? Did you want to tell me something? Oh yeah. You have to see this. Quirrel took out a sign he had with him and showed it to Hornet, who after reading it opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw. They've put a price on my head. Why? Who? From what I could see, Quirrel began to explain, it was the City of Tears Public Workers Union that put this bounty on. But what do they have against me? Why do they want me now? I don't think I've caused any scandal lately. Not even when I defeated that pair of thugs did they declare me a criminal. I suspect it's because of the incident with Dan. The incident with Dan? Yeah, well Quirrel found it a bit difficult to talk about this. When you were drugged, you got quite violent. Remember we talked to you about that? Yeah. And as you know, during that period you attacked Dan and broke his leg. Yes, I still feel very bad about that. Well, it turns out his family wasn't too happy about this, and they've declared you a threat, so they want to eliminate you. As you know, most of the public workers in the City of Tears are cockroaches, and they're very close-knit. Although Dan isn't a cockroach, he's part of his family, and if anyone hurts his family, they're in serious trouble. So that's why they decided to eliminate you. No cute sir. Pero yo no hice nada de esto a propósito. Todo fue un accidente yo nunca lastimaría Dan el semblante de Hornet, si entristeció en ese momento, pero no tardó en reanimarse y en mostrar determinación. Esto no se cuida así ir a hablar con ellos. A Hornet, wait, I don't think that's a good idea, you're persona non grata in the city, they even block the deer station to make sure you don't get there. It can be then all the more reason I should go. This bounty business must be the reason why that cowardly earwig just tried to kill me. If I don't do something, the bounty hunters will keep coming, and I'll never get a break. Well, you're right about that, but… Well, we're going to the city, we'll have to take the long way around the forgotten crossroads, but no way. Let's walk. After that Hornet didn't listen to reason anymore, she just headed for the city, of course her little brother and Quirrel followed her. Brea sighed deeply as she watched a group walk away, her beautiful blue knight once again departing for distant lands, ready to fulfill the protective duties his position required. And as always, the only person she cared about was Hornet, and she couldn't even hate her. She was a good person, perhaps somewhat violent and ruthless, but good. At that moment, she blushed, remembering the words he'd said to her. That she could be a great writer. Could it be true? Did she, the ugly, boring, ridiculous, and talentless Brea, have anything good to show? It didn't seem like she had said it just to look good. At that moment, the beetle made a decision. She would try, she would write a great story from her heart and try to publish it. Everyone would find out about the magnificent world she had to show. After a while, Hornet's group managed to reach the City of Tears, where everything seemed normal, there was the same old traffic, the same annoying street vendors, and the same endless rain that made the city so famous. However, there was something unusual about the place. The presence of numerous cockroaches roaming around that did not seem to be performing their usual maintenance and cleaning duties, but rather were keeping watch. Suddenly, one of these bugs laid eyes on Hornet and its gaze hardened, then it ran towards one of its companions and began to whisper something in his ear, while pointing at the warrior, the cockroach that received the information, proceeded to do the same as its companion and also communicated the discovery to another. Thus, the information spread until all the insects were aware. After that, putting some sort of preconceived plan into action, they began to surround Hornet's group while pointing their stingers at them. The warrior, noticing this, frowned and, without showing any intimidation, spoke. "What is this supposed to mean?" "Silence, monster. How dare you come here after what you did to Dan? You've harmed one of our own, and you'll pay dearly for that," a cockroach replied in a very aggressive tone. "That was just an accident," Hornet said calmly. "I never meant to harm Dan in any way possible." "Silence. It's too late to make excuses. You're not welcome here. Go away and don't even think about going near Dan again. In fact, we've banned him from leaving the city, so he'll have no chance of meeting you." "That's unfair. We'll do whatever it takes to keep him safe until we get to you." "Mom. I'm telling you, she's not dangerous." Speaking of the King of Rome, just at that moment Dan appeared. He had a bandaged leg, which apart from being a little stiff was perfectly functional. In reality the damage done by Hornet was not that serious, but nobody else thought so, much less the adoptive mother of the cochineal, who at that moment approached with a sour face. The mother cockroach walked in front of her son while he tried to stop her by holding her arm, but the difference in strength between these two was extremely noticeable because while the younger one was dragged, the older one walked as if she did not feel the opposition of the woodlouse. The robust insect stood in front of Hornet and looked at her sternly. She was somewhat taller than the warrior, and it was clear that she was strong, although that didn't mean she was a good fighter. After all, she seemed more like the type of insect that had dedicated itself to having children than learning the art of fighting. But Hornet knew very well that mothers can be terrible when it comes to protecting their offspring, so it was best to seek out dialogue. Besides, that cockroach seemed to be some kind of matriarch, since all the others looked at her with great respect. If Dan was the son of none other than the leader of the cockroaches, it was no wonder that they all reacted so drastically to the incident. "So you're the unfortunate woman who hurt my child," the lady said in a less than friendly tone. "Mom. Don't talk to her like that. She's a good person. She's helped me a lot." "Shut up, Dan, let the adults talk." "I'm almost an adult. I just need my last shed. And until you do it you'll still be a child, now go do your things. Didn't you have to clean the library?" "Go on, Dan, I'll be fine," Hornet said with a friendly gesture. The somewhat hesitant cochineal decided to listen to her friend and walked away. The moment Dan was lost from sight, the matriarch stood in front of Hornet and said in an authoritative tone. "Don't you even dare speak to him. You're forbidden from having any contact with him." Hornet was already getting very angry at this mother's overprotective attitude. No wonder poor Dan was so insecure and shy. She wanted to say a few things to him, but Quirrel's subtle touch on her back made her react. She looked at her companion, who shook his head, indicating that she'd better take a more conciliatory route. "Look, ma'am, I don't mean to hurt Dan. In fact, I really care about him. What happened before was just an accident and I promise it won't happen again." "Well, I don't believe in promises made by savages. You're the beast. The creature everyone around here fears. You're definitely a public danger and I can't allow you to wander near my child. I promised my dear friend Danira that I would take care of her son and that's what I've been doing all these years." Suddenly, they heard the sound of something hitting the floor. Turning to look, they noticed a nearby trash can overturned. For a moment, they thought they saw the figure of a transparent worm staring at the scene with an expression of utter surprise, but after blinking, the strange sight disappeared. No one said anything, unsure if the others had seen the same thing. "What was that?" the matriarch asked. "For a moment there I thought I saw Ba. Must have been my imagination. Lester, please pick up and clean all that up, will you?" After that order, one of the cockroaches surrounding the two ladies headed to the trash can to clean up the small mess. "Well, like I was saying, you're an absolute menace, the beast everyone fears, and for Dan's sake, and the rest of the insects too, I can't allow you to set foot in the City of Tears again. But since I can't stop Dan from leaving here, the best way to keep him safe is to eliminate you. We put a bounty on your head, but it doesn't seem to have worked yet, so I think it's best if we take you out right now." After saying those words, all the cockroaches took an offensive stance. The warrior looked around and noticed from the insects' postures that the levels of fighting varied greatly. Some bugs looked like they didn't even know how to properly hold a weapon, while others looked quite trained. The number of opponents was immense, but she felt she could defeat them, at least if she received Quirrel's help, and Hollow was sure she could do it. The problem was that she didn't want to hurt Dan's family. Besides, if she unleashed her full power, even more rumors would start to spread about her violent and dangerous nature. Perhaps then the governor of the city would be forced to intervene, and more bounty hunters would go after her. That would definitely not be good. She was just convincing herself that it would be best to flee when a small shadow flew before her eyes. The flying vermin interposed itself between her and the attacking cockroaches and launched a tiny fireball that was quickly drowned out by the endless rain falling in the City of Tears. She definitely couldn't use her fire to intimidate the bad guys, so the little beast positioned itself on the ground and, assuming its most threatening stance, snarled at the attackers. Diarg. Temem. Obviously, given its small size and childlike appearance, the creature looked more adorable than terrifying, and the cockroaches didn't hesitate to point this out. Oh, what a cute little thing. Ahaha, how funny. Where did this cute little offspring come from? What a strange creature, but it's adorable. The bat felt upset hearing all those comments. She wasn't supposed to be tender, she wanted to be terrifying, like her father. Then she looked at Hornet, who was trying to contain her laughter at the situation. Oh, you little critter, I've already told you that you're more adorable than terrifying. This comment seemed to offend the little girl, who screamed in outrage. Jai-irg. Ugly and horny. Jai-irg. And after saying those words, she flew away. Vermin. Hornet said worriedly as she watched her walk off alone toward the city. Vermin. Ollie. Wait, don't go. But it was no use, the little girl flew far away, penetrating the city crowd. Of course Hollow went after her. That raised Hornet's stress levels through the roof. Having Hollow unattended was serious enough. The last time he was left alone, he had an encounter with a demonic bat. Perhaps what thing it would come out with now, especially now that he had a girl in his care. At least, he didn't have to fear them burning down the city. But that constant flow of water, it was impossible, although with Hollow you never knew. She decided to ignore the cockroaches. Her brother and the flying vermin were more important, so she threw her needle towards one of the buildings, and using her thread in the usual way she escaped from her attackers, getting lost among the multitude of insects that roamed the city. The matriarch, furious at the escape of the city's #1 enemy, ordered all her subordinates to find and kill her. Soon, a multitude of paws could be heard splashing in the endless city water, mobilizing to find the fugitive. And in the middle of all that commotion was Quirrel, who had been silently observing the whole scene. Once he was alone, he looked up at the sky, letting the raindrops hit his face, and said. Please tell me this can't get any worse. What the poor man didn't know was that nearby, a strange insect carrying a torch would soon make things even more complicated. Second flame. The eternal rain fell on the little bat's body, irritating her even more. Stupid water that extinguished her fire. She waited so long to gain her powers, and now it turned out they were weak and useless in humid environments. Why had she gone to so much trouble to participate in her father's ritual if she was only going to receive pathetic powers? With all the pain of eating the first flame, she felt her efforts weren't worth it. She saw the insects wandering around the square and decided to try something. She quietly hid behind a signpost, and when a cricket approached her, she suddenly jumped out, letting out the most terrifying roar she could muster. The cricket received a slight fright from the suddenness of the action, but this was later overcome, giving way to a growing curiosity about the strange creature in front of him, which, although strange, did not look dangerous. The vermin saw with frustration that the insect did not seem to fear him, despite his efforts to look terrible, so he flew away and hid in another corner to repeat the action with the same results. No matter what she did, no one feared her, she only got looks of surprise, curiosity or tenderness. She was increasingly frustrated. She wasn't supposed to be pretty. She wanted to be terrifying, just like her father, a fire queen, someone everyone would bow down and tremble before, not someone everyone wanted to pet, although she wasn't going to deny that she liked to be pampered. Suddenly, more by instinct than anything else, she sensed someone's presence. Glancing over her shoulder, she found her mother standing there in the rain, in the eternal silence she knew so well, watching her intently. He extended his arms toward her, signaling her to come back with him. The bat glared at him. Did she really think a hug was going to fix everything? Of course not. But she flew calmly up to Hollow nonetheless. The little boy was calmer now that he saw his daughter returning to him, so he let his guard down and stood with his arms outstretched, waiting for her. However, when the creature was about to reach him, instead of letting herself be hugged, she threw herself at Hollow's horns and began to bite one of them, expressing her annoyance. The vermin's bites didn't hurt, but the movement made his mask start to feel loose. If it fell off, his shadow form would be released, and with so many insects around, that wouldn't be good at all, so he started to despair a little and try to reach the bat. For its part, the offspring just bit, unaware of the problems its actions could cause, until suddenly it felt a pair of hands wrap around its body and squeeze it firmly, perhaps too firmly, it almost hurt. She finally let go of Hollow and walked towards the stranger who was squeezing her. She was going to growl at him, but as soon as she met Hornet's furious eyes, she was unable to say anything. What the hell is wrong with you? The warrior yelled at her. Irg. Ali. Don't run away like that again. And don't bite Hollow, he didn't do anything to you. The little girl looked down, terrified by Hornet's furious tone. Seriously, you've been really bad today. Ali wants to be scary. Why the hell do you want that? If the little girl had been more adept with words, she would have explained that she wanted to command respect and subdue the world, for her father had instilled those ideas in her from her earliest childhood. She was being raised to be a fire queen whom everyone would fear, whose every wish would be commanded by all those around her. But due to her lack of language, she could only reply. "I'll be like daddy." "Being like your father," Hornet sighed, calming down a little. "And being like your father is such a great thing." At the little girl's disgusted look, she quickly added. "I don't know him, but I simply can't imagine what's so great about being feared. No one would want to get near you or play with you. Everyone would stay away and wouldn't talk to you. There's nothing good about being scary, believe me, I've experienced it myself." The little girl looked at her, not entirely convinced, but she figured they couldn't understand it. They didn't know how great and awesome her father was. They would never understand why she wanted to be like him. But anyway, she decided not to complain. And Hornet was also scary when she got angry, she just lacked grace. At that moment, even with the constant rain falling, they perceived a commotion that grew with each passing second. An army of cockroaches was approaching them, carelessly pushing past the passers-by. They needed no more to retreat. They had already recovered Ali, and they had nothing more to do there. They hadn't been running for long when a growl from the bat stopped them. "What's wrong, Ali?" Hornet asked when she saw the little girl wasn't making any progress. "We have to go." "Quick, quick, quick, quick." Ali shouted, upset. Hollow knew exactly what was happening to the offspring, and with some mimes he quickly explained it. "Is one of those torch-wielding creatures you told me about nearby?" "Hollow, we don't have time for that. We're being chased by law enforcement. Another day, when we've cleared up the misunderstandings, we'll come back for the flame." Unfortunately for Hornet, these explanations weren't enough for Ali. Eating the next flame was more important to her, so ignoring the largest one, she turned around and flew straight toward the cockroach army. Obviously, since their problem was with Hornet, not her, they ignored her. The warrior clutched her head in exasperation at the situation. If it had been up to her, she would have abandoned the creature, but they had already explained to her the complications they would have if something happened to it, so she had no choice but to run towards her enemies. Although the cockroaches were initially emboldened by their numbers and the fact that Hornet was running away from them like a scared puppy, as soon as they saw her change her attitude and head toward them without fear or hesitation, they immediately cowered and froze in place, believing that the horrible beast from the rumors was going to kill them. They all closed their eyes and hugged each other, wanting to comfort each other in their last minutes of life. But the seconds passed and nothing happened. Hornet walked past them without even looking, and they did nothing to stop her. What inept guards they were. "When the boss finds out about this, she's going to kill us," whimpered one of the cockroaches. However, they didn't waste any more time and ran after the girl in red again. The mammal flew through the city, very attentive to her senses, searching for the source of the power she felt. She couldn't be wrong. Grim had trained her almost since she'd learned to fly to detect the ritual flame. She looked everywhere without finding any trace of the creature she was looking for, although after some thought, Grim's follower was probably inside some building. If it were raining, the flame would go out, or he'd be so busy protecting the fire that he couldn't fight. She circled around a few more times until she noticed a red glow through a building's window. That was the sign she was looking for, so without further delay, she entered the building. Hollow and Hornet managed to see her enter, and a chill ran down their spines. The place Ali had entered was none other than the library, a place with plenty of material to burn, and precisely where Dan had been sent to work. They entered the building and shook themselves in the foyer, removing the excess water. Almost every building in the city had a room for visitors to dry off. They didn't spend too much time doing this. They were in a hurry, so they were still dripping when they entered the building. Upon reaching the large room where the shelves were filled with books, the first thing they saw was the librarian, who was a fly, flying around the room chasing the bat with a broom. "Ali, come here." Hornet shouted. The little one, as soon as she heard the older one's voice, threw herself at her for protection, but she did so with such force that she practically collided with Hornet and knocked her to the ground. For its part, the fly flew up to them, furious at the commotion the baby had caused. "Get out of here. This place isn't for playing." "Ho ho, Hornet," said a voice from above. The library had an open hallway on the second floor, offering a privileged view of the first. Dan was cleaning the upper floor at that moment, and upon hearing a familiar voice, he looked out. He didn't expect to find the warrior there and wanted to think positively. Perhaps she had already made peace with her mother and was now coming to see him. So he happily headed downstairs. However, before he could make it down the hallway to the stairs, a suspicious individual blocked his path. A strange masked insect carrying a huge torch with a radiant red flame appeared before him out of nowhere. Dan backed away, intimidated by the individual. There was something in its gaze that gave him a bad feeling. There was too much malice in those eyes, and the way it was waving the torch seemed dangerous. He tried not to make any sudden movement so as not to irritate the creature, but it didn't need provocation. It was there to have fun, and there was nothing more fun than scorching insects. The torch's flames burned brighter, and Dan began to run for his life, but he didn't get far, as the only staircase leading down to the second floor was on the very side the grim follower was blocking. The little woodlouse was cornered and with no way out, with his attacker about to burn him. He closed his eyes, fearing what was coming, and just at that moment, the sound of breaking glass announced the arrival of someone else. Quirrel somehow inexplicably managed to get in through the second-story window in time to intervene and save Dan. "Quirrel," Dan said, amazed to see the eldest carrying a stinger. He was one of those who believed woodlice couldn't be warriors. However, Quirrel proved him wrong. But the skill and speed that Dan would never have imagined, he saw the elder duel with the flame bearer, who also fought using the torch as a weapon. They were both very fast to the point that it was difficult to follow them with the eye, only the sound of the blows could be heard throughout the room. While the admiration of the little woodlouse grew more and more, Quirrel was doing everything that he was always told he could never achieve. Dan always hated being a woodlouse because of the limitations that his species had compared to cockroaches, but seeing the situation now, perhaps they were not so many. The spectral insect, already bored with the close fight, decided to take advantage of the fire it carried and began throwing it at the bookshelves. 2 of the 3 flames it threw burned briefly before going out, but the third managed to catch fire and start a large blaze on one of the bookshelves. The bookfly began to scream hysterically at the impending fire. However, at that moment, they were saved by the bat, who demonstrated a hidden skill by approaching and throwing a small fireball that managed to neutralize the already created blaze. The follower of Grimm looked at the little beast with some resentment, that capricious, spoiled brat who always did whatever she wanted and cried about everything. He knew he wouldn't get out of this alive, and that his destiny was to be devoured by her. That was how the ritual was established, so that last spectacle had to be the grandest of his life, just as the master would have liked, full of fire, surprises, and unexpected attacks. He launched himself at the little girl, who wasn't yet able to react so quickly, but was stopped by Hornet, who threw her needle at him. He narrowly avoided it. He took one look at the warrior and, after a brief assessment, determined that she was even more difficult to handle than the woodlice. Just then, the group of cockroaches that had been chasing them for a while entered. The torchbearer laughed maliciously. They were new volunteers for his most spectacular performance. The fire would burn fueled by the terror of its victims, and the master would be proud of their sacrifice. He waved the torch once more, this time directing its fire at the helpless cockroaches who stood helplessly on the lookout. The fire tore through the air, seeking to impact the insect flesh, but just before the flames reached them, Hornet stepped in and took the attack. Fortunately, since her cape seemed to have some kind of protection against the fire, the damage wasn't that great, but she still ended up falling to her knees from the pain that ran through her skin. She breathed heavily and saw the being floating in the air, mocking her with an annoying giggle. It was clear that she was having a great time. She loved seeing Hornet's face of pain and rage, and the growing fear in the cockroaches that were behind her. And because she was admiring the horror she was causing, she wasn't able to notice the small container that climbed onto the bookcase and jumped to stab her. The cut he received hurt the creature quite a bit, but that wasn't the worst of it. The most horrible thing was looking up and finding the furious expression on Hollow's face. The little one he'd initially underestimated and thought was weak and boring had turned out to be more ferocious than he'd expected. The grim follower didn't know it, but he'd done the worst thing he could do against Hollow. He'd hurt a member of his family. The torchbearer already knew he was going to die. He'd been prepared for it from the start, but he didn't want the experience to be so traumatic, so he got back up as best he could and escaped. Of course, Hollow and Ali followed him. Hornet at that moment, gasping in pain and still with his legs shaking, managed to stand up and limping began to walk in the direction where the others had gone. "Wait, girl." One of the cockroaches yelled at her. "Are you okay?" Hornet stopped when she heard the question and looked at them in an annoyed manner. "Well, decide. Do you want me alive or dead?" "It doesn't matter, I'm busy now, then we'll fight a duel to the death." She continued walking away as fast as she could. She was weak at that point, but no cockroach dared to try to stop her, after all she had sacrificed herself for them, which made them question the evilness of this creature. Quirrel soon went down to the first floor and helped Hornet, allowing him to lean on him. Dan also wanted to cooperate in some way, but was told to stay out of it. The somewhat injured young man wanted to help in his own way, so he went to find a doctor. The woodlouse and the spider advanced through the library toward a cellar at the back, guided both by where they remembered seeing Hollow and Ali heading, and by a certain commotion that increased as they drew closer. When they finally opened the door to the room where the children and the grim follower were, the fight between them was already over. The torch's flame had begun to burn brighter, consuming its bearer, who writhed as the fire engulfed him. That was the signal Ali had been waiting for. She sighed deeply, knowing that what followed would hurt, but it was part of the ritual. She couldn't disappoint her father. She had to do it. She landed on the insect and began to devour it while it was still burning. Once again, that searing pain enveloped her, but she bravely endured it, continuing to eat in that grotesque way that was so disturbing. Hornet watched the scene, feeling a strange fear within her, as if it were all familiar. She put a hand to her head, feeling a sharp pain, and then images began to populate her mind. Her mother's words telling her about bats and their horrible habits, the nightmares that haunted her dreams during her childhood, and the terrifying stories she managed to find in some books in the library. Finally, the seal the Pale King had placed on her memories faded, and Hornet remembered her fear, which was heightened by the scene she was witnessing. A bat devouring an insect while engulfed in flames, a nightmarish image sure to unsettle even the bravest. Finally, Ali finished her tedious task and sighed exhaustedly. Then, the scarlet fire engulfed her, and her power manifested within her. With a sharp screech, she threw a small ball of fire that fell to the ground and burned for a few moments before going out. The little girl screamed with joy, celebrating the growth of her powers. She was now more terrifying than before. If she continued like this, she would soon be able to catch up with her father. She looked at her mother, who nodded at her. Then, she turned her gaze to Hornet and found something she hadn't expected. Fear. The day Ali met Hornet, she saw her screaming and crying. At first, she didn't understand this behavior, but as it grew over, she didn't give it much thought. Eventually, as they lived together, she grew fond of the older girl, to the point of calling her Aunt Horny. Although the girl had a tough, stern personality, she also had a soft side that she didn't often show, and which Ali had been able to discover. Although Hornet scolded her a lot, she was also kind. She always had a snack for her, a few words of encouragement, an affectionate touch, or even time to play. That was the Aunt Horny he'd begun to love, which was why he didn't like seeing her scared. She wanted a hug and congratulations, not a scream and a look of terror. She approached the girl in red, purring softly, trying to calm her down, but as soon as the distance between them became too short, she was forced to dodge the needle Hornet brandished at her. "Get away, beast." This really hurt her, small tears welled up in the bat's eyes, she was about to start crying, and Quirrel was getting stressed too, but by far the worst off was Hornet, who in that minute collapsed and fell to the floor unconscious. A soft tune sung by a male voice echoed in her mind. It was a familiar, warm, and kind voice, inspiring feelings of joy and affection, as well as quite calming. She felt extremely exhausted, but her fighting instinct compelled her to move. She slowly opened her eyes to find an unfamiliar ceiling. Hornet looked around somewhat confused, she was lying on a bed with white sheets, there was a large window through which an endless rain fell, and sitting next to her was that woodlouse she loved so much singing softly. In addition, next to him was another younger woodlouse in hollow, who was the first to notice that she had woken up. Jierg. This sound made Hornet's body stiffen. She hadn't noticed it until that moment, but above her was a small black figure with red eyes, now staring at her expectantly. Hornet began to tremble in terror and was on the verge of tears when she noticed someone take her hand. She turned her head and realized it was Quirrel. "Calm down, Hornet, he's not going to hurt you," the woodlouse spoke to her softly. But it's a bat." "Yes, but she's a baby, and you've been living with her for over a week. You've played with her, fed her, even slept with her. You have no reason to fear Ali. Remember, Hornet, remember everything you've been through together." Hornet began to remember everything Quirrel had mentioned. It was true that until now the little girl had never been a danger, but she couldn't understand why she wasn't afraid of her before, and now she was. She looked at her, trying to quell her fear. The creature itself seemed harmless, but then she remembered the scene of seeing her devouring that damn fire insect, and her nerves attacked her. However, Quirrel, without letting go of Hornet's hand, began to bring her closer to Ali's head. The warrior trembled more and more as she watched her limb approach that dangerous creature. The thought that it was going to bite her grew stronger in her mind, but as soon as she made contact with the bat's furry skin, it simply let out a pleased growl and rubbed itself affectionately against her. Then, taking more confidence, she moved even closer to Hornet and hugged her, closing her eyes until she fell asleep. The last thing the mammal thought at that moment was that while being feared and respected was great, she preferred to be loved because there was nothing she liked more than being pampered. From now on, she wouldn't try to scare people anymore, especially Aunt Horny. Hornet calmed down a little but was still tense, then she looked at her friend and in a timid voice made a request. "Quirrel, could you sing again? That song just now, it makes me feel calmer." "Ah, the lullaby," said Dan, who had remained silent until then. "I didn't realize Quirrel knew it too. My biological mother used to sing it to me when I was little to calm me down. She also said my father sang it to me when I was an egg. Obviously, I don't remember that. Do you think it's a typical woodlouse song?" "I don't know," Quirrel replied. "I don't really remember where I learned it, but sometimes when I'm nervous, humming it makes me feel better, and it seems to make Hornet feel better, too." The girl blushed and looked away, somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, she felt very sensitive and everything affected her. The eldest woodlice was about to begin her lullaby, but at that moment, they were interrupted by the loud bang of the door slamming open. Then, an army of cockroaches entered, filling the room. Hornet immediately became nervous and began searching for her needle, only to find it across the room, right behind the cockroaches. Now that was a problem. Then the group of insects began to make way for a larger cockroach, the matriarch of the group, who approached with a confident stride and a serious look. She stood in front of Hornet's bed and stared at her silently for a few seconds. Just as the girl in red was about to say something, it was the cockroach that broke the silence. "Thank you so much for saving my relatives. I don't know what would have become of that bunch of idiots if it hadn't been for you." Hornet, speechless with surprise, looked at her in confusion, unsure of what she was talking about. Then she began to review her last memories, and the moment she stood between the flame bearer and the cockroaches chasing her came to mind. Yes, that was probably why. No problem," the girl replied somewhat shyly. "You protected those who were ready to attack you," the cockroach continued. "A person like that can't be bad." "I told you, Mom," Dan said. "Hornet isn't bad. But you didn't listen to me." "Silence, Dan, your elders are talking." The young man simply crossed his arms while complaining to himself. "Well, as I was saying," the matriarch took the floor again. "I accept that you're not a bad girl, so I'll allow you to remain Dan's friend, but please don't get him into dangerous situations. The poor thing is clumsy and weak, and accidents always happen to him. Unfortunately, he's a woodlouse, and these creatures are very fragile." "That's not true, Mom." Dan chimed in again. "Mr. Quirrel here just had a spectacular fight with the firebug I told you about, and he fought him on equal terms using a stinger, and he's a woodlouse too." "It's not that bad," the aforementioned said modestly. "I'm not the best warrior or anything. In fact, Hornet is better than me. I barely know enough to protect myself. Although I should clarify that woodlice aren't as fragile as you think. We may not have the strength of a cockroach or a spider, but even with what we have, we're capable of great things." Perhaps Dan, not having lived with others of his kind, wasn't able to develop some of his own skills that would help him a lot, but if you don't mind, I could instruct him in those areas myself. "Yes. That would be great," Dan said, excited to learn from someone he had admired so much. Well, the matriarch looked thoughtful. "I don't think he'd have a problem with that, but I don't want him to teach him anything related to wielding a stinger. Look, the last time Dan tried." "Mom, don't tell that story," the young man complained. "It's embarrassing." After that, a pleasant conversation about family anecdotes and life stories ensued, in which everyone participated, except for Hollow, who, of course, couldn't say anything. He generally handled his lack of speech quite well, but it was situations like this that made him uncomfortable, feeling inferior. That's why he decided to leave the room. If there was anything worth remembering, his sister would tell him. He walked out into the hospital corridor, which was empty at the time. However, upon arriving, the figure of the Pale King revealed itself to him through the influence of the dream stinger he carried. The king looked somewhat strange, silent, thoughtful, and with a deep look of sadness in his eyes. From what he noticed, the ghost was watching the cockroach family from a distance, particularly Dan, although he also occasionally stole glances at Quirrel without changing his downcast expression. What was wrong with the old man that he was suddenly so sentimental? Hollow decided to approach and ask. "Nothing's wrong with me. I'm telling you it's nothing, really, don't worry. Do I need to emphasize that you're not worried about me? Anyway, if you're just curious, I don't feel obligated to answer your questions." He began to tug at the king's cloak insistently. "If I don't tell you what's wrong, you're going to bother me all day, right? And tomorrow too, maybe even the day after. It's fine." The old monarch looked annoyed. "I just thought it was a bit sad that Quirrel and Dan would never find out the truth. That they are father and son." "How do I know? I've already been given plenty of clues." He sighed heartily. When the infestation broke out, the woodlice tribe was one of the first to leave. At the time, I dismissed this as an act of cowardice. Now, I've come to believe it was more of a good idea. They all fled, and of the very few who decided to stay, one was Quirrel. I heard Dan's father had to stay in Hallownest on an important mission. That fits, right? Yes, it's very vague evidence, but Dan's mother was named Danira, just like Quirrel's wife. Well, at least now we know she's dead, so Quirrel won't have to fear an old flame from his past coming after him anymore. Monomon told me that detail. Besides his research, his other favorite topic of conversation was his disciple. He always talked to me about his achievements. He told me all about his love drama when he met Danira. He told me about their wedding and the 10 eggs they had. I assume that when escaping Hallownest, Danira was only able to save one of them. That's why Dan is so precious to his cockroach friend. He's the only memory she has left of that woodlouse. Yes, and the final piece of evidence that I think might confirm my hypothesis is the lullaby. As far as I know, woodlice aren't particularly musical. Unlike other species like crickets or cicadas, they don't have anything like traditional lullabies. So that tune must be something Quirrel composed especially for his offspring. Hollow looked down and began to understand the sadness of the situation, father and son, separated by circumstances and reunited without knowing who the other was, he had to do something. They had to find out. He ran towards the room ready to tell what he knew, however the Pale King cut him off, preventing him from advancing. What are you trying to do? Do you want to tell them the truth? Don't do it. They must never find out about this. Because they wouldn't gain anything and this would only bring pain. Think about it. Quirrel has lost his memory, he knows nothing about his past, he only has vague memories of Master Monomon. Imagine his impression if he was suddenly told he had a son he didn't even remember conceiving, and worse, imagine what it would be like for Dan. Maybe he would start to blame Quirrel for abandoning him, maybe if he had been with Danira she wouldn't have died. And how could Quirrel defend himself? He doesn't remember anything, he couldn't even talk to her about his mother, it would all be pain and sadness for both of them, neither of them needs that. Quirrel is very well as he has accepted his lack of memory and is capable of dealing with it, and Dan has a family that adores him, he doesn't need Quirrel. That's why Hollow, it's best that they don't know anything, besides look at them, at least as they are they can be friends. The little boy turned his gaze toward the interior of the room where the cockroaches were talking animatedly. He looked at Dan and Quirrel, who seemed to be getting along famously. The old man was right. Things were fine the way they were. There were truths that were better kept secret. Things that happen. A shrill scream cut through the night silence in Dirtmouth, disturbing Quirrel and Hornet's sleep. They woke up in fear, believing something bad had happened to Hollow. In a state of agitation, they ran to the house's entrance hall and found an unusual scene. There was a shadow with bright wide eyes looking around in confusion. At his feet was the hollow mask split in half, and a little further away was little Ollie crying inconsolably, although the Pale King did his best to calm her down by carrying her and walking her around the room. Watching the old monarch babysit the child in his arms was very funny to both of them, who despite the situation couldn't help but burst out laughing. What the hell is so funny about this? The worm demanded. Sorry, but seeing the almighty and legendary Pale King troubled by a baby is funny, Hornet said mockingly. Do you prefer me to keep crying? No, of course not, your majesty, Quirrel quickly replied, it's just something striking. Diarg. The little girl squealed louder, drawing the attention of the older ones. Ali, what's wrong with you? Hornet asked, raising her voice to be heard over the commotion. Mommy Muriu. Diarg. Now it was clear, Ali couldn't understand that Hollow was not a normal being, and seeing it in its shadow form scared her. The warrior approached and picked up the bat, but not before letting out a deep sigh to calm herself. She still hadn't completely overcome her chiroptophobia, although she was doing quite well. With a little girl in her arms, she began to speak calmly. Calm down Ali, nothing's wrong, your mom is fine, she just changed shape and looks different. Shy? The little girl asked with teary eyes. Of course, she's there, she pointed to the shadow that was looking at her worriedly. Mommy? The little girl said incredulously, apparently having failed to realize that the shadow was a hollow. Hollow nodded, then Ali, crazy with happiness, flew up to him and hugged him. For their part, Quirrel, Hornet, and the king watched the scene, now calmer. Once they were sure everything was okay, Hornet walked over to the broken mask lying on the floor and picked it up. I didn't expect the repair I had you do to take so long, she commented, somewhat annoyed. It seems the mask maker is losing his quality. Oh no, this wasn't the manufacturer's fault, the old worm quickly clarified. The mask is flawless, it's just too small to contain Hollow. Too small? Quirrel was puzzled. So Hollow can grow? Of course it can grow, Hornet said. Didn't you see Big? He was pretty big. So Hollow is going to grow to be the size of Big? I don't think so, the monarch replied. Big was raised in a special way. He needed to be strong so he could contain the infection. We fed him royal jelly when he was little, and that's why he grew so much. Hollow has never eaten anything special like that, so he won't grow that much. I think at most he could grow a little taller than Hornet. These life forms are fascinating, Quirrel exclaimed, feeling curiosity growing inside him. Did you have to change your mask too, Hornet? This is my face. The girl cried, extremely offended and quite upset. I don't wear masks. I was born with this face. I'm not like them. Sorry. I get it. I'm sorry, calm down, Hornet. Quirrel regretted what he had said. His abnormality as an insect was still a sensitive subject for Hornet. Well, whatever. The girl turned her back on him, looking quite angry. Just so you know, I may not have the hard shell of a normal insect, and my body has this strange texture typical of shadow beings, but I shed my skin like any normal insect. I understand. The woodlouse felt a bit upset and didn't know how to smooth things over. Well, shadow energy is weak in Hornet, the Pale King began to explain. It's just enough to keep her spirit bound to her body, which was the problem Hera's eggs had. But the other offspring are almost complete shadows. They need a mask to maintain their insect form, and just as people shed their skin as they grow, they must shed their masks. Of course, they have the disadvantage that their bodies don't produce the new mask. They must obtain it by other means. And those means would be the mask maker. He's the only one who can make vessels of the proper quality and shape for these little shadows. That man is an expert. He was the one who made the masks for my 10,530 offspring, as well as all the masks Big wore growing up. So he knows about this whole shadow thing. Quirrel looked surprised. Yes, he was one of my main collaborators in this whole matter. In fact, he was the one who originally offered to make the masks, and to tell the truth, he is a very mysterious guy. The worm seemed somewhat thoughtful. Yes, very mysterious. He coincidentally appeared at the exact moment he was required and seemed to know an awful lot about the nature of shadow beings, although at that moment I was so desperate that I didn't question anything and accepted his help. Well, whatever. We have to go ask that guy to make us a mask, Hornet said, still a hint of annoyance in her voice. We'll have to pay him something, I suppose, said Quirrel. Not really, the girl replied. According to him, a debt to the one to whom he gave his vows of loyalty makes his work necessary in this world. Vows of loyalty? To whom? He never swore anything to me, the king said, somewhat annoyed at the thought of one of his supposed subjects being loyal to someone else. I don't know, I don't remember well, he mentioned it to me once, but I don't remember well anymore. Whatever, the king concealed his childish annoyance. We'll leave early tomorrow with Hollow to see that guy. We can't keep him in his shadow form, or someone might get scared. He glanced sideways at his son, who was playing with Ali without seeming too uncomfortable with his condition, although it was understandable. He spent much of his life like that. Oh. I can't make it, Hornet said suddenly. I agreed to accompany Brea to the city. She's looking for a publisher to publish her book. Is she done yet? Quirrel asked, to which Hornet nodded. Well, a compromise is a compromise, you'll have to go with her. But. Calm down, Hornet, His Majesty and I can take it, it's not that complicated. But Hollow is in his shadow form. And if you take him, you'll have to take Ali too. So? We can handle that. Trust us. What's the worst that could happen? The next day in Filthmouth, the family split into two. Hornet headed to Bretta's house to make their trip to the City of Tears, which they would have to do on foot since the deer road only obeyed Hollow, and unfortunately, in his shadow form, he could not appear before the old insect, so covering him with a hood they managed to get, they went into the well that led them to the underground kingdom. They left very early to reduce the possibility of encountering other insects that could cause them problems. Fortunately, the trip to Deep Nest where the masker lived was quite simple. The few threats that attacked them Quirrel was able to control easily, even little Ali helped a little, because now her firepower was enough to cause some damage. Your Majesty, said the woodlouse when he was almost at the mask maker's lair, do you intend to show yourself as a ghost to the maker? Yes, that individual knows more about the world and its mysteries than the average insect. I don't think he'd be impressed by a harmless ghost. Well, if you say so. The group finally managed to find the hiding place of the insect they were looking for. The place was as sinister as everything around it, a cramped dark hovel covered in complete and half-finished masks, whose empty stares were nothing short of disturbing. The workshop was a real mess, displaying an incredible amount of disorder and accumulation of materials. Amidst a pile of masks, brushes, paints, and tools, there was a huge table with a small stool. Everything was ready for work, but there was no one to do it. The mask maker wasn't home. They looked around somewhat confused, wondering where he had gone, when suddenly something caught their attention. A small creature, which they hadn't noticed until that moment, climbed onto a chair and then onto the workbench. The being in question was clearly a vessel just like Hollow, although it had some characteristics that made it quite unique. Its build and size were the same as Hollow's, but its antlers were different. It had 3 horns, 2 on the sides, short and wide with a shape similar to Ogram's, and a conical horn in the center of its head. In addition to the horns, it was also quite distinguishable because instead of wearing a gray cloak, it wore a green hood, which of course had holes in the top to let its horns pass through. Once on the counter, the little one proudly waved his cape and twirled stylishly, finishing with a rather melodramatic pose. Hollow, upon seeing his brother, flew up to him and immediately began a silent conversation. The two seemed quite happy to be together. Ali, curious about this strange communication, landed next to her mother and watched her signs closely, hoping to understand anything. Your Majesty, that's a container I'm looking at, right? Yes, it's a container. What's it doing here? It should be in the abyss. The Pale King's voice seemed to catch the attention of the little boy in green, so he jumped off the counter and ran up to the monarch to get a better look, then tilted his head with a questioning expression. Who am I? At first, the worm was surprised that his offspring wasn't able to recognize him, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Except for Big and Hollow, the rest of his children had barely seen him. Those naturally defective contenders had barely shared a few minutes with him during the beginning of their lives before being abandoned. Obviously, they weren't going to remember him, and perhaps it was better that way. If they were all as resentful as Hollow, it wouldn't be funny at all having to put up with their complaints and bad moods. My name is Pale, nice to meet you," said the king, trying to hide it. Then he looked at Hollow, who with his bright eyes gave him an accusatory look, however he ended up nodding, implying that he would not say anything. For his part, the little boy began to bombard the old monarch with questions, questioning everything. His color, his transparency, whether he was floating, whether he was dead, even why he seemed familiar from somewhere, although he dodged this last question quite well. "Well, I've already answered a lot of questions, it's time for you to answer some for me. Who are you and why are you here?" The little one enthusiastically climbed back onto the counter and began to make a series of rather striking poses that the king seemed to interpret quite well, because as he did them, the worm seemed increasingly annoyed. "Well, enough adjectives. What's the little thing doing?" Quirrel asked, feeling awkward at being the only one who didn't understand anything. He's introducing himself, but the number of adjectives he uses is impossible. Number of adjectives? Look, what he says is something like he's the incredible, charming, funny, gallant, brilliant. An annoying jump from the little boy interrupted the monarch's speech. But that doesn't matter. The little hooded man waved his arms and kicked the ground, showing his anger. Okay, it doesn't matter. He looked at Quirrel with obvious exasperation. It's not brilliant, it's fabulous, because the word brilliant falls short for him. Quirrel smiled uncomfortably, this child certainly had an overflowing personality, it was surely clear that he was not a suitable contender from the very moment of his birth. "And you still haven't told us your name?" the king demanded. The contender snorted in annoyance and looked at him arrogantly, then took his cloak and pointed at it. "Well then, your name is Green, thank you for your cooperation," said the ghost, "and if you would be so kind as to tell us why you are here." Green, with a serious expression, began to perform a choreography to explain his presence. Quirrel noticed that, despite also communicating with signs, he was much more paraphernalia than Hollow, making movements that often seemed somewhat unnecessary and overly elaborate. This child sought to stand out by any means possible. Finally, the little one finished his speech, then got down from the table and walked over to a somewhat hidden curtain at the back of the den. When he drew it back, he revealed that behind it was a cluster of shadows, in which 9 pairs of glowing eyes could be seen. "More shadows?" Quirrel exclaimed, alarmed. "What happened to them? What are they doing here?" The shadows looked at the king and the woodlouse, somewhat frightened. However, when they noticed Hollow on the table, they calmed down and, overcome with joy, flew to him, where they hugged each other affectionately. To everyone else, those embraces looked as if the shadows had merged together. Meanwhile, Green, with another barrage of signs and movements, explained to the king what was happening. "Aha, I see. So you guys aren't just confined to the abyss anymore, and sometimes you go out for walks around the area. But when you tried to put on your masks to leave, they broke, so your king, told you to come here for help." Green nodded his approval, then with a few more gestures, made it clear they were waiting for the mask maker to return, as he'd gone to buy paint because he'd run out. He normally made his own pigments, but with such a large order for masks so sudden, the materials he had on hand weren't enough. The king looked at the little shadows and sighed with regret, those little monstrosities were his children, and he couldn't help but feel horrible seeing them, where his head had been the day he decided to create them. Normally he could ignore the feelings of guilt and pain, because Hollow with his mask on easily passed for a normal insect, but seeing him in his shadow form, reminded him of what he was, and that it was all his fault. However, he felt some relief to notice that these little ones didn't seem bothered by his condition, they looked very happy, and with quite a bit of energy, maybe too much. The shadows seemed to have taken quite an interest in Quirrel and had climbed on top of him, tickling him. "Ahahaha. Enough. I can't stop laughing." Diarg the bat watched the scene with amusement. Well, leave poor Quirrel alone," said the pale king, flying towards the shadows and dispersing them. The offspring left Quirrel alone so he could breathe easy again. "Are you okay, Quirrel?" the king asked, somewhat worried. "Yeah, I'm fine," she answered, panting. "It's not like they're trying to kill me, either, but still, managing 10 kids at once isn't easy." Green made a comment by stepping on the ground 11 times. What did he say?" Quirrel asked the king. "You counted wrong, there are 11 of them, there are 10 shadows plus Hollow's shadow." Quirrel looked around and did a quick count of the pairs of eyes. "I only see 10. The nervousness settled over the group of children. Ali looked around anxiously, noticing the tense atmosphere. The shadows looked at each other, seemingly counting their numbers, and when they had all come to the same conclusion, terror erupted among them. All the shadows began to fly frantically around the den, screaming in terror. One of them had perhaps gotten lost somewhere. They were missing a sister. The poor thing had no physical body, and anything bad could happen to her. In the midst of this panic, the older ones didn't know what to do or how to calm the younger ones. Even the frightened little Ollie had begun to cry inconsolably. However, Green somehow caught her siblings' attention. Then, with a couple of spectacular poses, he calmed them down and then, with a few more signs, ordered them to follow him, as they would all go together to find their lost sister. Quirrel and the Pale King could do nothing to stop them. The green container, followed by a ball of shadows, ran out of the lair into the galleries of Deep Nest, and to make matters worse, the little bat, seeing her mother walk away with the others, followed her while screeching to be waited for. "They're gone!" the Pale King shouted, shocked. "Quick, Quirrel. We have to go after them." "Yes," said the woodlouse, preparing to leave the den. Meanwhile, the cluster of shadows wandered aimlessly through the tunnels of Deep Nest. The truth is that they had left in a panic, with no plan in mind, and it was obviously impossible to find the lost sister that way. To make matters worse, Green had a lot of charisma, but he wasn't really a leader. The ideal thing would have been to stop and check the places they'd been before, but everyone was too upset for that. However, there was someone who was a little calmer. Ollie followed them and shared their contagion panic, but she still managed to keep a cool head. This made her notice a certain sound that was beginning to fill the environment, and of course, she made the group notice it. Die-I-I-I-erg. Everyone stopped at the bat scream, then looked at it with their glowing eyes. "Listen." They stood still, waiting for the bat to say something else, thinking it was her they should listen to. But when they saw that the little girl didn't say anything, they began to grow impatient. However, some of them managed to catch the subtle sound of the accordion. They momentarily forgot their worries about their sister and let the sad melody guide them. The song led them to a large cave, where the presence of some smaller beasts could be perceived, watching the musician perform his piece. They didn't seem to be about to attack the creature. Rather, they seemed to be enjoying the music, which is why they seemed a little disturbed when the shadows, the green-clad contender, and the bat approached the musician. Brum played the accordion with his characteristic melancholy, as if through his song, he could expel all the sorrow that plagued his life. Nothing made sense to him. He simply followed his master on his eternal path, searching for ruined kingdoms in an endless cycle of fire and nightmares. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he detected movement out of the corner of his eye. Brum looked up and found himself facing a small insect resembling a baby horned beetle, dressed in green, with a modest army of glowing eyeshadows behind it. Another insect would have been frightened by such a sight, but not him. He had lost his fear of spirits, magic, and curses. How could he fear them when he himself was the deer of a demonic bat? He had seen so many things in his life that nothing impressed him anymore. So, in a tired tone, he simply said, "More shadows? Do they have anything to do with the one from earlier?" These words made them understand that this individual had found their lost sister, so they stirred in their place, asking with their eyes the location of their relative. Of course Brum, like most insects, could not understand these creatures. That was why Ollie saw the need to intervene. "Where are they?" Jai-I-I-erg. The tone in which she asked this question was authoritarian and unkind, but the accordionist didn't care. He was used to it. She was the maestro's daughter, used to commanding and being obeyed. Sometimes she could even be a bit capricious when she set her mind to something. In fact, it was quite a surprise that she got along so well with the maestro's protege and didn't cause him any problems. He simply replied laconically. He went with the teacher to the City of Tears. "Thank you." The little girl grunted before retreating. That last bit came as a surprise to Brum. Since when did the little princess say thank you? Well, maybe her mommy was doing a good job after all. In that place where the rain was eternal, an elegant insect dressed in red was outside a building, lost in her thoughts, looking at the dark sky. Hornet was relaxed at that moment, more than usual. That seemed like it would be a quiet day, a day just for her and Brea. At least for today, she wouldn't have to worry about taking care of her little brother and the vermin that was with him. No more watching that they didn't get into trouble. No more hunting llamas or having to put up with the damn worm. Besides, since today they were going to have lunch at a local restaurant, she wouldn't even have to bother hunting. Everything was perfect. She was definitely in a very good mood. Now all she had to do was wait for Brea to leave the publishing house, and then they'd go for a walk. It had been a long time since she'd gone out with friends, almost since she was a little girl and lived with other spiders. Hornet's gaze darkened as she thought about it. Those were happy times, but that was before the infection struck and she had to kill her friends, driven mad by the plague. The sound of the building's door opening woke her from her memories. Then when she saw her friend's shiny shell, her first intention was to run to her, but when she saw her downcast face, she knew something wasn't right. "Brea? What happened?" Then she noticed the notebook where her novel was written was still in her hands. "You couldn't deliver the manuscript?" "No, they didn't accept it," the beetle sobbed. "What? But that story is fabulous. It's one of the best books I've ever read. I bet they didn't read it right, or those guys there don't have good taste. No, Hornet, they didn't even read it. That. But when I arrived, everyone looked at me as if I were just anything, and when I presented my book to them, well, they started laughing, making fun of me. They said that a country bug like me couldn't aspire to write a novel, that this was a publishing house that only accepted well-written books, that at that moment, she began to cry. They didn't even give me the chance to try. Oh, Brea, at that moment Hornet hugged the beetle, trying to comfort her. These damn city insects are always looking down on those who live in the suburbs. No, don't worry, Hornet, Brea whimpered, trying to contain her tears. I'm used to it. I've always been looked down on. I was always made fun of and left behind. And you think that's okay? Hornet shouted, taking a step back and observing the insect. Brea seemed to get a little scared by the warrior's reaction. She looked extremely angry. In fact, her scream was so loud that even the insects walking down the street stared at her, and then they quickened their pace to escape from there quickly. They had already recognized her. It was the red beast. It was best to escape before she did something. This isn't going to stay like this. No, sir. Hornet shouted so loudly that it could even be heard from inside the building. Oh, Hornet, calm down. I'm going to walk into that filthy publishing house and tell them a few things. They can't discriminate against you just because you're from the countryside. These guys are going to get me. They're going to read your piece no matter what. And if they refuse, they're going to have to deal with me. And soon, a small change in air pressure alerted Hornet to imminent danger. She leaped toward Brea and knocked her aside just in time before another insect landed on them. Both girls fell to the ground but were soon back on their feet and facing the threat that had leaped out at them. The attacker was none other than a mantis, which of course surprised Hornet greatly. The members of that wild tribe lived in the fungal wastes, bordering their territory with deep mist, and they didn't usually associate with other, weaker insects. They never spoke to anyone who didn't prove to be strong enough. The city of Tears was plagued with weak insects, which was why it was so rare to see a mantis there that wasn't trying to kill everyone around it. He looked at the creature carefully, studying it. It was a low-ranking common mantis, quite young. It probably hadn't been long since she lost her wings. She was missing an eye, which she covered with an eye patch, and her body had numerous scars. At her young age, it was clear that this girl had been through a lot. The mantis looked at them with superiority and with a not at all friendly smile said. So they're going to deal with you? What a daring girl, even at that small size. Are you supposed to be a threat? Well, there are quite a few rumors about you, the red beast. I'd love to see what you're capable of. Get out of here. I don't want any trouble with the mantises. Hornet said seriously. Oh, don't worry, my tribe disowns me, fight me freely. You'll have to do it anyway if you intend to take your friend's manuscript. I won't let you set foot inside the building unless you beat me. Hornet, please don't fight, I don't want to see a murder, Brea said scared. Don't worry, Brea, I won't kill her. I've made it a rule not to kill anything I don't intend to eat, and honestly, I don't feel like eating mantis meat at all. I think it's an interesting rule, said the mantis. Well, I'm not exactly keen on tasting a spider half-breed either. This way, we'll agree not to kill each other, but I hope that doesn't stop you from fighting with all your might. Don't worry about that, you may not taste my flesh, but you will taste all my power. Hornet's fury. A series of metallic clangs echoed through the rain as two fighters displayed their skills in spectacular and lethal maneuvers. Brea watched on edge as her friend and this unknown mantis dueled to decide the fate of her manuscript. She feared someone would be seriously injured. For Hornet, fighting was an everyday occurrence and part of survival. After all, she belonged to a hunting species, and for much of her life, she had fought desperately just to stay alive. For Brea, however, these were wild and dangerous activities, and even if they had decided it wouldn't be a duel to the death, she couldn't help but feel afraid. Besides, if something were to happen to Hornet, she couldn't help but feel guilty. The battle was seemingly evenly matched. This mantis was extremely skilled. For Hornet, it was proving to be an extremely challenging fight. Perhaps she lacked training and was becoming weak. Or was it that when her life wasn't at stake, she couldn't fight at her full strength? In any case, she couldn't deny that fighting a mantis, even a low-ranking one, was quite a challenge. A group of curious onlookers had gathered and formed a circle around the combatants, of course keeping a safe distance. No one wanted to accidentally get hurt. Suddenly, the two paused briefly and began to analyze each other with their eyes. Hornet had taken more hits than her opponent, however, the mantis looked much more exhausted. She was strong and skilled, but it was clear she wasn't made for long fights, unlike the girl in red, who was capable of fighting for hours. She had even done so once, eliminating hordes of infected insects. She was sure that if she put up a little more of a fight, she could subdue that insolent mantis. She was already preparing to attack when something caught her attention. Behind the distracted crowd, a shadow with glowing eyes floated by. Hornet felt her world crumble. She closed her eyes, hoping with all her might that it was just her imagination. However, when she opened them again, she discovered that her nightmare was even worse. Now there were two shadows chatting carelessly. She closed her eyes again, and when she opened them, she almost screamed in horror. There were now 4 shadows. She didn't want to blink anymore, but that didn't stop things from getting even uglier. Out of nowhere, 6 more shadows approached the 4 that were there at the beginning, and they all began to communicate with each other. Hornet's heart nearly leapt when she saw the flying creature approaching. It seemed more attentive to its surroundings, as it was the only one who noticed Hornet standing in the middle of the crowd. Of course, it failed to grasp the context, as it simply waved cheerfully at her. The bat's actions alerted the other shadows, who, upon seeing their sister, also began to wave at her as if nothing had happened. However, they didn't dwell on it for long, as they then turned their attention away from the warrior and floated away, obviously followed by the mammal. Hornet's breathing began to quicken, and she had to sit down for a moment to calm down. If she started acting strange, perhaps the distracted insects would notice the presence of their brothers and panic. She needed to be careful. "What's up, Spider? Are you tired yet?" the mantis said, trying to hide her own exhaustion. "You wish," he replied in a fierce tone. This was a problem. She was caught in the middle of that fight, even though she was weighing her options. While Bretta's book was important, her own family and public order were more important. She felt sorry for the beetle, but she had to let it go. The problem was that the mantis might not be willing to abandon the battle. These creatures were fanatical about fighting, for whom it was either win or die. What kind of excuse could she make to withdraw from the encounter, or at least postpone it? Suddenly, a strange feeling came over her. Perhaps it was a sixth sense, or just plain chance, that led her to turn her gaze in the exact direction, and at the exact moment Quirrel was running through the crowd. Then she felt rage grow inside her. This was all his fault, not really, but Hornet had to blame someone. He was supposed to be looking after Hollow and Ali, but instead he had left them alone. They had joined up with the other shadows, and to make matters worse, they were in the City of Tears, a place infested with bugs that could see them. She simply couldn't take it anymore and ended up screaming. "Quirrel, what the buck are you doing here?" The girl felt a light icy touch on her back, probably the fault of the Pale King who was punishing her for saying words unbecoming a princess. However, the one who felt the coldest was Quirrel, who froze in place upon hearing Hornet scream. He then slowly turned his gaze in great fear and found himself staring at his friend's furious face, glaring at him with murderous intent. The entire audience that had been watching the fight turned to look at the woodlouse, feeling sorry for him, sure that the red beast would kill him in the most horrible way possible. For her part, Brea let out a sigh of excitement upon seeing her platonic love, and finally, the mantis looked at the scene with some confusion. Why was the little spider so angry at the woodlouse for seeing her there? She crossed her arms thoughtfully, formulating a few theories until she found one that satisfied her. Surely that boy was her boyfriend, who shouldn't be there because he had told her he was going somewhere else. Perhaps he suspected her of infidelity or something. It had to be said, this mantis was a fan of romance novels and love dramas. "Is that guy your boyfriend?" the insect asked bluntly. "What?" Hornet turned to look at her, confused. "If you have to go talk to your boyfriend, do it. We can leave the fight for later." Hornet looked at her more than surprised. Wow, things had gone so easily. They were giving her the solution to the dilemma of abandoning the fight on a silver platter. Of course Quirrel wasn't her boyfriend, but she didn't mind pretending he was to get out of the situation. "Thanks, I'll be back soon I hope," he said before running off to Quirrel. A general murmur spread among the spectators. The red beast had a mate. Had a brave man managed to tame the creature? Did it have wild romantic tendencies? Was that individual also a strong fighter? Or perhaps the reason the beast had been behaving more civilized lately was thanks to that woodlouse keeping it calm. Hopefully, their relationship will last a long time. Everyone was convinced that Quirrel was Hornet's boyfriend, sadly so was Brea, who was stunned by the news. Memories of the wonderful trip she had taken with her beloved Blue Knight began to flash through her mind while she felt her heart slowly break, a deep pain running through her as tears emerged from her eyes, hidden by the relentless rain. She'd been tricked. Hornet acted so kind and sweet to her while secretly stealing her love. Soon, the sadness that overwhelmed her turned to rage, and she furiously looked at the manuscript in her hands. Hornet had encouraged her to write this work, had supported her so much, and that's why she believed her friend, but it was all a vile lie, a farce. She wanted nothing more to do with that damned woman. She would cut off all ties with her, starting with that damned book. Brea opened the notebook where her book was written and removed the waterproof cover, then opened it ready to tear it up, but before she could do so, it was snatched from her hands by the mantis, who looked at her reproachfully. "Your friend was going to all this trouble to get you to hand over your book, and now you want to tear it up, but how inconsiderate of you." Brea looked at her with a mixture of anger and frustration. "Anyway, now I'm curious to see what this is about. I think I'll read for a while we wait for the red beast. And without a care in the world, she walked away with Bretta's book to a food business that had umbrellas and tables outside for customers to sit at, took one of them, and settled in to read. Bretta, not knowing what to do, simply followed her and sat with her, trying to quell her anger. But the beetle's fury was no match for Hornet's, who at that moment was screaming at Quirrel like crazy, scaring away all the passers-by who dared to pass by. The woodlouse didn't know where to hide and just wanted to be swallowed up by the earth. There are nearly a dozen shadows loose in the city. You damn irresponsible guy. What the hell have you done? But I don't. Shut up. I don't want to hear any excuses. I just want to kick off your leg. It was supposed to be a day of rest for me. You ruined my afternoon and put my brothers in danger. Poor Quirrel cowered in place, unable to respond to anything to defend himself and simply listening miserably to his friend's screams while the fear grew ever more intense within him. Would she really be capable of tearing off his leg? He had heard that this was a common punishment among spiders. Well, they had extra legs, but not him. It seemed that Hornet no longer had any words to express her anger. I hate you. This was the last thing the warrior said before running off and disappearing into the buildings and the rain. Quirrel hadn't realized he'd been holding his breath, but as soon as the girl left, he let out everything he had in his lungs and put his hands to his face, regretting her existence. That had been a horrible experience. He'd never seen Hornet so furious, and she was quite the temper tantrum. For a moment, he thought she was going to hurt him, but it seemed her threats were just rhetoric. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a little hurt when he remembered the last thing she said to him. The words "I hate you" hurt like a needle in his heart. Hornet had never said anything so harsh to him. Despite his usual harsh treatment, she had grown accustomed to being softer and more affectionate with him. The idea that he would suddenly show aversion and rejection towards her was very painful. Quirrel's concern seemed to be very noticeable on his face because he suddenly felt a light comforting touch on his shoulder, and when he looked up, he realized that the pale king was looking at him with concern. "Don't worry so much," said the king. "I'm sure she didn't really mean what she said. She doesn't hate you. Once she's sobered up, she'll forget everything. For now, let's focus on finding the little ones." "Yes, your majesty, you are right." Hornet ran through the city, shouting her brothers and the bats' names, hoping that at least they would come to her call. As for the other shadows, she didn't really believe anything bad would happen to them. Rather, she feared what they might do. They were innocent and naive, but at the same time strong and dangerous, capable of wreaking havoc if provoked. She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice she was running toward someone until she collided with him. Since the man was noticeably taller, she ended up on the ground instead. The jolt helped to calm her anger a bit. At least it allowed her to stammer out an apology as she got to her feet. However, when she looked at the person she had collided with, a shiver ran down her spine. In front of her was Grim, who from above looked at her with an air of superiority and veracity, his crimson eyes fixed on her, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw the terror he caused in the girl. Hornet may have lost almost all of her fear of Ali, but that was because she'd grown accustomed to her and because she was a small harmless baby bat, not a sinister and dangerous adult. Her fear of any other bat was growing. The growing fear that enveloped her reached such a level that she eventually collapsed and lost consciousness. "Juju, I have that effect on all the women," whispered Grim in a joking voice. At his side were some of his followers, who forced a laugh in an attempt to please their master. However, their poor performance didn't seem to fool the bat as he glared at them, causing the poor creatures to shudder so much that they dropped all the packages they were carrying. "Clean up your mistakes, you don't want them to cost you your lives," the teacher said in a threatening tone. These words were enough for the bugs to start collecting the packages at full speed. They weren't quite sure how seriously the teacher was talking. Sometimes he forgave glaring mistakes and other times he condemned them for the stupidest situations. He was quite capricious in that sense. Grim looked at the unconscious girl quite pleased. He had decided to take a walk through the kingdom that he would soon conquer, and the trip had turned out to be more interesting than he thought. First he had met that little daughter of the Lord of the Shadows, then he had taken a walk around the city, where he had bought all kinds of very interesting items. He had a silk scarf and a hat that he was dying to wear, as well as a few other divine accessories. And now he had in his power this pretty mixed-race girl dressed in red. He had quite good taste, there was no color more elegant than that, perhaps it would be a good addition to his company. It was always a pleasure to have a new follower, especially one so beautiful and easy to terrorize. He gracefully bent down and took the girl in his arms, but something about her gave him a strange feeling. He looked at her carefully and frowned. This girl had something special, but he didn't know what. Then, with one of his hands, he lifted Hornet's clothes and examined her body. The creature's skin didn't have the tough texture typical of an insect. It was more like it was made of another daughter of the Lord of Shadows. No, her nature differs from yours rather, she seems of the lineage of the high beings. I cannot make her mine now, not without first subduing the kingdom. Now he had another reason to conquer Hallownest, to take the life of this little girl. Although she was not a tall pure being, she had powerful blood, it could even serve to bring another descendant into the world. With delight he began to caress the inert body in his claws, but his fun didn't last long as a muffled noise and some moans interrupted him. Grim turned his gaze inward and noticed that one of his servants seemed quite troubled. He was in charge of carrying the large glass jar where the small shadow they had captured in the morning was locked. The curious being hadn't caused any problems all day, but now it seemed annoyed and aggressive and was looking at him with hatred, its expression clearly saying that he should stay away from the girl. This made the bat laugh a lot. Was that little thing really trying to threaten him? I'm sorry, but your role prevents you from having command over me, little pet. These words outraged the shadow, which furiously writhed inside its jar, making it increasingly difficult for the creature carrying it to carry it, until finally the jar fell from its hands and broke upon impact with the floor, allowing the shadow to flee far away. The poor creature that let the creature escape felt an unpleasant chill on its back and slowly turned its head until it met its master's fiery gaze. Terror filled its being as it trembled in place, awaiting its judgment. However, its bewilderment was great when a smile appeared on the master's face. Of course, as always, this smile was never pleasant. Foolish dear, you have failed in your duty. The insect looked at him pleadingly. But it's impossible to err. Grim turned his back on him, causing the creature to catch its breath, believing itself forgiven. Nor can it punish. And before the poor insect could react or even let out a scream of terror, Grim snapped his fingers and a crimson fire engulfed the insect. The fire's power was such that not even rain could extinguish it, and the drops evaporated before even reaching the flame. After a few seconds, the flame vanished, leaving behind nothing but a mask blackened by ash. The company master then gave a cold stare to the rest of his servants, who froze in place, fearing the bat's next action. Hunger afflicts my bowels, was all he said. No further words were needed. Immediately, Grim's followers left all their packages with one of them and ran off to find the fanciest restaurant in the area to take their master. Meanwhile, the little shadow that escaped the bat's clutches wandered around the city, scared and on the verge of tears. Her brothers were sure to be worried about her. She should never have been left behind, but she was drawn to the beast's exotic appearance and ended up being captured. Grim had told her something about how she would make a lovely pet for his daughter, but she paid no attention. She just wanted to escape. Now he was wandering in an unknown place without his family and not knowing how to get back. He had never climbed this high before, only knowing the lower levels of Hallownest. The worst part was that since he didn't have a voice, he didn't know how to ask for directions, and he'd probably scare anyone he tried to talk to. Given his situation, he had no choice but to wander the kingdom until, by chance, he managed to get home. At least since he had a photographic memory and good orientation, it would be easier for him than for others. However, these tiny shadows had some unique abilities, such as being able to find others of their kind, as long as they were nearby. This girl was suddenly overcome with a sense of familiarity, and following her instinct, she followed the exact route that led her to find her relatives. The emotion that coursed through the shadows upon reuniting was indescribable. They all flew up and joined together in a huge group hug, which fortunately occurred high above the city, where almost no one could see them. As the scene was more than moving, it was somewhat disturbing. Immediately after the hug, the shadows began to talk hurriedly, recounting what they had experienced in the past few hours. However, the lost shadow grew silent when it heard a strange sound. Die-ig. The girl fixed her eyes on the bat and felt terror run through her again. The creature's obvious kinship with Grim impacted her so much that she moved away from the group, pulling out her shadow claws ready to defend herself. The rest of her siblings, who had already spent a couple of hours with the cub without any problems, looked at her confused and asked what had happened to her. Then the shadow explained to them his experience with Grim declaring her his pet and how he had captured Hornet to do perhaps what things with her. Hallow immediately panicked upon hearing this, not because of what Grim might do, since he naively didn't see the bat as dangerous yet, but rather because he feared for Hornet's mental state. He then begged his shadow sister to take them to Grim, and she agreed, and the group headed towards the bat. They found the master sitting outside a food business drinking tea after a pleasant lunch. As always, he displayed his confidence and elegance, something that did not go unnoticed by the other insects who had their eyes fixed on him, although they tried to hide it, but Grim was not bothered by this. He loved being the center of attention, having everyone admire him and talk about how great he was. "Aye, daddy," a high-pitched voice growled. "My dear," said the bat in a jovial tone, receiving his daughter in his arms. In addition to seeing his daughter, Grim noticed the army of shadows looking at him with distrust, although one of them showed a rather worried face, and despite appearances, he managed to recognize in him the small collaborator of the ritual. Oh? But how unexpected. Do all shadows share the same bond? He narrowed his eyes at Hollow. How could I have missed it? You are also of the Shadow Lord's lineage. Interesting, very interesting. Blood of the high beings and a shadow soul. At that, Hollow approached the teacher to ask about his sister. He flashed a sinister smile and, with his characteristic elegance, extended an arm, which he then covered with his membranous wing for a few moments, only to uncover it and reveal that Hornet had magically appeared in his clutches. Then, with the girl in his arms, he walked to the center of the street and placed her on the ground. The being without a doubt fascinating, with great latent power that is not favorable to me these days. Hollow flew up to his sister and watched her with concern. The other shadows followed suit, forming that eerie cluster once again, this time in plain sight. A large number of curious insects watched the scene with a mixture of horror and admiration. Something kept them from tearing their eyes away from the spectacle. Perhaps it was the presence of that gallant bat that had them fascinated. Brim looked around, noticing the large number of spectators gathered, and a smile lit his face. He then raised a hand to the sky and snapped his fingers. Magically, a fiery red sky materialized above them, evaporating the falling raindrops and creating a dry environment below. Then Grimm spoke again. The stage is set, the audience is ready, the offspring is waiting. He made some elegant movements. Let the show begin. The Grimm show. Upon hearing his father's words announcing the start of the act, Ali flew to the center of the stage his father had prepared and stood up to his full height, just as he had been taught. He then performed an elegant bow at the same time as the older bat. He then flew around him as the older bat created small balls of fire that danced around him. With a snap of his fingers, they merged into a single large ball of fire. The ball soon went out, revealing a torchbearer, who appeared with his irritating smirk. The audience applauded, delighted with the spectacle, but for their part Hollow and the other shadows only felt concern. Due to some explanations from their brother, it was not difficult for them to guess that they should fight. Even in their shadow form, they were capable of attacking, but they weren't nearly as deadly as they would be with a stinger. Furthermore, they feared Green, who was with them most of all. He wasn't in his shadow form and was naturally useless at fighting. His survival tactics were more along the lines of hiding. However, no one was going to ask them what they wanted or thought. At a signal, the insects accompanying Grimm took out some musical instruments and began to play a lively song, and then the fight began. The shadows had the numerical advantage. While they couldn't attack much, in groups they could be quite lethal. They took turns launching small attacks at the torchbearer, launching small attacks that didn't always hit their target, but at least managed to disrupt the creature enough to prevent it from attacking accurately. All of this under the command of Green, who skillfully directed them from below. The Grimm follower floated through the air from one side to the other, trying to hit the annoying shadows with his artifact. He needed at least a few seconds to concentrate and throw his fireballs, but he didn't have that much time. Little by little he began to lose patience and get more and more desperate. He still wasn't taking that much damage, but he was getting tired. Then, in a fit of rage, he expelled a large amount of energy that manifested itself in an enormous fire coming out of the torch that managed to get a wow from the audience. The fire was so hot that it managed to slightly burn the little shadows that approached to attack him. They retreated feeling hurt, and their brothers turned their attention to them, worried. Those moments were enough for the bug to regain control of the situation and begin to throw fire like crazy, rapidly expending its magic, but this didn't matter to it. It only wanted to burn, destroy, and enjoy the pain. The shadows dodged the burning projectiles as best they could. However, the one who wasn't able to dodge them was Green, who, because he couldn't fly, was at a disadvantage, so without knowing what to do, he cowered in place, trembling with fear, and waited for the worst. However, no fire reached him. Instead he felt firm arms pick him up and push him aside. Then he looked up and found the friendly woodlouse he had met a while ago. Quirrel had saved him. But the relief of being safe did not last long. The torchbearer, by wasting his magic, soon found himself deprived of it and unable to throw more flames. Then, already mad with rage, he threw himself at Quirrel, prepared to stab him with the handle of the torch, which had a punch at the end. However, before he managed to carry out his attack, a needle pierced his chest, leaving him inert on the ground. At the most unexpected moment, Hornet regained consciousness and, seeing Quirrel being attacked, intervened, bringing the battle to an unexpected end. The epic conclusion of the spectacle caused the audience to erupt in cheers. No one had imagined the fight was real, all of them shouting excitedly, delighted by what they had just seen. Their displays of joy were accompanied by festive music played by Grimm's followers. Meanwhile, the defeated bug began to be consumed by the torch's fire. It was time for Ali to do her part in the ritual. The little girl threw herself at the insect, ready to sink her jaws into it. Then Grimm snapped his fingers, and a curtain of fire surrounded his daughter, hiding the gruesome sight of her devouring the insect. That was something unpleasant, and Grimm wouldn't allow his daughter to be seen by so many people putting on such an ungraceful spectacle. When the fire had died down, Ollie emerged, proudly raising his wings and with a small roar, he opened his mouth and threw out a small flamethrower that was far more powerful than the pathetic little fireballs he usually produced. "Well done, my child," Grim said with pleasure. "You're one step further from the commoners and one step closer to being queen." The little girl looked at her father, pleased with the compliment, and flew off with the shadows. Meanwhile, Grim went to dismiss the audience, calling the show over. "Thank you for your participation and we hope you enjoyed the show." He made one of his characteristic bows, and with an explosion of fire he vanished into nothingness. In the process the fire that was burning in the sky was also extinguished, allowing the rain to fall normally again. Some Grim followers passed by carrying hats where the insects dropped generous pieces of geo in gratitude for the spectacle, while others made sure to collect all of their master's shopping packages. Finally the crowd ended up dispersing following its normal course, and no one paid attention to the shadows that were still in the street. The Grim paraphernalia had made them believe that they were actors wearing a costume, and that their ghostly appearance was just some kind of trick. At least something good had come from the bad act. Quirrel looked on in relief as everything seemed to have been resolved satisfactorily. All the shadows were together. They had managed to overcome another of Grim's trials, and Hornet was safe, although she was almost suffocating him because of how tightly she was hugging him. This girl often seemed to forget her privileged strength. "Oh Hornet, please, I can't breathe well." "Huh?" The girl seemed somewhat confused. In fact, her memories were somewhat jumbled. She knew she had seen a terrifying creature, then everything went black. She woke up to find Quirrel about to be attacked by one of those pesky flame bearers. She didn't think twice about it at the time. She simply threw her needle at the creature and finished it off. Then she heard a snap of fingers, and when she searched for the source of the sound, she again encountered the sinister being that had scared her before. Of course this time she did not lose consciousness and was able to run to Quirrel seeking protection and comfort. He had his head buried in his friend's chest the whole time, so he didn't notice when the bat left, only looking up when the woodlouse spoke to him. Now that she had calmed down and was once again aware of her surroundings, she noticed that she was practically clinging to Quirrel, so she quickly let go and gave him some personal space. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "Calm down, Hornet," the explorer replied, downplaying the matter. "We know that when it comes to bats, you lose your mind." Yes." The girl looked down, ashamed of her improper actions, then noticed a group of shadows and the green-headed container watching her intently. "Huh? What are you doing here?" the warrior asked. When Hornet saw them, all the little ones flew up to her and threw themselves at her excitedly. They were always so effusive when they met any member of their family. "Ha ha 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 ha, enough. Ha 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 ha. They tickle me." The half-breed laughed, almost breathless, then, managing to control them a little, she looked at them carefully and asked, "And what are you doing here?" To which the small shadows scrambled to answer, interrupting each other, but with some effort Hornet managed to catch the whole story and understand the situation. "Is a lack of common sense something innate in all of you? Kari, the name of the shadow that had been lost, you can't just go off with some random stranger right away. It could be dangerous. I hope this teaches you to be more careful." Hollow shifted in his place, declaring that Grim was not dangerous. Hornet looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Hollow, how is it that coming from you that statement is not very credible? Because of all of them you are the one with the least common sense." This statement made his brothers laugh a bit, which bothered the little one a little, but his anger passed later. "Anyway," Hornet continued, "it's best if you all return to the mask maker's lair and wait for him, lest he come back, miss you, and go to sleep or something." The boys agreed and set off, but leaving them to wander off alone made Hornet a little uneasy. "Quirrel," she spoke to the woodlouse, who looked at her intently. "Could you accompany them? I'm afraid one of them might get lost again." "Sure, no problem, that's what I was originally planning to do anyway." "Great, I'm counting on you. I have to go now. I have a pending matter and I need to take care of it. Bye." The girl turned to leave, and Quirrel was left with a strange mixture of anger and disappointment. Hornet had apparently completely forgotten that he'd yelled at him and told him he hated him. There was no apology, not a word of comfort, just a dismissive attitude, as if nothing had happened, unconcerned about having hurt his feelings. The woodlouse would have said something, but he was mentally exhausted and didn't feel like fighting, so he simply called the children and left. However, before he could get too far, the girl in red called out to him. Quirrel turned to look at her, somewhat puzzled, especially since Hornet seemed a bit hesitant, which was unusual for her. "What's wrong, Hornet?" he asked calmly and exhaustedly. "Well, it's just that I wanted to apologize. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. It wasn't your fault, it was all those little fools' fault." "Oh wow," Quirrel blinked in surprise. "Well, it's okay, I guess you were a little upset and worried, it doesn't really matter now." "Yes, but I felt bad for saying all those things to you, and I want to make it clear that I don't hate you. I love you very much. And well, that's all I'm leaving." she finished saying as she walked away with a red face. Those words, spoken in such a candid way, provoked strange sensations in the woodlouse. A kind of tickling in its guts and an emotion so overwhelming it was hard to contain. It was as if it wanted to shout to everyone how happy it felt. All for a few small, modest words, which somehow managed to light up its world. Apparently the expression on his face was a little strange or at least suspicious, because the pale king materialized at his side and looked at him with an amused expression. "Well, I've told you before," said the king. "If you want to marry her, you have my full support." "But what?" Quirrel was awakened from his reverie and cried out in outrage. "Why are you coming up with this now, your majesty? Please, it's obvious you love her very much, confess your love, she won't reject you." "My king, I believe I have made it very clear that I do not intend to have a partner or any kind of romantic relationship with anyone." "Oh well, it'll only be a matter of time before you change your mind." Hornet hurried to Brea and the mantis, afraid she'd kept them waiting too long and that the insect might have gotten too angry and retaliated against the beetle. It wasn't very likely, since mantises were honorable creatures, but this one was a renegade. She didn't know under what circumstances she'd been expelled, so it wasn't certain that she would follow all the rules and bylaws of her tribe. She finally arrived at the publishing house, but there was no one outside. She looked around for the two girls and managed to spot them in a food stall, sitting at one of the umbrella-covered tables set up for customers, but what they were doing surprised her greatly. The mantis was in tears with Bretta's novel in her hands, while the beetle tried to comfort her as best she could. "Wow, it seems he's reached that part," Hornet thought, remembering a certain passage from the novel that had brought tears to her eyes. "I don't even want to think about how he'll feel when he gets to the end." Taking on a calmer, more relaxed demeanor, she approached the table and greeted the insects. The mantis looked at her while trying to wipe away her tears and formulate some kind of excuse, while Bretta remained silent and glared at her, suddenly remembering the rage she felt toward Hornet for having lied to her and assured her that there was nothing between her and Quirrel. "Oh wow, Sniff, there you're back," Sniff the mantis stammered. "Yes, I'm back," Hornet replied. "And I see you've been reading a bit." "Yeah, well, it's a wonderful piece of work. Did you fix your problems with your boyfriend?" Bretta was about to start a scene at that moment to reproach Hornet for her lie when she answered with complete confidence. "He's not my boyfriend." "Oh? Are you done?" the mantis asked, interested in the gossip. "We were never actually boyfriend and girlfriend. I only said it so you'd let me go. I had to settle a matter with my brother. The boy you saw was supposed to take care of him, which is why seeing him in the city without him alarmed me so much. I'm sorry I interrupted our fight," he explained, bowing formally. "I see. Well, caring for larvae is a delicate matter, it was something to get angry about." "Oh no, my brother isn't a larva, in fact he's already self-sufficient, it's just that he tends to get into trouble when left alone, if you only knew the things he's gotten up to." "I understand." Hornet's explanation for her absence proved to be a balm for Bretta's spirit, who at that moment felt tremendous relief, knowing that her friend hadn't deceived her, that Quirrel was still free and could still fight for him. Thank goodness she hadn't caused a scene, or things would have gotten unnecessarily complicated. It was always better to hear an explanation from all parties involved. "Well, anyway, we should continue what we left pending," Hornet declared, taking out his needle and preparing to fight. "Oh, of course. But can we leave the fight for tomorrow? I have some work to do. This play is turning out to be better than I expected, and I have to do some paperwork to process its publication." Hornet and Bretta tilted their heads in confusion. "Process its publication? Oh. That's right, I didn't tell you, I'm the editor-in-chief of the romance novels section, my name is Sharpie." "Wyatt?" Bretta and Hornet shouted at the same time. "Yeah, almost everyone reacts that way when they find out. People tend to be very prejudiced. No one thinks a mantis, a creature born to fight, would be capable of being interested in literature. Then I threaten to kill them and then they take me more seriously, ha 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 ha. Anyway, I hate prejudiced people." The look Hornet and Bretta gave him was indescribable. "So you always intended to give Bretta a chance?" Hornet asked. "Of course, I'll never judge anyone by their background or their appearance. If a tarantula were to appear here and show me their poetry book, I'd gladly read their writing. And I'm glad I decided to give it a chance. This work is pure gold. I'm definitely going to rub this in the faces of those jerks at the reception desk. How could they have overlooked this? This work will be a bestseller." "If he always intended to support Bretta," Hornet began, "why did he come jumping from who knows where and attack us?" "Look, there was an angry person outside the building threatening to do whatever to the employees, I had to do something." "A proper explanation would have saved us a lot of trouble," Bretta commented. "I didn't really want to save myself any trouble," the mantis said cheerfully. "By worm, since I was banished from the tribe, I rarely get a chance to have a decent fight, and an encounter with a red beast was something I couldn't pass up." The mantis people were undoubtedly quite warlike. Even though Sharpie seemed more civilized than others of her kind, she still had a highly developed fighting instinct. Yet she had been expelled. What had she done to deserve this treatment? Excuse me, I don't mean to sound rude, but Brea was hesitant about whether or not to ask about her expulsion. Do you want to know why I was expelled? The mantis said calmly. It was because I was weak. The girls looked at her in surprise. For mantises, power is everything. The strong crush the weak, and everyone must forge a path to rise. One of the ways to achieve this is to demonstrate your talent at hunting. I was a little girl who had barely lost her wings and was just beginning to walk the path to adulthood. I had the brilliant idea of attacking a prey that was too powerful for me. I ended up failing miserably, and my body was covered with the scars you see now. In the tribe, those who fail a hunt must die. That's why we don't have elders. All mantises die before they grow old and weak, yet I didn't want to die, not yet. Yes, surely to the others my actions were a dishonor. Wanting to preserve my life and living with the shame of having failed must be unacceptable to them, but this is the path I've taken. I'll never return home, and I can live with that. I don't mind being surrounded by weakling insects, and I've found something I love even more than fighting. Reading. Novels don't circulate among the mantises, only useful books like herbalists, bestiaries or history records. Instead, this place is paradise. Sharpie was undoubtedly an unusual mantis, putting her life before honor. In reality, no one condemned her. Everyone has their own way of living and accepts the consequences of their actions, whether for good or bad. At least Sharpie seemed happy, and there was not even a hint of regret for her decision. There, they made some deals, and the mantis decided that she would personally be Brea's editor. They would make some minor corrections to the book and then it would be ready for publication. The beetle was overjoyed. Finally, after that chaotic and exhausting day, Hornet returned home. This time, though, she decided to go to her house in Deepnest. She needed some of the peace that only that sinister place could provide. So, she made the effort to travel all the way to distant village so that by the time she arrived, it was already dark. She climbed up to her house and, feeling a little sleepy, entered her home, only to be greeted by a group of contenders who threw themselves at her, knocking her to the ground. What would happen? How Hornet felt very confused seeing her brothers there. Ah, Hornet, you finally decided to come to the house in distant village, Quirrel said, making his presence felt. Yes, well, I wanted to be calm, and what are you doing here? The mask maker took longer than expected to finish all the masks, and since it was getting a little late to go home, we brought all the little ones here to spend the night. Oh wow, this I didn't expect that. There was a certain disappointment on Hornet's face that didn't go unnoticed by her siblings, who looked at her worriedly, only eliciting a sigh from her that then gave way to a resigned smile. Her siblings were just too adorable. She looked up to find Hollow standing next to Quirrel, looking at her with some concern. He was a little taller now, though still quite short, and his new mask gave him a slightly more slender appearance, but still largely retained his childlike features. Hollow looked distressed, perhaps feeling partly guilty for all the disasters that had occurred that day, but Hornet no longer cared. She knew these were things that happened, there was no need to dwell on them, so she decided to comfort him by opening her arms. Come here, you crazy little thing, and give your sister a big hug. The little boy flashed a smile and ran up to the girl, throwing himself at her like the rest of the group. This wasn't what Hornet had expected, but what did it matter? Closing his arms around his closest sibling, he simply said, I'm sorry. I'm at home. Draining feelings. Share. Quirrel turned the Tremodora fillets that were roasting in the kitchen once more. From the smell and appearance of them, he could tell they were almost ready and looked very appetizing, something that even the Pale King could see. You know, the worm said with some regret, it's been a while since I left the world of the living, but sometimes I still miss some things, like eating or sleeping, especially eating, even more so seeing the dishes you prepare. Your Majesty, I don't think it's that big a deal. I'm sure you had the opportunity to try all kinds of wonderful dishes when you were king, Quirrel replied modestly. That's true, but seeing Hollow and Hornet eat so eagerly makes me want to try it too. Well, those guys aren't very picky about food, especially Hornet, he basically eats whatever he gets, sometimes he doesn't even care if it's cooked very well. Yes, that brat still hasn't learned the proper behavior for a princess, I have to get her straight before she becomes a queen. I don't want it to be said that the descendant of the Pale King is uncivilized. Is he still at it? Quirrel thought to himself, but he didn't say anything. He just turned off the stove when he thought the food was ready and told his companions it was time for dinner. She found Hornet and Hollow practicing their combat maneuvers in the streets of Filthmouth. This was especially important for Hollow, who was still getting used to his new body, which was why his movements were somewhat clumsier than usual, but he still managed to defend himself quite well against Hornet's attacks. Near them, little Ali encouraged the fighters by growling with excitement and generating small fireballs, which she managed to keep suspended in the air for a few moments before they went out. She was undoubtedly improving her use of magic. Guys. Dinner's ready. come in. Hearing their friend's call, they both dropped their activities and ran home, followed by the bat, who of course wouldn't miss dinner either. That was a calm and pleasant meal, very similar to others they had had before. Those moments they shared together were beginning to become an important part of their daily lives. It was already normal for them to see Hornet devour her ration at a dizzying speed and be the first to finish. They were already used to dealing with Ollie's tantrums, wanting to be mouth-fed like they used to at the circus, or Hollow trying to calm her down. Usually, those scandals ended with the Pale King scolding them both and then Quirrel comforting them. There was a sense of peace in that family, which worried Quirrel a little because he felt that what he was about to say would not be well received. "Hey, I have to tell you something," the woodlouse began. "Is something wrong?" Hornet began to notice her friend's concern. "It's nothing serious, it's just that well, as you may know, lately we've had to deal with the problem of the demonic bats and in particular with Ollie." "Yes, we know that," the king replied. "And we've also looked for information on how to eliminate their influence or their magic, to get rid of them somehow, however, despite all our research and all the turns we've taken through the library, we haven't been able to find anything useful." "Correct," Hornet said, still eating. "In short, there is no clue or information in all of Hallownest on how to deal with these beasts, and that's why I thought I'd seek help outside the kingdom." At that moment, for the first time in a long time, Hornet paused in his meal and left his plate half finished with a slowness that was disturbing. Then, with extreme seriousness, he gave his friend a penetrating look and said slowly and softly, "Please tell me you're not going to tell me what I'm thinking." "I was thinking about going on another trip too." "No." Hornet shouted, banging on the table. "Are you planning on going far away again to satisfy your traveler's needs? How long are you going to keep doing this? Why don't you stay put in one place for a change? You're not a kid anymore. Are you calling me old? Besides, I'm not leaving now for fun. I'm going to look for information on how to break the contract with the bats, or failing that, how to stop the ritual. This is necessary. Grim or dangerous. But we can investigate here in the kingdom. We already did it and we didn't find anything. We're out of options here. And what makes you think you can find something elsewhere?" The discussion escalated as each person made their points, but due to his experience and maturity, Quirrel was more skilled with words, so he could present sound arguments without straying from the topic or making personal accusations, something Hornet couldn't do. His impulsiveness and the grief caused by the possible departure of the cochineal prevented him from formulating intelligent responses. He simply blurted out whatever came to mind. "What I simply think is that you're leaving because you want to, because you don't appreciate us enough and you're a damn selfish person," Hornet yelled at him. "This thing about looking for information is just an excuse to go do maybe something, and I don't have the right to stop you, because you and I are nothing." Making a tremendous effort to hold back her tears, she looked at the woodlouse furiously and continued. "Go away then. Go away, traitor. I thought you loved us. That we were important to you, but I was wrong. I don't want to see you anymore." And after giving that speech, she grabbed her needle and ran out of the house straight to the well that would take her to the depths of the kingdom. Hornet ran and ran, she wasn't sure if anyone was following her, but she preferred to be sure by putting as much distance as possible, she wanted to be alone to chew on her pain. He didn't really pay attention to where he was going, he just let himself be carried away by his instincts and by old customs that he thought he had forgotten from those times when he lived on the green path before meeting Hollow. She was already approaching the Queen's Gardens when she finally stopped to catch her breath. Agitated, she looked around as if trying to remember where she was, and when she finally calmed down, she let out a groan of frustration and sat down clutching her head. "I'm such an idiot. What the hell is wrong with me?" she said to herself. Getting all worked up about Quirrel leaving. What the hell was she thinking? She'd always known that little bugger wasn't made for staying in one place for too long. It was a real blessing that he'd deigned to come back to them. He'd already left once, but even though it hurt to be separated from him that time, why did it hurt so much now? Why was the idea of having him away so unbearable now? When did she become so dependent? A chill ran through his body as a certain idea formed in his head. Was he getting weak? Well, Hornet wasn't as obsessed with power as the Mantises and allowed herself certain liberties they didn't, strength was still important in her life. She was raised with an iron fist, training her body and mind to unimaginable limits, all to bear the heavy burden of her destiny. She never allowed herself to doubt, never sought dialogue over confrontation. If someone had to perish at her hands, so be it, anything to fulfill her duty. That's why she hardened her heart like rock to ignore any pleas for mercy, to not allow herself to trust anyone, and to avoid having to suffer her loneliness. In her past, the only time she'd ever allowed herself to cry was when her mother had to be sacrificed at the hands of a Hollow. It was the only moment when her emotional armor had even cracked. At that moment, she wished she could kill that little nuisance, but she managed to keep a cool head and endure everything for the sake of the future. What had happened to that determined warrior who never let anything faze her? Where had her strength gone? Why was she now crying like a baby over something as stupid as Quirrel going on a trip? She stood up determinedly. This couldn't be, this wasn't right. She couldn't cry. She had to erase all traces of weakness. She had to return to being the powerful warrior of her past, who yielded to nothing and held no one to her. She had to return to the empty existence she had before meeting Hollow. Hornet lowered her gaze, overwhelmed. Honestly, she didn't know what was worse. Suffering for the affection of others or living lacking motivation. A life without feelings was fine if you had a single goal to accomplish. In that case, emotions were just an unnecessary distraction that hindered the mission, but she couldn't call such an existence a life. Until then, she had never realized how unhappy she was, but now she wasn't exactly happy either. And why did it suddenly worry her so much? She was supposed to be used to the sorrows of the world by now. Suffering was something routine, inevitable. She sighed in confusion. What should she do with her feelings? Bury them? Hold on to them? There were no answers, and no one could give them. Quirrel would simply tell her she had to leave, her father would tell her to stop being so childish, Hollow would try to comfort her, and was she even qualified to have an opinion? She wished she had someone outside her family to talk to about her problems. She trusted Brea quite a bit, but she couldn't talk to her about a problem that involved Quirrel. Iselda was another option. She wasn't that close to her, but perhaps. Suddenly, Hornet felt something strange on one of his paws and looked down. There was a small root sprout that was wiggling and tickling him. He moved his limb out of reach of the sprout and bent down to look at the plant. She caressed the root and a familiar feeling washed over her. The plant seemed familiar, evoking a distant memory of a happy childhood lost in the depths of her mind. Was it even possible? Was she alive? Hornet quickly began digging in the ground, searching for the direction the root was coming from, then ran. He began to delve deeper and deeper into the corners of the Queen's gardens, searching every corner, every stone, for signs of root sprouts. As he made his way toward the origin of the plant, the sprouts grew thicker and firmer until they began to resemble branches. Her steps soon led her to an area she had never deigned to explore, mostly because she was a practical girl. That area was riddled with brambles and thorns, and the prey there wasn't really to her liking. She wasn't going to bother crossing a dangerous sea of thorns without a good reason, but this time she had one. Using her acrobatic skills, she managed to dodge every obstacle in her path, and with the help of her needle and thread, she almost seemed to fly through the grassy galleries and passages. Eventually, she made her way to the heights, where a grassy pergola sheltered the corpses of a pair of insects that had perished quite some time ago. Apparently, no scavenger in that remote spot had disposed of the bodies. He looked at the inert bugs, a rather corpulent cicada and a male mantis, its body swollen by the infection. What could have brought this pair of adversaries to battle? Besides, the place was covered in scratches and cuts that the grass still couldn't hide. These looked quite familiar. He almost bet Hollow left its mark there. Well, he'd ask her later. He continued on his way, planning to bury the bodies later. For now, he cared about finding out where the roots came from. She continued moving forward, and her steps led her to a round structure, a kind of burrow hidden among the bushes, which would be any mother's dream. It seemed like a very appropriate place to hide a batch of eggs. There were no dangerous creatures in the surroundings, there were only a few beans and libemisks that could serve as food. When Hornet stopped admiring the burrow, she focused her attention on the corpse lying just outside it. She brought her hands to her mouth to stifle a cry of surprise. That was Brea. One of the 5 knights. So that had been her end. She looked around and noticed the mantis corpses surrounding her. That had undoubtedly been a great battle, one in which there were neither winners nor losers, for everyone had perished. However, what had driven the knight to fight in that hiding place? Was she protecting something? Could it be possible that? He looked up at the shining roots sticking out of the burrow and without further delay entered. Inside, the roots grew thicker and shinier. Hornet followed them, her heart pounding. She never thought she'd see her again. She never looked for her, she just assumed she was dead and forgot about it. At that time, she had other worries. However, fate was capricious and brought their paths together again. The former queen of Hallownest, the White Lady. Would she remember her? Would she know the nightmare was over and they were free? Well, she surely knew that. She could feel everything with her roots, but if that were the case, why hadn't she returned to claim the throne? If the queen could regain her rightful place, perhaps the damn worm would stop bothering her. Finally Hornet reached the main room of that shelter and gazed at the old and withered blind root, the tall being, the ancient queen, the lady of the gardens, although for Hornet she was only Aunt Blanca. What am I feeling? The root asked, noticing that she wasn't alone. Hello, Aunt Blanca, the girl said in a loving tone. Hornet. Is that you? Is that even possible? Oh, my child, it's been a long time. At that moment one of the roots emerged from the ground and caught Hornet without her being able to avoid it, then another root began to touch the girl, feeling every corner of her body, which made her quite uncomfortable. "Oh wow, look how much you've grown," exclaimed the queen, examining Hornet by touch, as she couldn't see her due to her blindness. "You have very pretty horns, they're just like your mother's, perhaps a little more stylized, the shape of your face is very similar to that of my dear Wormo, but what fine legs, I'm sure you must have a very elegant presence, although you are somewhat thin. Have you been eating well? Just look, you're already a young lady of egg-laying age, I'm so happy to feel you well." The root deposited the girl, who was red-faced after the examination. No one had ever touched her like that, she almost felt outraged, but the worst thing was that she couldn't complain, they hadn't done it with bad intentions. "And tell me, my girl, how have you been?" Hornet took a while to answer, she needed to calm down a bit. "Well, I've been fine, I think. I'm so glad, it's been so many years since I've seen you, since you were a little girl when your mother took you to the palace to present you before the court and be recognized as one of the king's descendants." Hornet recalled that moment. It was one of the most stressful of her life, and she wasn't even in danger. She remembered being in the throne room, her father looking at her sternly, and the insects of the court looking at her with disdain. Then, amidst all that hostility, she found those gray eyes that emanated only sweetness and love. That comforted her a little, but then. "You were such an adorable little girl." Yes, that's exactly what the queen said on that occasion. She basically grabbed her by one of her roots and hugged her without any decorum while exclaiming, "Look, love, she's so cute. She's adorable. She looks so much like you." That was her first encounter with Aunt Blanca, a huge bundle of love in the form of a root, the sweetest being on the planet, capable of forgiving practically anything and loving everyone. Of course, if that weren't the case, how could he possibly love her, the fruit of his mate's relationship with another female? "I'm so glad you managed to find me in this green labyrinth," the queen commented. "It's nice to be able to welcome someone I know after spending so many years cloistered in solitude. Sometimes I almost wanted to go crazy. It was hard to overcome the infection and stay sane, but it was necessary. I needed to preserve my beloved worm's gift and deliver it to the right being. So that's why she stayed hidden all these years when the kingdom collapsed. Yes, my beloved told me to hide, that I should stay safe, and that when all this was over he would come for me. But the infection has already been defeated and the worm has yet to appear," Hornet said with a certain tone of annoyance. Poor Aunt Blanca was yet another victim of her father's madness. "Yes, that's what it seems, something must be holding him back, but hey, he'll show up at some point. What if he never shows up?" "I'll keep your memories," he replied calmly, leaving Hornet perplexed. But are you supposed to, aren't you going to miss him?" "Of course, I'll miss him terribly, but you know what? I've lived for thousands of years. My beloved worm isn't the first I've said goodbye to, nor is he the first love I've had. Roots live long lives, much longer than most beings. Goodbyes are normal, and we accept life's designs with resignation. That's the way it is. We are born to die, and we love to lose. It's inevitable." A deep sorrow filled Hornet's heart upon hearing those true words. The queen was right, death was inevitable, and with it separations. Even if she could prevent Quirrel from leaving Hallownest and staying with her, she would still lose him someday, perhaps in the distant future, but it would happen. "And how do you deal with the pain?" Although she couldn't see, the queen turned her eyes towards Hornet showing a surprised expression, then with an understanding smile she said. "I never thought I'd hear something like that from you. I'd heard you were a stern, cold, and determined person who never shed a tear." Hornet clenched her fists in frustration at hearing those words. She looked down and hesitated for a moment before answering. I used to be like this, but it seems I've become weak, now I lament the forced separation from an individual I care about, and my fragile mind is overwhelmed with pain." Queen Blanca seemed thoughtful. "I don't think it's necessary to call those feelings weakness. It's simply inexperience and not knowing how to handle them well. Except for your dear mother, from whom you were separated at an early age, I don't think you ever formed particularly strong emotional bonds with anyone. Am I wrong?" "Well, I had a couple of friends, but I was forced to kill them to save my life, and that hurt me at the time too." "I see. And at the time you cried for them?" "Not really, I buried everything deep inside me and forced myself to move on." "I think I understand now," the queen sighed deeply. "You never faced the pain, you only avoided it. You forgot how to feel, you buried your desire, and you tried to erase your heart. However, as you practiced the art of love again, everything buried within has resurfaced and is pounding together, clamoring to come out. It's up to you to face your feelings and train your heart to make it truly strong and not just an empty shell." "And how do I do that?" "Suffering." Hornet looked at her with a distressed expression, the queen couldn't see her, but she sensed how she felt. "Relax, it will eventually pass. It will hurt a lot at first, then it will be a nuisance, and eventually it will become a beautiful memory. And by the time it's all over, you will have become someone truly strong. That way, the next hardships you have to endure will hurt less and be more bearable. It's part of life. It's an unpleasant experience, and the only advice I can give you is to surround yourself with the love of those you still have left. They will help you say goodbye to those who have already left. Thanks, Aunt Blanca, I guess that's what I needed to hear. I'm very glad I was able to help you, however I don't know if it's a very personal question, but who is causing you so much pain? He's a friend, but he's leaving the kingdom and I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I don't want him to leave. I see, but he's just going on a trip, you can still see him again someday, that's already a hope, don't you think? Yes, but let's talk about something else. Okay, it will be whatever you wish. The Queen's farewell. Silence filled the burrow for a few moments. Neither of them had anything to say. They just shared words without saying a word. While the Queen was lost in her thoughts, Hornet devoted himself to observing the withered creature. He remembered it as more imposing, so bright it was hard to look at, and with many more branches growing out of it. Perhaps it was because of the kind of vest tied around it that made it look so untidy. Aunt Blanca, why are you wearing that garment that's holding you hostage? Was that my father's plan too? This? Oh no, not at all. I put these restraints on myself. Truth be told, it's the punishment I deserve for the horrible things I've done. Conceiving so many children only to discard them like garbage, simply unacceptable. I know there's no punishment enough to pay for my sins, but I wanted to do something. I'm no longer worthy of bringing more offspring into the world, so I bound my body to prevent myself from spreading more seeds. I know I couldn't prevent it by other methods. Roots always have the desire to reproduce. Living so many years with suppressed desires is complex, but I deserve it. Even for that, even though I perceive that the infection has already gone, I have chosen to remain cloistered. But that was my father's fault. No, Hornet, I also had a responsibility in all of this. I could have said no, I often wanted to, but I never did. I overestimated his wisdom, just as he overestimated his perfect container. At that moment the Queen put on a very distressed expression. That child, the only one with whom I was able to spend some more time, he was only able to look at me with those empty eyes without saying anything. He would never tell me his adventures. I had no whims to fulfill or anything, Since I am a root I can reproduce alone without needing a male, but I always had the secret desire to have an offspring that was both of us, Worms and mine, and when I finally had it I couldn't love it. The former ruler's expression of sadness was such that Hornet's heart broke. Adding to the fact that she was already a little emotional, she simply burst into tears. Tears streaming down her face, she approached the tall being and hugged him. The Queen was surprised to feel Hornet's touch, but she soon smiled warmly and reciprocated his gesture with one of her roots. They both remained silently embracing for a long moment, the Queen thanking fate for bringing Hornet to her, and the Queen pouring out all the sorrows she'd bottled up for years. Finally, they both fell asleep. Hornet opened her eyes and found herself in a strange place. It was like a beautiful, lush, but unnatural garden, as every plant and tree seemed made of silver. Despite that, she didn't feel strange. With all her experience, she had learned to distinguish when a dream was being manipulated and someone had invaded it. He walked a little looking for the source of the abnormalities and soon found it. It was the Pale King, but he was not alone. He was with Lady Blanca, who was lovingly cradling him in her roots while she rubbed her face against his. In turn, the king also showered his partner with affectionate caresses and looked radiant with happiness. Hornet was shocked. She'd always seen her father as cold and ruthless, never believing him capable of showing affection for anyone. As she got a little closer, she realized this dream belonged to Aunt Blanca. It had been intervened by her father, and it was probably only because he was nearby that Hornet had ended up dragged into all of this. Ah, my dear worm, I am so happy to be reunited with you, even if it's in this form. Apparently, the Queen also had the ability to sense when she was in an intervening dream. Me too, my dear, I missed you so much, I longed so much to be among your roots like in the past. Oh love, I missed being able to hug you, cover you, and feel you on my chest. Hornet began to walk away slowly. The scene would be very touching, but it was too much sugar for her. She preferred to leave them alone before things got any more heated. However, a certain change in the tone of the conversation kept her in place. My love, it wasn't just to reunite with you that I showed up in your dreams. Oh well, I figured as much. You've always been a busy person. Do you have any big things to accomplish? Projects to finalize? Will you assign me any other missions? Actually, I've been pretty unoccupied lately. It's been a while since I've had so much free time. I actually kind of miss building my old inventions, but death has its consequences, and they're inevitable. Dead? Poor thing, oh, how sorry I am. The Queen's gaze saddened. How did it happen? This question sparked Hornet's curiosity. How come he never asked himself that question in all this time? I'm not sure how it happened, I just remember 8 deep disturbing darkness and 8 glowing eyes staring at me, and then I was dead. Oh, it seems that it was a mistake to do that, and he finally decided to pass his sentence. Him? Who? The one to whom the ancients were loyal, but don't worry about that. The queen quickly changed the subject. So you came here to tell me of your death? In part, yes. You no longer need to wait for me, just as you no longer need to punish yourself. Free yourself from your bonds, Blanca. That's been enough penance. But I can't, it wouldn't be fair. The price I'm paying doesn't compare to that of those children. Locked in the abyss, covered in darkness, cut off from the world, suffering for not being. They're fine. The king said suddenly. They're still in the abyss, but they're no longer trapped. They can leave whenever they want. In fact, some of them do sometimes, although most prefer to stay down there. It's not like they're living a bad life. Little by little, they've fixed up their home. They're learning the art of building. He still makes hideous houses, but they're improving. Jem is one of the best builders. He's made pretty decent things with just dirt and empty shells. Plus, he has a group that helps him quite a bit, although sometimes they tend to overdo the work. That always makes Alma scold them. She's the one most concerned about the others' well-being. Everyone loves her very much, except Jaden, who, well, he's a bit rebellious and complicated. Hornet listened in astonishment to her father's words. There was no lie in them, everything was just as he said. It almost seemed as if the Pale King had visited the abyss to see the shadows. Perhaps was he worried about his offspring. Love, I appreciate you wanting to comfort me, but there's no need to make up such stories. They're not lies. Have I ever spoken to you saying anything that wasn't true? The Root looked at him seriously for a few moments before answering. Not really. I could accuse you of many things, but I would never call you a liar. He paused again for a few moments. And tell me, have you seen our child too? I mean the pure container. Yes, he returned to the abyss to live with his brothers. He has adopted the name Big and is the king of the shadows. Of course, Blanca just smiled sadly, not quite believing the fantasy her partner was presenting to her. However, she decided to ask something else. And the small container that subdued the infection. What happened to it? Well, at first he returned to the abyss, but then he chose to live on the surface to keep Hornet company. She named him Hollow, and now they live together like good brothers. Ask her if you have any questions. This last bit did surprise Lady Blanca quite a bit. It sounded too good to be true, so she simply smiled as a couple of tears fell from her face and everything began to blur as the dream was coming to an end. Hornet opened her eyes and found herself lying on one of Aunt Blanca's enormous roots. She had fallen asleep on top of it. She raised her head and noticed that the old root was also waking up. It turned its eyes toward her with an expression of tenderness and love. Are you awake, Hornet? I think we fell asleep. It was a pleasant nap, especially because of the wonderful dream I had. It's been a while since I've had such a beautiful dream. Apparently neither the king nor the queen noticed Hornet's presence in the dream, neither knew that she witnessed everything, so they were not surprised by the question she asked them. Hornet, you once met that little one, the one to whom I gave my little treasure entrusted by my beloved worm. I know it was so, he let me know at the time. That same little one is the one who managed to subdue the infection, but after that I lost track of him. Have you heard anything more from him? The little one, I mean Hollow, he's living with me in a town on the surface called Dirtmouth. Well, we also have another house in Deepnest. We stay wherever we want, but we spend more time up above, there's more life there. Hollow always gets into all kinds of trouble, but still he's a good brother, he's always with me. Then a heavy thick drop fell on Hornet's head, and when she inspected its source, she discovered it was a tear from the queen. Really, you don't know how happy it makes me to hear that, Hornet. Would you do me a favor? Could you help me remove these ties? Of course, Aunt. With a couple of slashes from her needle, Hornet managed to split the root's prison. As soon as it was free, she unleashed its branches, which instinctively burrowed into the earth, beginning to give rise to life. The queen let out a cry of pleasure and relief as the ground was covered with white blossoms. Her limbs made their way through the earth, stretching ever farther in her eagerness to scatter seeds. The earth trembled at the presence of the tall being who poured his energy and desires into it. Hornet watched, impressed and perhaps a little frightened, the incredible spectacle of the root perpetuating itself. Now she understood why there were always grass and flowers everywhere her aunt stood. However, something was wrong. She began to notice it when the brilliance of Lady Blanca's body began to fade. It had already lost much of its former splendor and seemed as if it would eventually become extinct. Then she realized the horrible reality. Such a rate of reproduction was too much for her, and if she didn't stop to recover, she would end up dying. Then, scandalized, she ran to the nearest root and began to pull on it, trying to pull it out of the ground. Stop, Aunt Blanca. If you keep going like this, you're going to die. I really should have done it a long time ago, the tall being replied. What? Only my promise to my beloved worm and my penance kept me in this world, however I no longer possess either burden, I am free to depart. But Aunt. I have lived for millennia, Hornet, even meeting Worm before he was reincarnated as a lovable worm. I witnessed the rise and fall of Hallownest, studied with those who came before, even attended the great battle of the old gods. I believe that is more than enough, don't you think? This realm and this world no longer need me. It is time for me to leave, but before I do, I will leave you this last gift. Life. For life is all I can offer. Hornet looked at her with some pity, but understood her decision. After crying all her sorrows, she no longer felt so sensitive, so she resignedly accepted her aunt's goodbye, let go of the root she was holding, and stood before her. She knew the old queen couldn't see her, but even so, following old protocols she'd learned during her childhood, she knelt before her. It has been a great pleasure to share these moments with you, even if they were brief, my spirit will always be by your side, and I will feel honored to remember you. The queen, recognizing the formal tone of the words, deduced that the warrior had bowed to her following an old formality. She found it amusing that she remembered such customs and decided to replicate her. With some effort, she leaned forward. The honor is mine, my faithful warrior, until destiny brings us together again, I will always have you in my thoughts. And after saying these last words, she finally drained all her remaining energy, her body losing its characteristic white glow and turning a dull gray. The life drained from her body, and she collapsed onto the grass with a loud crash. Hornet opened her eyes and gazed at the inert creature. She stood up and slowly walked over to it, then placed a hand on the dead root. Little by little, it was losing its warmth and freshness. Soon, it would be nothing more than a withered branch that would then rot and return to the earth, following the cycle of life. He had witnessed a unique event, the death of a high-ranking being. However, that was a great loss for the world. It wasn't easy for such an extraordinary being to be born. Now that he thought about it, how exactly was a high-ranking being born? It was curious, but that thought was answered almost immediately, as she suddenly began to hear a small murmur nearby, something like claws tearing at wood. She knew that eventually the queen's body would be consumed by the environment, but it seemed somewhat premature that this consumption should begin just seconds after she died. She searched the surrounding area for the vermin that was supposedly trying to feed on the corpse, but what she found was something much more incredible. Beneath one of the dead roots, she noticed something moving, a tiny, shiny, white thing. Somewhat anxious, she began to poke at the dead wood with her stinger, feeling a certain guilt for desecrating her aunt's body in that way, yet she trusted that he would forgive her. Then, when she managed to break off that section of root, she found a small white creature with violet eyes. A new little white lady. Hornet stared in amazement at the new life that had emerged from the old one. A new tall being. And she was identical to Aunt Blanca, except for the color of her eyes. She bent down to the level of the newborn, who looked at her in confusion. That little thing knew nothing about the world, had so much to learn, and probably wasn't even capable of understanding spoken language. Poor thing, thrown into the world completely alone, even though she now had her, she wasn't alone anymore. She would definitely visit her from time to time. For a moment, the idea of taking her to Dirtmouth crossed her mind, but she decided it wasn't appropriate. She'd be better off there in the gardens. The roots had the advantage of not needing to hunt for food. They obtained everything they needed from the earth. Their only concern was not being devoured until they reached a decent size. And of course, protected in that burrow, nothing bad was likely to happen to this little root. This led Hornet to think that the queen had planned all this for a long time. Otherwise, why else would she have chosen such a hiding place to hide away? There were much nicer places in the gardens. He stroked the root carefully, causing it to give a look of pleasure. "Welcome to the world, little one," Hornet told her in a loving tone. "You should know that you are a being of extraordinary qualities, a high being born to be great, of course, there is still a long way to go. In the meantime, dedicate yourself to learning and enjoying life. However, you will need a name by which others will have to address you, and well, you have that white color so similar to your mother's, but I don't think it's appropriate to copy her name Pela, no, definitely not that name, and well I wonder why I have the creativity of a stone with names anyway, your name will be Clara. Yes, that's it. From now on, you are Clara." The root looked at her in confusion, not understanding the meaning of her words, but they were etched into her mind, waiting for the day when they would make some sense to her. "Well, Clara, I must go. I'll come visit you again sometime. I know she'll be fine on her own. I wish I could tell you more, but I don't think I have anything that would be of use to you, except that I think I'll tell you some things your mother, the late Queen Blanca, told me. It's a message that proved very important to me, and perhaps it will help you someday. We, everyone, even high beings like you, live to die and love to lose. This causes pain, but pain shouldn't be avoided, only faced, and eventually it will pass. Don't push your feelings aside. Embrace them, accept them, and become a lovable bundle of love like your mother was." The tiny root stared at her uncomprehendingly, reacting only to the tone of Hornet's voice as she spoke. Soon, the warrior stood up and turned to leave the burrow, leaving the little girl alone, which saddened the poor girl greatly, but she didn't know how to ask the large pleasant creature not to leave. She would have liked to follow her, but she really didn't want to move. She felt very comfortable buried there. In fact, until she grew a little, she wouldn't be able to travel to other places. Suddenly, an ethereal transparent figure appeared before her. A white worm, although she didn't know what a worm was. It looked at her with some melancholy, while the little girl looked at it, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She didn't know why, but it bothered her to see that sad thing. However, as if reading her thoughts, the ghost changed its expression to a more jovial one. Then, it stroked the root's head, transmitting warm and pleasant sensations and letting it know that it wouldn't be alone because they would visit it again. After finishing his transmission of thoughts about the creature, he proceeded to dedicate a few words to it as well. Hornet is right, you shouldn't put aside your feelings, they are what prevent us from becoming monsters. Hornet traveled a long way through brambles, bushes, and all kinds of vegetation on her way out of the gardens. However, when she had already crossed most of the acid lakes and was close to leaving Green Pass, she met up with her family. Quirrel, Hollow, and Ali walked around, shouting her name as they searched the surroundings for her. Hornet felt touched and somewhat bad for making them worry like that, so she yelled at them, getting their attention. In response, they all ran toward her, capturing her in a tight, perhaps slightly awkward hug. She wasn't used to being surrounded by so much love. Eyes please, personal space. Oh, sorry, we're sorry, Quirrel said, apologizing for everyone. Okay, I'm sorry I worried you too. I acted like a fool. Yes, I mean no, not really. Quirrel was being careful with his words, he was afraid that Hornet would explode again, her mood seemed somewhat unstable. Yes, I was a fool, but I'm fine now. I won't give you these scandals again or say such cruel things. You can go on your trip with peace of mind. We'll be waiting for you like always. Right, Hollow. Ali. Shy. Jayirg. The little girl said while Hollow just nodded silently. That's good to hear, Quirrel said, somewhat unsure. Are you sure you're okay with all this? Of course. I'm fine. I understand and accept that you have to go. Simply suddenly, an idea crossed Hornet's mind. You'll simply have to compensate me for this. Compensate you? Yes, you'll have to bring me a nice souvenir from your trip. Okay, I'll get you something, he said jokingly as he started walking out of Green Pass and toward the forgotten crossroads. But that's not all. Hornet continued, keeping pace with him. You'll also have to go out with me for a walk. Okay, I'll take you somewhere. The woodlouse seemed amused by Hornet's demands. And you'll have to prepare that cavasuelo stew that suits you so well. Whatever you say, boss. And you'll have to sleep with me too. At these last words, the woodlouse stopped in its tracks and looked at her in surprise. The mongrel wore an expression of feigned annoyance, but Quirrel, of course, failed to grasp the deception. Well, okay, whatever. Yeah. Hornet laughed amusedly, she didn't really mean the last bit, but it seemed Quirrel didn't get the joke, but she liked the idea of having him around anyway, she would take advantage of all the time she could with her friend before losing him. For his part, Quirrel just looked at the warrior's smile and sighed with resignation. Perhaps he was spoiling that girl too much, but he couldn't help it, he liked to see her happy, in fact he would do everything possible to make their trip last as little as possible, he didn't want too much time to pass before being able to see that smile again. The food thief. Brea, how much longer do you have to go? Hornet asked, showing impatience. You said you wanted me to help you get out of the mess you got yourself into without cutting the thread, so that's what I'll do. These knots are complicated. Once again, Hornet, in her attempt to learn to knit, had gotten tangled up in her work, and this time, without Quirrel to help her, she had to ask Brea for help. At least the beetle was willing. The bad thing was that she was incredibly slow, and her legs were already going numb from the awkward position she was in. Well, this isn't something you see every day, someone said. The red beast angled in its threat and absolutely vulnerable. Hornet looked up, searching for the person speaking, fearing a surprise attack. Hollow was nearby, so it wasn't as if she was completely unprotected, but in the time it took for them to arrive, someone could get hurt. However, the warrior calmed down when she discovered that the person speaking was none other than Dan's mother. What a relief, though she didn't like the mocking way he looked at her. Still, she chose to maintain a polite tone. She didn't want to get into trouble with the public workers union again. Hi, it's been a while since I saw you. It's not often you're around here. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. At least I seem better than you. Hornet ignored the mockery. But the one who's really not so well is Dan. Isn't that woodlouse friend of yours around here? I wanted to ask him a few questions about his species. Quirrel. He's not here, he went on a trip and I don't know when he'll be back. Oh. Brea, be careful. That hurt me. But the beetle didn't respond. Her eyes were watering as she remembered her blue night. Fortunately, at that moment, she managed to untie the main knot and Hornet was free. Her task completed, Brea stood up and silently walked home. "What's wrong with that girl?" the cockroach asked. He was a little upset that Quirrel left, but I'd like to think he'll be okay. That aside, what's wrong with Dan? Oh well, he's been acting a little strange lately. I don't know if it's typical behavior of woodlice when they're about to shed their last skin or something else, but I wanted to ask just to be sure. I'm not sure about that either, but what strange behavior has Dan exhibited? Well, he's been going out a lot lately and he doesn't tell me where he's going, and if I ask him, he gets angry. He's more taciturn and quiet than usual. I feel like he's hiding something from me. I'm afraid he's on the wrong track. I wanted to think all this is because of his upcoming skin change. After all, he's one step away from being an adult. I really don't think it has anything to do with that. That's what I'm afraid of. My poor Dan, he was always so docile, is just now starting to show these rebellious behaviors and he's not getting enough rest. When an insect is about to shed its skin, it normally becomes lazy, slows down, and tends to hide. I had already prepared the burrow for him to rest in and he'll get through this stage as best he can, but he refuses to rest. He's almost exhausted and insists on coming out. That is something strange, even unnatural. I remember that during my molts I could barely stand. That's what I say. And I'm wondering if this isn't some kind of revenge against me for neglecting him lately. I don't think so. Until now, I've always been very attentive to him, but with the food thief crisis, I haven't been able to care for him properly, especially during this difficult time. The food thief. Oh yeah. That was another thing I wanted to ask you for help with. The cockroach looked at Hornet seriously. For the past few weeks, the food supplies at the city's restaurants have been attacked by a mysterious being, one so fast and elusive that no one has been able to clearly spot it. It doesn't harm anyone, it doesn't attack, it just steals and leaves. The few witnesses we have say it's a large being, with only legs, no hands, one horn on its head and another on its back, or something like that. They're not entirely sure since they've only been able to see its silhouette. This situation is about to ruin several businesses. Complaints are reaching the governor, and if he doesn't do something, he'll get into a lot of trouble. I see, so since we've helped you on patrols and other things before, you want to ask us to capture the creature. Exactly, of course we'll pay you well for the service as always. What do you say? Count me in, I'll ask Hollow if he wants to participate too. I think it's fine, the more help we can get the better. Thus, Hornet, Hollow, and, by extension, Ali, were recruited to work on the capture of the mysterious food thief who was causing so much trouble in the city. Coincidentally, they were assigned to work on the squad in charge of the same cockroach they met when they carried out the extermination work at the Tower of Souls. This creature, of course, maintained a very professional demeanor while explaining the details of the mission. Well, you probably already know the details of the target in question. We've already failed 5 times in a row to capture him. But since we have new collaborators present today, I'll repeat the explanations and relevant information. The cockroaches nodded without much enthusiasm. It was clear that no one wanted to be there. In fact, this made Hornet think that perhaps the fact that they hadn't caught the thief was due more to the insect's ineptitude than to the bandit's talent. The target creature always appears at the same time, just before the shops close, when everyone is busy cleaning, balancing the cash register, and all that. The being isn't too small to go completely unnoticed, but its stealth makes it almost seem like a ghost. It's also very fast. Hell, we won't even know about it. If the creature runs away, there's no one to catch it. That's why Miss Hornet's cooperation is so important here. She's very good at setting traps. If we do it right, we could catch the thief when he tries to escape. For that, Jargo. Pay attention. And put down that book. The aforementioned Jargo was reading a novel on the verge of tears, but his moment of shock and grief was interrupted by his boss's scream. He then made a quick apology and put the book away. After a quick glance, Hornet noticed it was Brea's recently released novel. Okay, as I was saying, we're going to set traps this time to stop the beast. Hornet herself proposed the plan of action. We'll wait for the creature to enter the restaurant, then while it's preparing the food, we'll quickly set up threat traps along all the escape routes. Then, we'll try to attack the creature. It will flee in its panic, but once it passes through the doors, it will be caught by the thread. However, we fear the creature is too strong, so a squad will be designated to act as support for the net, in addition to acting as an attack group to subdue the prisoner. Ideally, the most robust cockroaches will be the ones to participate in this part. I'll do it. Dan shouted with more enthusiasm than he showed, for his dull eyes and staggering motion suggested he wasn't well. Dan. What the hell are you doing here? The cockroach boss shouted angrily. Look at you. You're barely standing, you're about to shed your skin, you should be home resting. I'm fine. Don't act like my mother. If I came here, it's because I can do it. Sure, whatever you say, the cockroach sighed. If you end up collapsing in the middle of work, I don't want your mother to hold me responsible for what happens. I let you participate in the operation, but you won't be in the attack squad. You'll be in the group dedicated to scaring the creature. But. No buts, Dan, or I'll suspend you for a week. Dan's fist shook with anger, but he resigned himself to following the instructions. Okay, back to the plan, Sarah, stop reading that book. What the hell is wrong with all of you? You're so distracted. Brea's novel was undoubtedly causing havoc among the public workers, but amid scolding and shouting, they managed to organize themselves and waited for the thief to arrive. A city of tears actually had several restaurants that could be attacked, so the first part of the plan was simply to wait and see which one would come in. Hornet and her brother, like good experienced hunters, waited for their prey with stealth and a lot of patience, something they also tried to instill in Ali, who waited next to them trying to imitate the elders. However, it was extremely difficult to stay focused when all the other members of the group seemed so disinterested in the matter. Several of the cockroaches were reading the popular novel, while others were muttering about it. Frankly, the situation was already trying Hornet's patience. The only one who seemed to be staying still and silent was Dan, but the poor guy was fainting from exhaustion. Dan, Hornet whispered. I think you should go home. You look really bad. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you started shedding your skin tonight. I'm finny, it won't be today, answered the woodlouse, slurring his words. Hornet was about to retort when Ali let out a faint, almost imperceptible whine as her ears twitched. The bat had keen hearing and had managed to hear, even amid the sound of falling water, stealthy footsteps approaching. The large multi-legged object was seen walking, hiding in the shadows. Its skill and speed were incredible. Between stops, only a bluish blur could be made out, running to its next hiding place. Not even passers-by noticed. Hornet kicked a cockroach that was reading nearby. The cockroach glared at her angrily, but the girl simply pointed out that the target was already in her sights. The news quickly spread through the group and everyone set out to follow the mysterious insect. The thief moved through the less traveled streets, which he seemed to know very well, as if he had the route planned and studied in advance, since he took a rather large detour to reach the target restaurant, all in pursuit of the quickest route. Just when he was almost at the chosen location, he poked his head out for a moment, a brief moment of vigilance in which those following him could see a blue face and a long horn, although due to the distance it was difficult for them to distinguish details. However, to Hollow and Hornet it seemed somewhat familiar. After a few seconds, an employee was seen leaving through the restaurant's back door, but the thief didn't move. A few minutes later, another employee emerged. Again, the blue creature didn't react. It seemed to be waiting for something. Finally, as the third employee left and moved far enough away, the creature emerged from its hiding place, headed toward the door, and poked its horn at it, successfully opening it. Then, it entered. There he is. He entered that restaurant. Let's go. Hornet shouted, however, she got no response, then she turned to look and saw something quite annoying. Redem. Not you too. The warrior complained, addressing the squad leader cockroach. Huh? Oh. Sorry. The book is just really interesting, the cockroach boss apologized. Ahem, come on, guys. Let's get going. The entire squad moved toward the restaurant quickly and silently, soon dividing up according to their respective roles. Hornet remained near the door, where she quickly began weaving a safety net with the thread she had brought. She was worried that it wouldn't be enough thread to hold everything together, as the creature she wanted to catch was larger than expected. It was at times like this that she lamented being a half-breed spider. If she were a pureblood spider, or if she had at least inherited that part of her mother's genes, she could produce the missing thread herself. Still, he wove a firm web as best he could, and for extra security, he asked some of the cockroaches to hold the ends of it with their own bodies. The web definitely wouldn't break, the only danger was that it would come loose from the door frame. Meanwhile, the mysterious insect sniffed around the place, searching for threats. Something in the air had him nervous. He looked toward the office where the day's takings were made. There, a tall elderly woman who barely fit in the office was doing accounts and filling out ledgers. She was the last employee to leave the premises. She had to steal the food before the lady finished doing her accounts, because then she would leave the business and lock everything up, leaving him locked in. Despite everything, the bug was calm. He knew everyone's routines and schedules well. He had plenty of time to accomplish his goal, so without hesitation, he headed for the pantry. Most of the city's buildings had similar layouts. All the establishments had bathrooms and offices in the same locations. He had robbed other restaurants before, so it wasn't difficult for him to figure out where the pantry was. He reached the food cellar, which was of course locked, but that wasn't a hindrance to him. Using his enormous horn, he inserted the tip into the padlock and applied pressure, easily breaking it. He was already an expert at this. The bad thing was that it left his horn sore, but it would pass in a while. He prepared to enter, turned on the light with complete confidence as if it were his own home, and looked at the available merchandise. He was still deciding what he would grab first when a commotion surprised him. He turned around and looked in horror at a huge group of cockroaches surrounding him. This had never happened before. They were usually distracted by reading, and he could sneak in among them. Plus, his friend also helped him with these guys. He watched all the attackers with terror, trying to find some weak point to break through, but all the cockroaches looked furious and carried spears with which they threatened him, however something distracted the group. Oh no. Dan collapsed. A terrified cockroach screamed. The woodlouse was lying unconscious on the floor. His energy level had finally reached its limit and he had fallen asleep. The roaches knew it wasn't serious. Dan was healthy. He just needed to rest and then he'd wake up. But the thief didn't know that, so he panicked and attacked the group, suffering several scratches from the spears. But he didn't care. He was determined to rescue his friend. He skillfully grabbed Dan in his jaws and mounted him on his back, which made the cockroaches hysterical. He took a hostage. Put down your weapons. Dan could get hurt. Taking advantage of the cessation of hostilities, the bandit ran toward the exit only to find it blocked by a web of thread. The creature thought it was ordinary thread, like the kind produced by silkworms. It had no idea of the extraordinary properties of spider thread, so it confidently ran toward the web, only to find itself trapped by it. "We've got him!" Hornet shouted triumphantly, emerging from his hiding place. The thief recognized Hornet as a dangerous creature, so he began to run faster, throwing his weight against the net, which, just as the warrior feared, began to come loose from its ties. Seeing the danger, the mestizo ran and grabbed one of the threads tightly, but her strength wasn't enough to stop the creature. "Eyes. Help me or he'll get away," he gasped. However, he didn't quite manage to attract the other cockroaches' attention, as they were once again distracted by their reading. By then, Hornet was already chewing out enough insults he'd like to shout at them, but they were interrupted by the squad leader, who appeared, screaming hysterically. "React, you bucking bugs." The thief took Dan hostage. Just hearing that, the cockroaches stood up to go and cooperate in arresting the criminal. Ali, who had been left out of the loop due to her young age, wanted to help as much as she could. She knew she couldn't throw fire as it might set the place ablaze. However, she had the advantage of being able to fly freely, so she headed towards the woodlouse with the intention of rescuing it. Unfortunately, just as she was on top of the insect, the fugitive's strength overcame the knots in the net and Hornet's resistance, so it went through the door, taking the net with it, Dan, and Ali, who couldn't escape because part of the net fell on her, leaving her captive. "Dan. Ali." Hornet shouted worriedly. Hollow became hysterical upon seeing his daughter being carried away by the creature and ran after her, however his efforts were in vain, the being was too fast for them. Then he fell to his knees feeling a deep pain in his chest, not knowing if his little girl would be safe or not. He stayed for a few moments listening to the rain fall, hiding any trace of sorrow that came from his eyes, however his lethargy and melancholy did not last long, as the touch of his sister's hand brought him out of his thoughts. "Calm down, Hollow, she'll be fine, she knows how to defend herself. What could possibly happen to her? Please, I doubt the thief would hurt her. I mean, she's a road deer. They're not predatory insects, not even omnivores. They feed on grass. The worst thing he could do would be to leave her lying on the road, and as long as he doesn't take her to a very dangerous place like Deepnest or the Kingswaters, she'll be fine. I think she could manage even in fungal wastes." "How do we find her?" "Well, I can't think of any ideas right now." "You should look for him in the tunnels made for the deer," said the king, appearing out of nowhere. Old man, don't scare us like that," Hornet complained. "The tunnels are the best place to look," the king continued, ignoring Hornet, "because that's where our thief is coming from." "How do you know?" "Road deer are bulky insects, although this one here is still very young, but they still prefer to move through large spaces, not through narrow galleries or rough tunnels. That's why the most comfortable way for these critters to move around is through these tunnels. When I had them built, I made sure they had all the requirements and comforts for road deer. The floor is smooth rock, so their legs don't get hurt when running, the place is spacious, so their antlers don't brush the ceiling or walls, it has the necessary lighting so they feel safe, and it avoids all areas with potential predators. It's a paradise for them." "Well, that makes sense," Hornet looked at her brother, who looked a little more hopeful. "What do you say, Hollow? Should we go into the tunnels? Besides, your bearded friend might be able to help us out." The little boy nodded and ran towards the nearest deer station. Meanwhile, Ali was having a terrible time. She was terrified to find herself caught in the web and thrashed about trying to free herself, while her despair grew as she watched her mother slip away. When they reached the deer station and the deer entered the tunnel, she began to thrash more and more. She no longer cared about the woodlouse. She just wanted to get free and return to Hollow. Her efforts only managed to entangle her further, and she began to regret all the times she had made fun of Aunt Horny when she had been caught in her web. This was horrible. However, her efforts achieved something. She was able to free herself from the main knot and remain hanging through a single strand of thread that held her by the tail. But that was not good in her situation. The dizzying race of the deer made her a victim of inertia. Then when turning a curve, the force of the turn slammed her against a wall. The impact made her let out a stifled scream, after which she lost consciousness. Fourth flame. Scratching was the first thing the bat heard when she regained consciousness. She moved her ears, trying to hear better and identify the sound, but with her head buried under a wing, she wasn't going to hear anything. So she tried to move, but the pain she felt throughout her body made her moan. The scratches grew louder and came closer to her. "Hello? Are you okay? Can you hear me?" At first the little girl didn't move, so the insect that was talking to her thought she had been imagining things by believing she had woken up. However, a sudden movement made him back away quickly, just in time to avoid a fireball thrown by the creature, who now holding back the pain she felt was leaning on the floor with her wings outstretched, trying to look bigger and with a hateful expression on her face. This time it could be said that the bat was a little intimidating, her crimson gaze shone with the power of fire. "Oh hey, calm down, I'm not going to hurt you," said the insect, somewhat scared. "Mom? Where's my mom? Jai-irg," he roared. "No, I don't know, Jai-irg. I want my mom. Jai-irg." At that the bat opened its mouth from which a bright crimson fire could be seen. The deer backed away in fear, not knowing what to do, when suddenly a moan caught its attention. Dan was across the room, sleeping on a soft bed of grass with a bowl of food beside him, oblivious to the whole situation. The deer on the path tensed. The woodlouse was absolutely vulnerable. If attacked, it wouldn't be able to defend itself and would inevitably die. So, wanting to protect it, he stepped between Ali and his friend. His legs were still shaking, but he tried to remain firm and intimidate the bat. "Get away, beast. Or why you'll have to face my fury." More than intimidated, Ali felt confused. She looked at the deer, then at Dan, and then back at the deer, then tilted her head and said. "Jai-irg. Dan. Thief. Friends. Yes, he's my friend and I won't let him. Wait a minute, you know his name. Do you know him?" "Jai-irg, Aunt Horny's friend." "Horny? That name doesn't ring a bell. The closest thing I remember is Hornet." "Jai-irg. Aunt Horny. So you're Hornet's niece, adopted niece, I guess, because according to Dan, that Hornet woman is a half-breed spider, and you look more like I have no idea. I've never seen anything like you. But what were you doing there? Were you part of the security detail?" "Mommy and Aunt Horny catch a thief, Jai-irg." Ali then narrowed her eyes and looked at the deer in an aggressive manner. "You are a thief." The little girl with effort began to flap her wings and started to fly at low altitude as she assumed this intimidated the insect, but it was quick to speak. "Wait. Yes, I'm a thief, but I'm not a bad guy. Seriously. Jai-irg. Not bad. Of course not. I'm Dan's friend, right? Besides, I didn't hurt you. Instead of knocking you out in the middle of the road, I brought you here to recover. Anyone could have eaten you outside." Jai-irg the bat seemed to be pondering her words. "But thieves are bad." "Not necessarily, I mean, yes, some are bad, but not all of them. In fact, if it weren't for necessity, I assure you I wouldn't steal anything from anyone." The bat looked at him in disbelief and the deer sighed exhaustedly. Apparently, he'd have to give her a proper explanation. Normally, for children, things are either black or white. As they grow up, they only begin to understand that there are shades of gray. Let me tell you my story. My siblings and I were raised without parents. We hatched from an egg in a strange, desolate place where there was little food, but still enough to sustain us. We were small. We didn't need to eat much. We were there during our early stages because it was a safe place. There were no dangerous insects. However, as we grew older, our needs increased as well, and we were forced to migrate. So, we took these tunnels and started running. Some grass grew in the tunnels that we could eat, and they were also safe places to live, except for the big thing. What's big? Yes, the big thing, a huge and noisy being that ran through the same tunnels as us. We have never known what it is, but we are terrified of finding out. Every time we heard it we ran to hide. The being ran by at a monster speed without noticing us, and only when its footsteps could not be heard did we come out. Thanks to that we learned to be stealthy. Well, time passed and we continued to grow. Once again food began to become scarce, and we were forced to enter territories inhabited by dangerous insects. Some of my brothers died trying to get food. Yes, I know it is normal for some to die, but we are very few. If we all die, goodbye to the species. Jai-irg. The thing is now some of my brothers are injured and can't run freely, others are very young, one of my sisters has young to feed, and another has laid eggs. The need for food is great, so I was forced to go out and steal. I don't like doing it, but I'm the only completely healthy and strong one in my family. I can't risk looking for food in dangerous areas. That's why it seemed to me that the city was a good place to look for sustenance. Tell me, am I so bad for wanting to feed my family? Ali stared at him for a moment before answering. No. Exactly, I know stealing is wrong, there are insects that do it just so they don't have to find sustenance on their own, and that's wrong, but I have no other choice. Ali looked thoughtful. And Dan? Him? Well, I met him during one of my forays. He was the only one of his inept public workers who could find me, but I told him my story and he was moved. He's been helping me ever since, but I think he overreacted this time. Who would think of leaving the house when they're in the process of shedding their skin? I understand he wanted to help me, but he shouldn't have. Because of that, we're in this situation now. Just as he said this, Dan tossed and turned in his bed, his head rubbing against the bed in his sleep, creating a small crack on his face, which then widened, revealing new skin. Oh look. It's already started. Well, anyway, now we can't move it until it's over, so we'll have to stay here for a while. We're here. Where are we? Well, it's a small cave in the middle of the tunnels near Green Pass. It's one of several shelters we have to hide behind when needed. The entrance is covered in grass, so it's not easy to find this place. He said as he walked to a piece of furniture, from which he took out some herbs and some fruit, which he offered to Ali. Would you like something to eat? He said, sticking out his tongue in disgust. Not eating vegetables. Oh, that's too bad, you're a pure predator. If only you were omnivorous. I'm sorry, I have nothing to offer you. The bat growled in annoyance. Truth be told, she was getting a little hungry. Maybe if she cried a little, the deer could come out and hunt for something. Unfortunately, the little girl hadn't yet learned that there were insects that simply didn't have the ability to hunt, so crying would be pointless, especially since the deer wasn't planning on leaving the cave until Dan finished his transformation. However, this deer was quite assertive, and as soon as she saw the approaching tantrum, she had an idea. While we wait for Dan to finish, how about I tell you a story? History? Yes, I know some very good stories, I'm sure you love them. Jayirg. Historia. Jayirg. Good. This story was told to me by a very wise and very old insect, although somewhat strange. He has crazy eyes that he always hides under a mask, but he's a good person. This is a very, very old tale, so old that it's almost forgotten. Long ago, before the first kings rose upon this earth, there existed two gods, one as luminous as a firefly's rear end, and the other as dark as a tarantula's jaws. The two gods lived in harmony, not interfering in each other's affairs. To avoid conflict, they divided the territory they ruled between them as follows. The upper land belonged to the goddess of light and the depths to the dark god. For a long time, they lived without any problems with each other, but each exercised their sovereignty differently, which produced different results. The goddess liked to have absolute control over everything, so she dominated the minds of her subjects completely, not allowing them to think for themselves. According to the goddess, this was best because these beings couldn't be evil or sin. If they didn't commit crimes, they weren't punished, and so everyone lived in absolute happiness. The Dark Lord, on the other hand, had a completely different way of thinking. He allowed his lackeys to think freely, to err, to make mistakes, to betray, to blaspheme. They had free will to do whatever they wanted, but they were forced to submit to the consequences. This god was someone very fair, but terrible because he punished without mercy. The different forms of government caused two very different realities. The beings of the surface, completely dominated and incapable of having their own ideas, remained stuck in time, living the same way they had since the day they came to the world. On the other hand, those of the depths, with their creativity and ingenuity unleashed, began to create wonders, cities, kingdoms, art, of course, with this also occurred atrocities, exterminations, wars, intrigues. However, the god of the shadows never stopped them, he let them create and destroy at will. That is why in the depths every day was different, unique. However, one day the goddess of light began to look with envy at the kingdom of shadows, filled with feats of ingenuity and inventiveness, with elaborate stone temples and magnificent statues beyond compare, unlike the modest altars her own people offered her. She attempted to persuade the Dark Lord to take the minds of her people and bend them to his will, arguing that this way they would no longer sin and would only follow the path of righteousness, but the god did not agree. I love their sins and their miracles, their atrocities and their exploits. It is the freedom I granted them that has made them more interesting than your pathetic puppets. These words offended the goddess, who in a fit of anger declared war on the darkness. Both lords summoned all their people, and a bloody war began, the most terrible that had ever struck this land, and the most evenly matched that had ever existed. Neither army had more power than the other, no one could win nor lose. However, the goddess, yearning for victory so she could crush the underground kingdoms that made her look less, used her divine power to make her subjects more powerful. The god of shadows did not want to do that because he loved the original forms of his servants and loathed the monsters that the servants of the Lady of Light had become. The god lost, his kingdom was taken, the shadows succumbed to the light. However, the god did not die. Legend says he took refuge in an underground lake where he dyed its waters black, awaiting his moment of resurgence. It is also said that his last words were a prophecy. One day you will pay for your envy and greed, but I will not be the one to dictate your punishment. The story told by the deer was able to leave Ali silent for a long time, and when it ended, for the little girl it was like waking up from a dream. Then extremely intrigued she asked. True story? Real? Well, I don't think so. It's just an ancient legend. I mean, there are no controlling goddesses or anything, right? No. See? It's just a legend. Ali wasn't so sure because certain elements of the legend sounded familiar to her, but she soon put the matter aside because something distracted her. An extremely subtle noise, almost imperceptible but extremely familiar. The little girl stood on guard and flew toward the cave's exit, then positioned herself behind the grassy door that hid the entrance. The deer followed her, curious to know if something had bothered her, because one moment they were chatting away and the next she was tense and on guard. The sound Ali had heard slowly began to increase in intensity until it was perceived by the insect, which became very nervous because something about it was disturbing it. It was a kind of mocking and somewhat evil laugh. Honestly, it felt no interest in meeting the owner of those laughs, but it seemed to be getting closer. The laughter was getting closer and closer until it was evident the creature was behind the curtain of grass. You could even see a strange red glow passing through the plant strands. And then it happened, the grass curtain was drawn back and both the bat and the deer could see an insect covered in a blue robe and mask, carrying an imposing red torch. Ali felt her stomach turn. Now there was no mummy, no Aunt Horny, and no Uncle Quirrel to help her, just her, the deer road who looked quite cowardly and the woodlouse who was as useless as a rock at that moment. In fact, he was worse than a rock because he wasn't even able to resist an attack. If the torchbearer lashed out at him, the poor thing would die, and that would make everyone sad. Ali knew that he did not yet have the power to rival any of his father's followers, however at that moment he thought nothing of it. He threw himself at the hooded insect, taking it away from the lair. For the current torchbearer, receiving the master's very own daughter was a complete surprise, as he understood that a guardian was supposed to escort and protect her. Where was she? The bat was on top of her, trying to bite her neck through her robes, but the masked man's bulky body prevented it from doing so without difficulty, she grabbed the poor beast and threw it to the ground. Ali screamed in pain. She wasn't used to such rough treatment, however, with some effort she rose into the air, still ready to fight. This time she began to throw fireballs, larger than any she had created before, but still too weak to rival the power of her opponent, who effortlessly waved his torch, dissipating the hatchling's fire. Already desperate, the little girl set fire to her wings and launched herself at the creature. However, the creature, remaining calm, struck her mercilessly with the torch as soon as it reached her, knocking her to the ground once more. This time, the pain was more than Ali had ever had to endure in her life. She screamed desperately for help, letting out a horrifying, agonizing cry that made the surrounding creatures run for cover. Hollow looked behind him, feeling a strange sensation, like something was calling him. He couldn't explain it, but a strange impulse forced him to go somewhere. What's wrong, Hollow? Hornet asked, puzzled by her brother's behavior. Do you feel like something's calling to you? How strange. Perhaps it's her maternal instinct telling her that her offspring is in trouble, said the old deer who accompanied them in their exploration of the tunnels. Don't joke, Hollow can't have maternal instincts because she's not a mother. She's not even female. And the creature we're looking for isn't her daughter. They're not related, nor are they of the same species. Hollow didn't care what Hornet said. Her non-existent maternal instinct told her she had to go somewhere, and that's what she would do. With one leap, she climbed onto the deer road and asked it to leave. Hornet almost fell off the deer road. She had to use her needle and thread to climb onto the vehicle, but she couldn't get in properly, hanging off the back seat, held only by her hands. The bat lay on the floor, screeching in pain as it was whipped by the follower's torch. He undoubtedly mistreated the girl with no shame, allowing her fear and pain to fuel the flame. The insect seemed frustrated. If it continued doing this, it would end up killing the creature, and the ritual would fail. It wasn't the first time it had happened, but the master was very excited about this offspring. According to him, he had never fathered such a splendid being, nor had he found such a suitable guardian. It would be a disappointment to him. But he couldn't stop. For the ritual to be successful, situations had to be taken to the extreme. Nightmare-worthy terror had to fuel the fire that would later consume it. That's how things had to be. Ali had already given up and lay inert on the ground, barely conscious. At that moment, she just wanted it all to be over. She didn't want to feel any more pain. She wanted to see her mother and father. She was afraid and no longer had the strength to fight. Then, before one last blow could finish her off, the torchbearer was struck by the deer's horn. The blue insect managed to push the hooded man against the wall, where he began to squeeze him with all his strength, seeking to finish him off. The pressure on his body soon made it difficult for the torchbearer to breathe, however, he was not finished yet. He waved the torch as best he could, summoning small flames that lit the horn man's shell. He then began to run desperately while burning alive. The timely intervention of Ali, who with his fire control power was able to put out the fire, saved his life. However, that was her final intervention. The grim follower stood before her and raised the torch with the stinger raised, ready to plunge it into the bat and end its life. Ali closed her eyes, feeling the greatest terror of her life, but just before she was killed, a soul shot knocked the insect away from its victim. Ali looked up to see a Hollow standing there, completely enraged, his stinger in hand, his killing intent pouring from him. Without hesitating for a moment, he dashed towards the hooded figure, all he wanted was to destroy him. He made a quick cut that the creature could barely block, however Hollow continued attacking mercilessly, but when he noticed that his opponent was blocking more blows than he was receiving, he opted to jump, then gained some height with his monarch wings, and attacked him from above. The torchbearer could do nothing, that deadly attack ended his existence. As usual, the fire from the torch began to consume the fallen. Now it was Ali's turn to act, but the poor girl was so weak that she could barely drag herself to the corpse. Hollow, filled with grief, walked over to the little girl and took her in his arms. He then carried her to the crimson fire, where, with extreme effort, the poor girl managed to fulfill her part of the ritual. As expected, the fire soon surrounded her in a bright red blaze, which after dying down, revealed a somewhat more energized, but still very injured bat. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hornet was trying to care for a wounded young deer, while the old deer just cried. Finally, I found another of my kind, another of my blood, after so many years only to see him succumb. Calm down, old man, it's okay, he'll be fine, Hornet tried to reassure him. His tail is a bit burned, but with a soak in the hot springs he should be fine. Hollow approached his sister with little Ali in his arms, who was so exhausted that she no longer wanted to fly. Incredible, you were right, Ali was here, I still can't explain how you found her. Well, having maternal instincts without being a mother is even stranger. Anyway. We've got the thief, we've got Ali, we just need to find Dan. Inside Jyerg, said the bat weakly pointing at the curtain of grass. Following the cub's instructions, Hornet ran through the plants and found the secret lair where Dan was resting and was already in the middle of his skin change process. Oh dear, Hornet exclaimed. Dan's shedding his skin. I told him it would start tonight. She turned to look at the others. Guys, we can't leave Dan here alone. He's too vulnerable, but we have two creatures that need attention I think. She sighed heavily. I think we'll have to split up. I'll stay and watch Dan until he's ready, and you two go find the nearest hot spring. You two need that. Both Hollow and the old deer nodded, and Hornet watched them walk away reluctantly. Surely the thief would escape as soon as he felt better, probably the old man would allow it. He was not going to condemn one of his almost extinct species, and with the volume that bug had, he doubted that Hollow could stop it. He would be very skilled in battle, but he did not have the strength to immobilize a large insect. Several hours passed before Dan awoke from his slumber, sporting beautiful new blue skin. He was now the spitting image of his father, except his belly was a little grayer. Perhaps that was a characteristic of his late mother. When Dan opened his eyes, he felt extremely confused. He didn't know that place. Where was he? How had he gotten there? What had happened to Lester? Then he stood up, scared. Lester, his friend, was Deer Road. Had he managed to escape? Was he okay? However, his questions would take a while to be answered because first he had to explain himself. The first person he ran into when he woke up was Hornet, who, to be honest, didn't look happy at all. That was an extremely uncomfortable conversation, full of scolding and complaints, but Dan did his best to endure it and above all, to defend his dear friend, because above all, he wanted to make it clear that he was just a poor boy trying to feed his family. However, he was clear that Hornet could not do anything. It would be the city's justice that would decide what was going to happen to Lester. Hornet assumed that the deer had escaped, however, her surprise was great when, upon leaving the hidden cave, she found it waiting for her with Hollow and Ali riding on top and the old servant at his side. What are you doing here? Lester? They're not supposed to see you. Dan looked alarmed. Well, I'm going to give up, this can't go on any longer. But your family? They'll be fine without me I hope, he replied regretfully. The journey back to the city was long and sad. As soon as they arrived, an army of cockroaches greeted them. Some armed with spears surrounded the thief, while another large group led by an older female cockroach greeted Dan almost with tears. "Hey, my boy, I was so worried," the lady sobbed. "Mom, I'm an adult now. It doesn't matter to me, you'll always be my boy." There was no way to combat that logic. When tempers finally calmed down and everyone admired Dan's new blue skin, they proceeded to take care of the young deer, who was cowering in fear in his corner. The matriarch approached him with a sour face. Her little son had been in danger because of her, and that was unforgivable. "Well, you rascal, now we finally have you. After all the trouble you've caused, you're finally in our hands, you wretched creature. How could you have put my little Dan in danger? Now you'll pay for all your crimes. We'll see if you're so elusive in jail." The bug looked at her sadly, lamenting her cruel fate. However, as expected, Dan came to her defense. "Mom, this is unfair. Lester isn't bad. He's a thief. He did it to feed his family. And the insects that work in the restaurants also want to feed their own. Their crime is clear, and they must pay for it. But. Forgive me for intruding," the old deer suddenly said. "But if this young man here could somehow repay what he stole, would you forgive him?" The cockroach looked at him sternly for a few moments, not believing what he was hearing, but without changing his serious expression he answered. "Well, yes, he would be forgiven, but I doubt he has enough geo to pay everything he owes. I actually think there is a way to pay off your debt." "Really?" the cockroaches asked, astonished. "Really, old man?" the young deer asked, even more surprised. "Sure, you can pay with work." "And what could I work on?" the interested boy asked. "Transportation. That's the traditional profession deer have had since ancient times. We already have the roads and stations built. There's no need to invest in that. We just need deer willing to work. Each inhabitant of Hallownest could pay a small fee to be taken wherever they wanted to go. Working for a couple of months would clear their debt. Then they could continue working and keep the geo they earned. With that, they could honestly buy food for their family." "Well, that sounds like a good idea to me," Hornet said. "Me too," the matriarch acknowledged. "Though I sense it will cause some complications. You're just a deer, you won't be able to keep up with all the insects that want to travel. This place is quite populated." "Well, maybe I can ask my brothers for help," said the young man. "There are more deer?" the old man exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, several more. I have 4 brothers and 6 sisters. Well, we're not blood relatives, but we grew up together and it's almost as if we were. My oldest sister has 5 babies and the next one already has a batch of 3 eggs. That's quite a few of us." "The whole family," the old man said, impressed. "That's enough to set up an entire transportation company," suggested a cockroach. "In fact, I propose we professionalize the system. A portion of the money raised could be used to care for the serfs and maintain the roads, and the rest they can use as they see fit. I think that's more or less how the system was in the Pale King's time." "Well, I'll accept whatever they want if it means my family can be well taken care of. Whatever they say is fine with me," Lester agreed. "Fabulous, with this we solve the public transportation problems," said the matriarch happily. "I think Hallownest is slowly beginning to regain its former splendor." 7-legged thief. The strong winds that blew around Hallownest could be a real nuisance for insects who wanted to leave the kingdom and didn't know the right path, but they could also be a real blessing for those who knew how to take advantage of its properties, as was the case with a certain pilgrim who was floating in the air at that moment. The creature that was heading to Hallownest at that moment was nothing less than a very special spider. It had a round head with 6 eyes, its small body was covered with a blue layer, under which 7 pointy legs could be seen sticking out. This spider was one of the few who had learned the art of weaving aerial webs, which she could use to drift with the wind and fly to distant lands. It was because of this marvelous skill that she had chosen a nomadic life. However, she had homes or lairs in most of the places she visited, so she always had a place to return to. This spider's original goal was to land at Howling Cliffs, where she had set up her lair on her last visit, but the journey had been rather tiring, and she ended up falling asleep while flying. It wasn't the first time this had happened to her, but it had never had such disastrous results. It was when she was in Dirtmouth that she woke up alarmed for having missed her target. The agitation caused her to lose the air current that was carrying her, and the fear of the sudden fall, in turn, caused her to break free from her net. As a result, she ended up landing on top of one of Dirtmouth's houses. The spider was quite resilient, with all the accidents and injuries it had received during its travels, it was already prepared for anything, so a fall onto the roof of a house was nothing to it, although the same could not be said of the roof which had ended up with a glorious hole in it. The nomad got up, coughing from the dust she'd stirred up, which blurred her vision. Thank goodness Dirtmouth was a nearly abandoned village. If that house were occupied, the owners would surely be furious. But that house was occupied. The spider had to jump aside to avoid the incoming attack, only to notice that it was being attacked by a faint disturbance in the dust. It backed away in fear, staring at the silhouette of the curious creature threatening it. When the particles finally settled, it was able to see the red-clad warrior. Without a doubt, she was one of the strangest things this traveling spider had ever encountered. What she had in front of her was a spider, and judging by its antlers and other things, it was of a higher caste, probably royalty, however the lack of legs clearly made it clear that it was a half-breed. Why would a nobleman want to stain his offspring with the blood of another species? Well, perhaps in this case it was worth it. The father or mother of this creature was undoubtedly a powerful and extraordinary being, it was perceived in the vitality and strength that this girl emanated. Who are you and why are you breaking into my house? The mestiza said, raising her needle against the spider. The stranger gathered her 7 legs in fear. She had barely arrived in the kingdom and she had already gotten into trouble. She still seemed confident, having survived all sorts of things. The only time she failed was the day she lost one of her legs, and from then on, she swore she would never be defenseless again. She pulled a weaver's hook from under her blue cloak. Hornet interpreted this action as the intruder intending to start a conflict. She didn't mean to harm someone of her own kind, but if this creature wanted a fight, she'd give it one. She had to protect her family, after all. The blue cloak spider swung its hook, unfurling strands of thread that entangled Hornet, but instead of becoming desperate like most insects, it grabbed the threads and pulled them, attracting its opponent, its strength far exceeding that of the 7-legged spider. Hornet raised her needle ready to receive the intruder, but the latter interposed her hook avoiding any damage, then applying force with her leg she did a backflip, cut the thread that joined her to Hornet and ran away, but the princess would not let her escape. She threw a strand of her own thread with a ball of thorns attached, which managed to strike the fugitive. She was knocked down, but still on the ground, she rummaged in her cloak for something to defend herself with. The warrior in red ran up to the intruder, but was met by a shower of caltrips thrown by the intruder. She deflected the trajectory of all the projectiles with a few well-aimed blows from her needle, but the time lost in this was enough for the spider in blue to open the door of the house and escape. The spider ran, happy to have once again freed herself from one of her pursuers, but her joy didn't last long, because by being distracted, she ended up tripping over a small, decrepit insect, perhaps the most pathetic thing she had ever seen in her life. The poor thing had no idea who she had run into. Zot the Almighty, who, having been disturbed in his nightly walk by that insolent spider, extracted from its sheath his fierce life-ending stinger, which shone in the moonlight well, as much as a wooden stinger can shine, and began to strike at the creature at his feet. Ouch, 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 hey. Ow, 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 stop that. Silence, you scoundrel. Now you shall taste Zot's wrath. Succumb to my power. At that moment, Hornet arrived to witness the scene. Zot caught the intruder. She seemed more than a little surprised. Then Zot stopped his blows and planted one of his legs on top of the defeated spider's head, raised his stinger to the sky, and boasted of his victory. That's right. I, Zot the Almighty, have added another victory to my record. Having defeated this pathetic creature who was unable to defend himself against my deadly moves. Hornet fell to her knees and hung her head in shame. Defeated by Zot, I'll never recover from this. Of course, this victory isn't just mine, the decrepit insect continued. I owe it all to my philosophy of life, which can be summed up in 57 precepts. Damn. He's going to start with his precepts again. Hornet exclaimed in horror. The warrior in red then threw some thread with which she caught the defeated spider and pulled it towards herself, then she took it firmly in her arms and proceeded to escape for her sanity. Well Zot, I appreciate your help, everything is very nice, you're great, but I have to go. Bye. And after saying that, he ran off to lock himself in his house, leaving the poor beetle with the words in his mouth. MPFH. Rude brat, perhaps as her parents taught her. Meanwhile, inside the house, Hornet was breathing heavily, still holding the spider. The girl in blue was more confused than anything. She looked up and around, then at the half-breed, finally noticing how firmly he was holding her, so close she could feel his warmth. Honey, if you have any interest in me, I understand, but you could at least treat me to dinner first. The 7-legged spider joked. Sorry, you don't meet my standards, Hornet replied curtly, dropping it carelessly. Ouch. You didn't have to be so abrupt, she complained, though she was soon back on her feet. I guess I should thank you for saving me, though I'm not sure what exactly you saved me from. I saved you from the most absurd, boring, and long conversation you could ever have in your life, something so horrible it would drive even the most sane person crazy. Wow, thanks I think, but didn't you mean to kill me? I never intended to kill you. Hornet looked at her sternly. So why did you attack me? Are you serious? You broke into my house in the middle of the night, destroyed my roof, you were a potentially dangerous stranger, and you woke up the baby. Don't you think I had a reason to attack you? Yeah, I guess did I wake the baby? What baby? That one over there, he said, pointing to the back of the room. The spider spotted Hollow in a corner, who looked extremely tired. The poor thing was pacing back and forth, carrying Ali, who couldn't stop crying, in his arms. Oops, sorry, wait a minute. What kind of baby is that? She ran at full speed and snatched the bat from Hollow's hands. Poor Ali fell silent in fright. Oh my gods. What a strange thing. She began to turn it over, looking at it from all sides, as if it were a fine vase or something. It's great. It's hairy like a moth, but it's not a moth. Look, it doesn't have antennae. And those red eyes. How strange. In response, Ali threw a flame in his face, and the fire victim walked away rubbing his face in pain. And he's spewing fire. Aig. That hurt. That's You're crazy, Hornet said, incredulous at what she was seeing. And who the hell are you anyway? How rude of me. The spider stood before her and bowed. I am Tobu, a traveling spider in search of priceless knowledge and memories. Oh, I see, a traveler. I'm Hornet. The girl introduced herself without bothering to bow, given her status it wasn't necessary. You're Hornet and what else? What do you mean, what else? I'm Hornet, that's all. That can't be all. You must obviously be a princess, or at least a relative of some nobleman. Not just any spider has those antlers. Or are your origins shameful? Are you the fruit of some forbidden relationship between a queen and a being of another species? Look, my origins aren't something I'm going to discuss with some random stranger. And in Hallownest, interspecies relationships were never condemned. Well, it would be hypocritical of the king to do so. His own mate was of another species. I know that even 2 of his knights were half-breeds. Tobu made a face of annoyance. He didn't like it when his curiosity couldn't be completely satisfied. Then he looked around and saw the bat bothering Hollow, who had lain down on an armchair and was trying to fall asleep, but couldn't because of the little girl who wouldn't let him. Hey. I have an idea. If you tell me something about yourself, I'll put that thing flying around to sleep. Hornet looked at her incredulously. Was it really that important to know a stranger's past? But hey, it wasn't that serious. Besides, she had nothing to lose. The little girl was awake and it had taken them hours to get her to shut up. They were desperate and would do anything. Okay, I'll tell you about my parents. My mother was indeed a spider queen, the former ruler of Deepnest. Theoretically, I should be her heir, but the Weaver tribe is extinct, so there's no longer a people to rule. I'm a princess, but only in title. My father was a worm, and I won't give any more details about him. Tobu stared at her silently for several awkward seconds, making Hornet somewhat nervous. What? She asked, already hysterical. A spider and a worm. Your parents were crazy. Hornet's face turned red at the comment. Tobu ignored it and approached Hollow, who could barely keep his eyes open from sleep, but Ali still tried to move him, pushing his body with her head. Mommy, wake up. Jairg. Suddenly the little girl felt paws grab her. Come on, girl, leave your mommy alone. But this guy is too young to have children, and he looks like a man. He's a male, Hornet said. My brother doesn't have much common sense, she explained, coming closer. And neither does Ali. She adopted a baby bat and declared it her daughter, and she established that he's its mother. So far, we haven't changed their minds. Wow, that's funny, the spider cackled, then stopped suddenly and looked at Hornet questioningly. Is he your brother? Only on my father's side. That father of yours was a flirt. After his comment, the books on a shelf fell without explanation. What was that? It's nothing, Hornet said, trying to contain her laughter. Hollow is my brother, but he's not the only one I have. In fact, I have many other siblings on my father's side. 10,527 to be exact. Ooh. Tobu was amazed. Your father was really a flirt. As a result of the comment, a chair flipped over in an impossible way. That was weird. What's going on here? Now he was showing a lot of fear. It's nothing, don't worry, Hornet said calmly, trying to contain her laughter. Weren't you going to put Ali to sleep? Oh, sure, that's true, let me get ready. The 7-legged spider stood in the middle of the room and pulled out its hook, around which it wound a strand of thread, and pulled it taut to the point where it resembled a guitar string, holding its makeshift instrument with its legs before giving an explanation. In my travels through different kingdoms and strange places, I came to a kingdom called Forlune, a very religious place filled with ancient magic linked to music. One of the things I learned, there was a mysterious magic song that can put anyone who hears it to sleep. With this, I will put your baby to sleep. Tobu skillfully began to pluck the silk string, producing strange but harmonious high-pitched sounds. With his other paw, he pressed the string, varying the pitch of the sound, creating a sweet and cloying song imbued with mystical energy. The house was filled with the spider's sweet lullaby, who, with her eyes closed, continued to play, completely absorbed in the music. All done. What did you think? The spider asked once he had finished his performance. To his surprise, no one answered, so he opened his eyes to discover that not only had he put the bat to sleep, the spider princess and her brother were also in the realm of dreams. Oh, gee, I forgot this could happen. Well, at least everyone's resting now. I think I'll do you all a favor and put you to bed. It's the least I can do after the mess I made. He decided to take Hollow first, as he looked the most exhausted of the three. He lifted the knight up, but as he did so, he noticed a shiny object sticking out from under his cloak. The spider's curiosity got the better of him, and without worrying about whether it was right or not, he pulled the object out to examine it better. Tobu was entranced by the glow of the dream stinger. The object was intriguing, and based on her knowledge, she could tell it was made by none other than the moth tribe. She stared at the stinger with greedy eyes, feeling an urge growing inside her, one she certainly had no intention of suppressing. The Pale King was extremely annoyed. That damn spider had come only to cause trouble and insult him. Calling him a coward. If he still had power, he would definitely have her executed, but what insolence. Now, because of her, he was also forced to manipulate his children's dreams again before it was too late. But since these brats had already learned to control their minds, he couldn't force his way into them, so he was forced to use the flying vermin. It was the only way to do it. The king looked at the dream quite surprised. That little girl, even at her young age, already had very complex ideas. The fantasy he was immersed in undoubtedly alluded to Grimm Circus, but modified somewhat to suit the little girl's tastes. In addition to red torches, there were many flowers of the same color, which didn't look bad, but gave the whole thing a look that was too feminine for his liking. Looking a little further, he saw the audience stands packed with Grimm followers, all wearing their typical robes and masks, and in the middle of them was Grimm himself, along with Brum watching the spectacle, but if they were there, who was performing? Of course Ali was in the middle of the stage, introducing the show and the artists, who unexpectedly were her adoptive family. There was Hollow wearing an elegant black cape with a red collar and a top hat. Further away were also Hornet and Quirrel, she wearing a red cape with a black collar and a red half mask, as well as some red thread ornaments. For his part, Quirrel wore a black cape and a mask that instead of covering his face, he used it to protect the crown of his head. At a grunt from Ali, a light came on in the center of the stage, leaving everything else in darkness. Then Quirrel and Hornet entered the stage where they began to perform an elegant and passionate dance. The little bat was a box of surprises. She already had a sense of showmanship, understood the concept of a couple, and was able to combine the two elements into something grand. Yes, she was a very clever girl. But much to his chagrin, the king would have to interrupt this beautiful fantasy, as he urgently needed to wake his children up. So without any ceremony, he entered the stage, breaking the color scheme and interrupting the dance. "Old man. What are you doing here?" Hornet asked. "You shouldn't. Oh, this is a dream, right?" Quirrel's away, he couldn't be here with me. And after saying these words, the woodlouse vanished from the stage, but unlike other times, not all of the dream disappeared. Only the living beings that weren't real left, but the stage and the ambient music remained. Ali was angry and literally spewed fire. The other thing that also disappeared were Hornet's modified clothes, however Hollow kept his own. "And why do you keep those clothes?" the Pale King asked. "Well, you're not going to tell me the clothes aren't great," the boy replied. "Yeah, they were pretty fancy," Hornet added. "Maybe I should have kept mine." Yes, they looked great, but now I need your attention." The Pale King wanted to convey his important message, but his sons didn't seem very receptive. Both stood with their arms crossed, looking at him sternly. "What's happening?" "Old man, didn't we agree that you weren't going to interfere with our dreams anymore?" Hollow said. "Yeah, plus this dream was pretty fun," Hornet complained. "I know I broke the deal, I'm sorry," the worm apologized. "But I did it because it was an emergency. The dream stinger was stolen." "What?" the boys shouted in unison. "It was the seven-legged spider that took him, it turned out to be a disgusting thief." "Well, I guess I should have guessed," Hornet said, unsurprised. "She didn't strike me as trustworthy from the start." She sighed ruefully. "And now we're going to have to track down a thief." "That won't be necessary," said the worm. "I followed her escape and discovered her hiding place. It's not far away, it's in the Howling Cliffs." "Ah, fabulous, we'll be there quickly," Hollow said. "Well, let's go then," Hornet urged them. "That stinger has some pretty strange powers that could be very misused in the wrong hands." The brothers, as they were accustomed to, tried to focus their minds on the act of waking up in order to emerge from the dream. Unfortunately, this was not possible, something was blocking their minds. Suddenly, the entire room was filled with red fire, and Ali emerged from the flames, looking stunning and dangerous. Hornet shivered in place, intimidated. Her fear of bats would never be completely overcome, and situations like this unnerved her. The bat, who at that moment looked neither small nor adorable, glared at them, then with a voice full of rage, shrieked. "You're not leaving. Jayarg. You have to play with me. Ali, we have to wake up, we have to." "No. I want to play. Jayarg." "I should have known," the Pale King said, holding his forehead as he shook his head. "Children of the Scarlet Clan have control over dreams, especially nightmares. That brat can keep us locked up here as long as she wants and make us dance in her hands." "Members of the Scarlet Clan," Hornet said, the term unfamiliar to her. "Yes, Ali and his father belong to that clan of cursed bats that feed on terror." Wait a minute. Do you have any information about Ali's clan? Hollow asked, feeling a little annoyed that his father was withholding information from them. Why didn't you tell us anything? Hornet shouted. If you had spilled the beans, Quirrel wouldn't have had to go on his trip. The information I have is of no use, it does not explain how to stop the perpetuation ritual. Well, at least you could have explained to us what this strange ritual is about, so we know what we're getting into, Hornet said, crossing her arms. Do you really want to know? The brothers nodded, and the king sighed. Good. The Scarlet Clan is a caste of bats with evil fire powers. These powers are fueled by fear. It's said that when someone has a nightmare, it's because someone from this clan is nearby. Of course, for most people, this is just one of those unreal magical tales, but unfortunately, this clan exists. These individuals act as queens of a colony, kidnapping insects from their surroundings and erasing their memories to turn them into their servants and instill fear in them when necessary. Eventually, their time to reproduce arrives. They conceive a young with any female or male they deem appropriate and then begin the famous mating ritual. In this ritual, they send their servants to kingdoms plagued by misfortune, where remnants of fear and horror still linger. They collect that energy and then offer it to the hatchling to develop its powers. But before the hatchling can consume the fire of fear, it must be refined through the heat of battle, that's where the guardian comes in. Eventually, when the hatchling has consumed enough fear, it must return to its parent, where hatchling, master, and guardian will perform a deadly fire dance, and with that the ritual ends, the hatchling now fully grown and ready to abduct insects, form its own new colony, and spread terror. The king told the story in a cynical, mocking tone that made the bat angry. The old man was making his family look bad, by the gods, the way he said it almost implied that his father was a villain. It wasn't surprising that Mommy and Aunt Horny were always angry with him. He accused his daddy of being a kidnapping demon when that wasn't true. If the other insects were with him it was because they liked serving him. His father was so elegant and cool that anyone would want to do it. The king looked at the child with some pity. She wasn't an innately evil being, but the circumstances of her birth would force her to commit horrible crimes. Perhaps the Grimm themselves weren't originally evil either. The scarlet fire eventually burned their hearts, turning them black. In a sense, it could be said that they themselves were slaves to the ritual. Despite how disturbing the story was, none of the brothers panicked. That would be counterproductive. What they had to do now was calm the bat, who seemed to be boiling with rage, first because her sleep was being interrupted and second, because of the story the old worm had told. Hollow looked at Ali, and then gave her a charming smile that took away half of the bat's anger. Ali, little one, please let us out, this is important, the dream sting is dangerous in the wrong hands, and we need to get it back. Diarg. No. I want to play circus. If you let us out, we'll play circus in real life. What do you say? Diarg. Yes, really. Okay. Diarg, but everyone will have to play. And as he said these last words the dream began to fade away. The Queen of Traps. Hornet and Hollow climbed the howling cliffs, followed by Ali, who didn't lose track of them. They both had a more or less clear idea of where they should go, as the king had printed an image in their minds showing them where to go. They depended absolutely on their memory to find the thief's lair, for the worm could give them no further directions unless it was through dreams. Without the dream sting they could neither see nor hear it. They reached the top of the mountain and looked around. They were supposed to find a rock shaped like an eye. The direction they looked would indicate the path they should follow. They assumed it would be a small, discreet rock, since a thief would obviously want to keep her hideout hidden. However, the famous rock was the size of Hornet. Now that they thought about it, they'd seen that rock countless times. It just never occurred to them that it was a sign of something. The eye pointed to a kind of cave between two large rocks. Without a second thought, they entered and found a fairly clear and easy path. They continued straight ahead. Now it was their turn to look for a wooden doll dressed in rags. There, they should turn left, where they would find a stone staircase that led down into the mountain. At the end, there was Tobu's guardhouse. The signs were as clear and noticeable as their father had shown them, so it didn't take long for them to find the famous lair, which was more striking than they thought. Normally, a thief would have a discreet living space, with an unadorned entrance, so that they would go as unnoticed as possible, but this house was the complete opposite. The door was enormous and had an unnecessarily large knocker made of gold. At its feet was a somewhat dirty and battered tapestry, probably woven by Tobu herself, but still, who would think of putting a tapestry at the entrance to a lair? In addition, the door frame was decorated with sinister cricket-shaped dolls, and around the house, there were various statues of all kinds. Things like this made them wonder. What kind of person is Tobu? Hornet began to look for a way into the house, but Hollow, with his lack of common sense, went straight to the door and knocked. Hollow. What are you doing? Hornet shouted at him. She's a thief, she's not going to open the door for you to ask her about the stinger, it's just a matter of common sense, now that she knows there's someone outside, she'll most likely hide somewhere or escape through a back door, don't even dream that she's going to. And contrary to Hornet's predictions, the door opened and its occupant came out to see who it was. Hello? What do you need? Diarg, dream stinger. Ollie answered instead of Hollow, who obviously couldn't speak. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, goodbye. But before Tobu could close the door, a needle pierced it. The spider stared at it for a few moments, trying to remember where he'd seen it. Just then, Hornet pulled the thread attached to the needle and launched herself toward the thief, landing on top of her and using all her strength to pin her to the floor. Honey, I understand you miss me, but it's not worth exaggerating, Tobu joked. However, his joke didn't amuse Hornet at all, who, without any shame, grabbed one of his legs and began to pull on it. Let me go. You're going to tear my leg off. Don't doubt that I will do it if you don't tell me where the dream sting is. Will you really commit the cruelty of taking away one of my precious paws? It's not that bad, you could manage just fine even on 4 legs. Now speak. Where's the dream sting? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend, it's the small, shiny stinger you stole from Hollow. That pretty stinger that looked like it was made by moths and had a flower on its handle. I see we're getting along now. Hornet loosened his grip on the paw he had captive. Oh, sure, I'll gladly give it back to you if you really want it. What do you give me in return for it? Give you in return? But that stinger is from Hollow. No, it's mine, I found it, and I'm not going to hand it over unless they give me something in compensation. You can't take something from someone by force, that's theft. Theft is what you did. That stinger was in Hollow's hands. But I didn't use any force, and he had no reason to know it was his. I repeat, I was on top of him, he was obviously hers. And why didn't you ask me for it? I was asleep. And it's your fault too. I saw him quite sleepy before playing my song. Hornet hadn't realized that Tobu was only trying to distract her with his meaningless conversation, because while they were exchanging words, he had very surreptitiously picked up one of his paws under his cloak, from where he had extracted a somewhat heavy ball, then he threw the ball that rolled across the floor of his house and hit a small hill of gadgets and antiques, this then began to crumble, threatening to fall on top of the 2 girls. Hornet quickly jumped away and Tobu took the opportunity to escape. The red-clad warrior cursed inwardly and looked up, searching for the fugitive, only to find her firmly stuck to the wall of the house, looking at her mockingly. Get down from there. Hornet yelled angrily. No. If you want something with me, you'll have to come up here. Or can't you? The urge to strangle that spider was reaching dangerous levels. That damn thing knew that, as a half-breed, she didn't have all the characteristics of a spider. Besides not being able to produce thread, she couldn't walk on walls. As a child, many of her playmates made fun of her for this. In part to mitigate this problem, she had specialized in an acrobatic combat style. Tobu laughed to herself, but her joy didn't last long, as she was forced to jump when a fireball nearly roasted her. The bat had come to support the fight, and she, of course, had no trouble reaching high places. The thief landed safely and immediately had to jump again, because a soul shot from the hollow almost hit her. She stood on guard and looked around. 6 pairs of eyes were threatening her. Things were looking complicated. It's 3 against 1. It's not fair. The spider shouted. It wasn't fair that you stole from us while we were sleeping, now give it back the sting. What do you want it for anyway? It's part of my collection. Collection? But what do I see? At that moment, Hornet looked around and finally understood what kind of person Tobu was. That den was filled with valuable trinkets, antiques, jewels, statues, masks, and medals. It also had other, less valuable but curious items, such as beast tusks, carapaces, seeds, and shells. She was a collector, one who perhaps bordered on the obsessive. Just looking at that place was enough to realize this girl had a serious problem. The accumulation of things she owned was taking up so much space in that apartment that the comfort of home was already lost. Why would she want all that junk? Did she waste her time looking at a pile of old useless objects? Girl, I think you have a serious problem. Problem? What problem? Tobu tilted her head curiously. You're a hoarder. Look at this dump. It's full of trash. Trash? How dare you? Until now, Tobu had never shown any aggression, but now it seemed as if she would pounce on Hornet at any moment to tear her head off, but that was just an impression, she was aware that in a direct fight, the half-breed had the advantage. Look, let's get this over with, Hornet said coldly. You're surrounded and can't take on the 3 of us. Sting back now. The spider looked at them for a few moments before nodding. Okay, I'll give it back when I find it. That? I don't know where I put it, and with all this going on, well, I think it'll take me a while to find it. It had to be, Hornet said, clutching his forehead. Well, start looking now. We won't leave without the dream sting. It's too important. Well then come on, it's probably in this pile of stuff over here. Tobu began walking toward one of the mounds of objects. I was actually tidying up the place when you came looking for me. Please don't touch anything, they're very valuable things, in fact better stand there, yes there, right in the middle away from everything. At that moment the spider climbed onto the pile of objects and began to move it very carefully. Try not to take too long, will you? Hornet crossed her arms in annoyance. Don't worry at that. Tobu gave a sinister smile as he reached for the end of a rope that was hidden among the objects. I won't be long. The spider pulled the string and triggered a trap that unleashed a web which fell exactly where the group was standing. Tobu cackled, pleased that her trap had worked, and set out to escape from her home. She knew the web wouldn't hold them back for long. The flying critter's fire could easily burn through the web, so that would only give her enough time to run and hide. She felt a little distressed leaving her treasures with the group, but tried to calm herself by remembering that no one seemed too interested in them. They'd even had the nerve to call them trash. Chances were they wouldn't touch any of her things, but she'd still take a census when she could be home again. The spider climbed the cliff's rocks, moving quickly. There was a place she wanted to reach before they caught up with her. Soon she spotted the cave she wanted to reach, but when she was almost there, the container appeared in front of her, its stinger ready to strike. Tobu stopped in her tracks and started to change direction, but found the bat blocking her path. Before she could do anything else, Hornet's voice spoke to her behind her. You're trapped, just give up now. You guys are really annoying and mean, you're going to take away my precious little treasure. She began to shed a few tears. Don't come to me with tears, with everything you've put us through, I've already lost any sympathy I could have had for you, the warrior declared. All right, he sighed sadly and pulled the required stinger from under his cloak. Here's what you want. Okay, hand it over. Bugger. If you want him, work for him. He then threw the weapon into the cave. Paulo ran and launched himself at the stinger to catch it, but before he could touch it, it was pulled by a silk thread tied to it, just like Hornet used to do with her needle. The artifact returned to Tobu's hands, while Hollow fell into the cave. Instead of landing on the hard ground, the boy fell onto something soft and moving. He sat up, somewhat puzzled, and felt the surface. It rose and fell rhythmically, much like a creature breathing. Hollow ran off agitated while being chased by a bulky creature that screamed angrily. The furious mother Gruz. Hornet shouted in alarm. Look what you did, Tobu huh? Where did she go? Taking advantage of the insect's distraction, the thief escaped, this time managing to disappear completely from sight, leaving them to fight the flying creature. She was certain the group would manage to defeat the Gruz, but she knew it would take a while, long enough to disappear from sight permanently. What followed was a simple but exhausting battle. Gruz mothers don't have much defense, but when enraged, they lash out at anything that moves with a speed unthinkable for a creature of their size, so the greatest care one must take against them is to dodge their sudden attacks. Considering there were 3 fighters, and now Ali, with his enhanced firepower, actively participating in the fights, the battle was extremely simple and considerably quick. When they finally had the Gruz at their feet, Hornet sighed with melancholy. The truth is that she didn't like killing Gruz mothers, she couldn't help but feel a certain feeling of guilt, that's why whenever she came across one, she didn't even get close, because when they got angry, there was no way to stop them other than ending their lives. By now, she was already feeling mentally exhausted. That thief was smarter than she looked. She'd set trap after trap, making them look like fools. Hornet knew that if they faced each other in hand-to-hand combat, she'd probably win, but she wasn't ready to deal with a cheater like Tobu. She looked at her brother and the bat, who seemed expectant about her next decision. Hollow seemed determined to keep going. That boy always had a lot of energy and the determination to face anything, but Ali looked exhausted. For the little girl, it might have been too much. Normally, when they took her hunting, the fights were short and much easier. Dodging Mother Gruz's attacks had probably sapped her strength. Considering Ali's condition and the fact that they had lost track of Tobu, it might be best to return home. Chances were Tobu wouldn't return to his den for the rest of the day, or perhaps several days, and they weren't prepared for such an extensive surveillance session. Let's go home guys, that's enough for today, he said softly. A defeat, the first she'd faced in a long time. Hornet seemed calm, but inside she was seething with rage. That spider was going to pay for it. When she had it in her hands again, she would definitely suffer the pains of hell. They never found out, but the Pale King had stayed close to them throughout the chase and had witnessed every trick Tobu had played on them. He, like his sons, had been outraged by the spider's actions. It lacked honor and honesty. He had humiliated his children with deceit and he would make him pay for it. The ghost narrowed his eyes and set off to scan the rocky landscape. That spider couldn't be far away and he would find it. The whole day passed in which they did nothing to find the spider. Spirits were very low due to the defeat and they needed to regain their morale first, so they tried to go about their normal routine without mentioning the incident. However, just as they were feeling better and beginning to consider tracking down the thief or standing guard at her lair, something extremely unexpected happened. Someone knocked at the door. Hollow went to open the door and found none other than the seven-legged spider, who looked quite exhausted and nervous. "Take this," he shouted, throwing the stinger at his face. Hearing Tobu Hornet's voice, she ran to the door, unable to believe that he had returned to return what he stole, so she pointed her needle at him with a murderous look. "Where is the deception?" he said in a cold voice. "Deception? What deception? There's no deception here. I don't want that thing near me ever again, keep it." Hornet lowered her needle in confusion. "What happened?" He suddenly noticed the spider's altered state. "What happened? What happened?" "That happened," he said, pointing behind him where they could see the ghost of the Pale King smiling with satisfaction. The worm's children looked at him with obvious surprise. "Dude, what the hell did you do to him?" "Nothing, I just gave him a good lecture about honesty and honor, nothing more," he replied with superiority. "A sermon? That was torture," Tobu shouted. "That damn worm hasn't stopped talking to me since yesterday, all day. All night. I haven't been able to sleep, I haven't been able to be calm. I was desperate. Damn, when you want to be annoying, you really are. It seems like what you've put us through is nothing compared to what this poor wretch suffered." Wait a minute, Tobu noticed the familiarity with which Hornet spoke to the ghost. "Did you already know this stinger was cursed with a spirit inside? Why didn't you tell me?" "The stinger isn't cursed," Hornet explained. "The stinger allows you, among other things, to see and hear the dead, but it doesn't have any spirits trapped inside. It's free to go wherever it wants. If it decided to torment you, that's its own business. Although I feel sorry for you, when the cursed worm wants to be hateful, it truly succeeds." "Damn worm. Look, brat, I've told you countless times not to refer to me in that derogatory tone. You should have more respect for your father." "Father?" Tobu's eyes widened at the revelation. "He's your father? The swindler?" "I'm not a slob. Hornet's mother was the only female I was with outside of marriage. All my other children are from the same mother." "All of them? But there are many." "My dear white woman was a root, roots are very fertile creatures, in fact she had a few thousand shoots on her own before I came into her life." Tobu looked at the group with a puzzled expression. The more he got to know this family, the more surprised he became. A half-breed spider princess, a beetle-like rootworm, a fire-breathing bat, and a ghost. You guys are honestly the weirdest, most dysfunctional family I've ever seen. "And Uncle Quirrel is missing," Ollie said. "Uncle Quirrel? Who is he?" "Some cousin who's a cross between a spider and a mantis. He's a woodlouse and Aunt Horny's boyfriend," the little girl answered innocently. "Ollie, don't say things like that. Quirrel isn't my boyfriend," Hornet shouted, her face red. Tobu stared at them in disbelief. "Great, you're not boyfriend is a piece of shit. Can't anyone here be interested in someone of their own species? Anyway, I'm not going to question them. I already did what I came here to do, so I'm just going to." Tobu suddenly felt something tugging at his legs, pulling him off balance, until he finally fell. When he looked up to see what had happened, he found all his limbs tied together by Hornet's thread. "You're not going anywhere." But why? I already sting them back. What more do they want?" "That you pay for everything you put us through," the warrior replied with a terrifying expression. "Well, what are you going to do to me?" the captive asked, trembling with fear, to which Hornet responded with silence and a sinister smile. What Hornet did with Tobu, no one but them knew, because the girl in red asked Hollow and Ali to leave them alone for a while. Since the Pale King also refused to look inside to see what was happening, there were no witnesses. All they knew was that Tobu screamed many times begging for mercy, and that when she came out pale and trembling, she promised that she would never steal anything again, from them at least. However, that wasn't the only penance the unfortunate spider had to face. A few days later, a peculiar spectacle took place in the streets of Dirtmouth. The little bat had set up an improvised stage with branches, boxes and other things, on which Hollow appeared, wearing a somewhat ruined hat and a tablecloth as a cape. Hornet, wearing a mask made of paper and a glamorous collar made with tied kitchen towels. And Tobu, with a rope tied around his neck and some handkerchiefs tied to the appendages of his head. Jayerg show Jayerg fabulous artists Jayer Ali's circus Jayerg. Truth be told, when Ali got really excited, his words got tangled up and he ended up uttering more grunts than sentences. Tobu looked at the master of ceremonies with quite boredom. "Hornet, do we really have to do this? We promised Ali that we would play circus with her and we have to keep our promise. But you promised that, not me. We wouldn't have had to make that promise if it weren't for you, so you just put up with it. It's not fair. I've already paid my dues with what happened the other day. You'll have paid when I say so. And remember, you still have to teach me how to knit." "Great," the spider snorted in annoyance. "I don't know why you want to learn if you can't produce thread. You're a half-breed, you don't need to honor spider traditions." But I want to do it and don't question me, she said, tugging at the rope Tobu had tied around her neck. Tobu looked at her resentfully. I hate you. Me too. Being an adult. In a bar in the City of Tears, a pair of insects made their way between the many tables in search of a place to settle down. One of them oozed emotion, while the other had a more serene demeanor. And, calm down, Hornet said softly. Act like the adult you are. Oh, sorry, the piglet replied, somewhat embarrassed. It's just my first time in a bar and I'm a little excited. I realize, the warrior sighed, taking a seat at a table against the wall. This is also my first time in a bar. Really? Dan also sat down opposite her. And why have you never been to one? Well, for a long time there were no bars here in Hallownest, so I had no way to go to one, plus I had other worries on my mind at that time. Yes, like staying alive. Dan already knew some of Hornet's story, though not many details. He had no idea she was a princess, for example. It must have been hard, staying in a dead kingdom plagued by infected bugs without friends or family. I don't know if I'd be able to endure something like that. I don't like loneliness. Just then, a waiter arrived to deliver the letter. Let's see what we have here, Hornet began looking at the list of drinks and appetizers. I wonder which one will be the mildest. I'll have the strongest one, said the woodlouse, to which Hornet looked at him reproachfully. And it's your first time drinking, you shouldn't start with such strong drinks, you're not used to it. Don't be all like my mom, the young man complained. I invited you here because you're the only one who treats me like an adult. I thought that after my last skin change, everyone would treat me differently, that they'd be less controlling and protective, but nothing's changed. It's our attitude that changes others. When you behave like an adult, you'll be treated like one. But anyway, I'm not your mother, and you're legally of age. I won't forbid you anything. I'll just warn you. It's just a drink. And you don't know how much you can take. My relatives drink a lot and nothing happens to them. But they're cute, forget it. After a while, the waiter took their order and they began to chat about various topics, preoccupied with their own affairs without considering anyone else's. They had no reason to think anything bad was going to happen, but if they had been more attentive, at least Hornet would have noticed a hooded insect watching them from a few tables away. So you finally decided to separate yourself from Hollow, Dan commented as he watched the waiter serve their order. I really think you're a bit overprotective of him. I'm not overprotective of him, Hornet replied, sampling one of the mushroom canops they'd been served. I know he can defend himself perfectly well without me intervening. Even with his small stature, he'd be capable of beating me up. So why are you always standing next to him like a shadow? Because Hollow has no common sense, when left alone he gets into trouble. The last time he went off on his own, he came back with Ali by his side. After that, I decided to keep an eye on him. And now what happened? Well, he's been out of trouble for a while now, so I decided to give him a chance. Anyway, I asked an acquaintance to keep an eye on him for a while just in case. I see cough cough. The woodlouse coughed a little as it tasted the drink it had ordered. This thing. See? I told you it was too strong for you. You should have ordered one like mine. It's smooth and sweet. No, I can, he said, taking a long drink and making a strange face. You're a fool, Hornet said rudely. Suddenly, a knock on their table distracted them. They both turned to look at the person interrupting them and met the cold gaze of a fierce-looking lobster. It was Sting, the hired mercenary Hornet had once faced off against a long time ago, although she didn't remember him. Dan cowered in his seat while the girl remained calm. We meet again, Red Beast. Do we know each other? Don't you remember me? Don't you remember the humiliation you made me suffer in the town square with that tarantula? Well, Hornet tilted her head thoughtfully. Not really. I usually kick a lot of people's asses, I'm not going to remember everyone. Sting raised his stinger and tried to impale Hornet's head, but she dodged the movement as if it were the easiest thing in the world and the weapon ended up stuck in the wall, leaving a mark. I'm not going to take responsibility for that mess, the warrior said. You did it, you pay for it. The lobster frowned in frustration. Work hadn't been going very well lately and she wasn't in the position to pay damages. The best thing to do would be to leave the bar and fight. During these months since we've seen each other, I've improved and trained my body, he said, showing off his robust anatomy. Now I'm stronger, more resilient, more lethal. I'm a high-class warrior, one so powerful that he would make even the Great Five tremble. Therefore, I demand my revenge. I want a duel with you, outside, now. Let's see if the famous Red Beast is capable of facing me. I'm not interested, thanks. What? Are you refusing a duel? What kind of warrior are you, or are you afraid? At these words, Hornet looked up and gave him a cold stare. Yeah, I'm so scared, you better not fight with someone as cowardly as me. And after saying that, he took another sip of his drink. This answer of course angered Sting. You're making fun of me? I'm not kidding, you said it, I'm scared and hungry, she said, bringing out another mushroom canop, although they were starting to run out. Dan, I think we'll have to order more canops, but this time let's get the egg ones. Oh okay, Dan said, terrified, as he gestured for the waiter. Sting was furious, that idiot wasn't taking him seriously at all, she seemed to have no interest in fighting, she was only interested in eating, maybe he could bribe her with food. Look, beast, if you fight me I'll buy you the most expensive sandwich on the menu. Hornet's eyes lit up at such an offer. I accept. He said, standing up. Hornet, you can't do this. Dan whined from his chair. Weren't you lecturing me a little while ago about being cautious? Getting into a fight with a dangerous stranger isn't prudent at all. Are you really going to risk your life for a sandwich? It's the most expensive on the menu. And my financial situation doesn't allow me to afford it. Are you short on money? I thought you'd have enough to live on with the odd jobs you do for us. Yes, but I recently had a big expense. Let's just say some troublesome vermin made a hole in my roof and the repairs were pretty expensive, so I'm in the red. But don't worry, I know I can handle this guy. Just wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Hornet left the bar, followed by Sting, who looked at her with a sinister smile, savoring the revenge he intended to exact. Dan had to stay alone in his seat, drowning in worry. What would he do if something happened to Hornet? He knew she was strong, but that lobster seemed to be too. He took another sip of his drink, finishing it off, and began to feel a little drowsy. Apparently, if it was too strong for him, Hornet had been right. His head spun, and he looked around, trying to clear his head, until he suddenly noticed a slender, robed figure approaching him. From the delicate flirtatious way she walked, he guessed she was a female, which he confirmed when she spoke to him. Hello handsome. The battle Hornet fought against the lobster wasn't very long, but it still had its level of challenge. If the girl had memories of who Sting was, she would have recognized that the warrior had improved a lot in these months and would have congratulated him, but since that wasn't the case, once he made his enemy fall, he limited himself to tying him up with his thread and dragging him back to the bar. I'll have a Baldur's sandwich with mushrooms, please. He's paying, he said, pointing at the tied lobster. Sure, miss, we'll bring your order to your table. Thank you so much. After this, Hornet headed toward the table where she had left Dan, but he was nowhere to be seen, so, somewhat confused, she asked a waiter if he had seen her companion. Oh yeah, the drunken woodlouse. A girl came along and offered to pay for everything, then took him to who knows where. They didn't leave long ago. Hornet froze upon hearing this. Had a girl taken Dan? Sinister thoughts began to circulate in Hornet's mind. She had heard many stories of females who visited bars to trick unsuspecting males and take them to their dens to devour them. If something happened to that woodlouse, how would she respond to her family? Besides, he was her friend. She couldn't allow anything bad to happen to him. Not caring about her sandwich anymore, Hornet ran out of the bar where she was once again covered in the city's eternal rain. That damn water could sometimes be a real nuisance. It had erased the kidnapper's trail. Where had that creature gone? She didn't even know what species it belonged to, enough to predict its behavior. But it didn't matter. She would find Dan no matter what. But how? Then she had an idea. She climbed the Tower of Souls as best she could, even risking injury from the thorns that decorated the roofs. Then, when she reached the top, where Lurian the watchman's study used to be, she began to pound hard on one of the sliding windows. The firefly that was busy observing through a telescope inside was frightened when it heard all that noise, so it turned around, and the light on its tail went out from sheer fear of having the red beast outside its residence. Lala the red beast. Halus, the watcher Hornet whispered. Halus was the new watchman appointed by the city governor. His job was to observe from above and detect any problems that arose, such as deteriorating structures that required renovation, places where crime was concentrated, identifying dangerous individuals, etc. It was a job very similar to what Lurian did in his time. What do you want from me? I need you to tell me if you've seen a woodlouse being carried by a hooded insect. The firefly blinked, somewhat puzzled. It was a rather specific request. To tell the truth, she had never seen anything like it, but it wouldn't be difficult for her to find something like that. There were almost no woodlice in the city. The simple fact of seeing one was a rarity, besides the fact that at that hour, the streets of the City of Tears were almost deserted. I haven't found anything like that, but I might look for it if you promise not to harm me, Kayla said timidly. Please do it, I promise I won't do anything to you. After a few minutes, Kalis managed to find a woodlouse that seemed somewhat confused and was wobbling as it walked. It was being guided by a hooded insect that had a firm hold on his hand. I found it, the firefly announced. East Sector, Block D6, Residential Area, Pulgita Street, Building number 36. Thank you very much, Hornet said, taking Kalis's hands in a gesture of gratitude. He looked at her strangely. After that, the warrior left through the window without another word. The guard stood for a few moments looking at the place where the girl had left. She seemed friendlier than rumor had suggested. Then he looked at her hands where she had placed an object, a mushroom canop. He looked at it curiously. Had she given it to him as a sign of gratitude? He took a bite and savored it with delight. That's very good. I wonder where he bought it. Hornet sped through the streets, using her needle and thread to move as quickly as possible. It seemed the kidnapper wanted to take Dan out of the city, probably to her lair, so she could devour him peacefully. But she wasn't far behind. She would have caught up with him in just a few more blocks. She was approaching an intersection when she paused briefly because she heard something noisy moving across the street she was supposed to cross and she didn't want to get hit. She waited patiently, her eyes widening as she watched a few winged carcasses cross the street, followed by Hollow, Tobu, the damn worm, Ali, and a real carcass. What the hell is going on here? Hornet shouted so loudly that everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look at her. Hornet! The king exclaimed. Hollow said. And horny. Ali shouted. The oppressor. Tobu complained. I demand an explanation now. Hornet shouted, walking toward them. Well, this Tobu and Hollow seemed very nervous, to which the king sighed. Tobu managed to convince Hollow to show him the White Palace. Does the White Palace still exist? Hornet asked in surprise. It does exist, the worm confirmed. But it's hidden behind a spell and can only be accessed using the dream sting. And how did you find out about the White Palace? We had to tell him, the worm continued. We discovered Tobu trying to steal the royal casing that holds the entrance to the castle. The spell that holds it is powerful, but if by any chance in life it were to break free, the palace would appear in this dimension and crush everything in the surroundings. Can you imagine if it materialized in Dirtmouth, for example? Okay, I understand, Hornet turned to Hollow. It was one thing to convince her to leave the carcass alone, but it was another to bring it inside the palace. Why did you do it, Hollow? For the sake of science. Hollow. It's obvious she was doing it for her own good, she probably wanted to steal any treasures that might be hidden in the palace. Hornet clutched her head in exasperation. And these automata? The royal carcasses, right. What are they doing out here? She said, looking at the one that obediently followed the group. That's what Tobu tried to steal. A real carcass. And didn't you find anything else more harmless? I don't know. Jewelry maybe. Ha! Do you think I'm going to be interested in something as trivial as a mere jewel? The spider declared proudly. Of course not. The souvenirs I seek are unique and representative of places, things with history, like this automaton. Hornet gave him a glacial glare that made the spider draw its legs back. Tobu. These things are weapons. Automatons made to slice up enemies. The old king built them to protect his back when his knights were away. They're not something suitable for collecting, especially if they're activated, and these things are very old, he said, hitting the casing next to them. I wouldn't be surprised if they had become a bit deconfigured and became aggressive. As if confirming his words, the carcass brandished its scythe and almost sliced Hornet, who dodged it in time. Do you see what I'm saying? Well, but those flying things are more harmless, right? I can keep one, right? Right. Tobu pouted and looked pleading. No. You don't get anything. They're going to return all the machines now. Oppressive spider, Tobu muttered angrily. Hey, don't be so upset, even flying carcasses can be dangerous. That's true, the king declared. After those beatings you gave them, they've become unpredictable and will strike and attack anything without warning. We'd better try to find them. Besides, there's another out-of-control royal carcass out there. It could kill someone if we don't hurry. At that moment a pair of screams cut through the air, one of them a high-pitched female voice, while the other undoubtedly belonged to the lost woodlouse. Dan. Hornet shouted, running toward the source of the scream. Just as feared, Dan stood in the middle of the street, trembling with fear, staring at a furious, lifelike corpse that seemed about to cut him to pieces. The automaton raised its white scythe, ready to attack, and just before the weapon buried itself in the woodlouse's body, it was saved by the mysterious hooded girl who had kidnapped it. Don't even think about it, monster. The insect screamed. He's mine, and I won't give him up until he's fulfilled his purpose. The carcass with its eternal emptiness could not answer, nor feel, nor think, it simply brandished its scythe at the female. For once in her life, Hornet opted to play dirty. While the hooded woman struggled, she discreetly grabbed Dan to get him out of danger. She hadn't gone many steps before she was forced to dodge a sharp projectile. When she turned around, she realized the kidnapper had thrown him. Don't you dare. He's mine. He then ran at Hornet, throwing more missiles. Tobu. Catch him. Hornet shouted, throwing Dan into the air. The poor woodlouse was so dizzy from the alcohol that it was unable to resist, even though it felt a shiver run down its spine when it was caught by the spider, especially because it was staring at it so sharply. I've never been this close to a woodlouse, the spider commented casually. I admit they may be pretty, but I wouldn't get romantically involved with one. Meanwhile, with Dan safe, Hornet engaged in a duel with a hooded figure, while Hollow, for his part, went to face the real carcass. Both duels took place in parallel without interfering with each other. On one hand, Hollow could be seen harassing the royal shell with a series of sting blows, while also dodging the sides with which it was attacked, taking advantage of the mobility provided by its monarch wings and its cloak of shadows. Nearby, Hornet was engaged in a ranged fight. She was somewhat amazed. The hooded woman's fighting style was very similar to her own, throwing projectiles and making quick, precise movements that were difficult to predict. Where had she learned to fight like that? She hadn't faced an opponent like this since her training with Was It Even Possible? Tobu watched in amazement as the two warriors fought. It was almost as if they were dancing. She had never seen two insects fight with such elegance. They floated through the air while performing graceful acrobatic maneuvers to dodge the attacks. She was simply enthralled. This battle was quite different from the Hollows, which had a much more brutal and crude character. Hollow continued fighting, trying to destroy the defective casing so that it would stop moving, but apparently its malfunction caused these things not to know when to deactivate, because even with one arm down and the entire structure cracked, it continued to move. Suddenly, the warrior felt a disturbance in the air, a strange sound filtering through the rain. He distanced himself from the rain and struck the ground twice with his stinger. This was the signal Hollow always gave to announce his presence to his sister, so she wouldn't be frightened. She recognized the sound and gave her brother a fleeting glance. It was only a moment they shared, and it was enough for them to understand each other, perhaps because of the shared nature of shadow beings. Both brothers then ducked, slightly bewildered, as their opponents faced each other. They didn't notice what Hollow had noticed, so they didn't see the winged carcasses flying uncontrollably toward them. Both the hooded warrior and the royal carcass were hit by the small mechanical insects and ended up on the ground. "Tobu. Help me tie them up," Hornet shouted, pulling out all the string he had with him and immobilizing the kidnapper. "Whatever you say, Miss Oppressor," he replied, fulfilling the request. Once both threats were neutralized, Hornet stood in front of the hooded insect and without ceremony or warning, ripped off her clothes, revealing none other than a queen bee. "I knew it," Hornet said. "That fighting style is unique among hive dwellers." "Apparently it's not so unique if an outsider handles those techniques," the bee replied, looking at her coldly. "During my youth, I trained with the hive warriors. The late Queen Vespa herself taught me some of what I know." "Huh? My mother had an apprentice." "Is Queen Vespa your mother?" "Well, yes, my egg is the last thing she left before she died. I kept myself hidden until I reached adulthood." Both nobles stared at each other intensely in stoic silence. Both creatures came from a noble caste, unused to submitting to anyone. In this battle, whether by fortune or otherwise, one of them had been defeated, which meant she had to surrender and obey the other. The bee needed to show some sign of obedience to Hornet, but her pride prevented her from doing so the half-breed looked at her silently, awaiting her reaction. She was in no hurry, though. Tobu wasn't that patient. "Hey, is anyone going to say something, or are you just going to stare at each other all night?" the spider said unceremoniously. "Also, I need you to tell me what to do with this," she said, pointing to Dan, who was lying on top of her, somewhat sleepy, although the rain was keeping him from falling asleep. "Leave him alone," the bee shouted irritably. "He's mine, don't you dare eat him." "Excuse me?" Hornet shouted. "Since when is Dan yours? Dan doesn't belong to anyone. Much less you. You may be a bee princess, but as such, you only have jurisdiction over your own kind. No woodlice, cricket, or any other critter can claim ownership." The yellow creature stared at her intently for a few moments before speaking again. "What's your relationship with him? Is he your man? Are you trying to take him away from me?" "He is my friend and I look out for his well-being. I will not allow him to be devoured." "Eaten? I wasn't going to eat it," the bee said indignantly. "And what did you want it for then?" The princess looked down, unwilling to answer. Hornet tugged on the rope that had her tied up, urging her to speak and reminding her that she was obliged to obey. Finally, the bee, red-faced and extremely embarrassed, answered. I needed this guy to copulate with him." The surprise that overwhelmed those present left them speechless, except for Tobu. "Great, more mixed breeds," said the annoyed spider. "Queen bees don't produce mixed breeds," the princess declared. "Regardless of the father's origin, we always give birth to purebred bees." "And you need a male to start your own colony," Hornet said, jumping to conclusions. "Exactly, I need to preserve my species, the last inhabitants of the old colony are already dying, and I need to give birth to the next generation, that's why I ask you, lend me your friend, it won't take long, I promise to return him safe and sound." "Why does it have to be Dan?" Hornet said irritably. She was really bothered by the way this princess referred to her friend. She seemed to consider him more of a tool than a person. "I don't want to mate with someone older than me, and I heard this guy recently had his final molt." He's my age, so he's perfect. Please. The bee began to look at them pleadingly. Let me use Dan. I'll take good care of him. I need him. I want to preserve my species. Please, I don't want to be alone. Hornet sighed sadly, the bee princess seemed to be on the verge of tears. The problem, Princess Hornet began, is that I can't decide about Dan. I'm not his owner. I can't lend him to you. He's a person and deserves respect, so I can't allow you to mate with him without his consent. The bee began to cry sadly, believing she had lost all chance of being fertilized, assuming after her inappropriate actions, Dan wouldn't want to help her. However. I will, Dan said with determination in his eyes. Dan? Are you sure? Hornet asked. She kidnapped you, planning to force you to copulate with her without caring what you felt. But it's just that I can't stand seeing a girl cry. The bee felt her emotions explode upon hearing those words, and she was truly grateful for having met such a kind and generous woodlouse. It was more than she deserved, and she knew it. When the bee princess had calmed down, the group split into two. Hollow, Tobu, and the worm ghost would go to the White Palace to return the automatons. Meanwhile, Dan, Hornet, and the bee princess headed to Dirtmouth. The only condition Hornet had set for allowing Dan and the Beedionite was that it take place in her home. She wanted to keep them in a safe and familiar environment, more for Dan than anything else. It was already dawn when the Princess Bee, future queen, left Hornet's house with the seeds of new lives inside her. Thank you so much, you can't imagine what this means to me, said the insect. Don't thank me, thank Dan who was kind enough to do you this favor. Of course I'm grateful, I don't know how to repay you for what you've done for me, this was. Don't say anything else and just go, you've already caused enough trouble around here. Oh, sure, of course, it's late or early, well, it doesn't matter. Thanks again. Bye. Goodbye, may you lay lots of eggs, Hornet said heartily. The bee set off, scampered happily to the outskirts of the town, and entered the well that would take her to the depths of the kingdom where her hive was. Hornet sighed as she watched her walk away and prepared to go into her house, where she'd probably find Dan sleeping. Poor thing, because of that crazy bee, he'd had a good scare and been out all night. He was sure to get a good scolding when he returned home. She went into her bedroom, approached the woodlouse, and began shaking it to wake it up. Dan, come on, Dan, wake up, it's late. The woodlouse growled in a deep voice while rubbing its eyes. Hornet. Did I fall asleep? Where am I? Well, where else? At my house. Oh geez, what time is it? It's already dawn. What? Double hell. My mom is going to be furious. I have to go quickly. My body feels heavy. Why do I feel so tired? I guess it's normal after what happened last night, Hornet commented casually. What happened last night? What happened? Hornet gave him a cold stare. What do you mean, what happened last night? You don't remember? Remember what? The warrior's cold gaze had now ignited. Dan, tell me you remember what happened last night. Hornet, you're scaring me. Tell me you weren't so drunk you didn't know what you were doing. Dan. You irresponsible bastard. I told you not to drink so much. What did I do? The woodlouse said, frightened and on the verge of tears. Oh, nothing out of the ordinary, you just created an entire colony of bees, nothing more. I fathered a. What am I going to be a father? Well, technically yes, but. Why did you let him do that? Dan said, shaking in place, his gaze lowered. You're an adult, you make your own decisions and you're responsible for them, I can't stop you. But. Dan's affected attitude finally touched Hornet. The poor boy seemed very worried about all this. The warrior simply sighed and hugged her friend. Relax, Dan. This time you won't have to face any consequences. Queen bees raise their children alone. She'll never appear in your life again or ask you for anything. Her children's subjects won't even be able to recognize you as a father. This will all be a dream to you, as if it never happened. But I hope this serves as a lesson to you in the future, so you'll learn to be more prudent and understand that when someone wants to advise you, it's not to be annoying. Okay, I understand, thanks Hornet. From now on, I'll try to be more responsible and behave like a proper adult. White memories. That's it, pass the thread through the top, insert the toothpick there, now pass it through the bottom, and repeat. Easy, right. Hey. Be careful there, don't let go of the thread. That's it, right. Tobu and Hornet were outside the grim circus in the middle of a weaving class, and luckily for the warrior, she seemed to be making quite a bit of progress. Finally. Hornet shouted with glee. I made it all the way through without getting tangled in the fabric. Yes, congratulations, Tobu said without enthusiasm. Now I can finally be a real weaver. The spider just looked at her in boredom. A little late to get started in this weaving thing, but hey, if it makes you happy I guess it's fine. Do you know what the first initiation ritual of a weaver is? Yes. I need to knit a garment for a loved one. I was thinking of making a new cloak for Hollow, or maybe I could make a scarf for Quirrel. Who should I knit for? I don't think anyone would feel bad if you dedicated your first work to someone else. But if you're having trouble deciding, it's better to knit for whoever needs it most. Good idea. Thanks, Tobu. Yeah, whatever. I hope this finally settles my debt. Instead of being here teaching weaving classes, I should be hunting for treasure. For that, I'd be better off staying in my homeland. Yes, the debt is settled, Hornet said, still smiling. She was overjoyed. In fact, you've helped me more than I expected. I'll knit something for you later, too. Tobu maintained his annoyed expression and then looked away. Don't think that's how you'll win my heart, I'm not that easy. At that moment, Hollow emerged from the grim circus, though this time he wasn't followed by Ali. He walked up to his sister and stared at her with some surprise at not seeing her tangled in his weave. Yes, thanks to Tobu I now know how to do it, answered Hollow's silent question, and have you already left Ali with her father? He nodded and then made some signs. 2 full days if she sounds great. Finally a break. It's good that that bat remembers his duties as a biological father and takes care of his young from time to time. Hey, Tobu intervened, could you explain to me exactly what the relationship between Hollow and the bat is like? Because this boy may not be a larva anymore, but it seems that he still needs several molts to become an adult, he can't have a partner or obviously, be a father. I don't even understand their relationship, Hornet confessed, just as I don't understand why she's a mother when she's a male. I don't question anything anymore. I just let it be. I just make sure no one ends up dead. Anyway, we have to go. Where to? The curious spider asked. Well, where else? To the White Palace. We have to return the stuff you stole. It's too big all over my house and I have trouble cleaning it up. Well, I already told you that I have no problem keeping them in my house, Tobu said with an angelic aura. No. No weapons of mass destruction for you. We're leaving now. Let's go, Hollow. Tobu watched a half-breed and her brother walk off to their house to pick up the gadgets they were supposed to return. Despite Hornet's grumpy nature, she was a very interesting girl. Tobu liked her quite a bit, perhaps even more than many pure bugs he'd met in his life. Or perhaps it was simply her obsession with mysterious things, it was hard to tell. The brothers used the old deer's services to reach the hidden station that led to the vicinity of the White Palace. Fortunately, the royal carcasses weren't heavy since they were hollow. Apparently, the vacuum that powered them lacked weight, so they didn't cause the old deer any suffering, although he seemed more energetic than ever. The joy of being able to share with others of his kind had revitalized him, and he couldn't stop talking about the little deer that had recently hatched. The brothers advanced through the grounds where the castle gardens had once been, behind them the carcasses moved obediently, although just in case Hornet had the winged carcasses tied with their thread and the royal carcasses had their limbs tied up. They were almost reaching the solitary automaton guarding the entrance to the palace when they noticed someone there. A man of considerable height, looking out over the desolate landscape. The being had a regal posture, upright and proud, like that of a nobleman, yet his pitiful appearance contrasted with this attitude. The man was wearing only a dark, torn, and worn old coat. Big? Hornet said, unsure, but the man turned to look at her when he heard her speak, confirming that it was him. Hornet, he said in a raspy voice, hello. The giant displayed a friendly smile upon seeing his brothers, especially when Hollow ran to hug him. Big bent down and took the little one into his arms, where he cradled him affectionately. Hornet, although also happy to see her brother, maintained a more serene demeanor, although this was only until she reached Big's hands, when, without asking her permission, he took her and began to hug her effusively. Big. Let me go. This is embarrassing. Nobody Mira. Hornet had to endure the Shadow King's displays of affection, as she had no way to oppose his strength and size. When she was finally placed on the ground, she gave her brother an annoyed look, though she didn't say anything. Those sweet eyes brimming with love were too much for her. Damn, Big is identical to his mother, he has the same kind look and the same determination to show his affection, Hornet thought. What are you doing here? And since when have you been talking? I'm practicing speaking questions, Ta. It was obvious he was struggling. The word sounded raspy, like grunts trying to mimic understandable words. Of all the containers, Big was the only one who had managed to produce sound, and eventually, he had decided to shape his guttural grunts to resemble words. However, he still needed practice to perfect the technique, so it was faster for him to explain why he was there through signs. Basically, Big had had a bout of homesickness and had decided to go for a walk above ground. Hornet watched Big closely. He looked much better than when he was trapped in the egg. He had asked the mask maker to make him a new mask, so now he had a perfect, shiny, and crack-free face. Furthermore, the void of the abyss had reassembled his lost arm, and now, in perfect control of his body, he no longer walked like a bloodthirsty beast. He looked like a civilized and very polite insect, although a little intimidating. His height was far above average. You here? He complimented his question with signs to make it clear. Hollow more or less explained the story with Tobu omitting unimportant details. Palace enter. Do you want to come in too? Hornet asked, to which her brother nodded effusively. I don't think that's a problem. Can all three of us hollow in? The little one nodded. The three brothers held hands, held the strings that tied the carcasses together, and Hollow brandished the dream stinger, allowing them to enter the white palace. Inside the dream shell, everything was pristine white, magnificent and luminous, a place so resplendent it seemed to come from another world. As cold as ever, Hornet said, looking at the place sadly. I like it, said Big. Oh, here I can speak almost effortlessly. We're on another plane of existence, Hollow explained. The world of dreams and the mind. Whatever we want can happen here within certain limits, of course, the owner of the dream is always in control, but at least this dream allows us to speak easily if we wish. It's really comfortable, Big commented. I hope I can speak that fluently someday. Big looked around in delight, taking in the decorations and splendor of the palace. I can't believe this still exists. I was so sad when I came here and saw everything empty. I wanted to see my home again. Home? This is so much more than a home, Hornet said with a laugh. This is where I grew up. This is my home, even if it's a palace. He was silent for a few moments before continuing. I see the dad finally managed to complete his research. He had heard that the radiance moved in another plane of existence, entering people's minds. He longed to reach this other world and put an end to it once and for all. I should have gone with that plan, Hollow said, anger in his voice. That idea was much better than creating children to discard. But his magic wasn't developed yet, Big defended him. As far as I remember, he still couldn't successfully enter the dream world, and perhaps when he did, it would be too much, so here is ordered to the container plan. He threw away our brothers like garbage, Big. I was desperate. He felt no remorse in treating us like objects. Yes, I felt it. He confined you to a miserable life inside that egg. Big's gaze darkened as he remembered those times. It was my duty, I had to protect them all. Stop defending him, Big. Admit the dad was a heartless man. He wasn't. You didn't know him like I did. But I know him well enough to know what kind of worm he is. You can't know, you never spoke to him. Yes, I know, in fact I speak at that moment. Hornet covered her brother's mouth so that he wouldn't say anything inappropriate. It was best that Big didn't know about the presence of the king's ghost. Enough, good brothers don't fight. Neither of us is going to convince the other in this argument. Yeah, I guess you're right, Big said. Let's go tour the palace. It brings back a lot of memories. We're following you, said Hornet. The group moved through the gleaming corridors, which seemed frozen in time. Between steps they could hear soft murmurs, like insects chattering, then as they turned a corner, they saw a group of royal servants, wearing clothes of the same diaphanous white that covered the entire place. Servants? Big said cheerfully. The giant approached them, and as soon as the insects noticed his presence, they fell silent and bowed. You may rise, Big said with excitement in his voice, but the servants didn't react. I said you may rise. Don't bother, Big, Hollow said. They aren't truly alive. They're the echoes of memories that resonate in this place, just empty memories. They can't do anything more than bow because they're remembered for nothing else. Oh, I see. Big looked somewhat apologetic. It's very sad that they're only remembered for bowing. At least in my memories, the servants were more fun. What memories do you have of the servants? Hornet asked, interested. Well, when I was little, I had this strange apathy implanted within me, this kind of lack of interest in living. I guess that's what Dad called emptiness. I didn't care about anything, I didn't want anything, I didn't feel anything. Well, I felt things, but it was all the same to me. If they'd told me to stand in a corner until I died of hunger, I would have done so. The servants always got desperate when they were with me, they wanted to serve me like they did the king or the queen, but there was nothing I desired or wanted. In truth, they were relieved when I left. How strange that they would complicate their lives over such a small thing. Well, you were the king's offspring, you were someone important, said Hornet. But the old man didn't consider him a sprout, he was just a tool, Hollow complained. That's true, but it was his precious tool, the one everyone should honor because it would save Hallownest, Hornet explained. Even though it was a tool, he told everyone they should take care of it and protect it. And servants don't know the difference between the words care and serve, Big added. All Dad wanted was for them to make sure I didn't get cut by a saw, that was all. A chill ran down Hollow's spine as he thought of the sawtooth mountains of the Pain Trail. Did you already have those damn saws scattered all over the castle at that time? Yes, Dad loved saws. He said there was a certain beauty in their lethality. He had a special passageway built in the castle to house them. Mom used to say it was a waste of space. He's always been crazy, Hollow sighed, definitely agreeing with the queen. The group walked a little further until they found a large area where, instead of a gleaming white rock floor, there was only dirt, although some plants could be seen in it, which, like everything else there, seemed frozen in time. Big walked over to this small garden and took a handful of dirt, which he dropped after examining it, a certain sadness in his gaze. This place. Aunt Blanca's inner garden, said Hornet, guessing the reason for Big's sadness. Yes, I remember she used to rest in this place. When she was happy, she would bury her roots, and flowers would sprout in abundance, filling everything with fragrance, but every time she saw me, her joy would vanish, and only wilted shoots would grow, which would soon die. That it made me feel sad, but in my apathy, I was unable to process that feeling, and I would simply stand still, watching her until she told me to leave. I wish I could have done something for her, I wish I could have hugged her. Hornet remembered Lady Blanca and felt a tightness in her chest. She remembered how much she longed to have a child that belonged to her and the Pale King, and how much it hurt not to be allowed to love him when she finally had him. Suddenly, an idea crossed Hornet's mind. Big, I didn't tell you, but there's a new sister. Huh? The giant blinked in surprise. We have a new sister. You have a new sister. She's Aunt Blanca's daughter. She's not my mother, so she's not related to me by blood. The little girl's name is Clara, and she's a root. You can find her in the Queen's Garden beyond Green Lane. She's in a fairly hidden spot behind a bramble-covered path, behind a pergola inside a round burrow. I know where it is. Hollow said. Great Big seemed excited. One of these days we should go see her. I do warn you not to move it, Hornet said. Young roots should stay buried in one place. When they grow a little bigger, they'll be able to wander farther. The news of having a new sister cheered Big up greatly. Now he looked as radiant as the palace itself. He adored his family and was always willing to welcome another member. He had a sweet heart like the late Queen's, which contrasted with his intimidating appearance. Hornet sighed at this thought. Big was supposed to be the king of the abyss. With such a soft heart, could he really rule over his siblings properly? They continued walking through the castle, echoing memories and anecdotes, until they came across a blocked path, like many others in the castle. This path ended abruptly in a chasm riddled with mountains, between which were small platforms for footrests. After this abrupt interruption, the path continued on as usual. And here we go, Hornet said. The famous mountain obstacles. Is it too much for you? Hollow said proudly. Come on, Hornet, try to outdo me. The little boy, filled with enthusiasm and ignoring his sister's replies, ran off and jumped into the abyss of mountains, where he managed to land on one of the floating platforms scattered here and there. Then, using all his acrobatic skills, he began to dodge the mountains, jumping and floating between the platforms with the help of the monarch's wings. He traveled that deadly path with elegance and speed until he landed safely on the other side. Hop that. Hollow said proudly. Well, the truth is we prefer to use the passages without saws. Big walked toward a wall where he began counting bricks until he found one in particular. He pressed it hard and some sort of internal mechanism activated. The place began to shake, while a metal bridge as wide as the rest of the palace grew on both sides of the abyss, dodging the path of all the saws and uniting the path. Hollow watched all this, stupefied. Please. Don't tell me this was always there. The creature shouted. I almost died the first time I came through here trying to get that filthy little amulet. Well, Big said. Did you really think the king's weaklings would travel through all those mountains? They obviously had a safer path. These mountains are to keep invaders out, but the castle dwellers accustomed to wandering around here would know all the passageways and hidden paths necessary to do their jobs without dying in the attempt. Hollow glared at his brother angrily, then sat on the floor and crossed his arms, pouting. Big, holding back his laughter, crouched down next to him and stroked his head in that warm way the short boy liked so much. This quelled some of his anger, as his gaze softened considerably. The older boy smiled pleased, then took Hollow in his arms and continued walking, followed by Hornet. Big, could you let me go? Hollow said, somewhat embarrassed seeing Hornet's laughter. I can walk perfectly. But I want to carry you. But I want to walk. But I'm the king and you do what I say. Hollow then fell silent, growling under his breath, to which Big let out a hearty laugh. Just joking, calm down. Do you want to go up? This seemed to cheer Hollow up a bit, and with the help of his brother, he climbed onto his back. The size difference between the two was so enormous that the smaller one could ride comfortably. Hornet continued to watch them silently. Big seems to have no problem commanding his brothers. They're completely loyal to him, and he doesn't abuse his authority either. I think everything works out fine in his own way. The next stop the group made was an open area where some gleaming weapons could be seen displayed on counters. Each piece was magnificent, as was everything else there. At the sight of the stingers, Big approached and let out a deep sigh. The training room, I remember it well. Here the Big Five trained me in the art of the sting. I remember that they were hard trainings. The demands were tremendous to the point of being cruel. I remember that more than once they made me train until I could no longer stand, although I think it was because of my apathy that I received that treatment. Even when I was tired or on the verge of collapse, I was unable to show it. I could suffer pain and I didn't care. I didn't even want it to stop even when it felt uncomfortable. Since the knights didn't see any reaction from me, they continued to pressure me because they thought everything was fine. That was awful, Hollow said. When did it start bothering you? Big looked at him in surprise. Are you talking about awakening? What is awakening? Hornet asked. It's when our feelings start to matter to us, Hollow explained. We were all born with that apathy, Big explains, but eventually we wake up, like we suddenly start to become aware of ourselves and others, we start wanting things, whether it's being with someone or doing something. We don't have big desires either, nothing like riches or anything like that. I see. So when did your awakening begin, Big? The girl looked curious. When I met you, Hornet. Huh? Really? But how could I have done that? Besides, we only met once, when my mother brought me to be presented in court. Did you get to meet Hornet when you were younger? You never told us that, Big, Hollow said, surprised. It's a short story, there's not much to tell. It happened in this very place. I was training with Brea, who was the toughest of the 5 knights. The training had been very tough and I was about to collapse from exhaustion. Then Hornet appeared out of nowhere and attacked the knight. Due to Hornet's age and lack of expertise, she was crushed in combat. If Brea were alive and fighting me, I wonder who would win now, Hornet commented. The thing is, even though Hornet was defeated, she wasn't easy to contain or control. She screamed very loudly. She yelled a lot of rather rude things, but among the many things she said, there was one that impressed me. How can you treat that boy like that? Can't you see that he's exhausted and about to faint? You should let him rest. This is cruel. Don't you care about what he feels? Oh, I had forgotten about that incident, Hornet said in surprise. But I didn't. For the first time, I considered the idea that what I felt was important and then my apathy little by little, it began to fade, but I kept it hidden, continued to behave like an empty being. I knew Dad was desperate to stop the infection and many insects were succumbing to it day after day. I needed to stop the plague, but the more I worried about all this, the less fit I was to be the pure vessel. It still gnaws at my conscience to know that I failed. Big. You didn't let anyone down. Hornet shouted indignantly. This was a stupid plan from the start. And stop defending the old man. He was a selfish, insensitive man. He doesn't deserve your consideration. I repeat, you didn't know him like I did, you didn't share with him like I did, none of you saw what I saw or can understand it like I do. After this, Big fell silent and ended the subject. Neither of the brothers said anything until they reached a huge white door, full of details carved into its gleaming surface, drawings of dragonflies and flowers, so magnificent they almost seemed alive. The throne room, the Shadow King said. It's been a long time since I've been here. Big made a gesture to open the door, but Hollow didn't allow it and stood in his way. There's no need to enter this room. Hollow knew that the corpse of the Pale King was there, seeing his beloved father dead would affect Big a lot. But I want to go in. I'd like to see the throne room again. It was a magnificent place and brings back good memories. Come on, Hollow. Aren't you excited to sit on the throne? It's a very comfortable chair. Dad once let me sleep there for a while. I already sat there last time I came and it's no big deal, let's go, there must be other rooms to visit. Hollow, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were hiding something from me. Big narrowed his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. I'm not hiding anything. I just don't want to go into this room. But I do, you can stay out if you want. But. Hollow, move aside. Hollow stood still, not knowing what to do. He was torn between his loyalty to his brother and his desire to protect him from harm. However, Big ignored the little one and pushed open the door, unable to resist him. However, the door didn't budge under his force. It was completely closed. Huh? It won't open. Really? Oh, that's a shame, Hollow said, relieved, to which his brother gave him an accusatory look. What? It's not my fault. I didn't do anything. Okay, I believe you, Big sighed. It's not like you could have done anything. Well, let's keep walking. The small group wandered down the hallway, making small talk and sharing stories from their past. When everyone was far enough away, a specter materialized in front of the door and gazed sadly down the hall. There in the solitude of the incredible palace he had ordered to be built for him, the pale old king sank down, his hands raised to his face, whispering laments as a great regret filled him. I'm sorry, Big, I'm so sorry, son. They'd been wandering around the palace for a while now and they were starting to feel a little tired and Hornet was getting hungry. They'd accomplished their mission of returning the carcasses and had reveled in reminiscing about old memories. It was time to leave, though Big seemed somewhat reluctant. What's wrong, Big? Don't you want to leave the palace? Hornet asked. Yes, well, it's that I quite like the palace. The abyss is very cozy and comfortable, but this place is prettier. It has gardens, spacious rooms, ponds, and mountains, lots of mountains. The expression Hornet and Hollow gave him was indescribable. I really like the vacuum pool down there too, but it would be nice to try one of those soft beds with silk sheets again, or perhaps have tea in the study by the bay window. Big. Hornet exclaimed. I didn't know you were such a lover of luxury. At his sister's words, the giant blushed, while she only laughed softly. She would never have thought that any of the shadows of the abyss would have such tastes, not even Big, but it wasn't so far-fetched. He had been raised as a prince in one of the most prosperous kingdoms in the world, and he surely missed having servants, tasting fine dishes, or strolling through beautiful gardens. However, Big didn't complain. He had a humble and devoted heart. If he had to sleep on a bed of rocks, go hungry, or suffer the worst torments to protect his family, he would do it without hesitation. Poor Big had already been through so many horrible things in those years. Being able to enjoy a few luxuries was something he deserved. What a shame these whims couldn't be fulfilled. I don't need luxuries, Big said, still somewhat embarrassed by the discovery of his secret tastes. I'm fine ruling my brothers in the abyss. It's comfortable, warm, safe, and there's him. Boo. Him, the ancient shadow creature. Besides, I don't think I'd fit in very well here. Look at me, I'm a wreck. Walking through these magnificent white rock halls in these rags would be almost embarrassing. He sighed. Though this was originally a beautiful silver silk cloak, but time and infection ruined it and left it as it is now. Again Big seemed embarrassed to express his desires and complaints, but that display of feelings made Hornet come up with something. Hey, Big, how about I knit you a new cape? I have some spools of silver thread. What? Really? You know how to knit? Holly said you were terrible at it and always ended up tangled in your knitting. Hornet's face turned so red in her cape. That gossip? Yes, it's true that I used to get tangled up in my weaving, but that's over. Now I've taken lessons from a professional weaving spider, and today I was able to complete a full run without any accidents. I'm ready to knit some clothes. So I'll knit you an elegant silver cape. You'll see how well it looks on me. Big looked at her with some surprise, then a sincere smile appeared on his face. Thanks, Hornet, I'll be looking forward to your gift, but don't overexert yourself, it doesn't matter if it doesn't turn out very well. Hey. Don't you have faith in me? I'll show you what I'm capable of. Then the warrior turned around and walked away from her brothers, heading for the exit portal. Hollow and Big stared at her with amused smiles, then the youngest began to follow in her footsteps, however, his brother's voice stopped him. Hello, I wanted to talk to you about something, but this please don't tell anyone, I don't want them to worry. What's up, Big? Well, it turns out that lately I've been hearing voices in my head, voices that don't come from anywhere, evil voices that speak to me of domination and conquest, of revenge and extermination. I don't like these voices, they scare me. Hollow was definitely scared too. It was terrifying. What do you think Hollow is? Am I going crazy? Did spending so many years with the radiance inside me affect my mind and make it not work properly now? I don't know. But don't listen to the voice. Don't listen to it, keep busy, dive into the lake of emptiness, it will take care of you and prevent anything from happening. That's what I've been doing, but I can't neglect our brothers, they need me. I know, they need us both. Don't worry, Big, everything will be okay. I'll make sure nothing bad happens, our family will be safe. If I could save you once, exceeding all odds and expectations, I can do it again. I'd kill a god to keep you all safe. Trust me, remember, I'm your knight. I know Hollow, you're my knight, my loyal Hollow Knight. The book signing. In a bookstore in the City of Tears, a large group of insects gathered, waiting for the store to open. Inside, while some bugs cleaned the place in preparation for opening, a beetle was pacing back and forth, a nervous wreck. Brea, calm down, a one-eyed mantis, its body covered in scars, scolded her. It's just a book signing, nothing more. You won't even have to give a speech. But there are many insects and they will see me and. Yes, of course, they're here to see you and get your signature, that's what it's all about. But when they see me they'll be disappointed to see who I am, because You're a wonderful girl, Brea, Sharpie said in a motherly tone. And your writing is wonderful. Your novel is a bestseller. People here are there to admire your work. No one cares what you look like or if you're a little clumsy. So don't worry, everything will be fine. And by the way, isn't the red beast around? Hornet. Brea still struggled to process the girl's nickname. It was somewhat shocking that her quiet friendly neighbor was a professional assassin. Yeah, I thought I'd come accompany you. I wanted to challenge her to a quick duel before the signing started. Oh well, she was coming with me, but something came up on the way and she had to be delayed. I hope everything worked out for her. This is wrong. Hornet screamed hysterically. Maybe a little bit, Tobu admitted. Both of them found themselves cornered in a corner of the city, surrounded by a huge group of Goliath beetles who were threatening them with clubs in their hands. Tobu carried a huge glass jar filled with some kind of glowing gas between her paws, which she held as if it were the greatest treasure in the world. Hornet, meanwhile, just kept shaking the spider while screaming at it like crazy. Tobu, give them the jar. No. It's mine. Do you give away your things? That was never yours. You stole it. I didn't steal it, I just happened to find it in a display case with 5 padlocks inside the building these guys were guarding. As usual, the spider came up with its ridiculous answers. Hornet knew she wouldn't get any cooperation from it, so, somewhat exasperated, she decided to try to reason with the beetles. I have nothing to do with her, she said nervously, seriously. She's just a troubled acquaintance who says hi to me from time to time, she's kind of crazy and… The girl in red suddenly felt something grab her arm, and when she looked, she found Tobu clinging to her with fake tears in her eyes. Darling, why are you doing this to me? After everything we've been through together, you're disowning me? Now you're pretending you don't like treasures and blaming me for everything. How cruel. Hornet was desperate. That trickster spider seemed determined to bring her down with it. It was her word against Tobu's. She needed a witness, someone to give her credibility. Then her salvation appeared in the midst of those behemoths. Hollow had been searching for her for a while, and when he saw the throng of bugs gathered in one spot, he went over to take a look. Taking advantage of his size, which still allowed him to squeeze through small spaces, he slipped through the bugs to get a better look. As soon as Hornet saw Hollow, he cried for help. Hollow. Nice to see you. Please explain to these gentlemen that I'm not a thief and that I'm not an accomplice to this crazy spider. The boy of course complied with his sister's request, with his best signs, he explained that his sister had nothing to do with Tobu, the problem was that for a change, no one but Hornet understood him. See? Hollow said it. The look the beetles gave him was indescribable. Hornet brought her hands to her face and stifled a cry of frustration. She was sure she could eventually get out of this mess and prove her innocence, but that could take a while if they were being held, and she wanted to go to Brea's book signing. She'd promised she would. Then another glimmer of hope appeared, slipping through the same paths Hollow had used. Ali showed up on the scene. She was capable of speaking words in a language that was coherent to most of the population. Ali. Please. Explain to these people who I am, what I am like, and that I have nothing to do with this crazy woman. Ali had no problem explaining some things, and was more than capable of doing so, however seeing the eyes of all those huge terrifying beetles above her, made her nervous. Jyerg this horny Jyerg ladrona Jyerg arana Jyerg problems Jyerg. Whether she got nervous or excited, Ali would slur her words and end up letting out unintelligible grunts. If she was lucky, a few words made it out, but unfortunately, this time, what was understood suggested the worst. The accusing glances returned to Hornet and she let out a scream of rage. Enough. I don't have time for this. I'm leaving. I'll come back later to clear up the misunderstanding. And without another word, Hornet threw away her needle to use her thread to propel herself away. However, as she took flight, she felt an extra weight on her body. Tobu had hugged her, using her to escape. 3 of his paws were clutching the half-breed, while the other 4 held the soul flask he had stolen. Let me go, damn it. Hornet yelled at her. But, honey, were you really going to leave me down there surrounded by those pesky giants? You're so cruel. Face your problems alone and stop involving me. But it's fun, look, now we're having a great time flying around the city together. In response, Hornet launched herself against a building, making sure to hit it on the side Tobu was standing on. The blow forced the spider to release its grip on Hornet and she fell. Of course, being a spider, she also had control over her thread, so she threw some of it over a building to give herself something to hold onto and avoid a nasty fall. The beetles left behind quickly moved to hunt down the fugitives. When everyone had retreated, the only ones left standing there in the rain were Hollow and Ali. The bat looked at her mommy worriedly. She had spent enough time with him to recognize his moods, even though he maintained a serious expression. From what she could tell now, Hollow was very, very angry. Saseo Hollow furious. Strictly speaking, he had the ability to make sounds, but they required so much effort and were so faint that it wasn't worth it. He began to walk in the rain, silently cursing. Life was just too ironic. For months, Hornet had been by his side, clinging to him like a shadow, to the point of driving him a little mad, all with the excuse that his lack of common sense was getting him into trouble. Now that his sister had finally decided she had enough sense to walk on her own, it turned out he needed her, and she was on the run. Hollow knew something very important, and he needed to communicate it as soon as possible, but unfortunately the only one who understood it was Hornet. If she didn't listen to him, no one would, which is why he desperately needed her. It turns out that the young container, walking through the city, had coincidentally overheard an important conversation between a pair of earwigs. Apparently, there was a rumor that the governor of the City of Tears would attend Bretta's book signing, and a group that opposed his mandate saw this as the perfect opportunity to carry out an attack and seize power. Despite the apparent peace that reigned in the City of Tears, the place was in reality a nest of intrigue and conspiracy. Many sought power to emulate the deceased Pale King. Obviously, no one could match the old king's heels in either power or wisdom, but they still believed themselves worthy of challenging the shaky public order and reclaiming a lost throne that was not theirs. Hallow didn't care who ruled. He was worried that this would ruin Bretta's event and endanger some innocent insects who had nothing to do with it. He didn't know when the terrorists would attack, but by then the bookstore would probably have opened its doors and it would be too late to warn Hornet of the threat. He'd have to take care of it himself. All he could do was pray to some random god that everything would work out. Despite everything, things shouldn't have gone so badly, but unfortunately, a series of unfortunate events seemed to congregate at the bookstore that very day. No one would have expected under any circumstances that Grimm would attend a book signing. In reality, it was not an event he would go to with pleasure, as he used to say. It was not in his nature to praise in a lower creature its minimal cleverness, but lately he had noticed that Brum seemed very interested in a certain novel, and during the last visit to the city, he had seen him sigh when he looked at the poster, announcing that the author would be signing copies. Aside from his daughter, Brum was the only individual he felt the least contempt for. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he held a certain affection for him. Although how could he not? He had raised him, he was the one who performed the perpetuation ritual that granted him his own fire, he owed him too much, and from time to time he agreed to fulfill some of his whims. In reality, they were mere alms compared to everything Brum had done and still did for him, but coming from a twisted-hearted demon like him, it was a lot. However, now he was beginning to regret having decided to accompany him. Being surrounded by so much vulgarity stressed him out. He wished Brum weren't so reserved and shy when it came to speaking, so he could have attended that decadent spectacle alone without having to involve him. Besides, it seemed like they would take a long time. There were too many bugs in line, and some were even delaying the process even further by chatting with a beetle. What a disgusting day. When he got home, he'd have to take a nice warm bath with aromatic salts, or he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Maybe it would even be a good idea to get a massage before applying his skin creams. Suddenly, the bat caught something out of the corner of his eye. Something reddish entered his field of vision, and he quickly turned to look, only catching a glimpse of part of a cloak disappearing behind a building. He narrowed his eyes and a smile crossed his face. Was his Crimson Princess perhaps nearby? If he had the chance to meet her, it would be wonderful. He loved the look of terror she put on every time he saw him. Sure enough, what Grimm had seen was his princess. Hornet had run toward the bookstore where Brea was, but as soon as she saw the bat, she hid in fear. Once again, her phobia had made her react before she'd even thought about what she was doing. She couldn't enter the store with Grimm there. He began tapping his foot impatiently. What was he going to do? Maybe he could wait until she left to go in and see Brea, though that might take a while. The line of insects was huge. He sighed in annoyance and decided to go buy something to eat. Maybe by the time he got back, the terrifying beast would be gone. As Hornet left, a mysterious group arrived. It was a small silverfish wrapped in a tunic that covered almost its entire body. Walking beside it was a Zygen butterfly, carrying a light stinger, and a hybrid insect that looked like a cross between an earwig and a mosquito, with a pincered tail and wings. These individuals were none other than the city governor, along with his 2 bodyguards, who, as reported, were heading to the book signing, although they tried to remain inconspicuous. Everyone was aware of the dangerous situation with so many enemies around, but the governor had been somewhat stressed lately, with all the pressure from his opponents, plus some dramas and disagreements within the trade union, added to his daily duties. All he wanted was to be able to disconnect from it all for a moment, and he saw this small event as an opportunity for that. It was a book signing. For a while, he'd be a normal insect going to see his favorite author like any other bug, maybe even stop by and buy some other novels. He was a great reader. For now, everything was going well. No one seemed to recognize him in his robes, which covered almost his entire body, except for his tail sticking out from behind him. But he doubted anyone would recognize him because of this. He wasn't the only Archie-Ognath in the city. However, his bodyguards were tense and on alert. They had noticed something unusual in the air, presences in the surroundings that not even the sound of the rain could hide. Neither of them had said anything. They'd just established a silent communication between them through glances. They didn't want to worry the governor. They'd seen him stressed all week and, more than anyone, they wanted to give him a break. Besides, the bugs seemed delighted with the outing. He'd already made it inside the store and had taken a book from one of the shelves to browse through it while they waited. Apparently, he'd already decided on his next purchase. The line moved forward a little further and the bodyguard seemed to relax. The mysterious presences they'd sensed didn't enter the store. Perhaps they were a little paranoid. They'd repelled a few attacks before and they were usually more daring when attacking, appearing moments after noticing the presence. They looked at the ever-shrinking line. Brea, the rider, was tending to a curious, probably mongrel insect dressed in the strangest clothes and wearing a mask. Next to it was an insect. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen. It had a black body covered in fine fur, cartilaginous growths on its head, and piercing red eyes. Unlike everyone else in the room, it didn't seem the least bit interested in the beetle and looked around with impatience and a touch of contempt. Brea finished signing the book and handed it to the masked insect in front of her, who accepted the manuscript and gave her a slight bow in thanks. What a strange guy. He didn't say a word during their encounter. Her companion had to tell her his name, and now, as they left, he didn't say anything either. She watched the two men walk away with curiosity and began to think that maybe she looked a bit like him. I mean, for a long time, she'd been so shy that she didn't dare speak to him, and now she was surrounded by fans eager to meet her. That was a big change. The line moved forward and Brea happily welcomed her next fan, who was constantly praising her and thanking her for writing such a wonderful book. Grim and Brum, meanwhile, were just about to reach the bookstore door when the disaster began. A rather diverse group of insects suddenly entered the tent, pushing everyone around them. They also carried stingers with which they threatened anyone who got in their way. Zegina and the half-breed immediately drew their weapons and placed the governor protectively behind them. They rushed forward, ready to kill the intruders who threatened their protege's life, but before the battle could even begin, a mantis descended upon them and buried its blades in the unfortunate creatures, who didn't even have a chance to defend themselves. "Great," said the mestizo, admiring the editor's actions. "That's not cool," the butterfly replied, somewhat nervously. "It's a mantis, in fact. What the hell is a mantis doing here? These battle-obsessed lunatics don't mix with civilized insects." "Excuse me?" Sharpie looked at her, offended. "Just because I'm a mantis doesn't mean I'm uncivilized. Please show some respect." "Do you speak?" the butterfly replied, genuinely surprised. "MPHF, damn prejudiced people." At that moment, some insects carrying armor and shields entered, the extra protection they had already made it clear that these guys would not be as easy to dispatch as those before them. "Ah. What kind of insult is this?" Sharpie cried furiously. "A self-respecting warrior goes into battle with only his body and his weapon. No armor that hinders movement and intimidates the soul." "The armor is very cool," said the half-breed, his eyes shining. "Nick, everything's great to you," the butterfly replied, bringing its hand to its face. "Let's try to get out of this alive. Pay attention, those armors are tough. Don't try to attack them because it will be useless. Look for the joints, try to bury your sting in those places. They're the weak points. There's no other way to deal with them." "Understood," Mick replied with a smile that was too cheerful for the complicated situation they were in. "He's not very smart, is he?" Sharpie asked. "Unfortunately not." A long and heated battle would soon follow. The combatants were in their positions, ready to fight, while Brea and the governor were hiding together under the desk where the girl had been signing books. Other insects, who had nothing to do with the conflict, were retreating to the far side of the battle, trying to find cover with whatever was at hand, whether it was chairs, tables, or the shelves themselves. In a corner near the door, without any protection, Brum and Grim watched the spectacle. The masked insect wasn't too scared. He knew nothing bad would happen to him with his master, but the situation still made him very uncomfortable. "Master," he said timidly. "Better let's get out of here, this. Magnificent. Huh? I see terror fear dances alongside death like two lovers who meet in the shadows of the night. Every insignificant being in this vault of letters fears death. Their ephemeral existences hang by a thread. One wrong move, one cruel accident will be enough to end their lives. Oh my," Brum sighed, "do you want to stay and watch this bunch of hicks kill each other and the rest of you cry in fear? Sip. Aren't you worried that something bad might happen to us because we're so close to the fight? Nop. Are we going to stay here until one of the two groups dies? Sip. Can I leave earlier? Nop. I thought so." Brum sighed again and sat next to the bat, both of them watching the battle between the opponents. Sharpie, though he had no reason to fight, fought like his life depended on it and was terrifyingly strong. He also enjoyed the battle. You could see a sinister smile on his face every time he managed to kill someone. The mantises were terrifying. Although the governor's bodyguards weren't far behind, the Zygen had elegant and harmonious movements. Grim's gaze was fixed on it. It wasn't the most lethal of the group, but it took the least damage thanks to its quick movements and cautious attitude, and it also used its companion a lot for protection. The half-breed didn't seem too concerned about receiving cuts on its shell and, even with bleeding wounds, continued fighting as if nothing had happened. They had been fighting for a while. Brum looked at the scene with absent eyes, and melancholy seemed to overwhelm him more and more. The only thing he wanted was to get out of there, until suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder, and when he turned to see, he found his master looking at him with shining eyes. "My lord, may I help you with something?" "Bocadillos." "Huh?" "My insides cry out for an offering." "Do you want to eat now? In the middle of this battle, surrounded by corpses?" "I don't see what the dilemma would be." "It's this Brum seemed to be passing that day in size master, I don't have any sandwiches with me." "It is not difficult to acquire them in a store." "But there are no stores here, I mean, they're outside the bookstore, but we're trapped here inside, in the middle of this fight, I can't get out of here. I long for my food." "But teacher." "Brum, I want my snacks now. I'm hungry," he said, making a face of disgust. Brum got nervous. When Grimm started speaking without his flourishes and complex words, it meant he was angry, very angry. He'd known him all his life, practically since he was Ali's size, and he'd already had to endure his devastating tantrums more than once. Of course, now he was an adult, he wasn't going to throw himself on the floor and cry like he had when he was a child. Instead, he'd scream and burn everything, including the insects in the place, which wouldn't be nice at all. "Okay, I'll go buy something." "Tea would be welcome." "Okay, sandwiches and tea, I got it." Almost dragging his feet and sighing, Brum headed for the door, where he was intercepted by one of the armored insects belonging to the terrorist group. "Stop right there. No one's leaving here until we say so." "I'm going to get some sandwiches and tea," Brum said listlessly. "I'll be back later." "Do you think this is a game? I already told you no one's leaving here." At that, the insect's armor suddenly and fleetingly burst into red flames. The heat of the fire was so scorching that the armor was reduced to ash, which fell to pieces on the floor, leaving the bug naked and unprotected. Then he felt a sharp gaze upon him, and when he turned his gaze, he found the bat's crimson eyes staring at him with murderous intent, and its fingers were poised to be snapped. The poor man didn't know what had happened, but he immediately stepped aside and let Brum pass, after which he ran off to hide somewhere. Meanwhile, outside in a nearby store, Hornet was finishing some hot soup, wondering how long it would take for the bat to leave the bookstore. She couldn't go in there with Grimm. Next to her was a bouquet of flowers she'd bought while she waited. Dan thought it was a good idea to bring Brea a gift like that to congratulate her on her achievement. Hornet sighed as she looked at the bouquet. It was going to be so embarrassing to give it away. She wasn't used to that kind of display of affection or support. In fact, she wasn't used to any kind of affection. The only one she accepted those things from was Hollow, and maybe Quirrel to a certain extent. She looked at the ceiling, thinking about the woodlouse. Where was she? What strange distant realms was she walking through? What kind of insects would she meet? She wasn't too keen on moving into unknown territories, but she had to admit that sometimes the idea of traveling a bit seemed appealing. Suddenly, through the restaurant window she saw Hollow, who jumped for joy at seeing her, then she rushed into the restaurant, she didn't even shake off the water in the drying room, and still dripping she ran to Hornet followed by Ali, and both of them started pulling on her clothes. "Come on, Hollow. Calm down. What the hell is wrong with you?" He jumped, waving his stinger from side to side. "Bad guys at the book signing. What are you talking about? Calm down, I don't understand a word you say." "Jayerg terrorist Jayerg." Ali was trying to help. This time Hollow moved his stinger more slowly and made numerous mimes emulating someone important reading a book. "So the city governor went to Brea's book signing, but you heard some guys say they were planning to attack him there, and that's why all the insects there, including Brea, are in danger." He nodded. "Poor worm. Brea." Hornet left a few pieces of geo on the table to pay for her meal and ran off, not even taking the bouquet of flowers she had bothered to buy, although Ali, who noticed the gift, decided to pick it up and take it with her. When he reached the building where the bookstore was located, he gasped. The place was surrounded and a veritable battlefield. Two factions of insects, each somewhat difficult to distinguish, were fighting fiercely. Getting to Brea would be impossible without engaging in combat. "Damn!" Hornet exclaimed. "Rescuing Brea will be a real challenge. We need a plan. We have to be fast and effective, or Brea could get hurt without us being able to help her. Any ideas?" He mimed a person walking using his fingers. "Hello, I don't think we can just walk there calmly without anyone trying to attack us." In response, the little boy pointed towards the battlefield. Hornet turned around and saw Brum, laden with bags of food, walking among the fighters. It seemed like magic was at work at that moment, because without changing his pace or making any effort to avoid the bodies of the bugs that were thrown, Brum passed through the entire world without suffering a single mishap. "What was that?" Hornet was stunned. "It's Brum." Ali squealed excitedly. "Daddy's here." Jayerg. This news sent a chill down Hornet's spine, her brother looked at her with concern. "The bat is inside." Hollow placed a hand on her back trying to comfort her, but Hornet just looked at him with pity. He pointed at himself. So you're going to rescue Brea alone? Not to doubt your abilities, but are you sure you can do it? He jumped and waved his arms vigorously. Okay, I think I'll stay here and wait a bit. I hope nothing bad happens. If flame. As Hollow headed to the bookstore to help, things inside were starting to get worse. Despite the remarkable abilities of the butterfly, the half-breed, and the mantis, they were beginning to feel overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies and their excessive resilience due to their armor. While they had managed to take down many, fatigue and accumulated wounds were pushing them to their limits. Dima, I think things got a little out of hand, Mick said to his partner. If we make it out of this alive, the butterfly commented, I'll definitely take a day off and spend an afternoon at the pleasure house. Though the way things are going, I don't think I'll be able to fulfill that wish. Don't give up, Sharpie shouted. We must keep fighting. If we're going to die, let's die with honor. Mantises are cool, Mick said, his eyes twinkling. This is definitely not how I wanted to spend the last day of my life, Jima complained. As Aijin looked back to where the governor and Brea were hugging each other, trembling with fear. The poor beetle was surely very scared, but things would probably end well for her. No one would have any interest in killing her, which couldn't be said of the Archie-Ognath. Jima sighed sadly. The governor was a good creature. He only wanted the best for the city, which was partly why she was so loyal to him, even though she supposedly only obeyed him for the money. It wasn't fair that she had to die because of the greed of some idiots. She offered a silent prayer to any god who was free to attend to her request and prepared to attack with everything. Despite the circumstances and the sadness she felt, she was always prepared to die. There was a reason she had chosen the job of a mercenary. The idiot Mick finally collapsed after so many injuries. Sharpie continued to struggle, but he didn't have much strength left. The butterfly was ready to launch its final attack, releasing the poison in its wings, a characteristic of Zygen butterflies. If it was going to die, it would take as many people as it could. To hell with it. It wouldn't fall alone. She opened her wings and rose from the ground, ready for her final battle. A large number of armored enemies were fighting the mantis, which was about to fall. 5 insects were harassing it with their stingers, and the poor thing couldn't take it anymore. She closed her eyes, ready for her final battle. Before it was all over, something strange happened. There was a loud bang, muffled screams, and a cry of surprise. Then he opened his eyes, and the scene before him was as astonishing as it was ridiculous. At their feet were the 5 insects that had nearly killed them, unconscious. The mantis was sitting panting, and in front of it were 2 children who were looking around as if searching for something or someone. But what the mantis looked at Hollow in astonishment. What she had witnessed was almost impossible. Like, how did you do that? Mommy is strong. Ali said proudly. Mommy? But she looks like a boy, she can't be a mother. Hollow rolled his eyes, tired of the same old question. He glanced around the place and noticed a large number of bugs looking at him with fear and suspicion. They were all as incredulous as the mantis. He was a child. Had a child really saved them? How did he do it? Was this little boy a knight? A living legend? Someone on par with the Big Five? Suddenly Brea seemed to recognize him. Hello? What are you doing here? Is Hornet with you? Is this little one Hornet's acquaintance? Sharpie asked. He's your brother? Their brother? It seemed battle prowess ran in the family. The boy turned out to be a worthy brother to the red beast. However, things weren't going to be resolved so easily, because then more armored creatures entered again. The horde was endless. Hollow stood on guard, ready to fight. Everyone in the room was impressed that a child would fight such powerful enemies and watched the scene with fascination, especially Grim, who couldn't suppress a sinister laugh at the sight. Meanwhile, outside, Hornet paced back and forth, trying to think of what to do. Guilt over not going to rescue Brea was eating her up, but her fear of Grim kept her from going inside. If that damn bat wasn't here, she'd probably have fixed everything by now, beat up the bad guys, and everything would be fine. Okay, maybe she was exaggerating, but she was confident and believed she could fix everything. The water falling on her head didn't help her cool her thoughts and think of a solution to the problem either. Even so, she put all her effort into thinking of a plan, but nothing came to mind. Perhaps her only solution was to present herself to the battle and try to face her fear of the bat. If she had gotten used to Ali, perhaps she could do something about the Grim. Although it was difficult, that beast was enormous and intimidating, as well as powerful and dangerous. The worst part was that it seemed to enjoy tormenting her. She sighed sadly. There was nothing she could do. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder. As she was already quite nervous, she reacted reflexively and pulled out her stinger, trying to impale it on the person who had touched her. The stranger dodged the attack by jumping back. This time, Hornet took the time to observe him better and realized he wasn't so strange, although she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Ha! We meet again, Red Beast, said Sting, the lobster who was looking for revenge for all the humiliation Hornet had put him through. And who are you? The girl asked, annoyed. Still can't remember me? Well, don't forget my name this time. I am Sting, a mighty warrior, the strongest in all of Hallownest, a being of such power that even the legendary Five Great Poly. You're the guy who promised me Baldur's sandwich the other time at the bar. Is the only thing you remember me for the damn sandwich? Yes, I was really sorry I couldn't eat it, but an emergency came up and I had to leave the bar. Did you come to buy me one anyway? Hornet seemed to have a knack for infuriating Sting as he whipped out his stinger in rage. Bastard. I'm going to finish you off. I'll crush you so hard you'll never forget who I am again. I'm sorry, but I don't have time right now. I'm in the middle of an emergency and can't help you. Maybe I can kick your ass another day. You. And before Sting could do anything, he was squashed by a Goliath beetle that came out of who knows where and ended up crashing into a building. Good thing the buildings in the City of Tears were the strongest in the world and could withstand anything. Hornet inspected the unconscious insect and realized it was one of the same guys who were chasing Tobu to get back the soul vessel he stole, which meant she must be nearby. Hey, honey. Did you miss me? The spider appeared behind her, confirming her suspicions. Tobu? You still haven't gotten rid of that thing. But it's mine. Why would I throw it away? It's not yours. You stole it. Stealing is wrong. Understand. Return the jar to its owners. No, it's mine. At that moment, they heard a commotion that grew with each passing moment. A group of Goliath beetles were running toward them like a stampede of bugs ready to crush them. Oh gee, I think it's time to get out of here. But before the spider could make any move, Hornet jumped on it and began to struggle to take the jar away. Hornet, let me go. Tobu shouted. Don't take my memory away. It's mine. Let me go. It's not yours. I'll give you what you deserve so you'll stop stealing things. The noise of the beetles grew louder. Hornet. The beetles are coming. Well, let them come and catch us and see if that way you'll pay for all your misdeeds once and for all. The insects made no move to stop. They won't stop. We must get out before they crush us. You won't fool me, Tobu, I know this is another trick of yours to escape. I mean it this time. We have to get out of their way. Inside the bookstore, things were getting complicated again. Hollow had managed to dispatch a good number of insects, although unlike the two mercenaries and Sharpie, he had tried to render them unconscious instead of killing them. He had decided to adopt the same policy as Hornet of not killing a bug unless it intended to eat it. This required more effort, but he had still come out on top. It was then that the greatest challenge of all arrived. Tired of seeing his subordinates fall one by one, the leader of the terrorist group showed up at the bookstore himself. The insect was none other than a female dragonfly, which seemed extremely powerful. Naira. The governor shouted from his hiding place next to Brea. The insect looked at her with disdain. Weak, pathetic cowardly creature, hiding behind your bodyguards, someone like you has no right to rule Hallownest. I'm not trying to rule Hallownest, the minnow defended himself. I only perform administrative duties to keep the City of Tears running smoothly. It's a job like any other. I even have a steady salary. I don't care. Either way, you're an obstacle to allowing me to claim the throne, and that's why you must perish. The dragonfly lowered her gaze and fixed her eyes on the knight. Get out of here, child. This isn't your battle. From what I can see, you have nothing to do with this matter. Don't get involved in other people's fights. I promise we won't kill anyone other than that scum over there. For a moment, Hollow considered the offer. The damage was minimal, and the Archieognath's life didn't matter much to him. Besides, Hornet was always complaining that he got into too much trouble by helping creatures he had nothing to do with. Maybe for once it would be good to ignore everything and let things take their course. Please don't abandon me, little knight. The governor begged. I'll pay you well if you save my life. This did interest Hollow. If the pay was good, they'd finish paying off the roof and be out of debt. So, with determination, he stood on guard, ready to fight. The atmosphere was tense. The dragonfly pulled out its own stinger, a large one full of sharp parts, and the simple act of wielding it seemed dangerous. Hollow stood still, waiting for its move. The mantis and the butterfly watched the scene in silence. Nick, half dead, also watched the preamble to the battle, thinking about how awesome the two of them looked there. The innocent insects hiding at the back of the bookstore almost held their breath in anticipation, and the governor trembled in fear. However, an affectionate handshake from Brea somehow calmed him down. He turned his gaze towards the beetle, and it fixed its compassionate eyes on him. Everything will be okay, he said sweetly. The Archiognath just nodded silently, hoping the girl was right. Ali was flying at a prudent distance from Hollow, still carrying the bouquet of flowers that Hornet had forgotten. She was so wrapped up in the battle that she hadn't even noticed her father's presence. In fact, no one had noticed the bat that was in a corner having his own personal tea party with his servant. Fascinating, lots of suspense, action, but it could be even more interesting, said the bat with a sinister smile, and then took a sip of his tea. Brim snapped his fingers and in the middle of the battlefield, a crimson flame appeared, so hot and so red that they were forced to close their eyes at first, then as suddenly as it appeared, the fire went out, leaving behind one of Grimm's followers, the next torchbearer. Hollow looked at the nervous individual. This was wrong, very wrong. Just then, he noticed a Grimm standing in the corner, eating a pastry and looking at him malevolently. Hollow felt rage burning in his stomach. That damn bat, how could it do this to him? How could it force him into a battle against a torchbearer at a time like this? How could it interrupt such an important meeting? How could he be drinking tea and not even offer him a pastry? The masked insect let out one of his mocking laughs and looked with pleasure at the dragonfly, which seemed more confused than scared. Ha! Poor creature, he would soon give it a taste of true terror. The bug waved his torch, ready to unleash its lethal flames, when a stampede of Goliath beetles rushed through the door, crushing him in their tracks. Yes, that had been very unexpected. The group of beetles ran without looking where they were going and only stopped when they crashed into the back wall of the bookstore, forming a pile of unconscious bodies. Fortunately, during their run they didn't run over anyone other than the masked bug, so nothing big happened. Brim looked at the scene, unable to believe what had just happened. It was undoubtedly a surprising plot twist. He bit into a cookie to recover. Suddenly, from the midst of the mountain of beetles, Hornet emerged, half battered and panting. In one hand, she carried Tobu, who was still half conscious and still holding the soul flask, and in the other, she carried the completely defeated Grimm follower. She threw the robed creature to the ground and it immediately began to be consumed by the fire. Ali watched the scene with annoyance. She had no desire to participate in the ritual now, but whatever, Dad was there and she didn't want to anger him. She left the bouquet she was still holding with Hollow and flew to the fallen bug, where she proceeded to devour it. Just like the last time Grimm was present during the ritual, he summoned a curtain of fire to hide the unpleasant spectacle of Ali consuming the fire, so that the disappearance of the bug ended up seeming like a mere act of magic to delight the public, although in that tense situation they were living, no one was in the mood to enjoy a spectacle of any kind. I don't understand anything anymore, Zegina said, picking up the wounded Mick and hugging him protectively. Where did that group of bugs come from, and who is the girl in red? Hornet. Brea shouted, running to hug her friend. She knew how powerful she was and trusted that she would be safe with her. I'm here, I told you I'd come, the exhausted warrior replied. Oh, come on. What's all this crap? The dragonfly shouted angrily. Enough with the distractions. You, weakling governor, are going to die now. Hornet looked at the insect with considerable annoyance. With a quick glance, she noticed the destruction of the bookcase, Sharpie injured, and Brea half trembling with fear. It had all been that idiot's fault. Damn disgusting day. All because of that crazy dragonfly. He heard moans and noticed Tobu slowly regaining consciousness after the blow he'd received, so he quickly snatched the soul vial from her and threw it at the terrorist leader. She reflexively caught the vial safe and sound in her hands, and Hornet screamed. Wake up. There's the thief. She has the bottle. Stop her before she escapes. What? Nairi said, confused. Then the Goliath beetles stood up and ran up to the dragonfly with their clubs raised, beating it to a pulp while they took the jar from her. Afterward, with the treasure recovered, the group retreated, making sure to take the thief with them to bring justice to her. Hollow tilted his head in confusion as he watched the group walk away. He didn't understand anything either, but he didn't usually question things too much. He silently walked over to his sister and gave her a hug, happy that she was okay. Yes, Hollow, don't worry, it's all over now, said Hornet, stroking the best one's head. Oh my, they really are brothers, Sharpie said, standing up and walking with difficulty to Hornet. God, this hurts like you can't imagine. I was thinking of challenging you to a duel today, but I don't think I'll be able to handle it. I'm not in the mood for any fights right now either. I've had enough excitement. Now I just want to relax. But the emotions weren't over yet for Hornet. A chill ran down her spine as she felt someone behind her, a tall man with a distinctive red gaze that made her hair stand on end. We meet again, Princess Crimson, Grimm said with a sinister smile. Hornet's scream of terror shook everyone in the room, even awakening Tobu from his unconsciousness. Just at that moment, Sting, who was still determined to have a rematch against Hornet, entered the bookstore looking for the red beast, but before he could open his mouth to say anything, he felt the girl crash into him and fall to the floor, then he could see how the half-breed was clinging to him crying and trembling with fear. Red beast? What the? Bat, Hornet cried. The confused lobster looked at the group of insects in the room, most of them looked as puzzled as he did. Well, I think that's enough fun for today, said Grimm laughing superiorly, then he turned to Ali, my sweet maiden, the pride that invades me when contemplating your power is only surpassed by the affection I profess for you, keep going little one, soon the crimson fire will be your servant and you will ascend as queen. After that he turned to his servant Brum, "We're leaving. Don't forget to collect the trash, and I want you to prepare the bathtub for me when we arrive, also I need bucket services, please contact him, too," and so a long list of requests that only overwhelmed the poor bug. Brim left the store without even looking at the lobster that was trying to get Hornet off of it, who couldn't stop crying in fear. "What's wrong with this crazy woman? He has a phobia of bats, I see," Tobu said, approaching. "Come on, honey, let go of that grumpy lobster and come here." With care and patience, the thief managed to detach Hornet from Sting, then hugged her protectively, seeking comfort. Okay, calm down, it's all over now, that ugly cherry-eyed bat is gone, there's nothing to fear." Little by little, Hornet began to calm down and stop crying, until she finally hiccuped slightly. Sting just looked at her, increasingly irritated. "I can't believe it. The famous red beast I so longed to fight turned out to be a whiny brat. This is impossible." "But sniff this whiny little brat, sniff, she kicked your ass twice," Hornet replied, still wiping away her tears. The lobster glared at her. "Enough. I've had enough. I don't want to hear about warriors or mercenaries anymore. And I'm no longer interested in being the strongest. I'm going back to the countryside with my parents. Goodbye." And having said these words, the insect left indignantly. "You idiot," Hornet said before he could get too far away to hear her. What followed was history. The governor said he would take care of the bookstore's repairs, as well as some of the medical expenses for those affected by the attack. He also didn't forget his promise and paid Hollow a substantial sum of money, finally clearing the debt on the roof. The book signing was obviously cancelled, but fortunately, that didn't end up as negative publicity for Brea. Many insects spread the news of the incredible story that had happened, which sparked a lot of curiosity among the public, and many came to meet the author just for that reason. Finally, Hornet had a quiet moment with Brea to give her the bouquet she had bought for her. She thanked Ali for taking such great care in storing it. Brea received the gift with great joy, almost in tears. "Thank you, Hornet," said the beetle, smelling the flowers. "All of this wouldn't have been possible without your support. Without you, I would never have dared to write or share my stories, nor would I have lived these experiences. Can you believe that many people even thanked me for writing my story? I'm so happy. I never thought people could accept me like this. You have a very beautiful interior, Brea, it was obvious that people would like you." "Thank you," the beetle said, slightly blushing. I also have a gift for you." The beetle took a limited edition book out of a small bag she had next to her, which she had signed especially for Hornet. "This is for you. I was thinking of giving it to you when I saw you." "Thank you," Hornet said happily. "What's in it for me?" Tobu said excitedly. "Nothing for you, damn thief," Hornet said, her expression hardening immediately. "Hey, that's not fair, if things ended well it was thanks to me and my fabulous army of Goliath beetles." "They weren't your army. They were your pursuers. And look, I don't want to remember all that anymore, let's just go home, okay? Ugh, this spider is impossible." The group moved on to Dirtmouth, where after chatting for a while, everyone said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. That night, Hornet was exhausted and all she did was close her eyes and fall asleep. She didn't even move much during her sleep. The next day, he began his daily routine without any notable news, however, he soon began to miss something, an object he had received just the day before. "Hello, have you seen the book Brea autographed for me? I can't find it. And I would never find it." On a small plateau in the Howling Cliffs, a spider was basking in the sun and feeling the wind on her face. That was usually enough to calm her and put her in a good mood, but this time it wasn't enough. Instead, she found herself taking out her frustrations on a book. She dug her paws into each page and tore at them mercilessly, shredding the paper and ruining the book forever. The scraps of leaves were carried by the wind to be lost in distant lands where they would never be read. "Brea is great, Brea is cute, Brea is lovely," Tobu muttered to herself. All because she writes beautifully, but poor Tobu is not liked, all because she likes collecting things she finds lying around. Not one thank you for comforting her or for arriving with my army of savior beetles, ungrateful princess daughter of a flighty worm. He tore out 3 more pages and threw them to the wind, watching them float through the air until they were lost to sight. "Ah," he sighed. "Taking it out on a book is actually stupid." He paused briefly, looking down at the tattered text in his paws, then tore out another page. Who cares? Love stories are even stupider anyway. Festival in Bakususha. It was a pleasant enough day in Dirtmouth, as peaceful as a place with so few inhabitants could be. Even so, the town wasn't as empty as before. An elderly pair of crickets had moved in, as had a young mestizo and a butterfly. Hornet was just telling Tobu about her new neighbors as they left the deer station. The mestizo was carrying a huge spool of thread on her back, which, although heavy, didn't seem to be much of a challenge for her. Tobu just stared at her in admiration. "Those genes of yours are great," the spider commented. "I think being a mixed-race woman worked out in your favor." Tobu, I've been wondering what's your problem with half-breeds. My problem? None, really. It's just that they're a bit strange to me. Where I come from, they're not very accepted. For example, even if you were the daughter of a queen, they wouldn't have allowed you to live in the colony. They would have expelled you as soon as you were born and seen. But I'm glad there are places like Hallownest, where strange vermin can live without anyone having any problems. I'm not a vermin, Hornet said, somewhat angrily, readjusting the reel on her back. Ugh, it's not like it's that easy for me to carry this thing. Hornet, about your spools of thread, have you kept track of how many you have? The count? No, I don't count them. I don't want to face the reality that they're running out. Since I can't produce yarn, I can't replace what I use. One day I won't have any more yarn and I won't be able to knit anymore. She put on a sad expression. But there's still a long way to go and I'd rather not think about it. The thing is, it doesn't seem like it's running out to me, Toba replied. I haven't counted the reels exhaustively, but it seems to me that it's always the same amount. Don't be ridiculous, there are no more spiders in Hallownest, you're not telling me that the thread appears by magic. I don't think it's magic, but I do think something or someone is refilling your empty reels. It must be your impressions. One of these days we'll count how much thread there is. You'll see that you're wrong. Suddenly, Hornet stopped in her tracks. She had reached her house, but it looked somewhat different. She dropped her load on the ground and looked up, where she noticed Hollow perched on the roof nailing something down. Next to him, Ali was holding some paper garlands. Hollow. What are you doing up there? Then another individual appeared on the roof and greeted Hornet cheerfully. Anne. What are you doing up there? What are you doing to my house? Please watch the roof. Calm down, Hornet, it's nothing bad, we're just putting up some decorations. Decorations? Hornet looked more closely and noticed a basket with garlands of colored papers nearby. He also saw some cockroaches working in other houses hanging the decorations. And what is this for? It's preparations for the festival. I see, what's a festival? You don't know it's a festival? Tobu asked in surprise. But what kind of life have you been leading all this time? There's never been a festival in Hallownest for as long as I can remember, and I've spent my whole life here. I think it's normal that I don't know what that is. That's true, Dan said. We haven't had a festival here in years. This will be the first in a long time. So, what's a festival? Hornet asked again. Well, it's like a party but a really big one. It could take over an entire city if everyone decides to participate. They play music, there's dancing, and they also set up lots of food stalls and games for those who intend to participate in. Plus, this year we'll have something special. Fireworks. Wow. And what are fireworks? Hornet asked, already somewhat excited, mainly because of the food. Yes, tell a lot, because not even I, who have traveled to many places, have heard of such things, said Tobu. Well, Dan looked somewhat embarrassed. I don't know what they are either, but they say they're spectacular, or at least that's what he said. Boo. Both spiders were getting more and more curious. The strange fellow recently arrived in the City of Tears. He'd heard that the governor wanted to hold the first festival commemorating the end of the infection, and he came to offer his entertainment services. He said he had something very special and beautiful that he called fireworks. I don't know any further details, but it's supposedly something never seen before and exclusively his property. The problem is that for these things to work, they must be in a dry environment, and as you know, the City of Tears is all humidity. More than humidity, I'd say, Tobu added. Well, the thing is, the governor was interested in this fireworks thing, but since the city is very humid, he looked for a large dry place to hold the festival, and Dirtmouth turned out to be the most appropriate. Hornet watched all the cockroaches busily decorating the place with paper garlands. He could also see a few more building wooden structures, probably the food and game stands. Then he raised his head and once again paid attention to his brother tying some garlands to his house. And what are you doing up there? Are they going to pay you for this? You're going to need money if you want to buy the treats or participate in the games, Dan explained. The festival is also a good opportunity for some merchants to earn some extra money. Dan took a look at the spiders and the work they were doing. Hey, don't you want to help us? I'm sure your climbing and rope skills will come in handy. I could also use some extra money, okay, I'll help, said Hornet. I'll pass, Tobu said. I have things to do. After saying this, he gave Hornet a deep look, which he held until she started to get nervous. What? The mestiza said, somewhat upset. Nothing, it's nothing, he said, looking away, see you later. With that, he walked away, moving his 7 legs quickly. She's a little weird, Dan said. She's not weird, she's crazy. But she's a necessary crazy person. Without her, I would never have learned to knit. For the rest of the day, Hornet helped hang the garlands and other decorations, just as Dan expected. Her climbing talent and skill with the twine made the work go much faster, and in a couple of hours, everything was ready. Both brothers were well paid for their services, more than enough money to spend on the festival. The next day at dusk, the small family was at home making final arrangements to attend the festival. According to Dan, they had to dress for the occasion using brightly colored items, whether robes, necklaces, or masks. With Hornet's busy schedule, she only had time to prepare something for her brother and Ali. She had knitted Hollow a pretty lilac cape with bright blue trim, and Ali had placed a pretty blood-red bow around her neck and a matching flower on her head. They both looked pleased with their arrangements. "Good," the girl said, satisfied. "I like it, especially the Hollow cape, my first two-color weave. I think it turned out pretty well. You could say I'm an expert." "Diargant Horny the expert," the bat exclaimed. "Huh? Oh, don't worry, I didn't have time to prepare anything for myself, but it doesn't matter. Dan said it wasn't mandatory to dress up." He put on a sad look. "Don't feel bad, Hollow, I chose to dedicate myself to weaving your cloak, I wanted you to have a good time." "Wow. But we can all have fun together," Tobu said, suddenly appearing behind Hornet. The warrior shouted before hitting the spider, throwing it to the side of the room. Then, with her heart pounding in her chest and still panting, she said, "Tobu. Why the hell are you coming into my house without permission? You almost scared me to death." "Ow, ow, ow," the spider waved its legs grimly, trying to get to its feet. "I didn't mean for you to hit me like that, ow, my little legs," Hornet sighed. "What do you want, Tobu?" "Oh. And that's any way to greet me?" she said, finally managing to stand up. "How ungrateful, and I kindly knitted this lovely festive cape for you." Tobu pulled out a red cape from his clothes, a brighter shade than the one Hornet normally wore. It also had gold details on its edges, woven in geometric patterns. Hornet's eyes lit up at the sight of the garment and she approached, almost hesitant, to take it. Tobu was pleased to see the joy in the girl's eyes. "Tobu, this?" "Yes." Seeing so much enthusiasm in Hornet, I expected to receive an effusive thank you. "How did you knit it?" A realization hit the spider. What had excited Hornet was the chance to learn a new weaving technique rather than the gift itself, so she sighed in resignation. "I'll show you later, now put on your cape." "Oh, yeah, sure." The spider stared at the warrior intently while waiting for some action from her, but the only thing Hornet did was get nervous at the 6 eyes that were looking at her. "That? Aren't you going to put on your cape?" Yeah, sure this." And here it was, the Hornet complex complicating her life again. Her abnormal body, composed of shadows, couldn't be shown to just anyone. The only person outside her family who had ever seen her naked was Quirrel, and she definitely didn't want anyone else to know about her condition. She didn't want to be seen as a freak. But now she didn't know how to ask Tobu to leave the room so she could change her clothes. That would be weird. She was starting to get more and more nervous. Her brother, who had understood her predicament, also looked around for an excuse to help her. Only Ali remained looking with a confused expression, not understanding anything. Just at that moment, help arrived in the most unexpected way. The ghost of the Pale King appeared in front of Tobu and grabbed her head, covering her 6 eyes with his body. "Ai." The flirtatious worm. "Ai." The spider shouted, shaking its head. "I told you I'm not a flirt." The king shouted at her without letting go of her. "Let me go, damn it. I'm not interested in transdimensional relationships. I'm a decent girl." "Stop talking nonsense." The worm's face was red. Hornet realized that her father's clumsy maneuver was meant to distract Tobu and allow her to dress unseen, so she hurried to change her clothes just in time when Tobu slammed the poor worm against a wall, forcing him to let go. The spider backed away in fear. "You." "I'm ready." Hornet shouted, breaking the tension in the air. Spider and Ghost turned their heads to see Hornet, who looked very good in her party cape, which now showed that it had a golden ribbon with woven patterns hanging from its neck, a very pretty and very elegant detail. "You look great," Tobu said, waving his paws in delight. "What do you think?" "Well, it's a bit rough." The look Tobu gave her made Hornet regret her words. "Sorry, princess, I forgot that you only wear clothes woven with fine silk. Garments woven with the thread of a commoner spider are not worthy of someone like you." This seriously upset Hornet, though it was true to a certain extent. A spider's status was partly determined by the quality of its thread. As a princess, Hornet never wore clothing that wasn't made of the finest silk, usually from her own mother, and Tobu was far from a high-born spider. Fortunately, a knock on the door broke the tense atmosphere. "Ah. That must be Dan," and without another word she ran to open the door, followed by her brother and Ali. Tobu was left alone in the room with the ghost. She snorted in annoyance at how things had turned out. None of this was as she had planned, although she should be used to it by now. For some reason with Hornet things never went as expected. Suddenly she noticed that the old worm was looking at her in a strange way. It was a penetrating, melancholic and very uncomfortable look. "What? I'm not going on a date with you." The Pale King looked at her for a few more moments before sighing. You lost this battle before it even began. What are you taking about? The old king did not answer, he simply vanished into thin air. Outside, meanwhile, Hornet was happily greeting Dan. The young woodlouse was wearing a funny flat hat with flowers decorating it and a yellow cape hanging behind him. I finally managed to escape from my mother, now we can go out, said the insect excitedly. Does your mother still care about you? Less than before, but she still insisted on keeping me by her side, according to her, among all these people someone could hurt me. What a pain. Hollow tugged at his sister's cloak as Ollie chanted behind him. Okay, we're moving now, don't be impatient. The group went out for a walk and to soak up the festival atmosphere. Everything looked beautiful. There were colorful lanterns hanging everywhere, creating beautiful reflections in the garlands. Plus, the sight of so many costumed insects gave everything a very cheerful look. Tobu soon caught up with them, and together they went to the stalls. They tried some targeting games and other skill games, where they had a chance to win small prizes, such as toys and accessories. Most of them were more appropriate for Ali, but Hornet managed to get a spider brooch quite similar to one she kept among her things and never wore for fear of losing it. When it came to trying the different sweets they were selling, they had to be a little careful. Hornet wanted to try everything, and they were afraid she would end up with a stomachache from eating too much. In the end, Hollow had to steal the bag where she kept her money to control her. It ended up being a pretty funny situation, because Hornet had to ask her brother's permission to buy something. They soon arrived at a stall that caught everyone's attention because of the person in charge. It was a queen bee, the same one that had caused them so much trouble a couple of weeks ago, but since there were no hard feelings between them and Dan didn't remember her at all, they went over to take a look. Welcome. Does anyone want to buy a jug of mead? It's a typical and traditional product of the hive, the bee said as soon as she saw them. Wow, the hive princess with a liquor stand? Hornet asked. Well, the original plan was to send some of the old flunkies to sell here, but I decided to come here myself and take advantage of what little freedom I have left. When the eggs I laid hatch, I'll have to spend some time locked up. How many are there? Tobu asked. 300. I think that's a good place to start, right? The girls continued chatting about various topics, such as the economic boom that the queen bee planned to give to the hive with her products, while Dan remained silent, amazed that Hornet and Tobu knew a queen. They finally bought her 2 jugs of mead, Hollow, and Ali complained that they wanted some too, but they explained that they were too young to handle that drink. Fortunately, the queen's stand also sold honey sweets, which the miners could eat. They were going to buy a 3rd jug of mead for Dan, but the bee decided to let them go for free. This is on the house, it's the least I can do for you, said the insect, winking at the woodlouse. Thanks, I guess. The insect tilted his head somewhat confused. When they finally walked away from the stall, Dan dared to ask the girl's identity. Where do you know her from? It's not very common to deal with a queen. Where do we know her from? But you know her too, Tobu said. Really? I don't remember. So that's why he gave me a jug of mead. Sure, it's the least she can do for the father of her children, Hornet said nonchalantly. The FFFFFFFTT. Dan spat out the sip of drink he had in his mouth. The mother of my children. Don't tell me she. Yes, it's the same one. I don't think I want to drink any more tonight, the boy said, looking at his drink with regret. Then I'll keep it, Tobu said, taking Dan's jug with a pair of paws. A little while longer, they wandered around the place, although it was increasingly difficult to move around due to the crowds, so they looked for a more open spot to rest. That's how they arrived at one of the many abandoned plazas in Bakususha, although it was unrecognizable. The place was clean and decorated with flowers and paper garlands. There were a few other stalls selling souvenirs and festive capes for those who had forgotten theirs. There were also some creatures playing music, while others danced to the joyful crowd. It looks like the party has already started here, Tobu said, eager to join the dance. Hollow pointed to the dance floor. I want to dance gyre too, Ollie said excitedly. Ugh, I think I feel sick, Hornet complained, causing her companions to look at her in alarm. You shouldn't have eaten so much, Dan looked at her worriedly. We told you to control yourself. Who's the irresponsible adult now? He reproached her. It was worth it, I don't regret anything, Hornet exclaimed, then shrank onto her stomach. I think you should go home, Dan said, a little sadly because his friend would miss the rest of the festival. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he said with a forced smile. He saw an empty bench, I'll rest there. I'm sure I'll feel better after a while. Are you sure? You don't want us to take you home? No, don't worry, I'm fine. Go dance if you want. I'm sure the discomfort will go away after a while. Tobu and Dan looked at each other, unconvinced, as Hornet went to sit on the bench. Something was moving under her cloak, probably rubbing her stomach in an attempt to ease the pain. They tried to convince her once more to return home, but the warrior finally made it clear that she wasn't going to leave. She wanted to see the famous fireworks. But that argument, the spider and the woodlouse finally gave up and left, although Hollow remained with her for a moment longer, looking at her with concern. "What's up, Hollow? Go on, have fun, I'll wait for you here." He looked around and then at Hornet. "Are you worried about me being alone?" "Please, as if I couldn't defend myself." "Don't worry, I'm fine. I don't mind being alone for a while." Hollow felt guilty leaving his sister there, but Ali was already starting to pester him by asking him to go dancing, so he had an idea. Maybe it wasn't the best idea, but it was better than nothing. He left the dream stinger with her, so the worm's ghost could keep her company. Maybe Hollow couldn't stand the old king, but Hornet didn't seem to have that much of a problem with him. They were even able to have civil conversations that didn't end in fights from time to time. Shortly after Hollow walked away, the Pale King appeared next to Hornet. "Don't you feel bad worrying them like this?" the Pale King said, looking at her accusingly. "Guilty?" Hornet spoke softly without looking at the ghost. She didn't want the people around her to think she was talking to herself. "But it's not my fault I got sick to my stomach, well maybe a little from eating so much candy, but…" "Hornet, you and I both know you're faking." "What are you talking about?" she said, tensing up. "When it was my turn to participate in court festivities and I didn't feel like dancing, I did the same thing. I pretended I had a stomachache. You might be able to fool everyone, but not a professional like me." The Pale King faking a stomachache. Hornet found it hard to suppress a laugh. "Well, it was a bit embarrassing dancing with my dear Blanca because of the height difference and all that." The FFFFTT Jahahaja. Hornet couldn't suppress a laugh, although she tried to hide it quickly. Some insects were already looking at her strangely. "Seriously, old man, I would never have expected that from you. Everyone has their secrets, even kings. Even if you don't like dancing, you shouldn't avoid it. When you're queen of Hallownest, you'll need to throw some parties from time to time." "Are you still on about that? I thought you'd forgotten about it." Hornet's face immediately hardened. "That's why I haven't left this world," the worm replied. "I must perpetuate the glory of Hallownest. I dedicated my life to this. I can't allow all my work to be lost." Hornet dared to look at her father, who looked somewhat listless and distant, as if he were fighting inner demons. "Hey, old man, don't you think that's enough? You're wasting your eternal rest chasing an unnecessary goal. Isn't it supposed that when one dies, everything earthly no longer matters? Just give it up." "No, things don't end like that. Everything I worked and fought for must endure. It can't be that all my efforts were in vain. Their sacrifice must have served a purpose." Hornet tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. There was something in the old king's words that bothered her, something she hadn't noticed before, perhaps a hint of pain, a touch of nostalgia, or even a shred of guilt. She suspected that her father's stubbornness in insisting that she become queen and not leave for the other world wasn't only due to his selfishness. Perhaps the old worm wasn't as self-centered as she thought. Perhaps he did have some unfinished business that kept him tied to the world of the living. Should she ask him? For obvious reasons, they were never very close, and she didn't feel confident asking him something personal, but perhaps she should, perhaps she could help him and convince him to pass on to a better life. Hornet was about to ask his question when a rather agitated insect came running up and calling to one in particular that was near them. "Tyra. Tyra. There you are," said a cricket, chirping as only a cricket could. "Lemurs, calm down. What's wrong?" asked the aforementioned woman, who was also a cricket. "I seen something incredible." "Something incredible? The fireworks are supposed to start in an hour. What else incredible could you have seen?" "The king. Brea. The king of Hallownest. He's over there. He's back," cried the agitated cricket, jumping with excitement. "Are you sure? Remember, there have been many pretender kings recently. The old king of legends left, never to return. But this one is different. This has to be the king. An insect as tall and imposing as him has to be, just seeing this being is impressive. It's like you see him and immediately bow down in his presence. He definitely has to be the king. Come on, Tyra. You have to see him. He's in the fried meat aisle." The cricket took his companion by the hand and dragged her with him through the crowd. The half-breed and the ghost listened to the entire conversation, and curiosity was piqued in them. Well, curiosity was piqued in Hornet. In the case of the Pale King, it was indignation. "The king of Hallownest," the furious ghost shouted. "Who dares steal my title and my kingdom? I can't allow this. I'm going to confront that usurper right now." And after screaming furiously, the old worm vanished. Hornet blinked for a moment, somewhat stunned by what had happened. She also didn't understand why someone could proclaim himself king, but especially why other insects recognized him as monarch. Bugs weren't very keen on obeying a leader unless that leader had overwhelming presence or power, so this mysterious individual was surely no ordinary person. Anyway, his priority now was to stop his father. He wasn't a fool, so he probably wouldn't do anything to shock people, but his methods of action could still be quite terrifying. He didn't know the ghost was in his head, but he didn't intend to leave him alone, so he took the dream sting and headed into the crowd. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.